Chapter 1201 is here. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. As Yang Mucheng moved forward slowly, the geniuses around him couldn't help but hold their breath and stared straight ahead. Even some timid people kept retreating towards the rear. Quiet. The willow tree demon was exceptionally silent. But this did not make the people present relax. Everyone felt a sense of terror and depression. Like the feeling before a storm. Boom. Sure enough, a terrifying burst of sound erupted crazily. He just saw a tree thorn that was even more terrifying and huge than before, suddenly shot out from the ground and swept across 1,000 feet in an instant. Not good! That kid is finished! Just as the geniuses around were shocked, Yang Mucheng, who was targeted by thousands of tree thorns, suddenly flew into the air and floated in the sky in an instant, as if he had expected the scene. At the same time, he grabbed it with his right hand and slashed it in the air. Boom! 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 The ultimate sword light was like sweeping across thousands of armies, cutting off all the tree thorns that were swept in. Not only that, Yang Mucheng even shook his right hand, and the ultimate sword light burst out in an instant. His shocking blow actually completely blasted all the tree thorns into pieces in an instant. Wow! As if because his method was cracked, the willow tree demon went crazy again. No! The willow tree demon is angry! Seeing this scene, the geniuses all around looked horrified and retreated back one after another. Really, the moment everyone retreated, thousands of wicker branches actually burst into infinite blue light. In the vast blue light, the willow leaves that covered the sky emerged crazily, and in an instant they hit Yang Mucheng. Previously, it was the willow tree demon, which was like 1,000 arrows shooting out from the willow leaves, killing more than 70% of the talented people who broke into its territory. Now, the willow tree demon actually used his old tricks again and broke out again. But this time, its target was only Yang Mucheng. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will probably die from this blow. Right. Saw this scene, everyone just felt their scalps numb. However, the moment the willow tree demon made his move, Yang Mucheng seemed to have expected it. He made a seal with his right hand, and immediately, 3 crimson flame beads directly faced the willow leaves sweeping the world. Get up! Get up! Get up! Yang Mucheng's eyes widened sharply, and his hands kept forming seals in front of him. In an instant, the 3 crimson flame beads actually erupted into a shocking red light. The red light swept out from the sky, and the willow leaves shrouded in the light were burned to powder on the spot. Even under the shrouded light, the thick ice condensed on the ground seemed to melt at this moment. Rise! With another deep voice, the 3 crimson flame beads formed the shape of a glyph, and a sea of fire unexpectedly rose up, fiercely sweeping towards the willow tree demon. Boom! 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 Realizing that his willow leaves were shattered by the opponent, the willow tree demon's thick body began to squirm again. Just seeing the ground, it was shaking like crazy, and tree roots, like big dragons, were directly pulled out from the depths of the frost land. And then, they were fiercely slapped towards the red flame crazy pearl. Obviously, the willow tree demon wants to fly away these 3 red flame mad beads. Ha ha! You were fooled! Yang Mucheng raised his right hand, facing the tree root that was hitting hard, and pointed forward. Suddenly, the speed of the 3 red flame mad beads blasting forward suddenly increased. There was only a crackling sound, and the red flame crazy pearl actually exploded with terrifying power, blasting out with a devastating force. The tree roots, which looked like giant pythons and dragons, were broken by the blast on the spot. Under the terrifying flames, it was completely burned to ashes. Zitsidi, the huge willow tree demon crystal, made a piercing scream. Boom! Yang Mucheng took 1 step, and his whole body seemed to move instantly. And suddenly, he was above the willow tree demon. With almost no hesitation, he grabbed it with his big hand. Yang Mucheng directly ignored the more than 40 small ice crystals, and immediately grabbed the large ice crystal suspended in the center, exuding the brightest luster, and held it in his hand. Roar! At this moment, the rough trunk of the willow tree demon began to squirm crazily, forming a ferocious human face, and a horrifying scream erupted from that person's face. As the sound resounded, the spreading ripples could be clearly seen, sweeping out in all directions. No! Sound kill attack! Seeing the turbulent ripples, the expressions of the surrounding geniuses all changed drastically, and they fired wildly towards the back. At the same time, they poured their inner energy into their hands and covered their ears tightly. Some geniuses who were slow to react were swept away by this sound wave on the spot. And their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were shocked and blood was pouring out crazily. Boom! Roots that looked like big dragons and pythons were wildly pulled out from the earth by the willow tree demon. And under the frightened eyes, they formed a big hand hundreds of feet tall. Fingers, palms, joints, and fiber lines were all necessary, and they rushed in like a dark cloud. In an instant, they rushed to Yang Muching's head, and then slapped down, like the Tathagata Buddha suppressing the monkey. Huh? This shocking palm caused a sharp whistling sound, and even set off a hurricane visible to the naked eye on the spot. Those warriors who kept retreating felt as if they were hit hard by a shocking force. In an instant, one by one, vomiting blood, flew out and hit the ground heavily. However, these warriors did not bother to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths, but immediately looked towards the terrifying giant palm. Are you going to kill Yang Muchung with one palm? It's just looking for death. Just grab any ice crystal. You have to be greedy and grab the biggest crystal. Seeing this scene, many warriors present could not help but shout. Some people even secretly hated in their hearts that Yang Muchung not only killed themselves, but also caused disaster to them. Rumble. The terrifying giant palm, with infinite power, like lightning, suddenly flew over Yang Muchung, and struck down crazily with an attitude of suppressing everything, as if it was desperate. They beat Yang Muchung into a pulp. How dare you catch up and kill me? Okay, if that's the case, let me give up completely. Yang Muching's eyes narrowed, facing the giant palm that was photographed. He suddenly stopped in place. Chapter 1202 shocked everyone. What? Yang Muching's actions immediately caused the panicked geniuses all around to widen their eyes, and not believe what they were seeing. He stopped? Aren't you going to run away? This is... Faced with such a terrifying attack, instead of running away, he stood straight on the spot. His behavior made the geniuses around him extremely stunned for a moment. In the eyes of everyone, this tree demon's attack and speed were both unimaginable. Yang Muchung could not get any benefit from this furious tree demon, so he naturally gave up. Even the crazy willow tree demon was slightly startled when he saw Yang Muchung in this posture. Then he took a more ferocious posture and slapped Yang Muchung fiercely, as if he didn't intend to give him any chance. A chance to resist and struggle. Just as everyone was looking at it, just as the giant palm was taking the shot, Yang Muching's eyes suddenly opened angrily, and a breath of excitement surged out of his body, and his whole person seemed to be unsheathed. The magic weapon is sharp and arrogant. Facing the giant palm that was slapped down, he swung his right hand and grabbed the Xinyuan sword. With a sword in hand, I have the world. Then, raise your sword and chop. At this moment, it seemed that even time had stopped quietly. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, this shocking sword struck hard on the palm that Qitian slapped down. The huge and terrifying palm was easily cut into two halves under the Xinyuan sword, just like cutting tofu with a knife. The wrist-like tree root burst out with a sizzling green smelly liquid, until the huge palm crashed to the ground, making a dull loud noise. At this time returned to normal. Yang Muchung turned over gracefully, and fell slowly from midair. Then he looked at the willow tree demon slowly. Zitsidi. Amidst a sharp neighing sound, the willow tree demon tremblingly retracted the tree root that was pulled out of the ground, as if it was electrocuted. The rough human face on the tree trunk showed a hint of horror when it looked at Yang Muchung. Did you fight off this willow tree demon? Axiana rushed over in surprise, looking at the tree trunk that fell to the ground and the fearful willow tree demon, his beautiful eyes flashing with excitement. Not only Axianu, but the geniuses around him also widened their eyes, as if they had seen something incredible. He actually made this willow tree demon afraid. He can even take such a terrifying blow. Is he Yang Muchung? Which star is he from? Why have I never heard of his name? Notice, the reputation of some geniuses can be clearly spread like they are on a list. Therefore, for certain beings with strong strength and profound background, as long as they name them, many people will know them. But the existence of Yang Muchung is very strange. However, some people are more concerned about what kind of ice crystal Yang Muchung caught to make the willow tree demon so angry. Seem as if understanding everyone's thoughts, Yang Muchung slowly opened his palms under the expectant eyes of the pair. Suddenly, the largest ice crystal suddenly burst out with endless blue light. Everyone was shocked by this endless blue light. It's actually the biggest crystal. I didn't expect that he actually took away the largest ice crystal. No wonder the willow tree demon is so furious and goes out of his way to kill him. It seems that the Willow Tree Demon also wants to take back this crystal. But unfortunately, he is repelled by Yang Machung. Everyone couldn't help but shudder as they recalled the Willow Tree Demon's previous rage. That's them. There was no way to escape alive from such a horrific attack. Not to mention, he defeated the Willow Tree Demon and made the Willow Tree Demon afraid. It's actually the largest ice crystal. A trace of unconcealable envy and jealousy flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. He tried his best and only managed to grab the smallest crystal. However, who would have thought that this kid would catch the biggest crystal as soon as he took action? Although the geniuses around him were also envious, no one dared to snatch it from Yang Muching's hands. After all, Yang Muching's sword that cut off the Willow Tree Demon left a deep impression on everyone present. This crystal is enough to increase my cultivation by 30%. Feeling the power contained in the ice crystal, Yang Muchung secretly made a calculation in his mind. But Arsenal needs it too. If we can get all the remaining crystals, maybe we can also allow her to reach the late stage of Shahai. After all, these crystals with the meaning of extreme cold have several times, or even dozens of times the effect on ghost bodies, like Axianu than ordinary warriors. Of course, Yang Muchung would not just absorb crystals here openly. He didn't want to be suddenly attacked and die here inexplicably when he was concentrating on practicing. Take the crystal. He glanced forward, only to see that as the Willow Tree Demon retracted the tree roots, many talented people who were already full of fear became interested again. This is a good opportunity. Yes, the Willow Tree Demon's sword cut off half of the tree roots, and his vitality has been severely damaged. Although we can't get the biggest crystal, getting a small crystal can be considered a profit. The geniuses around looked at the Willow Tree Demon, and their eyes were filled with unspeakable greed without even realizing it. Obviously, in their eyes, this Willow Tree Demon is like a tiger with its teeth pulled out, and it no longer poses any threat to them. De Yang. Axiana was also aware of the actions of these geniuses, and quickly reminded them in a low voice. Don't worry about them. If these people step into the Willow Tree Demon's territory again at this time, they will be completely seeking death. Yang Muchung smiled faintly, under the surprised gaze of the former. He slowly shook his head and whispered. Explained? That's right. Although I cut off the roots of this Willow Tree Demon, and its vitality is severely damaged. But at this moment, it is like a furious lion, full of anger. At this time, provoking the Willow Tree Demon again is like provoking a volcano that is ready to erupt at any time. Once this volcano completely erupts, it will completely destroy all the beings that have intruded into its territory. Burn to ashes. With a faint smile, Yang Muchung glanced at the many talented people. But at this moment, he pulled Axianu back a few steps. Apparently, he was afraid that the Willow Tree Demon would explode and implicate them as well. Chapter 1203 Fighting the Willow Tree Demon again. The many geniuses were like groups of jackals, staring at the Willow Tree Demon standing in the center with blood-red eyes. After a moment of silence, they could no longer hold back the greed in their hearts, and suddenly burst out, like arrows from a string, rushing towards the Willow Tree Demon. Even Wang Xian, who had previously caught an ice crystal, was among them. Can they catch it like Yang Muchung? Axiana couldn't help but clenched his fists and looked forward nervously. This time, the Willow Tree Demon really seemed to have been seriously injured by Yang Muching's sword. Facing the roaring geniuses, he didn't even react at all. Could it be? Was it really scared by Yang Muchung? Here we go! Yang Muchung smiled faintly. What's the meaning? Some geniuses, who were not involved, raised their heads in surprise when they heard Yang Muching's meaningless words. However, the moment they looked up, they saw a scene they would never forget. Boom! The terrifying Willow Tree Demon suddenly exploded at this moment, and millions of willow branches swept in like an overwhelming force. Every wicker seemed to turn into a murderous sword at this moment, pressing down overwhelmingly. There are countless wicker branches, each of which has grown to a terrifying length of hundreds or thousands of feet. Just when countless prodigies rushed in, these growing wickers shot out like holes, like lightning. The speed of the willow bombardment was simply extremely fast. A burst of screams rang out. The genius in the territory was already penetrated in an instant. While these wicker sticks pierced Tianjia's body, the terrifying power endowed by the wicker directly tore Tianjia's body apart, completely turning it into ice powder. Then, under the shocking gazes, the wicker branches slowly retracted and returned to their original appearance. However, the originally blue wickers became as bright as blood jade after being stained with the blood of Tianjia's body. Along the willow leaves, blood dripped continuously. Kick! 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 This awe-inspiring sure hell made the talented people, who thought this willow tree demon was easy to bully, suddenly look horrified, and couldn't help but retreat towards the rear. This willow tree demon is completely furious. Anyone who breaks into its territory will suffer endless attacks. It's too powerful. Under such a violent attack, no one can stop it. Many talented people have fear flashing in their eyes. Apparently, the willow tree demon's frenzied killing attitude frightened each of them. Let's go too, Axenu whispered. In her opinion, the biggest treasure in this forbidden land was already in Yang Muqing's hands, so there was no need to stay here. Let's go! I haven't finished my work yet. Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. Whether it was the few remaining ice crystals, or the huge energy and blood of the willow tree demon, they were not reasons for him to give up so easily. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Muqing looked towards the willow tree demon again. His action immediately made the geniuses present widen their eyes in disbelief. What does he want to do? Is he still plotting against this willow tree demon? Greedy is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. This willow tree demon is obviously in a rage. Anyone who enters its territory will be strangled crazily. This time, if he goes in again, he will probably die there too. Although, Yang Muqing snatched the largest ice crystal from the willow tree demon in full view of everyone. But they didn't think that Yang Muqing could still succeed in this situation. Even Arsenal looked at him with worry. Yang Muqing said that if he gave the remaining ice crystal to Arsenal, he would definitely fulfill this promise. Boom! 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 Looking at Yang Muqing, who was looking at the willow tree demon, a shocking internal energy that was more than 1,000 meters high was already surging rapidly outside his body. At the same time as this inner energy exploded, a monstrous demonic shadow also flashed at the same time. Demon Festival. Under the pressure of such a terrifying aura, the expressions of all the geniuses around them changed dramatically, and they all retreated. The willow tree demon also seemed to be alert, and it immediately raised thousands of willow branches, and each willow tree increased the level of terror by thousands of feet. Boom! 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 However, it was different from before. Previously, only when you broke into the willow tree demon's territory would you be attacked by the other party. Now, this willow tree demon has taken the initiative for the first time. 18,000 wicker sticks, like the sword-handling skills of the masters of Kendo, suddenly shot in front of Yang Muqing. The slender wicker branches were still stained with blood stains that had not yet dried up. This terrifying posture and momentum seemed to tear Yang Muqing into pieces in an instant. Well done! Just when these 18,000 willow branches were about to completely wrap Yang Muqing took a step forward and summoned 36,000 famous swords. Clang! 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 Sword light filled the sky, bursting out from behind him, like a sea turning into hundreds of rivers. And countless famous swords, with sharp light, suddenly charged forward. Each famous sword was wrapped in Yang Muqing's overwhelming demonic energy, and his terrifying posture seemed to penetrate the void. Then, it collided hard with these 18,000 willow branches. Ding ding ding! A dense and piercing whistling sound, bursting and resounding. The 18,000 wicker sticks were actually chopped into pieces by the famous sword. And the famous sword, it continued unabated and shot towards the hole in front of it, as if it wanted to completely tear the willow tree demon into pieces. Ouch! After the willow branches were cut off, the willow tree demon suddenly let out a weird roar, and the countless willow branches on its body began to dance desperately. In fact, the dancing wickers blasted the air around them. Obviously, the willow tree demon was completely furious under Yang Muqing's counterattack. Wow! There was a vast and turbulent sound, and soon I saw countless willow sticks shot out from the willow tree demon cave. This time, the number was dozens of times more than before, and even the number was countless. The spot was like a sea water, and came down, crushing heavily. Boom! A loud and violent sound suddenly sounded. The 36,000 famous swords that were fired at the willow tree demon were knocked down from the sky one by one under the opponent's shocking attack. The shocking scene made everyone speechless in shock. In the second fight between this willow tree demon and Yang Muqing, he actually gained the absolute upper hand and completely suppressed Yang Muqing. Chapter 1204, Destroy. The power of the willow tree demon shocked everyone present. Many geniuses have classified this willow tree demon in their hearts as a group that should not be provoked. Just see After the willow branches all over the sky knocked down 36,000 famous swords from midair, they rushed towards Yang Mucheng at an undiminished speed. Hundreds of thousands of willow sticks surged, like a monstrous killing storm, wherever the willow sticks passed. Deep ravines were blasted out on the ground, and even the void was blasted open. Every wicker is like a rolling dragon, rampaging and unscrupulous. Bring it on! Yang Mucheng, who was locked by the willow tree demon and was in a willow storm, shouted in a deep voice, facing the willow tree demon's attack. He did not panic at all. Instead, he grabbed the Xinyuan sword in his hand and stepped forward. Boom! This moment, the fighting spirit burning in Yang Mucheng's body became more and more intense. The turbulent demonic shadow was like a flood breaking a bank. And in an instant, endless monstrous demonic energy surged out. This demonic energy first collided with the willow tree demon's surging demonic energy. Boom! 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 The two shocking breaths collided together like tides, and began to explode violently. In fact, the blast of air caused terrible ravines to form in the surrounding land. Feeling this shocking aura, the surrounding geniuses retreated back with dramatic changes in their expressions. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, did the exact opposite. He raised the Xinyuan sword, faced the hundreds of thousands of willow branches, and shot them out fiercely, in the endless air waves, under the demon god's sacrifice. Yang Mucheng used the speed sword style without any restraint, which was comparable to the terrifying killing moves unleashed by the willow tree demon's hundreds of thousands of willow branches. Even more so at the same time, Yang Mucheng grabbed it with his big hand, and 9,999 long swords made of demonic energy suddenly burst out from outside his body. And then he slashed with great force. Zitsatizi. A sharp scream burst out from the body of the willow tree demon. Green sap actually sprayed out from the chopped willow branches. It's like the blood spurting out when a blood vessel is cut off. Ouch! The furious willow tree demon trembled again. The next moment, more willow branches burst out with thousands of killing power, and shot at Yang Mucheng again. Apparently, the willow tree demon knew that the young men fighting it was really terrifying. If you have any reservations, you will definitely be killed by the opponent. When all the willow branches were blown out, its huge tree body started to shake rapidly. Then, an endless stream of blue light quickly burst out from the root of the tree, directly reaching the trunk, and finally passed to the willow branches and countless willow leaves. At this moment, a particularly terrifying chill erupted from the willow tree demon's body. Boom! 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 The terrifying coldness spread rapidly. In fact, the territory that had already been expanded to several thousand feet expanded to the surrounding area again at this moment. This whole world seems to be frozen. In fact, even the gazes of many geniuses looking at the willow tree demon seemed to be condensed at this moment. At this moment, Yang Mucheng's entire body was enveloped in this endless blue light. Destroy! However, Yang Mucheng, who was shrouded in this blue light, opened his eyes angrily, and a shocking roar broke out in his throat. Then, he swung the Xinyuan sword in his hand and slashed down with a shocking gesture. The overwhelming demonic energy seemed to rush down under this shocking sword, like a giant wave that turned 9 heavens upside down. Bang! 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 When countless willow branches came bombarded, they exploded spontaneously when they encountered the huge wave caused by the sword. In an instant, the thousands of willow sticks and billions of willow leaves were completely turned into powder and scattered with a crash under this mighty sword. Call! Then, Yang Mucheng's sword suddenly fell down like a violent storm. This sword directly chopped the willow tree demon from head to toe. Click! A crushing sound of breaking resounded loudly. This willow tree demon, which was more than 100 feet tall, was actually split into 2 halves by Yang Mucheng's mighty sword. At this moment, the willow tree demon that was split in half suddenly exploded. The broken willow branches turned into infinite blue light and completely disappeared into the void. The ice crystal that had always been occupied by the willow tree demon also lost control and slowly fell down, landing in Yang Mucheng's hands. Although, these small crystals are not as huge as the crystal Yang Mucheng obtained before, but it's also a rare treasure. Even when Yang Mucheng grabbed these crystals, he could feel the geniuses around him looking at him with extremely hot eyes. Take it, these crystals are enough for you to reach the late stage of Shahai. Yang Mucheng casually handed the crystal to Axianu. Axiana held the crystal with a look of astonishment on his face. She didn't expect that the treasure obtained by Yang Mucheng and the willow tree demon would be handed over to her casually. Since you follow me, I won't treat you badly. Yang Muchung smiled and patted Axianu on the head. This scene. The geniuses looking around were all extremely jealous. This is the ice crystal. A treasure that even the willow tree demon cares about. Even a small crystal can save years of hard work for these geniuses. However, now Yang Muchung snatched them all away. And not only that, but also gave them away to others casually. Although, these geniuses are extremely jealous and covet the Axiana crystal. But they don't have the guts to grab it. That was obtained by Yang Muchung by killing the willow tree demon. Yang Muchung can even kill the willow tree demon. But no matter how many of them there are, they will only die. Where should we go next? Arsenal raised his head and asked in a low voice. Next, should we go to the TNG plateau to take a look? Nowadays, many geniuses have gathered there. Presumably, there must be something on that plateau. We must go. But with our current cultivation, even if we go, we may not be able to take advantage of too many benefits. Why not absorb these ice crystals first? Yang Muchung played with the ice crystal in his hand. Ice crystal narrowed his eyes. When the time comes, even if I meet Ning Wudao and others, I will still be able to fight. Chapter 1205, a big opportunity. Ning Wudao. One of the top 10 talents that even Mr. Elegance attaches great importance to. Yang Muchung knew. There will inevitably be a confrontation between oneself and the other party. I am only in the late stage of Shanghai, and I am still far away from Nirvana, or even half-step Nirvana. There are really too few immortal martial arts that I can use, so it would be nice to get some more martial arts. Among the top 10 geniuses, in addition to Ning Wudao, there is Xiaoqing and several others. One of them has already gotten into trouble, and we have to do everything we can to improve our strength. With countless thoughts flashing through his mind, Yang Muchung and Ashian Nu flew away from this area. Half a day later, in a hidden cave. Outside the cave, there are many climbing vines. These vines perfectly cover the entire cave, making it difficult for people to discover. It's in this cave. Yang Muchung and Axianu are both practicing. After killing the willow tree demon, the willow tree demon's pure and huge energy and blood directly increased Yang Muchung's cultivation level in the later stage of Shanghai by 20%. Coupled with the ice crystal, it can at least increase the cultivation level to about 50%. It can be said, among the 9 forbidden areas, Yang Muchung has exclusive access to 2. The other side of the cave. Arsenal arranged the ice crystals in front of him in a magical manner. For Axianu, who has a ghost body, the effect of this most sinister thing on her is at least several times stronger than that of other warriors. With the pinching of the seal, the blue luster turned into thousands of strands and slowly gathered towards Axiana's body. While the two of them were practicing calmly in the cave, more than 40 to 50% of the geniuses in the entire star gathered on the sky plateau. This plateau seems to be blocked by a strange barrier in all directions. No one can get close to it no matter what. What on earth is it? Why can't you get in? The geniuses all around had strange expressions. This invisible barrier, no matter how high your cultivation level is or what methods you use, you can't break it, let alone enter it. Mr. Elegance is here! Mr. Elegance is here! Unexpected, there was a cry. However, they saw that Mr. Elegance, who had been observing the 100,000 talents, descended on the star and appeared in front of everyone. Wherever Mr. Elegance passed, countless geniuses were separated like the tide. Gentlemen, I dare to ask, why can I only see this sky plateau but not enter it? A genius couldn't help but said, yes, in the entire trial star, they can be allowed to enter even the most dangerous forbidden areas. Why is this skyline plateau inaccessible? Everyone looked at Mr. Elegance in confusion. This sky plateau is the place of trial I left behind. In this area, there are many weapons, martial arts, and magic weapons that I obtained when I conquered the stars. Mr. Elegance smiled lightly. Call. Hearing Mr. Elegance's words, all the geniuses present showed extremely envious expressions. Notice. Ordinary mortal things cannot be discerned by Mr. Elegance. If these things are obtained by him, even if they are used as rewards for many geniuses, they are probably not ordinary things. However, it is not that easy to enter this plateau. Those who join our divine sect must have great opportunities. If you don't even have the opportunity to enter the plateau. Big opportunity? To enter this sky-high plateau. Do you need a great opportunity? What exactly is the real opportunity? The geniuses present looked at each other for a while. Some people looked at Mr. Elegance with pleading eyes. But Mr. Elegance just smiled and closed his mouth. He has said enough. And to understand what he says requires great wisdom. As for getting the treasures in Tianji Plateau, it requires great perseverance. These 3 points exactly meet the 3 major requirements of Shinzong disciples. Could it be? At this time, a genius suddenly had an idea. He remembered that he had obtained a key fragment when he was hunting a certain big demon king. Holding the key fragment, he walked forward step by step. Boom! At this moment, a shocking beam of light erupted from the depths of the Tianji Plateau. This beam of light directly enveloped this genius. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the genius was absorbed into the plateau by this beam of light. Really? The key to entering Tianren Plateau is this key fragment. Immediately, the geniuses present all reacted. As long as you hold the fragment, you can enter this sky plateau. At the same time, this news spread like a whirlwind and reached everyone's ears. Just when everyone was fighting for the key fragments, Yang Mucheng finally absorbed the last bit of power in the ice crystal into his body. Just as he imagined, his cultivation reached 50% of the late stage of Shanghai, and he was only halfway to the peak of Shanghai. Too fast! It has only been half a year since I came to this trial star, and I have reached the late stage of the Divine Sea. If I were still in Kyushu, it would have taken at least 100 years. After all, the aura of Kyushu is too thin. At this time, Yang Mucheng truly realized the vastness of the entire starry sky. Mentioned Kyushu. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but frown. During his half-month practice, Mr. Yayo once sent him a message and told him that Xuanzong's people had been driven away. Xuanzong! Clenching his fists, Yang Mucheng could not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. These guys even came to Kyushu and even wanted to bloodbath the entire sect in Kyushu as revenge for me. If Mr. Elegance hadn't blocked Xuanzong's attack, Jiuzhou would have been razed to the ground by these people without any hindrance. Right. Correct. Narrow your eyes. Yang Mucheng's heart moved. An idea suddenly came to his mind. This idea, almost as soon as it appeared, spread uncontrollably throughout his mind. I want to subjugate the entire 9 provinces, and bring both good and evil into one. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Dacian dynasty dominated the 9 provinces. Today, I want to continue the glory of the Dacian dynasty. However, my current strength is not enough. You must at least reach Nirvana cultivation level before it is possible for the 2 paths of good and evil in Kyushu to merge into one. Call. Just when Yang Mucheng was thinking about countermeasures, suddenly, a shocking whirlwind quickly erupted from inside the cave. Countless breaths were rushing toward a certain place with a horrifying attitude at this moment. Thousands of strands of power poured into Asianu's body like a whirlpool. TSK. Under Yang Mucheng's gaze, Axianus slowly opened his eyes. Apparently, this period of hard training has made Asianu's cultivation reach the late stage of Shanghai. Although this level of cultivation is not high in this trial star, at least he has some means of self-protection. Next, it's time for us to go to Skyrim Plateau. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and looked into the distance. Chapter 1206 Ambush? Skyline Plateau. This is the highest plane among the entire trial stars. Only those who get the key fragment can enter it. However, there are only 365 fragments of the key, but the number of geniuses is more than 100,000. This huge quantitative deviation will inevitably prevent some people from entering the plateau. But some people do not forcefully pursue the great opportunities in this plateau. Because, although there are treasures left by Mr. Elegant in the plateau, there are also trials that are more terrifying than those in the forbidden area. They have not forgotten that only by surviving safely for a year in this trial star can they pass the first round of tests. But there are still some people who refuse to give up these great opportunities. Once those who hold the key fragments come to the Tianji Plateau, they will cause many geniuses to fight for it. Even, there are still some people who simply stay on the outskirts of this skyline plateau, waiting for the geniuses who hold the key fragments to fall into the trap. Although they have great opportunities, they are unable to protect them, which gives many talented people a headache. Just as Yang Mucheng was rushing towards the Tianji Plateau, there were 8 geniuses sitting there on the outskirts of the Tianji Plateau. These 8 geniuses formed a small team and were entrenched here. 6 of them have reached the late stage of the Divine Sea, and 2 have reached the peak of the Divine Sea. The strength of this kind of team is not considered to be strong among the entire trial stars, but it is better because of its large number of people, and ordinary geniuses would not dare to attack them. These people were entrenched at the entrance to the plateau, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, apparently waiting for prey. Boss Wu, do you think that if we are here, we can intercept the geniuses who enter Tianji Plateau and grab the key fragments from them? The speaker was a genius from the late stage of Shanghai. The boss Wu in his mouth was a warrior at the pinnacle of the divine sea. He glanced at the genius who spoke and smiled lightly. According to my observations during this period, those geniuses who got the key fragments were purely luck and strength. It doesn't matter. There are those who get the fragments in the later stage of Shahai, and there are also those who get the fragments in the half-step of Nirvana. We can't deal with those powerful beings, but we may not have the chance to attack those geniuses with low strength. As long as we can hunt down one person and obtain the key fragments, then we will make a lot of money. Listening to what these people mean, they clearly want to ambush here and seize the key fragments in the hands of those geniuses who pass by. After all, in the Tian Rim Plateau, there are many treasures that everyone dreams of. The late Shahai Tianju, who spoke earlier, grunted. However, even if we capture the key fragments, we may not be able to enter the interior of the plateau. The number of key fragments is too small, and the spread of this secret too late. As he was talking, the genius known as Boss Wu couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the geniuses who have the key fragments have all entered the plateau, and some powerful geniuses cannot win it. Even Ning Wudao didn't get it. Ning Wudao is furious. He has set up layers of defenses inside and outside the Tianji Plateau. Once any genius with the key fragment enters, he will not be able to escape his eyes. Even if we get the key fragment, we may not be able to break through. Ning Wudao's blockade breaks into the plateau. Everyone was talking, unable to hide their helplessness. Although Ning Wudao is only half-step into Nirvana cultivation, he is only 19 years old and his qualifications are higher than those geniuses who have reached Nirvana. He is one of the top 10 geniuses favored by Mr. Elegance. After he entered the trial star, he used various means to recruit a group of subordinates, forming a force that cannot be underestimated here. It can be said, now the portal to the Tianji Plateau is already controlled by Ning Wudao. While everyone was sighing, suddenly a gust of wind struck from afar. That is the Big Bone King in the middle stage of the Divine Sea? A genius raised his head and looked forward, and he couldn't help being a little stunned. He just saw that it was a huge bone dragon, flying slowly towards him. The bone dragon had a pair of broken wings, but its skeleton was crystal clear, as if carved from jade. What shocked everyone was that there were two figures, a man and a woman, standing on the head of this Big Bone King, who was in the middle stage of the Divine Sea. The young man was dressed in a long black robe, with a delicate face and an air of calmness and authority between his brows. The young girl was so beautiful and stunning that she stood unwaveringly behind Yang Maicheng, and the direction of these two people was heading towards the Tianji Plateau. It was Yang Maicheng and Axianu. Boss! Seeing this pair of peerless beauties, a genius in the team asked in a low voice. Do it! The being named Boss Wu said fiercely with a trace of ferocity in his eyes. Since they dare to fly towards the Tianji Plateau, they must have key fragments. We would rather kill 3,000 by mistake than let one go. Those two people are only at the late stage of Shahai, so our team can easily conquer them. Good. A deep and low shout sounded quickly. Without any hesitation, these 8 people took action directly, as if they had cooperated many times. These geniuses actually had an unimaginable tacit understanding. After a deep shout, 8 bursts of inner energy suddenly swept out. Then, these 8 internal energies merged into one in a swift and violent way. The terrifying forces were combined together crazily. Amidst a sharp whistling sound, a war gun that was more than several thousand feet quickly formed. And then it headed toward the sky crazily with an attitude of blasting through the void. Shoot through the hard hole. He aimed hard at the head of the war slave, who was flying leisurely. Boom! This sudden attack made Yang Maicheng and Xian Nu in the sky stunned for a moment. They had no idea that someone would dare to hide here and ambush them secretly. Rise! Xian Nu made a sweet sound and stepped hard with the sole of his foot. The war slave, who was also stunned by the surprise attack, suddenly came back to his senses. The huge wings flapped rapidly, carrying a shocking wind on the spot, constantly rising into the sky. After turning around violently, he managed to avoid the sudden attack from the 8 geniuses. Hey! How dare you ambush me? Yang Maicheng put his hands on his back and stood on the head of the war slave. And at a glance, he saw the 8 geniuses who were trapped. Leave it to me! Just when Yang Maicheng was about to take action, Axiana stopped him. After entering this trial star for so long, my cultivation has also grown a lot. Now it's my turn to take action. Alright. Yang Maicheng looked at Axianu, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Chapter 1207, If someone offends me, I will eradicate it. Seeing that Yang Muchung agreed to play, Arsenal breathed a sigh of relief. How could she tolerate herself being a dragster and following Yang Muchung without any effect? Now that she is going to fight, she must completely clear the obstacles for Yang Muchung who dare to stop him. Call. Driving the war slave, Axiana slowly flew down. Her eyes were directly locked on the 8 geniuses hiding in the dark, and her clear voice resounded loudly. How dare you, a young man, to attack secretly? Come out if you have the ability. Today, Asianu, will deal with you and completely kill you. These hidden rats. Do you dare to take on this battle? Axiana's words immediately shocked the 8 geniuses below. They were shocked just now because the other party escaped a sudden attack. Now that they finally came to their senses, they were shocked again by Axiana's words. To know, Axianu only has the cultivation level of the late stage of Shanghai. You two should come together. The genius named Wu Boss jumped out from his hiding place and looked at Yang Muchung. You little bitch. You are no match for me. Tongue! 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 At this time, the talented people hiding in the dark also appeared one by one. After they appeared, they immediately sealed off all directions. That's right. You can only be considered lucky to have avoided our attacks earlier. Hand over the key fragments, and maybe we can let you leave here. Otherwise, Waves of ridicule sounded quickly. Apparently, they didn't think that only Arsenal, who was in the late stage of Shanghai, could make any big waves. Chong! Axiana took out the Mingyu war gun, and a pair of beautiful eyes fell on Boss Wu. His waist-length hair was flying crazily behind him, and the surging evil spirit was growing desperately. Axiana's gesture made everyone sneer. You're really stubborn. In that case, I will kill you first, and then kill that pretty boy, Boss Wu said in a deep voice. They obviously regarded Yang Muchung as a pretty boy being protected by Arsenal. Call out! Call out! As soon as he finished speaking, 2 geniuses rushed towards Arsenal, one on the left and the other on the right. One of the geniuses, while flying, suddenly formed a seal with his hands in front of his body. He took a deep breath and spit out thousands of flames. Boom! 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 As soon as these thousands of flames appeared, they quickly crossed the void and headed towards Xiannu. The terrifying temperature contained in each flame is enough to burn the space into void. Even a drop of firelight dripped down, burning the earth into a terrifying deep pit. The other genius, relying on his extraordinary speed, directly attacked and killed Axianu. Chong! At the same time, the genius shook his right hand, and a red sword appeared in his palm. The hands rotated, as if heavenly fire had descended, and the world-burning fire exploded and slashed down with a sudden slash. The 2 geniuses took action at the same time, completely sealing the void. Apparently, they want to completely kill Arsenal with one blow. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. Although this kind of move cannot kill Axianu, who has a ghost body, it will also seriously damage Axiana's vitality. If Arsenal is unable to stop him, he will definitely help. Just when the attack between the 2 sides was about to hit Axiana's body, Axiana swung his right hand, and the surging evil spirit was already injected into the Mingyu battle gun. The next moment, a shocking blue burst colorful light bursts out directly from the void. Pop! Pap! Pap! Each ray of blue light blasted towards a blaze of fire. Only bursts of bursting sounds were heard, and those fireballs that were enough to burn through the void were actually extinguished by Xiannu. At the same time that Axiana took action, the sword light of another genius also struck suddenly. Axiana didn't panic at all. She tapped her toes and Jiannu immediately connected with her. Without any hesitation, his wings suddenly spread out, and he flew out with Jiannu into the void, narrowly avoiding the knife. What? The prodigy who wielded the sword obviously didn't expect that Axiana's movements were so sharp, and he didn't react for a while. But the next moment, Arsenal's counterattack had already begun. Boom! The huge war slave, like a falling meteorite, suddenly fell from the sky. Its sharp claws directly grabbed the genius with the knife and crushed it completely. At the same time, with undiminished momentum, he suddenly charged in front of another prodigy who was taking action. The Mingyu war spear suddenly pointed out, directly piercing the opponent's eyebrows. In just a short moment of fighting, the 2 geniuses met each other and were killed by Axiana on the spot. The 2 corpses suddenly fell from the sky, and the boss stared with his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that they actually died in the hands of Axianu. This moment, Boss Wu felt cold all over, and it was only then that he understood why Axiana dared to step forward alone to deal with their ambush. That girl and the bone dragon beneath her, once they join forces, can explode with strength comparable to the peak powerhouses of the Divine Sea. What was even more frightening was the young man who never made a move. His steady posture made everyone present feel numb. You win. Boss Wu knew that this time they had hit a brick wall, so he wisely chose to surrender. We offended you, and you also killed our companions. Why don't we just let it go? Of course, if we want to fight, we are not afraid of you. There are still 6 of us here. If we attack together, no matter how strong you are, you may not be able to withstand it. After he finished speaking, he added, this time the kick hit the iron plate, which was something they didn't expect. But now that the matter has come to this, we can only stop in time to avoid fighting and hurt both sides. After all, even after losing the target of Yang Machung, there may be other holders of key fragments coming here. There is no need for them to hang themselves on a tree. Stop and make peace? Axiana did not expect that the other party would surrender so decisively and simply, and cast doubtful eyes on Yang Machung. Yang Machung shook his head and said calmly, I will not offend others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will cut them off. Kill them. Leave no one behind. What? Hearing these words, everyone present, including Boss Wu, couldn't help but look startled. Only then did they understand. It turns out that the being he provoked was not a piece of iron, but a ferocious beast that chose people to devour. When facing him, you either just cower. Otherwise, you have to pay an absolute price. Chapter 1208, Death? How brave! Boss Wu and others suddenly came back to their senses from the shock. We just don't want to fight fearlessly. If that's the case, then we'll kill you first. Boss Wu was furious. He shouted loudly, and shot directly towards Yang Machung Cave along with the remaining geniuses. To capture the thief. Capture the king first. Only by killing this young man can they escape. As this young man was only in the late stage of Shahai, Boss Wu was confident that he would not be able to take a full blow from so many of them. Humph! Take action on me? There was a hint of a smile on Yang Machung's face. He raised his hand, and an invisible force suddenly blasted towards the 6 people. Not good! Although Yang Machung's gesture of raising his hand was understated. When it fell, it was as if the river was overturned and dark clouds covered the sun. At this moment, Boss Wu was trembling all over. He was startled, and quickly took out something from his arms, and offered it toward the front. Hearing a bang sound, the thing exploded and turned into a sheet of golden light, blocking him in front of him. Boom! The energy suddenly hit the golden light, like waves hitting the rocks. Large air waves followed the shield composed of golden light, and staggered directly from both sides. It has to be said that Boss Wu's reaction speed was fast enough, and his 5 brothers were hit by this terrifying energy on the spot before they came back to their senses. Time. The 5 people who had rushed into the air suddenly trembled. Like a small boat in a strong wind and huge waves, they were directly swept away by this energy, and they were smashed into the air and hit the ground heavily, making a shocking muffled sound. When Boss Wu looked at it, his hair stood on end. His 5 brothers' hearts were completely shattered by this burst of energy, and they were already dead before they even landed on the ground. Can you stop me with this? Yang Machung narrowed his eyes and sneered. He flicked his finger, and a fingerprint blasted out. There was a boom sound, and the large golden light shattered in shock. The fingerprint remained unabated, and hit Boss Wu with a dong sound, knocking him down from midair. He's not dead yet? Yang Machung raised his eyebrows. Naturally, he could tell that while Boss Wu was bombarding his body with fingerprints, he twisted his body with all his strength to avoid the vital points, and thus avoided death. But he killed a person at the peak of Shahai, and made 2 consecutive shots, but was dodged by the opponent, which made Yang Machung a little angry. Taking 1 step forward, he suddenly emerged from the void, and came to the front of Boss Wu. Seeing this scene, Mr. Wu felt cold all over, and couldn't help but shiver. With almost no hesitation, he turned over, fell to his knees and shouted, Brother, have mercy on me! Brother, have mercy on me! Are you going to Tianji Plateau? I advise you not to go. Boss Wu's kowtow and beg for mercy did not make Yang Machung stop killing the opponent. However, the other party's next words made Yang Machung raise his eyebrows, and stop his movements to kill him directly. Say! Yang Machung narrowed his eyes, looked at the pale-faced Boss Wu, and said calmly, If you can't give me an answer that satisfies me, I will kill you. Boss Wu dared to hide anything and said quickly. You can't go to the TNG plateau now. And you can't go there. The entire plateau has been occupied by Ning Wudao. Anyone who enters the plateau will be targeted by Ning Wudao's people. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Ning Wudao? Boss Wu knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head, and said quickly. That's right. It's Ning Wudao. The TNG plateau has been completely blocked by him. There are various treasures left by Mr. Elegance during his battle. But if you want to enter, you need key fragments. Those are key fragments that can only be obtained by people with great opportunities. But Ning Wudao didn't get it. So he could only block the TNG plateau and hunt down the geniuses who had the key fragments. If you want to go there now, you will definitely not be able to avoid Ning Wudao's eyes. After Boss Wu finished speaking, he knelt on the ground. How could he dare to be as arrogant and unruly as before? His mind was full of regrets. And he even secretly hated himself for not having the eyesight to mess with such a terrifying existence. Xiao Feng whispered, bringing with him a feeling of wildness. Yang Mucheng stood there. Boss Wu knelt for more than half an hour without hearing Yang Mucheng's voice. He couldn't help but raise his head, only to realize that Yang Mucheng had already left. Huh? Save your life! Boss Wu slowly got up and found that his whole body was soaked in cold sweat just now. Who is this young man, and how can he have such terrifying strength? By the way, he is Yang Mucheng. The wind howled. The two left the ambush place and did not turn around to leave. Instead, they rushed towards the Tianrim Plateau with unabated strength. Are we really going? It's not like Axiana didn't know that Ning Wudao was terrifying. He was originally looking for you. And now you break into the TNG Plateau with a key fragment. For Ning Wudao. Wouldn't it be a piece of fat that comes to Ning Wudao's door? He wants to kill me. Why don't I want to kill him? On the head of the war slave, Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and let the strong wind blow, making his clothes rustle. Hearing Arsenal mention this name, he couldn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. When he first entered this trial star, he wanted to take action against me. If Xiaoqing hadn't stopped him, he might have already taken action against me. Now that my cultivation has reached the late stage of Shahai, even if you deal with him, you won't be afraid of him. I must enter TNG Plateau. If anyone dares to stop me, I will kill them. Asiana felt his whole body tremble when he heard Yang Mucheng's solemn words. She could foresee it. When Yang Mucheng and Ning Wudao defend each other, what a scene it will be for these two geniuses. Report. When the war slaves entered the Tianrim Plateau, they had already been known to others. A genius at the pinnacle of the divine sea quickly arrived at the entrance of the TNG Plateau, and his loud voice spread loudly. Someone broke into Skyrim Plateau. Oh! Surrounded by many geniuses and stars. If not Ning Wudao, who else could it be? He raised his eyebrows, a trace of amusement on his face. Since I blocked the Skyrim Plateau, no one has come to break through the blockade I established. Who is this blind boy? Ning Wudao asked lightly, an attitude that did not take it into consideration at all. The spy who came to report gave a deep voice and said, the person coming is Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng? This name immediately made Ning Wudao, who looked leisurely and contented, narrow his eyes, and his pupils flashed with a hint of murderous intent. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will have no choice but to fall into H.L. Yang Mucheng. Since you are here to die, let me help you. Chapter 1209, Entering the Plateau. The news that Yang Mucheng was going to break into TNG Plateau spread like a hurricane. After Ning Wudao sealed off the entire plateau, those geniuses who coveted the treasures on the plateau had no choice but to give up. After all, they had no confidence in breaking through Ning Wudao's blockade and breaking into the plateau. But now, someone actually wants to break into the TNG Plateau, which naturally attracts the attention of countless people. Of course, this was also when those people learned that the genius who had conquered the plateau was actually Yang Mucheng. Someone actually wants to break into TNG Plateau today. The geniuses all around were spreading the news wildly. Moreover, the intruder turned out to be Yang Mucheng. Oh! No matter how calm the warrior is, he can't help but be shocked when he hears these words. Yang Mucheng dared to venture into the TNG Plateau. Wouldn't this mean that he would die? Ning Wudao had been chasing him. Later, due to the emergence of the TNG Plateau, Ning Wudao shifted his focus. Now that Yang Mucheng has ventured into the TNG Plateau, wouldn't this mean that he has obtained the key fragment? Ning Wudao must kill him no matter what. How could a genius who could enter the trial star be an idiot? They quickly analyzed the current situation. However, I am very curious about who this Yang Mucheng is. There is humanity. Yes. This sentence caused everyone present to raise some questions. As long as there are famous geniuses, they have more or less heard of fame. Only this Yang Mucheng seemed to have appeared from a wild and remote place. And none of these people had heard of the other's name. And just such an existence dared to challenge Ning Wudao, one of the top 10 geniuses, and even asked Xiaoqing, who was also one of the top 10 geniuses, to help. Just this little thing made everyone curious. Does Yang Mucheng have absolute confidence in daring to venture into the Tianji Plateau? Suddenly, many geniuses were shocked. If it were them, facing such a pursuit, they would be tempted to hide, like a shrunken turtle. How could they dare to be like Yang Mucheng and take the initiative to seek death? Impossible. Yang Mucheng has only reached the late stage of Shanghai. Not only can he not be able to fight against Ning Wudao, who has half-stepped into nirvana, he may not be able to deal with the several Shanghai masters under Ning Wudao. He is so if you go, won't you die? With just a slight push away, everyone was able to deduce the current situation. Maybe. Then Yang Mucheng also has some tricks up his sleeve? Yes. Since he dares to go, he must have certain strength. Let's go take a look. Yes. Look at how Yang Mucheng faces Ning Wudao. For a time, those geniuses who heard the news rushed towards the Tianji Plateau. These geniuses want to see what kind of person Yang Mucheng is, who dares to confront Ning Wudao, and whether he is like the existence in the rumors, only in the later stage of Shanghai. As for whether Yang Mucheng can compete with Ning Wudao, it is not among their considerations at all. Skyline Plateau. The wind was howling, and the wind, full of the state of wilderness, passed quickly, bringing with it a murderous intention of armed and iron horses. The leader, Ning Wudao, stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. Behind him are the many geniuses who were conquered by him. The surroundings were even more crowded with people watching the fun. Will you really come? Yes. After all, he only has the cultivation level of the later stage of Shanghai. Are you afraid that as soon as you show up, you will be killed by Ning Wudao? As time passed by, Yang Mucheng had not yet appeared. But this made the people present couldn't help but start talking. Some people even suspected that Yang Mucheng might have been so frightened that he had fled long ago when he learned that Ning Wudao had laid such a huge battle for him. Call. At this moment, a roaring sound resounded. From a distance, it was a phantom flying rapidly. At first it was still where the sky and the earth met, but in the blink of an eye it was getting closer and closer. Everyone looked forward and saw that those flying over were Yang Mucheng and Axiana, who were driving the war slaves. Weren't they? Is that the Skyrim Plateau? When the war slave flew up to this area, a sense of emptiness and wilderness quickly came to his mind. There are ravines running through it, stretching for thousands of miles and spreading out. But what caught Yang Mucheng's attention the most was Ning Wudao and others who had already blocked the entire plateau. Axianu, take the war slaves and hide in Juzeling first. Looking at the densely packed figures, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. You may not be able to handle this battle, although they may not be able to kill you directly. Every time your ghost body is blasted to pieces, there will be considerable damage. All right. Arsenal couldn't help but sigh. She also knew that these people were too powerful, including the peak of the Divine Sea, the perfection of the Divine Sea, the Grandmaster of the Divine Sea, and even half-step Nirvana. However, at this moment, he saw Ning Wudao standing in front of the plateau, smiled coldly, and waved his right hand. Do it! Although the faint voice was very small, it was like thunder. This awe-inspiring order caused the warriors on the Tianji Plateau to look over one after another. I saw. Several geniuses took a step forward. Buzz. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the void suddenly became sticky like the misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River. Infinite spiritual energy gathered together, like ropes. Hundreds of ropes rushed forward like crazy snakes. And in an instant, the 20-meter-sized bone dragon was wrapped into a rice dumpling. Roar! The war slave let out a sharp roar and flapped his wings rapidly, trying to break free from this terrifying shackles. But the genius smiled coldly and poured his surging inner energy into the spiritual energy rope. Suddenly, the ropes that were as soft as spiritual snakes became harder than steel in an instant. And at the same time, a shocking force exploded. Crack! The crystal-clear bones of John Slave's body, as if they were carved out of jade, could be easily broken like a hemp rod. And this sudden burst of power, in an instant, directly forcibly dragged the war slave down from midair. Call! A piercing whistling sound resounded crazily. The huge war drum crashed down like a meteorite falling from the sky. Boom! At this moment, the entire Tianji plateau suddenly trembled, as if a small earthquake had erupted, as countless dust billowed up. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, Xian Nu and Zhang Nu turned into two white rays of light, and were included in the Juzi order. In the rolling dust, the indifferent-looking Yang Mucheng came with his hands behind his back. Chapter 12-10-1 against 10,000. Rolling dust covered the sky and covered the sun, spreading everywhere like rolling waves. As a figure slowly approached, the dust in the sky separated by itself. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yang Mucheng? Therefore, one person can face thousands of people without fear in his heart. At this moment, Yang Mucheng didn't look like he was coming to break through the Ningwudao blockade. He looked as leisurely and content as if he was wandering in his own back garden. Is that Yang Mucheng? The appearance of Yang Mucheng immediately made the surrounding geniuses stand on their tiptoes to take a look. When they saw Yang Mucheng's face clearly, they couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. On the huge plateau, there are countless talented people, but it seems that only Yang Mucheng can make the sound of his footsteps. Ningwudao, we meet again! Yang Mucheng stopped and looked ahead with a smile. Yang Mucheng, if I were you, I would treat myself like a turtle hiding in a corner. I didn't expect you to dare to show up. More than 100 feet apart, Ningwudao walked with his head held high. His gaze was like a god in the sky, looking down at the ground like an ant. Full of condescension, he looked at Yang Mucheng with disdain. At the beginning, if An Shaoqing hadn't spoken out to stop you, I would have slapped you to death. How could I have allowed you to be alive and kicking in front of me? Yang Mucheng, why don't you kneel down? You dare to confront Mr. Ning. Surrendering is your only way out. Hand over the key fragments, and maybe there will be a way for you to survive. Otherwise, you will definitely die. As soon as An Shaoqing finished speaking, there was a burst of ridicule from all around. It was as if the people present regarded Yang Mucheng as a turtle caught in an urn. On one side, there are thousands of geniuses. On one side, but alone, no matter who it is, everyone can predict the final result of this kind of battle. This is Yang Mucheng. Before I met him, I thought he was some kind of brave and powerful person. I didn't expect him to be this kind of guy. It's really disappointing. Not to mention fighting against Ningwudao. It's as one of these subordinates can drown him with just one mouthful of foam. A genius who was watching the battle couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Yeah, I really don't know. Who gave him the courage to break into the Tianji plateau? Ningwudao originally wanted to kill him, but now Yang Mucheng has the key fragment. This time he has trouble getting wings. Run away! Another genius nodded. Sometimes practitioners need courage, but unnecessary courage is just idiotic. Everyone looked ahead, not optimistic about Yang Mucheng. Xian Lai! Ningwudao turned his eyes and looked at the genius next to him, and said calmly, Catch this kid alive! I want him to kneel in front of me. If he doesn't obey, I can cut off his limbs, break it. Ningwudao's faint voice was filled with a fierce murderous intention, which made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. The genius named Xian Lai was dressed in a smart outfit and had a short sword on his waist. I saw him nodding heavily at Ningwudao and stepping forward. With just such a simple action, the originally peaceful plateau was suddenly filled with a strong bloodthirsty aura. It seemed that even the smell of blood could not be concealed in the air. Ningwudao, you'd better come in person. This kind of thing is not worthy of me to take action. Seeing Xian Lai, Yang Mucheng said lightly. Boom! Yang Mucheng's words immediately caused a stir in the surrounding area, and everyone's eyes widened. Although Xian Lai was not the strongest among the geniuses under Ningwudao, his bloodthirsty intention was not inferior to any of them. Compared with others, Xian Lai's talent is not high, but with his excellent sword skills, he stood out from the stars. It can be said that he walked on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But now, he is looked down upon by Yang Mucheng. Court death! Xian Lai's eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation. This was the first time that he had been treated with such unrelenting contempt by others. With a pop sound, he grasped the blade of the knife with his palm. At this moment, the strong blood-evil energy in his body could not help but surge, as if it was suppressed to the extreme like a volcano. Everyone present could predict that once this bloody evil energy breaks out, it will definitely be like a turbulent sea. Ha ha! Yang Mucheng, don't underestimate Xian Lai. He is at the pinnacle of the divine sea. It is enough to kill you. Clang! Before he finished speaking, Xian Lai also made a move in shock. At this moment, a burst of dazzling sword light erupted on the Tianji plateau. Xian Lai followed the sword and struck directly with the sword. slashing out a 120-foot shattering sword light in the air. The light of the sword, which was about 100 feet long, was like falling starlight. It fell suddenly and violently, and pounced on Yang Mucheng like a tiger descending from the mountain. Yang Mucheng stood there and shook his head, looking uninterested. Seeing Xianlai take action, he waved his right hand casually. Boom! In an instant, a shocking energy surged forward, rushing forward crazily. This energy was like a strong wind passing by, bursting out with a shocking roar. Boom! A shocking explosion resounded across the plateau. The sword light, that seemed capable of cutting everything, was like a raging flood, and with a casual wave of Yang Mucheng's hand, it was Mount Tai that nailed the universe. When the arrogant flood hit Mount Tai hard, this flood not only failed to wash away the reef of Mount Tai, but actually smashed me to pieces. What? Xianlai's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe that his full-strength sword was shattered by Yang Mucheng's casual swing. Before he could recover, Yang Mucheng's overwhelming energy suddenly struck him. Crack! A crisp sound quietly resounded through the void. Xianlai's body trembled suddenly, and immediately he saw a deep palm print on his chest, and a palm print stood out at the opposite position. Xianlai spurted out a mouthful of blood, and Xianlai's body erupted with a crackling sound. It was obvious that all the bones in his body had burst, and its figure was like a kite with its string broken, flying backwards. Before the person even landed on the ground, he was already dead. And Yang Mucheng's casual wave of energy was like a wild dragon crossing a river, creating a ferocious ravine on the ground, extending from Yang Mucheng's feet to the feet of Xianlai's body. I said it a long time ago. If you send someone like this to fight me, wouldn't you be courting death? Yang Mucheng shook his head and retracted his right hand with a calm expression, as if the person he killed was not a genius at the pinnacle of the divine sea, but a small insect that he casually crushed to death. Chapter 1211. Show off your power. Quiet. The vast plain was filled with deathly silence, except for the sound of gasping for air. Everyone's eyes were widened, and they looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. Previously, this guy laughed at the fact that Xianlai said by Ning Wuda was no match. Everyone thought that he didn't know how high the sky was, and that he might not even be able to withstand Xianlai's moves. But who knew? Now it is just the opposite. This Xianlai's full blow could not resist Yang Mucheng's casual blow. On the Tianji Plateau, many geniuses looked at Yang Mucheng, and then at Xianlai, who was lying on the ground completely soundless. There was only shock and disbelief in their eyes. You actually killed Xianlai with just one move? Yang Mucheng's strength is really great. Yeah. No wonder he dared to come to Tianji Plateau alone. After a moment, words of astonishment, shock, and disbelief came from all directions. Yang Mucheng was able to kill Xianlai in one move. This was not only something that Ning Wudao did not expect, but also something that no one expected. Ning Wudao was slapped in the face on the spot, and I'm afraid he will appear in person next. A genius looked at Ning Wudao, whose face was almost gloomy and was about to drip with water, and said in a deep voice. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone sneered. Ning Wudao took action personally? You think too highly of Yang Mucheng. He killed Xianlai with one move, which was beyond everyone's expectations. But with just this, it's not enough for Ning Wudao to take action personally. However, he may be in big trouble if he angers Ning Wudao this time. Yang Mucheng. Ning Wudao squinted his eyes. A pair of black and white eyes filled with coldness. Since he dared to send Xianlai, he must have thought that Xianlai had the ability to kill Yang Mucheng. But now, this Xianlai is not even Yang Mucheng's enemy. For him, isn't this a slap in the face? Sure, Tian. Go! After Yang Mucheng killed Xianlai with one move, Ning Wudao still did not go on stage in person, but called out another genius. Boom! This genius has disheveled hair and a thin figure. His body is filled with the same aura as Xianlai, but this bloody aura is many times stronger than Xianlai. When he heard Ning Wudao's words, his inner energy shook, and he flew out of the crowd and came to Yang Mucheng's side. Just the gesture of this stone flying across the sky is many times more powerful than the previous Xianlai, falling in front of Yang Mucheng. Shi Tian looked at Yang Mucheng with a pair of wild wolf-like eyes, full of surprise. Yang Mucheng, your strength is really surprising. You can actually kill Xianlai with one move. However, there are too many people who can kill Xianlai with one move. Do you think that with this kind of strength, you can challenge Master Ning? You only have the late stage of Shanghai, but I have Shanghai Grandmaster. The difference in strength between the two of us is as big as clouds and mud. As soon as Shirtian appeared, he did not take action directly like Xianlai did before, but used words to shake Yang Muqing's original intention. This kind of person is more terrifying than Xianlai. If Xianlai is a jackal, then Shirtian is a deadly poisonous snake. Another one comes out to die. Yang Muqing glanced at Shirtian and said calmly. Boom! As soon as these words came out, the geniuses on the Tianji Plateau once again became excited. In their view, Ning Wudao's dispatch of Grandmaster Shanhai Shirtian this time was tantamount to bringing an end to Yang Muqing's life and bringing his arrogance to an end. But Yang Muqing's words shocked everyone. He actually doesn't even pay attention to Grandmaster Shanhai. Does Ning Wudao really have to take action to deal with him? This Yang Muqing only has the cultivation level of the late stage of Shanhai. Who gave him the courage and guts to challenge a Shanhai Grandmaster? In the late stage of Shanhai, facing the Shanhai Grandmaster, this is a situation where defeat is inevitable. This is almost the iron law of Xianmin. But, today, because of the appearance of Yang Muqing, it began to waver, facing Shirtian's leisurely and careless attitude. Everyone present doubted that Yang Muqing had the means to deal with him. Court death! Seeing that Yang Muqing didn't care about him at all, Shirtian roared. He clenched his fists, and huge internal energy swept out of his body. The contending air waves directly reached a terrifying level of 888 meters, and his whole person was wrapped in this shocking air wave. And then his whole body was already carrying this terrifying momentum. And he rushed towards Yang Muqing crazily. Yang Muqing, if you dare to look down on me, watch how I will crush you to ashes. The crazy charging attitude made Shirtian like a raging ancient Tyrannosaurus, charging and unscrupulously. And everything along the way was unceremoniously smashed. Countless exploding rocks were like cannonballs being fired, with holes shooting out in all directions. This horrifying gesture shocked the surrounding geniuses, and without any hesitation, they quickly flew towards the rear. Then, just when he saw that before Shirtian could rush in front of Yang Muqing, he suddenly bent down and punched the ground directly. Crack! Shocking explosions resounded wildly. Along his iron fist, a burst of dazzling red light spread out crazily, and the ground exploded. One of the cracks was more like a mad dragon in the abyss, roaring towards Yang Muqing's position, rushing away like crazy. What a powerful punch! Feeling the vibration of the ground beneath their feet, the geniuses watching the battle couldn't help but be surprised. This crack spreads hundreds of meters directly, and the sudden explosion makes you caught off guard and completely torn apart by the incoming force. And the person who makes the move is hundreds of meters away, making it impossible for you to avoid or hide. Just when everyone was shocked, they saw Yang Muqing facing Shirtian's shocking punch, smiling faintly, and rising into the sky. Snort! Do you think you can avoid my attack? Seeing Yang Muqing avoiding him, Shirtian's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. His 5 fingers that were grabbing at the ground suddenly grabbed it. Boom! At this moment, the entire earth suddenly exploded. In an instant, the ground on the plateau shook violently, as if there was a big dragon hidden in the ground. And this big dragon was rolling its body. The dragon turned around and erupted with a shocking roar, which actually exploded the surrounding ground on the spot. Thousands of huge rocks shot towards Yang Muqing like angry arrows. Chapter 12:12 Powerful means too strong. Seeing Shirtian's shocking move, everyone present couldn't help but have this thought. I am afraid that the entire plateau will be completely torn apart by him. The large rocks blasted out were like rain all over the sky, sweeping towards Yang Muqing. Every giant rock is filled with extremely pure inner energy, enough to kill any powerful person in the divine sea. Little tricks! Yang Muqing waved his right hand lightly. Hula! A shocking howling sound suddenly sounded like a strong wind passing by. And then one could see that when the huge rock was swept by the strong wind, it seemed as if it hit an invisible barrier, and instantly collapsed on the spot. Come on! Yang Muqing! You dare to make fun of me when you are about to die! You dare to say that my moves are trivial! Look at this move again! Shirtian's eyes opened angrily, and a burst of horrifying murderous intent erupted from his pupils. At the same time, he stamped his feet heavily on the ground. In an instant, countless rocks rolled up crazily, transforming into a ferocious stone dragon in the eyes of everyone. This stone dragon was thousands of feet long. When it appeared, it covered the sky and the sun, and its power was like a tide. Boom! At the same time, Shirlong let out a shocking roar, rose into the sky, and rushed towards Yang Muqing. This shocking speed even brought up a terrible strong wind, which blew the geniuses around. staggering one by one. Not good! Although, this is a stone dragon. Although the target of this stone dragon is not other geniuses, but on the plateau. The talented people watching the battle couldn't help but feel a shocking pressure. When facing this stone dragon, it is like a herd of beasts facing a king of beasts. They can't help but be afraid from the bottom of their hearts. And they can't help but want to kneel down and surrender. This time, I'm afraid Yang Macheng is doomed. Feeling the terror of this stone dragon, all the geniuses couldn't help but have such an idea in their hearts. However, when they looked at it, they couldn't help but be shocked. But when he saw Yang Macheng facing Shilong, he showed no fear at all. He clenched his right hand in the air and slashed downwards. TSK, TSK, TSK! Time. There was a sharp and harsh sound, and a sword energy that looked like by linear struck down from the air, directly hitting Shilong's head. This stone dragon, which was feared by countless people, was chopped from head to tail by Yang Macheng on the spot with a sword. It turned into countless rubbles and crashed to the ground. So strong! No matter what kind of attack Shirtion unleashes, he can easily smash it to pieces. Could this be Yang Macheng's true strength? I saw Yang Macheng split the stone dragon with his sword. The geniuses on the Tianji Plateau couldn't bear it any longer, and all screamed in surprise. They had no good way to deal with this terrifying attack. But it was easily chopped into pieces by Yang Macheng's sword. The strength that Yang Macheng showed again and again really surprised the people present. I don't believe it! In front of everyone, Shirtion felt a little bit humiliated when his attack was shattered so easily. He roared and shot forward like an arrow. At the same time, Shirtion's right hand violently squeezed the seal Ju. And with a boom sound, all the internal energy in his body swept out at this moment. And a surging and powerful vast internal energy rushed directly from his limbs and bones. It surged out and enveloped his body at the same time, forming a phantom of a mad dragon hundreds of meters long. Roar! The moment the mad dragon shadow appeared, Shirtion rushed in front of Yang Macheng. The shocking power exploded layer by layer, and was continuously released, blasting out terrifying ravines on the ground on the plateau. Yang Macheng! I will kill you! A terrifying mad dragon that speaks human words. The shocking sound even made the void tremble crazily at this moment. The faces of the geniuses watching the battle all around changed drastically under this terrifying sound wave. Without any hesitation, they quickly poured their inner energy into their hands and covered their ears. Some geniuses who moved a little slower were shocked by the terrifying sound waves on the spot, and their internal organs were shaken. They couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Angry! Shirtion is angry. He has used all his strength and poured all his inner energy into this move. No matter how powerful Yang Macheng is, he will die if he faces this move. The geniuses all around looked at this terrifying blow, and couldn't help but look horrified, and kept screaming in surprise. The huge mad dragon roared past, exploding the void. This shocking power made every genius who felt this move couldn't help but tremble all over. Look! Yang Macheng is taking action. He... Clang! Just when everyone looked towards Yang Macheng, they heard a shocking sound of swords suddenly resounding. And it quietly resounded in everyone's minds. This sword was almost extremely fast. The dazzling sword light was like a whistling meteor. Extremely gorgeous, shooting straight ahead with a beautiful trajectory. Under the horrified gazes, suddenly, it was completely blasted from the center of the mad dragon's eyebrows, and then blasted out from the back of the head. When a crisp burst sounded, I saw that the mad dragon condensed into substance. Its body suddenly trembled and turned transparent, and the body of Shirtion, who was wrapped by the mad dragon, gradually became clearer and completely revealed. There is also a wound that cannot be concealed between his eyebrows, and it also shot out from the center of his eyebrows at the same time. Boom! Until the mad dragon completely disappeared. Shirtion, who had completely cut off his breath, suddenly fell from the midair and hit the ground heavily, making a depression in the earth. He looked around quickly with horrified eyes. That Shirtion has completely cut off his breath, like Xianlai before. He is also too dead to die. From the time Yang Macheng counterattacked, Dao Shirtion was killed by the cave. But it happened in an instant. Ning Wudao and the geniuses under him didn't even have time to react, and saw Yang Macheng kill his companions easily, regardless of Xianlai. Still Shirtion. They all died easily in Yang Macheng's hands. The scene that happened completely overturned everyone's common sense and broke the ancient iron law. Yang Macheng, on the other hand, turned over gracefully and slowly landed on the ground. His expression remained calm and composed. It was as if he could kill Shirtian as easily as he could retrieve something from a bag. But at this moment, Ning Wudao's expression was extremely ugly and gloomy. Chapter 12-13 Watch the battle. No one expected it. Even Grandmaster Shanhai Shirtian died in the hands of Yang Mucheng. At first, from what they saw, Yang Mucheng, a warrior who was only in the late stage of Shanhai, actually dared to brave the Tianji Plateau and confront Ning Wudao under the protection of so many geniuses. Almost everyone laughed at Yang Mucheng for not knowing whether to live or die. But now, there is no trace of ridicule or disdain. The strength displayed by Yang Mucheng has exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the existence of the Shanhai Grandmaster can be killed. Yes! Where on earth did he come from as a genius? And he is so terrifying! No matter it was Xian Lai before or Shirtian now. In the two battles, Yang Mucheng was not allowed to show his full strength. No one can see through the details of Yang Mucheng. And those talented people who had previously wanted to challenge Shirtian to fight Yang Mucheng could not help but feel their scalps numb and trembling. This child cannot be allowed to grow. If he continues to grow, he will definitely become an absolutely terrifying existence. This moment, everyone present couldn't help but have such an idea in their hearts. At this time, only those with advanced levels of Shanhai's cultivation could kill the Shanhai Grandmaster. If Yang Mucheng reaches Grandmaster Shanhai, wouldn't he be able to compete with a strong man in the Nirvana realm? Kill Yang Mucheng. It completely cut off his path to becoming a disciple of Mr. Yaya, and caused him to completely lose the opportunity to join the Shinzong. Original. Ning Wudao did not intend to take action personally, but the strength Yang Mucheng showed had already made him feel deeply afraid. He has already formed a grudge with Yang Mucheng, and he cannot let Yang Mucheng grow up freely. Boom! Thinking in his heart, Ning Wudao walked forward one step at a time. His simple action immediately made the geniuses present widen their eyes. Ning Wudao is going to take action. This Yang Mucheng makes him feel threatened. And he is finally going to take action. I'm afraid there will be something good to watch this time. After seeing Ning Wudao standing up, the geniuses all around opened their mouths and couldn't help but exclaimed. Some people were shocked that Ning Wudao would choose to take action so quickly. However, they thought about it and felt relieved. After all, Yang Mucheng's strength has exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the two powerful men he sent out in succession died completely in the hands of Yang Mucheng. If he were sent out, not only would he not be able to kill Yang Mucheng, but it would make him even more embarrassed. Instead of doing this, it's better to take action yourself. Are you finally going to take action? Seeing Ning Wudao stepping forward, Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and looked forward. The two of them were close at hand, looking at each other from a distance. Just as this tense atmosphere was sweeping across the place, there was another commotion among the crowd, as if someone big was coming. Kindness? Ning Wudao frowned slightly and looked forward. But see, where the sound came from. The crowd slowly moved aside, only to see Ning Wudao walking slowly with his hands behind his back. And Xiaoqing, one of the top 10 geniuses. He is here too. On the plateau, the many geniuses all had their eyes widened, their faces suddenly full of solemnity. They had heard about the grievances between these three people, and Xiaoqing even rescued Yang Mucheng, which offended Ning Wudao, and was pursued by the latter. Could it be that he came here this time to deal with Yang Mucheng? At this time, Ning Wudao couldn't help but frown slightly. However, before he could ask any questions, another figure appeared in the distance. A girl dressed in green clothes came up. The girl was otherworldly, carrying a sword. There was a diamond-shaped inscription between her eyebrows, emitting ripples like the tide, and the whole person looked extremely mysterious. Jian Ming'er, one of the top 10 geniuses that Mr. Elegance is optimistic about. Is she here too? On this plateau, 3 of the top 10 geniuses have gathered. The appearance of the girl in green immediately made the warriors present exclaim in surprise. Apparently, they didn't expect that they would all come here. Don't look at me. I just heard that someone actually dared to confront you. It just so happened that I was practicing not far from the Tianji Plateau, so I rushed over. Jian Ming'er saw Ning Wudao's worried look and explained calmly. After hearing this, the geniuses around them suddenly realized. It turns out that Jian Ming'er also learned about Yang Mucheng, so she rushed over to take a look. Finished, Jian Ming'er stopped talking and looked at Yang Mucheng curiously with her beautiful eyes. Obviously she wanted to see who had the courage to confront Ning Wudao. When she discovered Yang Mucheng, her eyes suddenly flashed with astonishment. Obviously, she did not expect that it was Yang Mucheng who was only in the late stage of Shanhai. What about you? Ning Wudao turned his eyes and landed on Xiaoqing. Are you going to join forces with this kid to deal with me? And Xiaoqing smiled faintly, played with the key fragments in his hand, and said, Ning Wudao, don't think too highly of yourself, and don't underestimate Yang Mucheng. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Although Yang Mucheng's strength is not high, he is also one of Mr. Elegance's favorite talents. Boom. And Xiaoqing's words immediately made everyone on the plateau widen their eyes, and couldn't believe it. How could Mr. Elegant take such a fancy to such a boy? Certainly. And Xiaoqing won't explain anything. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Yang Mucheng, and said to himself, Yang Mucheng, you were able to cultivate to such an extent even on the stars of Jiuzhou where spiritual energy was declining. Now that you have left Jiuzhou, it is like a dragon leaving shallow waters, and a tiger entering mountains and rivers. No one can stop you anymore. This Ning Wudao is your first obstacle. I wonder if you can kill him. However, just when everyone was shocked, someone else came. The person who appeared this time shocked everyone even more. Gentlemen! Gentlemen! All the geniuses looked at Mr. Elegance, who was approaching, and shouted respectfully. No one expected it. This battle between Yang Mucheng and Ning Wudao not only attracted the two geniuses to watch the battle, but also made Mr. Elegance come here in person with great curiosity, wanting to witness the battle. Don't worry about me. Mr. Elegant waved his hand with a smile and said, I just came to take a look. Finished. Mr. Elegant stopped talking and stood next to Xiaoqing and Jian Ming'er. Obviously, the gesture he showed was also very concerned about the battle between Yang Mucheng and Ning Wudao. Original. This seemingly ordinary battle originally seemed unusual because Xiaoqing and Jian Ming'er were watching the battle. Now, even Mr. Elegance is here. Everyone had a premonition of an extraordinary feeling. Chapter 1214 The True Meaning of the Sword? Original. Everyone had some doubts about what Xiaoqing said before. After all, Yang Mucheng's cultivation level is really too low. A being like him may be very powerful on a certain star. But if he comes to this trial star where hundreds of thousands of geniuses gather, he may not be as powerful. It would be too conspicuous. But now, Mr. Elegance actually came here in person, which made people feel a little unusual. Gentlemen! Ning Wudao looked at Mr. Elegance and couldn't help but tremble all over. He didn't expect that the other party would pay so much attention to this battle. This is a rare opportunity. If I can defeat Yang Mucheng and humiliate him severely, wouldn't it leave a deep impression on Mr. Elegance and make me become Mr. Elegance's disciple and join the Shenzong? Add more opportunities? Thinking of this, he wished he could clench his fists and look up to the sky and scream, Yang Mucheng, your journey ends here! Ning Wudao exhaled a breath of turbidity. Although, he looked down upon Yang Mucheng and this warrior in the late stage of Shanghai. But the lion still had to fight the rabbit with all his strength. Ning Wudao was not going to give the other party any chance to struggle. He wanted to completely finish Yang Mucheng in front of Mr. Elegance with an absolute gesture. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Wudao disappeared on the spot. And the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Yang Mucheng. Although Ning Wudao had not learned Void Transit, the speed he showed at this moment was no less than Yang Mucheng's use of Void Transit. With a wave of his right hand, a dragon-shaped sword flew out of the void and appeared in his hand. Then the infinite sword light burst out, reaching an astonishing extreme. In an instant, even the void was penetrated, and countless sword lights fell in front of Yang Mucheng like the stars in the night sky. So fast! At this moment, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Whether it's Ning Wudao's speed or Ning Wudao's sword moves, they are already so fast that people can't believe it. Boom! 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 The sharp sword light burst out, sweeping directly through Yang Mucheng's body and locking on the key points all over Yang Mucheng's body. However, just when no one could notice Ning Wudao's terrifying attack, Yang Mucheng noticed it. The moment Ning Wudao took action, Yang Mucheng did not hold back at all. The demon god's sacrifice, which he had not used when fighting Xian Lai and Shi Tian, was used on the spot at this moment, and his momentum reached its peak on the spot. At the same time, he grabbed the Xinyuan sword, swung his right hand quickly, and the infinite sword light blasted out. In the eyes of others, Ning Wudao's almost inevitable sword move was actually blocked by Yang Mucheng. Ding! 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 In the void, a shocking collision suddenly erupted. The terrifying sword moves were so fast that no one present could catch them with their naked eyes. Many geniuses could only see the shadow of the moving sword and the shocking sparks that erupted when the sword moves were blocked. So fast! He actually resisted it. The sword moves exploded and collided with each other. In an instant, the entire plateau was filled with the sword energy that exploded. Every time the diffused sword energy hits the ground, it creates a terrifying deep pit. The geniuses who were watching the battle looked horrified and had to retreat back step by step. Ningwudao's sword moves have exploded. What a fast sword! Jian Minger's beautiful eyes were full of shock. Ningwudao is a half-step Nirvana strongman, but his opponent is only a person in the late stage of Shanghai. Now, he was actually forced by his opponent to explode with all his strength. This terrifying power completely shocked everyone, and they all showed incredible looks. However, what made everyone even more incredible was that Yang Muqing's fast sword actually suppressed Ningwudao's sword moves. And at the same time, he counterattacked crazily at an even more terrifying speed. Call out! The fierce sword light, at this moment, has become one continuous piece, and the terrifying sword force completely explodes. He counterattacked like mercury pouring down the ground. What? Originally shocked by Yang Muqing's terrifying speed sword, this sudden counterattack made Ningwudao's face tremble, and his whole body trembled suddenly. However, his sword power was exhausted at this moment, and he could not stop it at all. He could only shoot towards the rear. And go! Puff puff! Although, Ningwudao was already very fast, but there were still several sword rays that left wounds on his body. How can it be? Seeing Ningwudao's rapid sword move, which was not only blocked by Yang Muqing, but also injured by the opponent's counterattack. All the geniuses in Tianji Plateau were shocked by this scene. They never expected that this warrior in the late stage of Shanghai would be able to compete with a genius who had reached Nirvana. This was simply beyond everyone's imagination. Is this the genius that even Mr. Attache's great importance to? Jian Minger looked at the young man standing proudly in the field, using his sword of speed to defeat Ningwudao. There was a dazzling light in his beautiful eyes. His sword moves are mainly about speed. If they are faster than the Kuai sword, there may not be many people among the top 10 geniuses who can beat him. And Xiao Qing lowered his eyes, with fighting spirit in his eyes. Yang Muqing, what I look forward to most is to fight you. However, even if you defeat Ningwudao, you may not be my opponent. Mr. Elegant always stood there with a faint smile on his face, and no one could see through his thoughts. But at this moment, Ningwudao's face undoubtedly darkened completely. For him, being repelled by Yang Muqing, and in front of so many geniuses, in front of Mr. Elegance, made him feel a trace of shame and anger that was difficult to conceal. Stop the violent retreat. Ningwudao slowly raised his head and looked at Yang Muqing, who was still standing in front of him with a calm expression. He narrowed his eyes, and the flash of cold murderous intent in his pupils was completely revealed. Yang Muqing, do you think a fast sword is enough to represent everything? Your sword is so fast. But so what? Being able to push me to this level really opened my eyes. However, do you think that is my limit just now? I will tell you that no matter how fast the sword is, it is useless. I will let you know. What is the true meaning of the sword? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningwudao's aura, which had already reached its peak, actually rose up again at this moment, as if it had climbed a level. Chapter 1215 Ningwudao is terrifying. Boom. 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 At this moment, the horrifying rising aura exploded crazily, and the contending air waves suddenly roared out like a tide. In an instant, a shocking hurricane followed Ningwudao, with the body as the center. It surged out towards the surroundings in horror. This hurricane almost turned into a wave of air visible to the naked eye, sweeping directly in all directions. Feeling this terrifying aura, the geniuses around them all showed extremely horrified looks. His body, under the pressure of this terrifying wave of air, kept retreating towards the rear. Bang! 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 The terrifying momentum struck in all directions, causing the entire earth to explode. Huge deep pits spread out one after another, as if a pair of invisible hands were tearing apart everything around them crazily. So powerful! This aura! Is this Ningwudao's true strength? Feeling this shocking aura, the geniuses around them all showed shocked expressions. Under this breath, even their breathing seemed to be suppressed. I originally thought that Yang Muqing could suppress Ningwudao. It was only now that I realized how idiotic my idea was. Ningwudao is really too powerful. If he had acted like this from the beginning, I'm afraid Yang Muqing can't stop it at all. Feeling Ningwudao's terrifying aura, and looking at Yang Muqing, who was constantly being bombarded and retreating under this aura, the geniuses around him couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Until now, Only then did they understand that this battle of geniuses had just begun. Yang Macheng. The second round has begun. When this aura reached its peak, Ning Wuda slowly raised his head, and his slightly ferocious eyes fell on Yang Macheng. Then, he took a step forward. Boom! This seemingly random step landed on the ground. But the entire ground trembled crazily at this moment. The ground suddenly sank, revealing a footprint that was dozens of feet long. When Ning Wuda raised his foot, his sword had just been raised. When the sole of his foot fell, the shocking sword fell suddenly and slashed towards Yang Macheng. This sword! Yang Macheng's eyes narrowed. At this moment, he felt a terrifying power sweeping over him. Although it seemed that Ning Wuda's sword was silent, in fact it was like an overwhelming force. And it suddenly landed on Yang Macheng's head. Without any hesitation, Yang Macheng quickly raised the Xinyuan sword and resisted. Ding! This moment, that terrifying power swept across in horror, rolling down. This unparalleled force crushed down crazily and poured into Yang Macheng's body. It was like lightning, rapidly spreading along his limbs and bones and blasting into the ground. There was only a burst of explosions, and the ground under Yang Macheng's feet was the first to be unable to withstand this terrible force and burst open. At the same time, this overwhelming force surged out crazily, slapping continuously and crushing Yang Macheng's body heavily. The frightening power swept out crazily. Yang Macheng's body trembled after the bombardment, and he staggered backwards. Every step that Yang Macheng took was shocking as he stepped on the ground, leaving sonorous footprints on the entire earth. You only have this little strength, and you want to compete with me? Ning Wuda's expression became more and more gloomy when he saw Yang Macheng retreating in embarrassment after being bombarded by his own attack. But see, the dragon-shaped sword in his hand suddenly turned and slashed slowly. His sword movement was extremely slow, like that of a beginner. The geniuses present, no matter how weak they were, could clearly predict the trajectory of Ning Wuda's sword moves. But it happened that Yang Macheng, who was in the middle of the situation, was in the position of being unable to hide and avoid the suspicious tomb due to this extremely strange sword move. Although each opponent's sword seems to be silent, the power contained in it is like a wild dragon. Once touched, it will explode as quickly as a tide. Clang! Yang Macheng raised his Xinyuan sword again and stood it upright in front of him to stop the opponent's sword that swept across thousands of armies. Boom! But the huge power contained in this sword was even more terrifying than before. Explosive power poured into his body in a blink of an eye, and even the entire frame of his body couldn't help but crackle at this moment, as if it would fall apart at any time. Yang Macheng, who had been unable to restrain himself and retreated violently to the rear, was hit by the sword on the spot. His body was like a cannonball that was exploded. He lost his balance on the spot and was suddenly swept away. Under this sword, Yang Macheng's hands were even torn apart, and along the Xinyuan sword, the shocking blood could not be restrained and slowly dripped down along the hilt. Quiet! At this moment, there was deathly silence on the plateau. No matter how idiotic he is, he can already see that Yang Macheng is completely at a disadvantage and has no power to resist. Ning Wuda wanted to kill him, but it was only a last resort. Sure enough, it is almost impossible for Shanghai to compete with half-step Nirvana in the later stage. Jian Ming'er couldn't help but sigh as he saw the ground covered in blood as he was being pushed back. Yang Macheng, does your final journey really stop here? And Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Macheng, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. As for Mr. Elegance, he still stood there with an attitude of not being happy with things or feeling sad with himself. It seemed that neither Ning Wudaisheng nor Yang Macheng had anything to do with him. Yang Macheng, it's over! Looking at Yang Macheng, who was knocked back by his sword again, Ning Wuda couldn't hide the contempt and ridicule in his eyes, and he shook his head slowly. The aura suppressed in his body suddenly burst out like a terrifying mountain torrent that had accumulated for 3 days and 3 nights in a horrifying manner. The sword in his hand also exploded at this moment. There was a trembling sound of buzz. Call! The sword roared. This slowly slashing sword, with its infinite mystery, completely tore the void into pieces. The bursts of extremely sharp sound seemed to turn into shocking dragon roars. And in an instant, they completely exploded, soaring into the sky. And the target of this sword is exactly between Yang Macheng's eyebrows. It's over! On the Tianji Plateau, countless geniuses shook their heads and sighed with this sword. Then, this sword, which gathered Ning Wuda's strongest inner strength, suddenly came to Yang Macheng. That is, what is he doing? However, at this time, A scene that shocked everyone appeared. Under Ning Wudo's shocking sword blow, Yang Mucheng actually closed his eyes. Chapter 12:16 Mad Sword Style. Close your eyes? Yang Mucheng's movements under this sword completely shocked everyone present. They simply didn't understand how Yang Mucheng could do this. Give up? Such an idea appeared in everyone's mind almost unanimously. Is this what he is? Jian Menger's eyes widened. Although Yang Mucheng closed her eyes, she could feel that a more violent force was brewing in Yang Mucheng's body. This terrifying force, like an ancient monster locked in the abyss, actually gave Jian Menger an uncontrollable sense of fear. Huh? Yang Mucheng, I knew you would not be defeated by him so easily. And Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with light, and he became more and more excited. At this moment, even Mr. Elegance couldn't help but have a strange look in his eyes. Pretend to be a ghost. Nature. Ning Wudao, who was fighting against Yang Mucheng, could also feel the particularly terrifying aura erupting from Yang Mucheng's body. However, he was no longer like the kind of rookie who would lose his mind in such shock. After snorting coldly, his sword not only did not slow down at all, but instead slashed down crazily at a particularly horrifying speed. Yang Mucheng, give me a complete death. Call. This sword, which was enough to completely cut the void into pieces, suddenly fell down like crazy. Just when Yang Mucheng was about to be cut in half, Yang Mucheng, who had always had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. Ning Wudao, your swordsmanship is filled with an arrogant attitude. Your sword is crazy. My sword is crazier than yours. Second form of the Hades sword technique. Crazy sword style. Clang. A terrifying sound of swords resounded across the sky and the earth. And suddenly it spread crazily between the heaven and the earth. And then, they saw a shocking turmoil in the void. Yang Mucheng drew his sword. And at this moment, his unparalleled domineering attitude in heaven and earth was also revealed at the same time. Boom! Two surging breaths suddenly emerged between heaven and earth. And then they collided fiercely. This moment, the two swords collided, and a burst of shocking sword light erupted that shocked the world. This endless sword light even made the heaven and earth turn pale. In fact, under this roaring bombardment, the entire stars seemed to have stopped rotating at this moment. Under this terrifying bright light, everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. It seemed like a moment, and it seemed like hundreds of years had passed. When the endless sword light disappeared, everyone immediately looked forward. They wanted to see who would win under this sword. However, it didn't matter at this glance. But after seeing it, they were all shocked. The two figures were very close and motionless. A tie? Yang Mucheng actually blocked Ning Wudo's terrifying attack? This, when the dust dispersed and everyone saw the figure of the young man still standing proudly in the field. Everyone was completely stunned. It wasn't until a moment later that he came back to his senses and wiped his eyes vigorously, as if he still couldn't believe what he saw. That sword that was the most powerful in the world, capable of tearing apart the entire existence, was actually blocked by Yang Mucheng? How can this not shock everyone? However, what is shocking and surprising is not just what is happening in front of you. I just saw that Ning Wudao, who was previously arrogant and looked down upon the world, suddenly turned red, spit out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards. Plop! Ning Wudao supported his body with one hand, panting, his face full of unwillingness and shock. Lost? He actually lost at the hands of Yang Mucheng? At this moment, the entire Tianji Plateau fell into deathly silence. Yang Mucheng not only withstood Ning Wudo's shocking attack, but also defeated him. What happened in that previous moment? Until this moment, the Sky Plateau, where time seemed to have stopped, returned to normal. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked forward in disbelief. After a moment of silence, a shocking roar erupted. Oh! Failed! Ning Wudao actually lost at the hands of Yang Mucheng. This is simply unbelievable. What happened in that moment just now? I don't know either. But no matter what, Yang Mucheng's sword is too powerful. Just the sword intention that escaped made me have the urge to kneel down and worship. Looking at Yang Mucheng, who was still standing proudly in the field, and looking at Ning Wudao, who had been knocked to the ground by the blast, the silent Sky Plateau became completely noisy. The sounds of exclamation, shock, and disbelief all hit my ears. At first, when Yang Mucheng came to the Tianji Plateau, no one thought he could leave alive, and no one even thought he could defeat Ning Wudao. But the current scene is beyond everyone's expectations. You lost. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the Xinyuan sword in Yang Muqing's hand pointed at Ning Wudao from a distance. Ning Wudao, you're probably just dreaming. And you didn't think of today. Right. You were once so high and mighty. How does it feel to be defeated in my hands now? Am I defeated? Ning Wudao, who was lying on the ground, listened to Yang Muqing's words, and the comments all around him. He even forgot to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and froze in place. His head was buzzing, and he didn't dare to accept the scene happening in front of him. As one of the top 10 geniuses, he was not only defeated by Yang Muqing in front of so many people, but also defeated by Yang Muqing in front of the other two geniuses, and even lost in front of Mr. Elegance. Yang Muqing. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to step on Yang Muqing and show off in front of Mr. Elegant. But the development of the situation now far exceeded his expectations. Yang Muqing, who was supposed to be stepped on by him, now defeated himself. This makes Ning Wudao, who has always been aloof. How can he accept this result? Laugh! At this moment, he raised his head sharply, his eyes gleaming with hatred, and his stern gaze fell firmly on Yang Muqing. Who said I lost? Yang Muqing. I am not defeated yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Wudao bit the tip of his tongue fiercely and spat out a mouthful of blood on the dragon-shaped sword in his hand. The next moment, the dim long sword in his hand actually let out a low groan, as if it came to life. Chapter 1217, Kill but not bury. Buzz. The gloomy dragon sword violently trembled, and a terrifying aura completely erupted in an instant. Boom! At this moment, the infinite aura of heaven and earth seemed to be swallowed up by this long sword. The sky and the earth condensed into a thin line, like an infinite black hole swallowing up all the light released in the void. Roar! Then, a crazy roar of a dragon that shook the world also erupted from the sword body at the same time. In the shocked eyes of countless people, the long sword turned into a shocking mad dragon, and suddenly rushed towards Yang Muqing's position desperately. As soon as this mad dragon appeared, a domineering aura instantly spread like a tide, spreading crazily in all directions. This was a force that was even more terrifying than before. Under this shocking force, everyone couldn't help but their expression suddenly changed, and they continued to retreat crazily towards the rear. Boom! 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 Almost as soon as the terrifying mad dragon appeared, it was already flying rapidly against the ground. The terrifying body blasted out a deep and terrifying ravine on the ground, and above the dragon's body, there was a sword energy that was astonishing to the extreme, with terrifying power that could tear the void apart. He shot towards Yang Muqing desperately. What method is this? Seeing the sudden appearance of this being, the mad dragon transformed into a long sword. Even Yang Muqing couldn't help but be horrified, and his expression changed drastically. This terrifying mad dragon, even if he used the previous mad sword style, he could not withstand this fierce blow. This is definitely not a method that half-step Nirvana can possess. Behind these geniuses, there are countless sects and countless forces. This mad dragon must be the treasure given to him by the forces behind Ning Wudao. Yang Muqing was shocked. He understood that this was definitely not a method that Ning Wudao could use. Boom! Without any hesitation, Yang Muqing quickly retreated towards the rear. But the speed of the mad dragon was extremely fast. No less than when he used Void Transcend. It was like cutting through the void on the spot. And it was already in front of Yang Muqing. Hide! Let me see how you hide! Yang Muqing. No matter where you escape, my dragon sword will chase you until you are completely killed. Even if you want to compete with me, just dream. Watching Yang Muqing flee quickly, Ning Wudao couldn't bear it any longer and burst into hysterical laughter. This dragon sword was left to him by his father, not to mention Yang Muqing, who is in the late stage of Shihai. Even the real Nirvana Realm Master will be completely killed by it. It's over! This moment, everyone present couldn't help but have such an idea. No matter how confident they are in Yang Muqing, they will never think that he can survive this blow. Even Mr. Elegance couldn't help but flash a look of regret in his eyes. What to do? How to hide? Seeing the crazy and desperate Stegosaurus impacting Yang Muqing in front of him, he almost subconsciously thought of the stone dragon mountain range between his eyebrows. All his methods have been shattered. Facing this Stegosaurus that far exceeds his strength, he can only take out his trump card and summon the stone dragon mountain range to deal with him. Almost as soon as this idea appeared, it quickly swept through Yang Muqing's mind. Call out! Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily, and the turbulent dragon pattern between his eyebrows suddenly burst into endless light. This horrifying light contained a terrifying aura that seemed to be pouring down from the 9 heavens. In an instant, it has quickly swept to all directions and spread throughout the entire void. Roar! A shocking dragon roar resounded rapidly. In fact, under the roar of the dragon, the entire space completely collapsed. At this moment, a shocking dragon shadow suddenly shot out, like a huge wave that shattered the ancient void, rushing forward in an instant. What? Under Ning Wudo's shocking eyes, the previously arrogant and unscrupulous Stegosaurus was like a mantis blocking a car in front of the Shurlong Mountains. It was easily torn apart and turned into a series of voids. The shadow completely disappeared in midair. How can it be? Ning Wudo was completely shocked when he saw that even his last killing move was destroyed by Yang Mucheng. This is the dragon sword my father left for me. Even a true Nirvana strongman can kill him completely. How can you resist it? What exactly is that trick? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ning Wudo roared hysterically, obviously unable to believe what he saw. Facing Yang Mucheng, he had exhausted all means. But even so, he still couldn't kill Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng looked at Ning Wudo, who looked like a crazy person, raised his sword and walked away step by step. You? What you up to? If you kill me, I will never let you go. Yang Mucheng, if you dare to attack me, even if you become Mr. Yaya's disciple and join the Shin sect, I will have to kill you. Poof! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng slashed horizontally. After a sound of tearing brocade silk, a head writhed up on the spot, and a spring of blood sprayed out crazily from the broken neck. Then, together with his head and body, he suddenly fell to the ground on the spot like a felled tree, making a heavy muffled sound. Can I kill you? Looking at Ning Wudo, who was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, Yang Mucheng sneered. Ever since I came to this trial star, you have disliked me, and you have gathered so many people to try to kill me. Now, the entire Tian Rim plateau has been sealed off. Do you think I can kill you? You? Could it be that you are only allowed to kill, but others are not allowed to kill you? From the moment you attacked me, you should have expected that you would die by my sword. If you want to retaliate against me, I will wait. But by then, I will not just kill you. One person. In the midst of trials, it is normal to attack each other in order to compete. In order not to be eliminated, and even threaten others with such despicable means, Yang Mucheng will not give in at all, let alone hold back at all. If you dare to attack me, then I will wait. Then let's see who will die in whose hands. Glancing coldly at Ning Wudo's body, Yang Mucheng withdrew his gaze and looked around. This moment, the sky plateau is as silent as cicadas. Chapter 12:18 Entering the Opportunity. Quiet. At this moment, all the geniuses who saw Yang Mucheng's gaze couldn't help but tremble. Yang Mucheng's eyes were high and high, as if they belonged to a real god. Facing these godlike eyes, the warriors present felt that everything about their body was completely exposed, let alone those who have no intention of resistance. Even those who have those thoughts cannot restrain their body from trembling and lowering their heads when they meet this gaze. At the same time, many geniuses on the plateau couldn't believe it. When Yang Mucheng came earlier, they all thought that with Ning Wudo's strength, it would be easy to suppress Yang Mucheng. But the current result is exactly the opposite. Who else dares to question Yang Mucheng's strength? Very good! At this time, light applause sounded from one side, but Mr. Elegance also gently clapped his hands. At the same time, his voice also echoed across this plateau. In the trial stars, if someone wants to use the power of his family to force others to submit, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Mucheng, listen. If Ning Wudo dares to attack you in the future, all you need to do is tell me, and I will kill him for you. Oh! Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows slightly, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But after thinking about it, he understood. Everything Ning Wudo did went too far. After entering the trial star, he not only formed cliques everywhere, but also used this method to block the entire Tianji plateau. Even when he was about to be killed by Yang Mucheng, he even said threatening words. Such various behaviors naturally violated Mr. Elegance's bottom line. But it is precisely these words from Mr. Elegant that confirm that Yang Mucheng is one of the geniuses that the other party is paying attention to at the same time. At this time, some talented people who had never put Yang Mucheng in their eyes looked at Yang Mucheng with a hint of fear. It really surprises me. I didn't expect Ning Wudo to die in your hands. Now, without Ning Wudo's blockade, we can go to the Tianji plateau. Jian Ming'er walked step by step. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but he looked at Yang Mucheng. My name is Jian Ming'er. Nice to meet you. As one of the top 10 geniuses, Jian Ming'er was extremely proud in her heart. But now when facing Yang Mucheng, she acted like a little daughter. In her opinion, Yang Mucheng's ability to kill Ning Wudao already qualified him to compete with their peers. As for those geniuses who were willing to be Ning Wudao's lackeys, Jian Ming'er didn't even take a look at them. But Yang Mucheng just nodded slightly and stopped looking at her. Jian Ming'er stayed where she was, her face turning green and white. As one of the top 10 geniuses, how many people can she let go of her body and take the initiative to make friends? If Yang Mucheng hadn't killed Ning Wudao on the spot, she wouldn't have committed herself to making friends. But now, Yang Mucheng seems to be ignoring him, which makes Jian Ming'er, who has always been held in the palm of his hand. How can he bear it? But when he thought of the Shilong Mountains where Yang Mucheng had previously killed Ning Wudao, no matter how much dissatisfaction he had in his heart, he forcefully stuffed it back at this moment. You really didn't disappoint me. And Xiaoqing looked around and saw that Mr. Elegant had disappeared after saying those words. Original. And Xiaoqing did not regard Yang Mucheng as his opponent. But after watching the opponent's move to kill Ning Wudao, he felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He stared at Yang Mucheng and thought about how to deal with Yang Mucheng's move. With my current means, I can't resist that move at all. Unless I can only use the means my father gave me. With their hearts stirring, and Xiaoqing and others had already set their sights on the Tianji Plateau. There are only 365 key fragments among the 100,000 geniuses who have tried the stars, which means that most of the geniuses are not even qualified to enter the plateau. If the key fragments are in the hands of some ordinary geniuses, they may still want to snatch them. But now that these 3 key fragments are in the hands of Yang Mucheng, and Xiaoqing, and Jian Ming'er, who else can get them? I wonder what is in this plateau. Yang Mucheng took a deep breath and walked slowly towards the direction. Buzz! The moment he approached the plateau, a burst of today's light suddenly erupted from the depths of the sealed plateau. Then, the sealed space slowly opened at this moment, revealing a portal-like vortex. The huge whirlpool was spinning slowly, as if it contained some kind of mysterious existence. Is this the Skyrim Plateau? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Since arriving here, he has broken through Ning Wudao's layers of blockade, and he used all his strength to kill him. Now, the Tianji Plateau is right in front of you. Here, there are countless treasures obtained by that elegant gentleman from all over the world. Taking a deep breath, Yang Mucheng clenched the fragment in his hand and quickly stepped into it. Boom! The moment his body stepped into the whirlpool, Yang Mucheng's figure disappeared on the spot, as if he had entered another space. Jian Ming'er and Xiaoqing, who were standing behind Yang Mucheng, also looked at each other for a while, and then quickly stepped in. Boom! As the 3 people entered, the huge portal vortex suddenly exploded and disappeared completely. After a slight dizziness, the 3 people who entered the Tianji Plateau regained their consciousness at the same time. Look around. This place is like the legendary wilderness. At a glance, it is full of endless desolation. However, there seemed to be nothing here, let alone the picture of treasures everywhere they had imagined. Is this the Skyrim Plateau? Why is there nothing? Where are the other geniuses who have entered this space? Only people with great opportunities can enter this sky plateau. But why is there nothing here? Just as the 3 of them were looking at their surroundings with astonishment on their faces. At this moment, the key fragments that the 3 of them had kept close to their bodies began to beat very regularly like a heart. What happened? And Xiaoqing immediately took out the fragments. Yang Mucheng and Jian Ming'er also took out their own fragments. The moment the palms of the 3 people touched the fragments, a stream of information belonging to them quickly emerged from the fragments and was transmitted into everyone's mind. The astonished 3 people immediately grasped the fragments and digested the information. It was not until a moment later that they opened their eyes, revealing a look of sudden realization. I see! Through this key fragment that led them to the Skyrim Plateau, the 3 of them understood all the secrets in the Skyrim Plateau. Chapter 1219 Kirin's Zone. Follow the message conveyed by the key fragment. There are 365 small worlds in this sky plateau. In every small world, tests are set. Only those with great perseverance can pass this test and get the treasure. If you can't pass the test, it's not like you can't get anything. The small world in the Tian Rim Plateau has a different speed of time than the outside world. Even if you can't complete any test, you can still practice inside until the end of time and then appear again. Those who once entered the Tian Rim Plateau have now entered their own small worlds. Every fragment is the key to opening a small world. Only those who possess the fragments can enter. without the fragments, let alone entering this small world. Even entering the Skyrim plateau will be impossible. It turns out that everyone else has entered their own little world. On this plateau, you can actually set up 365 small worlds. Mr. Elegant's strength is really terrifying. After thoroughly digesting the information in the fragments, a trace of shot that was difficult to conceal flashed across the eyes of the three of them. The method shown by the other party was beyond their imagination. Brother Yang, after entering the TNG plateau, each of us has our own opportunity. And Xiaoqing held a key fragment and held it in front of Yang Mucheng. I hope that both you and I can get a chance. Yang Mucheng nodded. Kindness without saying thanks. When he first entered this trial star, and Xiaoqing came to his rescue, he has always kept this incident in mind, and will definitely repay the favor once he has the opportunity in the future. Here we go! And Xiaoqing exhaled a breath of turbid air, and with a surge of inner strength, the fragment suddenly rose from the sky. Time. Deep in the plateau, a bright beam of light erupted. The beam of light suddenly shot out and landed on Xiaoqing. Everyone present felt that their eyes suddenly lit up. And when they came back to their senses, and Xiaoqing had already disappeared on the spot. Obviously, he was absorbed into his own little world by that ray of light. Snort! Jianming'er glanced at Yang Mucheng coldly, then sacrificed the scraps of skin and entered the space. This woman! Yang Mucheng touched his nose strangely. When did I offend her? Forget it. Don't worry about it. I also have to see what my opportunity is. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Among the 365 key fragments, each one has a slightly different chance. There are exercises, martial arts, weapons, magic weapons. Yang Mucheng is also looking forward to his own opportunity. Shang! He formed a sealed Ju with both hands, only to see the fragment suddenly rise into the sky the next moment. At the corresponding position, a flame-like crimson light pillar also burst out at the same time. The location of this beam of light was just 10 steps away. South close? Could it be that the things here are all trash that no one wants? Right. Seeing the beam of light erupting 10 steps away, Yang Mucheng showed a trace of astonishment on his face. Generally speaking, whether it is a heavenly or earthly treasure, a magical weapon, or something like that, the closer to the center, the better. Now, in this plateau, it's no wonder Yang Mucheng thinks so. While he was thinking wildly, this light had completely absorbed him. When he opened his eyes again, Yang Mucheng was already in his own little world. After leaving the Tianji plateau, Mr. Elegant still spread his spiritual thoughts throughout the trial stars. From the first day to today, half a year has passed on the trial star. The original 100,000 geniuses on this star either died in the hands of competitors, or died in the hands of the great demon king, or were buried in the trap Forbidden Land. And now the number has been greatly reduced. These failed geniuses were sent back to where they came from. The remaining geniuses are still continuing their training. However, after the initial struggle, all the dangerous places on the entire star have been explored. It seems that the remaining people can survive the last time as long as they stay peacefully for the rest of the time. It seems that the second phase will begin soon. The first 6 months are just an appetizer. The next 6 months are the real horror. I don't know how many people can survive these last 6 months. Mr. Elegant smiled lightly. However, at this moment, Mr. Elegant's eyebrows jumped suddenly. Well, someone entered the Kylan zone. I don't know whether I should say you are lucky or bad. The treasure in this area can be said to be the most powerful technique in the entire Tian Rim Plateau. But it is also the weakest. Mr. Elegant smiled and narrowed his eyes. Opportunity. There is good and there is bad. There is no greatest opportunity. Only the most suitable opportunity. If you give a genius who practices fire-based skills a water attribute weapon, even if it is a top-grade weapon, it will have no effect on the genius. Maybe it will cause a backlash from the other party. This is what Mr. Elegant calls the Kylan zone. If the skills in this small world fall into the hands of a suitable genius, then this skill will definitely be able to explode several times, or even hundreds of times, in power. But if it falls into the hands of an unsuitable genius, I am afraid that not only will it not be able to increase the strength of the genius, but it may actually cause the genius to lose strength instead of increasing. Not only this Jilin area is like this, but also the 365 small worlds in the entire Tianji Plateau are like this. He smiled lightly. Mr. Elegant calmed down his mind, and soon released his spiritual thoughts again, once again covering the entire trial star. This is my little world. Open one's eyes. Yang Muchung looked around in surprise. First of all, what comes into view is a tall altar measuring 9,999 feet. At the top of the altar is a small golden sword. The small sword slowly emits light, surging in all directions like a tide, with ripples like a tide, making people know that it is extraordinary at a glance. Is that the great opportunity that belongs to me on the altar? Raising his head, Yang Muchung looked towards the altar. There was only one thing in the whole small world. Without any hesitation, Yang Muchung concluded that the golden sword on the altar was his great opportunity. Chapter 1220 Altar. Golden Light. Call. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Muchung did not rush to explore the altar. Nor did he go directly to get the golden sword on it. Instead, he released Ajianu from the Juzi order. What a rich spiritual energy! Coming out of the Juzi order, Axiana couldn't help but exclaimed. If the concentration of spiritual energy in the trial stars is 10 times that of Kyushu, then the concentration of spiritual energy in this small world is 50 times that of Kyushu. Even if you are doing nothing, even if you are standing here, you can feel the power in your body growing slowly and slowly. Is this your little world? Is that your big opportunity? Why don't you go up and get that little golden sword? Axiana looked around in surprise, and kept looking around. When she saw the huge altar, she was completely shocked. This huge 9,999-foot altar has a total of 999 steps, each of which is 10 feet high. It seems that the entire altar was not built for ordinary people, but for giants. Just standing in front of this altar gave me a very small illusion. The upper limit of the time I can stay in each small world is a full year. Therefore, I have plenty of time to explore this altar. Besides, this altar is not as simple as I imagined. I plan to explore it step by step. Yang Mu became enlightened. Entering this small world, the key fragment immediately transmitted all the information to him. In this small world, even if you stay for a whole year, you will only have a moment to see the outside world. If you give up on grabbing your own big opportunity, you can also choose to stay in this small world and practice. Of course, if you are killed in this small world, you will not only lose the opportunity to continue to seize big opportunities, but you will also be completely eliminated in the entire trial. So, Yang Muchung is not in a hurry, but plans to slowly explore this huge altar and find out the secrets contained in it. What are you worried about? I'll go explore it for you. Axiana smiled faintly. Kick. She tiptoed, and her whole body was already shooting towards the location of the altar as fast as an arrow. After all, he is a strong man in the late stage of Shahai. Axiana's speed has reached the extreme, and he has reached the first step of the altar in the blink of an eye. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Arsenal smiled faintly, tapped his toes again, and prepared to rush to the altar as quickly as possible. Careful! However, at this time, Yang Muchung couldn't help but look shocked and quickly reminded loudly. What? Axiana was stunned, and she quickly looked forward. However, he suddenly saw that the golden sword on the top of the altar suddenly burst out with a burst of shocking light. That bright golden light was like an angry arrow that shot out. It almost hit the altar and suddenly struck down, with a shocking gesture that penetrated everything. It struck down like crazy. Ah Xian the slave just saw a rush of golden light coming suddenly. This burst of terrifying speed even exceeded her reaction speed, and it suddenly hit her body. Boom! A burst of bursting sound suddenly sounded. Then he saw that terrifying golden light, with a domineering and unparalleled attitude that shattered everything, blasted directly from Axiana's chest, and even burst out from the corresponding position on his back. Almost instantly, this frightening golden light penetrated her body on the spot. Boom! The horrifying golden light, after tearing apart Axiana's body, did not stop at all. It still crashed down crazily with determined speed and hit the ground heavily. Boom! The terrifying power even shook the entire earth violently, and Axiana's exploding body returned to Yang Muchung amid a gathering of thousands of evil spirits. After being killed by a cave once, Axiana's complexion had become extremely pale, and even the condensed ghost body had been greatly traumatized. What a terrible attack! Axiana looked at the altar and couldn't help but said with lingering fear. If I were not a ghost, that golden light from before would have been enough to completely tear me into pieces. It seems that if you want to get this great opportunity, you must have great strength. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. After the golden light exploded, the altar returned to silence again, as if it had never been shaken before. But Yang Muchung knew that once he stepped onto this arena, he would definitely encounter an absolutely terrifying bombardment just like Ashian knew. The spiritual energy in this space is sufficient, and it is also an excellent training place for you. Yang Mucheng glanced at the pale-faced Axianu and said calmly, "Let me give it a try. You have to be careful." Seeing that Yang Mucheng actually wanted to step forward, Axianu quickly advised him. But when he thought of Yang Mucheng's conclusion, no one could stop him and could only sigh. But see, Yang Mucheng took a deep breath and slowly walked forward. The huge altar looked like a sleeping lion, seemingly unresponsive. Snapped. Step lightly with the soles of your feet. Yang Mucheng came directly under the altar. Here we go! At this moment, Arsenal's heart couldn't help but rise to his throat. She knew that if Yang Mucheng took another step forward at this time, he would be attacked by the entire altar. At this moment, Yang Mucheng's muscles all tensed up, and his alertness was raised to the extreme. Lift your feet and put them down. Duh! When the sole of Yang Mucheng's foot landed on the steps, the burst of golden light suddenly appeared, with the same terrifying momentum as the previous tearing of Arsenal. It shot through the hole in an instant. The speed of this golden light was extremely fast, even beyond the reaction of ordinary people, and it arrived in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant. Damn it! Although Yang Mucheng had already captured the trajectory of this golden light, but just when he wanted to use Void Transit, he was shocked to find that the entire space seemed to have been completely frozen. As a last resort, Yang Mucheng could only bite the bullet and use his body to resist. The terrifying golden light bombarded his body in an instant. Boom! A dull sound resounded, and a piece of golden light exploded in front of Yang Mucheng's chest. Under this terrifying power, Yang Mucheng trembled, stumbled back 3 steps, and stabilized himself on the second step. Chapter 1221 Great Opportunity. Great Perseverance. Blocked. Arsenal looked at the scene on the altar and breathed a sigh of relief. In this short moment, she was shocked to realize that her whole body seemed to be soaked in cold sweat. The golden light that was enough to kill him completely was actually blocked by Yang Mucheng. On the steps, you can clearly see the deep footprints. One can completely imagine the power contained in that golden light. De Yang, Arsenal exclaimed. It's okay. Yang Mucheng took a deep breath, and his pale complexion finally returned to normal under the influence of his inner energy. I finally understand why Mr. Elegant said that to get the big opportunity in this small world, you must have great perseverance. It seems that only by climbing these 999 steps can you get it. That little golden sword on the stairs. This. A trace of shock flashed across Axiana's beautiful eyes. In other words, do you have to endure this golden light every time you climb a step? Yes. Yang Mucheng nodded. That doesn't seem too difficult. Axiana tilted his head and thought weakly, looking at the high altar and the golden sword on the altar. Without any hesitation, he directly raised his state to the peak and moved towards the next step. Snapped. The moment Yang Mucheng's feet landed on the second step, he saw an unimaginable and terrifying golden light erupt from the golden sword. This shocking golden light was faster and more violent than the previous one. In the midst of the crazy roar, it was already shooting hard. Call. This terrifying golden light, which was almost twice as powerful as the first golden light, arrived in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant. The extreme hurricane it brought about made Yang Mu grow up and make his clothes rustle. Facing this burst of golden light, Yang Mucheng's face was turned, without the slightest fear. At the same time, all his inner strength suddenly exploded, and he suddenly stretched into a straight line from head to toe, and all the bones in his body crackled. There was a sound, and the whole person was like a taut bow, and his fist is the angry arrow that is ready to go. The next moment, Yang Mucheng's sword, like Ho Yi shot at the sun, suddenly hit the terrifying golden light. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking force resounded. The two surging forces made the surrounding space crackle with pressure. Boom! There was another loud noise. Under the bombardment of this golden light, Yang Mucheng's body trembled, and he was violently shot down the steps by the golden light on the spot. In the dust, blood dripped down the corner of Yang Mucheng's mouth and fell to the ground. So strong! After wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Mucheng suddenly looked at the huge altar with a hint of fear. It seems that the difficulty of this altar is at least dozens of times more difficult than I imagined. I also take back what I said before. This altar is too difficult. Axiana couldn't help but smile bitterly. No matter how many times you climb the stairs, if you are knocked down by the golden light, you have to start over. This test not only teaches strength, but also requires great perseverance. Even if you miss the last step and are knocked off the altar, you still need to start over. Not all geniuses can face this kind of setback. And a whole year has been spent on this altar. And it may have been in vain. You should practice. I swear, I will definitely ascend this altar. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes, staring at the altar and the small golden sword above the altar. Take a deep breath. Yang Mucheng was not afraid at all. But an unimaginable light burst out from his eyes, and he strode forward. Well? Axena sighed and shook his head helplessly. She knows. This kind of terrifying altar that could kill him in an instant could not help her at all with her current strength. My strength is still too low. Only by reaching a higher realm can you do it. Take a deep breath. Axena sat cross-legged and began to practice in this small world. Just when Yang Mucheng started to invade this altar, and Xiaoqing and Jian Ming'er, who entered the small world at the same time, also started their own adventure. Is this my big opportunity? And Xiaoqing looked in front of him with surprised eyes. But see, there were a total of 99 steps in front of him. But these empty steps were suspended in the sky, seemingly without any support. At the end of the steps, there is a wonderful scroll. Pieces of talismans with extremely intricate patterns were constantly flying up and down around the entire scroll, constantly rotating, even though they were far apart. And Xiaoqing could feel the terrifying power contained in that scroll. This set of steps must not be that simple, I thought to myself. And Xiaoqing clenched his fists and slowly stepped towards the steps. At this moment, all the muscles in his body were tense to the extreme, as if anything unexpected happened, he would immediately attack. Just when Ao Zhang gently stepped on the steps, a terrifying force burst out in an instant. This terrifying force suddenly fell from the sky and landed on his shoulders. It's like thousands of mountains, crushing them desperately. In fact, all the bones in Xiaoqing's body made a crackling sound at this moment. Under this terrifying force, all the blood in his body was crushed crazily and flowed out from the hundreds of thousands of pores. In just a short moment, and Xiaoqing turned into a bloody man, as if he had walked out of a sea of blood. Wow! Spitting out a mouthful of blood. And Xiaoqing could no longer bear the terrifying pressure and retreated directly towards the rear. Strange to say, this terrifying force comes with force and retreats like a tide. The moment Xiaoqing left the steps, he suddenly disappeared. What a terrifying power! Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, and Xiaoqing looked at the steps in front of him with fear in his eyes. It seems that if you want to get the scroll, you must pass these steps. These 100 steps may seem very simple, but they may not be so. The power of each step will increase by 1 point. If the body cannot withstand the force erupting on this step, it may be completely crushed and turned into a piece of flesh. Really, if you want to get this great opportunity, you must have great perseverance. I won't give up. And Xiaoqing clenched his fists. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1222 Golden Lake. In another small world, Jian Ming'er looked in front of her in surprise. In front of her was a lake glowing with golden light. In this lake, in the very center of the lake, a golden lotus flower slowly bloomed. The tide of spiritual energy continued to spread towards the surroundings. Just standing quietly in front of the lake for a moment, Jian Ming'er could feel his spiritual energy slowly growing. After reaching this level of cultivation, even if it just increases a little inner strength, it will take several months of hard work. Now, after just staying in this lake for a moment, there would be such a huge growth, which obviously made Jian Ming'er unable to hide his surprise. Is this my chance? Just get that golden lotus. Thinking in mind, Jian Ming'er looked at the golden lake in front of her. Leading to where the lotus is, pieces of green lotus leaves float on the water. Each lotus leaf has a diameter of 1 foot in diameter. It seems that this is the passage to the lotus. As long as you follow this road, you can get the lotus in the middle of the lake. Jian Ming'er was happy in her heart. Ding! When the soles of his feet gently stepped on the first lotus leaf, the golden lotus that had been blooming quietly in the lake suddenly burst out with an endless golden light. In this golden light, it was clearly visible that a drop of golden pool water was flying toward Jian Ming'er like a golden bead. Wow! The terrifying rapidity caused a sharp roar at this moment. The huge golden lake was split into two by this drop of golden water. Like a golden lightning bolt, it roared in front of Jian Ming'er. Not good! After all, as one of the top 10 geniuses, how could Jian Ming'er not feel the terrifying power contained in this golden water? With almost no hesitation, she quickly grabbed an aquamarine necklace on her chest and threw it forward. The aqua gem suddenly exploded in midair, and a waterfall of light slowly fell down, quickly transforming into a barrier in front of Jianming'er. Boom! There was a terrible bombardment, and the blue barrier directly collided with the golden water, killing both of them on the spot. The terrifying gust of wind generated during the explosion roared out desperately, and Jianming'er's body was shaken by the bombardment. But the strange thing is that the lotus leaves under Jianming'er's feet did not move at all under the terrifying gust of wind. No matter how terrifying the gust of wind was, it seemed that it did not exist. What on earth is this? Could this be a test? Jianming'er looked a little ugly. She only had this protective necklace, but there were a total of 72 lotus leaves in front of her. Just the first one made her use up her own magic weapon. What should we do with the lotus leaves next? No matter. Let's give it a try. Exhaling a breath, Jianming'er cautiously moved forward. Boom! One step out. Immediately, a burst of dazzling golden light erupted from the lake again. Ding! There was a crisp, even extremely pleasant sound of dripping water. But this sound fell into Jianming'er's ears, and it was like a terrifying reminder. At this moment, her face turned pale in an instant. However, before Jianming'er could react, the terrifying golden water, it had already penetrated the void and struck her chest suddenly. Wow! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his pink shoulder was immediately broken, and his whole body was like a kite with its string broken. He flew out directly and fell heavily to the ground, and the drop of golden water that blasted it out of the lake slowly rotated in midair, as if it had lost its target, and quietly fell into the lake, as if nothing happened. But this sudden incident made Jianming'er's heart palpitate extremely, because she could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in that drop of golden water, and almost killed it completely. This is only the second lotus leaf, but it has such terrifying power. If we reach the 72nd lotus leaf, wouldn't the power contained in the golden water reach a level that could destroy the world? When looking into the lake and looking at the golden lotus, Jianming'er's eyes actually flashed with a trace of fear. With her intelligence, she could naturally guess that bombarding her golden water one after another would be a test from the lotus. A total of 72 lotus leaves are equivalent to a total of 72 tests. Just the first test made her use a protective magic weapon, and then she had to do it all over again. This made Jianming'er feel a little more fearful in her heart. That's all! I simply can't survive such a terrifying test. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this small world and improve your strength. If you force your way in, if you are accidentally killed by the golden water, not only will you not be able to get the golden lotus, but you will also not be able to practice it. Then you will lose a lot of money. With a helpless sigh, Jianming'er chose to let go. Except Jianming'er. Among the remaining 300 or so small worlds, many geniuses chose to give up. Each test in these 365 small worlds is similar to this. It forces you to surpass your limits step by step and constantly challenge yourself. This process requires great perseverance. People without great perseverance simply cannot make it to the end. There are also some geniuses who vowed to break through the entire test from the beginning. But then, when facing those bombardments that were more terrifying than the last, even the warriors with firm minds could not help but feel shaken. Finally chose to give up. To be able to become a genius is to be a person with perseverance. But this kind of perseverance is still far from what Mr. Elegance needs. Only through this level can the great perseverance of the geniuses be inspired bit by bit. As more and more people choose to give up, the number of people who chose to persevere went from hundreds at the beginning, to dozens at the end, to a dozen at the end, and now there are only 2. And that goes all the way down to the 2 people at the end. One is in Shaoqing, and the other is naturally Yang Macheng. Others have given up long ago. I chose to continue practicing in this small world and constantly improve my strength. There are also some people who do not want to give up, but with their strength, they simply cannot continue to force their way in. Otherwise they will be killed by the trial. Many people died in the bombardment of the trial like this. Chapter 1223 Golden Little Sword. Boom! Small world. Altar. On the 9,990th step, a terrifying bombardment suddenly broke out. A terrifying earthquake seemed to erupt in the entire small world, and a huge cloud of dust rose up from the huge steps. Axiena's eyes widened, and she looked at the steps eagerly. Although she was a ghost, she seemed to feel that there was a heart beating wildly in her belly that could no longer be restrained. Call. At this time, a gust of wind broke out from above the altar. In a moment, the diffused dust was completely blown away. Very good! Finally it worked! The dust cleared. seeing Yang Mucheng's body finally standing on the steps, in the terrifying golden light bombardment, and not being directly bombarded like before, Axiana couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Ahem. On the altar, Yang Mucheng slowly wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the altar lightly, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Finally a firm footing. Yang Mucheng didn't know how many times he had been knocked down from the stairs. The most terrifying time was when he stepped onto the steps. He was directly bombarded. All the bones in his body burst completely, and even his internal organs began to shift under the terrifying bombardment of golden light. That time, he lay under the altar for 3 full days. However, even in that situation, Yang Mucheng still did not give up. When he was able to stand up, he walked towards the altar again. Once, 3 times, 10 times, hundreds of times. In fact, sometimes he would be knocked off the altar dozens of times in a day. His body, under the bombardment of golden light, was constantly torn apart and healed rapidly, making his body extremely powerful. But still, under this terrifying golden light, he still couldn't resist and was bombarded from above again and again. Yang Mucheng understood. The remaining 9 steps are probably dozens or hundreds of times more difficult than before. Crackling, the bursting golden light quietly disappeared into the void. At this moment, Yang Mucheng felt his body tremble, and there was an indescribable hunger in his body. This is... Yang Mucheng was startled. He understood that this was going to be a breakthrough. So fast? Although, he has been in this small world for more than half a year. But Yang Mucheng has never practiced peacefully. At most, he only uses spiritual energy to recover his injuries. There is still a long way to go before a breakthrough. However, after thinking about it, Yang Mucheng quickly understood the reason. Because, as he continued to climb higher and reach the altar, the potential in his body was bombarded by golden light again and again. The power accumulated in the body of those heavenly and earthly treasures that he had absorbed was also constantly released by this external force, improving Yang Mucheng's strength all the time. Now, after reaching the limit, it is natural to break through. That's great. God is really helping me. In the late stage of Shanghai, no matter how hard you try, you can't pass this final altar. But if I can reach the peak of the Divine Sea, my hopes will increase a lot. Clench your fists. Yang Mucheng could not hide his excitement. With almost no hesitation, he quickly sat down cross-legged and activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique. Because this time, everything was done, and he was close to the breakthrough point. So there were not many obstacles when he broke through. In less than a stick of incense, it was already a breakthrough, and he reached the peak cultivation level of Shanghai on the spot. Good! The peak cultivation level of Shanghai. Clench your fists. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with light. Previously, when he stepped on these steps, he had already felt that this was his final limit. There is no way to break through no matter what. Now, with his breakthrough in cultivation, he is like a divine help. I wonder if it will be easier to climb after this breakthrough in cultivation. Arsenal also couldn't hide their surprise. The breakthrough in strength means that it will be much easier for Yang Mucheng to continue climbing. But she also understood in her heart that these were the last 9 steps, and the difficulty contained in them was probably dozens of times more difficult than before. This is? However, when Arsenal looked towards the altar, he was completely stunned. Yang Mucheng slowly squatted down, and all the muscles in his body were completely tense at this moment, like a cheetah ready to attack. Yang Mucheng's eyes were fixed on the golden sword at the top of the altar. Could it be that he... An unbelievable thought arose in Arsenal's mind. Tongue! The next moment, Yang Mucheng exploded in an instant, with a little tip of his toe. His whole body was like an arrow, shooting towards the hole in front. The extreme speed made him jump directly onto a step. However, Yang Mucheng had no intention of stopping. He turned around and used his strength to step onto the next step again at a faster speed than before. Then, his legs suddenly kicked off, and his whole body shot out like a cannon from a barrel. Oh my God! Seeing this scene, Arsenal's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Yang Mucheng actually jumped 3 steps in a row at this moment. Although, he also did this on the steps below. But the golden light that erupted on those steps was not too powerful after all. But these were the last 9 steps, and each step was covered by the light of the golden sword. Every golden light was powerful and terrifying. Let alone Yang Mucheng had to face these 3 shocking golden lights at once. Really. Just after Yang Mucheng stood firm, The golden sword on the top of the altar suddenly burst out with endless spiritual light. This terrifying aura even completely enveloped the entire small world. In this shocking spiritual light, 3 rays of golden light, like arrows, thunder, and lightning, shot out and quickly crossed the void, arriving in front of Yang Mucheng with almost no gap. However, this golden light is fast, and Yang Mucheng's speed is even faster. Shang! A clear and piercing sound of swords resounded loudly. The infinite sword light exploded completely in the blink of an eye, sweeping across the world. Boom! 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 The sudden explosion of sword light completely enveloped the 3 groups of golden light at this moment. In the hands of Yang Mucheng, the only fast and unbreakable martial arts in the world was fully revealed at this moment. Only 3 muffled sounds were heard, and the surging golden light was completely torn apart when it was still half a foot away from Yang Mucheng. Call. There are only 6 steps left. Slowly exhaling a breath, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head. It wasn't until he stepped onto the last 9 steps that he could clearly see the golden sword on the altar. Chapter 1224, The Last Step. Original. When Yang Mucheng wanted to look at the little golden sword, it was difficult to see its true face because the whole body of the little sword was covered in golden light. But now under this golden light, Yang Mucheng could see clearly. Clear and direct. The small sword was no more than the size of a palm and very delicate. But it doesn't seem like a weapon or a magic weapon, but rather like a secret book of exercises. This is... Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked forward. But see, the blade of the little golden sword was actually densely written with tiny characters. Those tiny characters seemed to come alive, constantly swimming along the blade. Of course, this is not an irregular swimming, but it contains some kind of magical mystery. Is it a secret book of martial arts? Yang Mucheng was heartbroken. Notice, when the level of a martial skill or technique reaches a certain level, it cannot be recorded on ordinary paper. This kind of martial skill, the power contained in just the handwriting is beyond everyone's imagination. Therefore, among the 10,000 Dao Sword sect, all earth-level skills are carved with the Demon King's golden elixir. As for the heaven-level skills, they were written using some precious treasures from heaven and earth, and even some magical weapons. Now, the writings written on this small golden sword seem to be some kind of martial arts and martial arts. It's recorded on this little golden sword. It's even placed on this altar. I don't know what kind of technique or martial skill it is. Presumably, the level must not be too low. Yang Mucheng was secretly moved. Exhale a breath of turbid air and adjust your state to the peak level. Superior! With a secret shout, Yang Mucheng stepped forward. Boom! However, this step was taken. On the golden sword, the light surged again. Even at this moment, he directly turned the direction of the sword and shot a golden light like a train towards Yang Mucheng cave. Apparently, this sword light was much smaller than the golden light emitted previously. But the power contained in it was so powerful that Yang Mucheng couldn't help but look solemn at this moment. No one can stop me! Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily. Boom! Facing this roaring sword light, he directly burst out with a shocking aura. A roiling demon appeared directly from behind him. Destroy it! With a sword strike, Shen Yuan's sword struck the sword light. With a bang, the sword light was already torn apart by the impact. The last 5 steps. Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily. After smashing the sword light, he had no intention of stopping and instead continued walking forward. 4 seats. 3 seats. The sword light on each step was several times more powerful than the previous one. And every step Yang Mucheng made was getting more and more difficult. Even after reaching the peak of the Divine Sea and using the demon god's sacrifice, he could only barely parry. After stepping on the 3rd to last step, Yang Mucheng stayed on this step without moving even half a step for 10 days. Because before, although he shattered the sword light, his own internal organs were also hit by the powerful force of the sword light and were completely displaced. Yang Mucheng, who was standing on the altar, could not contain his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Blood gushed out. Di Yang? Axena just watched quietly. All her thoughts have fallen on Yang Mucheng. There were countless times when she thought Yang Mucheng would give up. But the other parties stood up again and started to storm the altar again. Without a person with great perseverance, it would be impossible to accomplish this. However, Yang Mucheng did it. And he was about to reach the top of the entire altar, with only the last 2 steps left. 10th day. When his breath returned to normal and his state reached its peak, Yang Mucheng moved. Without any hesitation, He stepped forward and stepped on the second step. Call out! At this moment, the sword light roared in an instant. This sword light, even at this moment, has turned white. The power contained in it has reached the extreme. However, Yang Mucheng stood on the altar for 10 days. During these 10 days, in addition to healing his injuries, he was also accumulating his own strength. Now, all the power of these 10 days has been gathered together and concentrated under this awe-inspiring sword. Clang! Facing this rapid explosion of sword light, Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, almost condensing into a solid gaze that made the air crackle. Then, his sword slashed out with a bang. Crazy sword style. When he defeated Ning Wudao, Yang Mucheng used the mad sword style for the first time. Although the power of that sword was powerful, compared with today, it was dwarfed and the power was completely different. In the sword move, the shocking attitude that looked down on the world was so powerful that it was unimaginable. A sense of self-centeredness spread across the entire small world like a tide. Raise your sword and chop. The sword energy that was enough to penetrate the void quietly turned into two halves under the strike of Shen Yuan's sword and disappeared into the void. Success! Only the last step is left! At this moment, Arsenal could no longer hold back the joy in his heart and cheered excitedly on the spot. However, Yang Mucheng's expression became increasingly grim. The closer he got to this small golden sword, the more he could feel the terrifying power contained in it. And as Yang Mucheng gained a firm foothold on the penultimate step, the small golden sword that had always been emitting dazzling golden light finally extinguished its light at this moment. On the blade of the sword, the small characters swimming like tadpoles were revealed one by one in front of Yang Mucheng's eyes without any concealment. However, Yang Mucheng understood that the golden sword was not given up, but that the other party made the same choice as Yang Mucheng, concentrating all the power in one place, showing a concentrated and unyielding posture. Once Yang Mucheng steps on the last step, the golden sword will unleash an absolutely terrifying attack. This attack will probably be the sum of all attacks on the previous 998 steps. Although, this small golden sword had no breath at all, and was a dead object. But standing there, Yang Mucheng still felt as if he was being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast. Good! I want to see what kind of power is contained in your little golden sword. No matter what, I will take you down completely. Boom! Taking one step forward, Yang Mucheng stepped directly onto the last step. But at this moment, the little golden sword that had fallen silent suddenly burst into life at this moment. Chapter 1225 Surrender. At this moment, the continued power of the golden sword finally burst out completely. However, what shocked Yang Mucheng was that the small sword did not directly emit the block sword light like before, but instead shot down from the altar on the spot. As if there was no gap, the golden sword ignored the space on the spot, suddenly arrived in front of Yang Mucheng, and slammed into Yang Mucheng's heart. Not good! At this moment, Arsenal was astonished and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. The golden sword flew through the void at a terrifying speed, even causing it to rub against the air, creating a shocking tail of flames, like a falling meteor. Laugh! The terrifying power of the golden sword made Yang Mu grow stronger, and his clothes made a sound. However, facing such a terrifying attack, Yang Mucheng's expression was as calm as ever. He clenched the void tightly with both hands without any hesitation. A shocking internal energy suddenly burst out from his body. The unparalleled internal energy wave directly swept to a terrifying level of 3,300 meters. At this moment, the void of the entire small world was stagnated by the suppression of life at this moment. Then, Yang Mucheng brought this monstrous inner energy wave and poured all the strength in his body directly into this sword. Chang! The shocking sound of swords resounded loudly. The endless sword light condensed into a thread at this moment. Everyone only saw the shocking sword light shooting out and hitting the golden sword hard. Boom! 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 The two shocking forces, like two world-destroying demon gods, struck together fiercely. This crazy collision caused the space to explode, and the terrifying internal energy swept across all directions, even causing terrible cracks on the altar. Even under the bombardment of the golden sword, the Shen Yuan sword in Yang Mucheng's hand was even completely bent by the squeeze, just like a curved strongbow. Chi. The crazy collision caused Yang Mucheng to be knocked down on the altar. Don't want! At this moment, Arsenal couldn't help but lost his voice in shock. She knew how long it took Yang Mucheng to step onto the altar. If it is bombed now, all the efforts will be completely in vain. However, at the same time that Yang Mucheng was knocked off the altar, his sword force, which was blocked by the golden sword, finally exploded completely at this moment. Shang! The shocking power was poured into the golden sword without any reservation. This huge force actually blasted the golden sword out hard, hitting the altar hard, and even broke the entire altar. The altar was shattered. Now! The golden sword cannot return to the altar. What's next? Arsenal suddenly stood up and looked towards the sky in disbelief. However, when she looked at it, she was completely shocked. That little golden sword, at this moment, desperately ran away towards the edge of the small world. The little golden sword actually escaped. How to get it? Just when Arsenal was shocked, Yang Mucheng had completely disappeared on the spot. This huge altar is not only a place where the golden sword is enshrined, but it also seals the space of the entire small world, making it impossible for him to use void transit. But now, without the altar, Yang Mucheng can use the void transit without any hindrance to catch the escaping golden sword. Boom! With one step forward, Yang Mucheng appeared in front of the golden sword and grabbed it with a pair of big hands. However, just when Yang Mucheng's palm was about to catch the opponent, the speed of the golden sword increased violently at this moment. Want to escape? Boom! With almost no hesitation, Yang Mucheng directly released his huge divine will on the spot. Buzz! In the entire small world, a ripple like the sea water suddenly spread out. No matter it was in the sky, on the ground, or in every corner, it was covered by Yang Mucheng's spiritual thoughts at this moment. In other words, no matter where the golden sword fled, it could not escape Yang Mucheng's capture. Let's see how you escape. Laugh. At this moment, Yang Mucheng suddenly sensed something. He disappeared in one step and appeared directly where the golden sword was flying. He grabbed it with his right hand again. This grab, with endless phantoms and an extremely skillful gesture, suddenly caught the golden sword. Caught! Seeing this scene, Arsenal couldn't help but cheer. However, Yang Mucheng, who grabbed the golden sword, was not excited at all, but became more solemn. He could feel that the terrifying power contained in the golden sword was firmly grasped by him. The golden sword was still trying to break free from his palm. However, after finally catching it, how could Yang Mucheng let go so easily? Not only at this moment, he firmly grasped the golden sword, but also poured all the inner energy in his body into it, trying to completely suppress the golden sword. Boom! 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 The terrifying power is constantly bombarding. The golden sword contained a huge amount of power that did not match its size, and it crashed into the entire space crazily. Waves of terrifying explosions continued to erupt. In fact, this terrifying impact was even more astonishing than the previous explosion when Yang Mucheng climbed the altar. Even, the entire void has completely collapsed. The entire small world is already shattered like glass, with endless cracks all over it. If Mr. Elegance hadn't reinforced the entire small world, I'm afraid this little golden sword would have led Yang Mucheng to blast through this space, and it would have been severely pierced by the entire golden sword. Certainly, in this crazy collision, Yang Mucheng didn't feel very well. He did not expect that the resistance of the golden sword would be so fierce, which was completely beyond his imagination. In fact, in order to suppress the momentum of this golden sword, Yang Mucheng had exhausted all the internal energy in his body. In fact, even the last bit of inner energy can no longer be squeezed out. In the end, it was only by sheer perseverance that Yang Mucheng managed to hold on to the golden sword without being thrown away by the golden sword. Finally, just when Yang Mucheng was about to lose his strength, the crazy charge of the golden sword finally stopped. It was not until this moment that the golden sword finally chose to surrender. Chapter 1226 Kirin Body Forging Technique. Surrendered? Surrendered to this little golden sword? Seeing Yang Mucheng falling from midair, Axiana's eyes widened, and he could hardly believe what he saw. From smashing the altar to pieces, to grabbing the golden sword, to surrendering. This process lasted for 3 full days. Axiana even suspected that Yang Mucheng would fail countless times. It wasn't that she didn't believe Yang Mucheng, but the power contained in this golden sword was too powerful and terrifying. But now, this little golden sword was finally surrendered by Yang Mucheng. Looking at Yang Mucheng, Axiana couldn't believe his eyes. Don't talk about Arsenal. Even Yang Mucheng himself couldn't believe it. In these 3 days of surrender, not only his internal energy had been completely exhausted, but even his physical energy and blood had been completely exhausted. Every moment, he would suspect that he would faint completely due to the loss of strength, and he could only suppress it with perseverance. Now, finally succeeded. Call. After landing, Yang Muchung did not immediately look at the golden sword or read the writing on the golden sword. Instead, he immediately used the ancient heaven swallowing technique to restore his strength. After a full day and night, Yang Muchung's restored strength finally returned to its peak. But such fierce defense and surrender also gave Yang Muchung indescribable benefits. The cultivation level at the peak of Shanghai has actually been directly improved by 10%. This battle is equivalent to me completely absorbing a heaven-level heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. Okay, now that my strength has been restored, let's take a look at what kind of skills are written on this golden sword. This little sword is so difficult to recover, so the power in it must be extraordinary. Yang Muchung suppressed his excitement and looked at the golden sword in his hand. As he looked, the small characters on the golden sword suddenly trembled and swam quickly. Under Yang Muchung's gaze, they slowly swam from the golden sword to the space seems to be used as a drawing paper. A dense font is gradually revealed. This? When Yang Muchung looked at the fonts, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Why is this kind of technique? The technique written on the golden sword is actually a body training technique. And this technique seems to be incomplete. It should be noted that Yang Muchung has been using dragon blood to temper his body so far. He has even tempered a lot of phoenix blood. His body has always been stronger than that of warriors of the same level. Even those with higher strength are not willing to give in too much. This kind of body training technique is absolutely useless to him. I didn't expect that after I tried my best. The great opportunity one got was actually this kind of existence. Yang Muchung couldn't help but smile miserably. However, when Axiano on the side looked at this technique, he couldn't help but lost his voice in shock. Qilin body training technique? Yang Muchung asked. Qilin body training technique? What is that? Axiana couldn't hide the shock in his eyes, and couldn't help but nodded and said, This is a method for tempering the body. In fact, it is not just one. The complete version of the method is divided into 5. They are Qilin body forging technique, Qinglong body forging technique, White Tiger body forging technique, Suzaku body forging technique, and Xuanwu body forging technique. And these 5 body training techniques correspond to the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. Although each individual skill is only the best of the heaven level, the power of the 5 skills combined into one is definitely beyond the heaven level. In addition, there are greater benefits. Yang Muchung couldn't help but frown. What is that? I once learned in the Royal Library that these 5 exercises are just basic bodybuilding exercises. If you can learn these 5 bodybuilding techniques at the same time, you can even learn higher level exercises in the future. The art of body training. The 5 elements holy body. Axiana took a deep breath, but couldn't help showing a hint of helplessness on his face. It's just that. Whether it is the 5 bodybuilding techniques such as Qilin, Qinglong, and White Tiger, or the higher level 5 elements holy body, they are not that easy to practice. I see. Yang Muchung couldn't help but nodded. Advanced martial arts techniques? This kind of skill is also found in Kyushu. Whether it is defensive martial arts or cultivation techniques, there will be similar examples. This kind of exercise is equivalent to a ladder. Only after you have learned the first part can you continue to learn the second part, and then climb up step by step. If there is a missing step in the middle, you will not be able to continue practicing. So, this advanced type of martial arts technique is very complex. Even in Jiuzhou, no one knows how to practice. However, what shocked Yang Muchung was that the Qilin body training technique, which was just one of them, had the power of the highest level of heaven. What would happen if the 5 techniques were combined into one? Then I'll give it a try. Such a top-notch skill and such a terrifying existence are in front of you. If you miss it like this, even Yang Muchung will not let it go. Alright. Arsenal nodded. Qilin, Qinglong, White Tiger, Xuanwu, Suzaku, these 5 techniques are called the 5 elements body training technique. Every practice is extremely difficult. Without great perseverance, it is impossible to practice any of these professions. But when she thought about it, Yang Muchung had already passed the test set by this small world. Could it be that he still couldn't practice the Kirin body training technique? Qilin bodybuilding technique belongs to gold. If you want to practice this technique, you must convert the inner energy in your body into something as sharp as gold. By then, my inner energy will be like a magical weapon, with the power to cut through everything. Power. At the same time, my body will be as invincible as gold. However, this inner energy is contained within my body. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. Internal energy is like water, and a warrior's body is like a barrel filled with water. If even your own body cannot contain this terrifying inner energy, how can you use it? That is to say, if you want to practice this physical training technique, your body must first withstand this force. Here we go. Yang Macheng took a deep breath and quickly started practicing according to the techniques described in the Golden Sword. Buzz. At this moment, the qi and blood in his body were churning crazily. The internal energy that was originally colorless and transparent and flowing in the qi si dantian suddenly trembled at this moment and turned into a golden river. And at the same time, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared from behind Yang Mucheng's body. Chapter 1227 Refining. Boom. 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 As Yang Macheng started to use his skills, a surge of overbearing energy suddenly poured in from heaven and earth. With the influx of this terrifying power, an area of hundreds of feet in radius seemed to turn into a terrifying white hole at this moment. And even the air was completely crushed. At this moment, Yang Mucheng's whole body transformed into a terrifying humanoid weapon on the spot. The sharp internal energy continued to blast around, completely crushing everything around him. Even under this terrifying power, even the huge altar was like a mound of earth, crazily fragmented and completely disintegrated. Woo! Under such a terrifying surge of internal energy, Yang Macheng couldn't help but let out a dull groan. His meridians were the first to withstand the invasion of this inner energy, and were completely torn apart in an instant. However, due to the effect of the body training technique, the powerful vitality in his body also spread throughout his body at the same time. The torn meridians are repaired again, but even so, an unimaginable severe pain still surged out of his body, spreading throughout his limbs and bones in an instant, and even poured into his soul. Yang Macheng could only feel that his body seemed to be torn apart by a pair of hands, and then quickly reorganized under the powerful force. It is not until it reaches a level that is close to perfection that it stops, and at the same time rushes to the next position of the body. But there is no doubt about it. This Kirin body training technique completely squeezed out the potential in his body. At this time, the heavenly and earthly treasures that had been accumulated in his body were released again and again because of this practice of Qilin body training. 12 major meridians. Completed. 8 extraordinary meridians. Completed. 33 hidden veins. Completed. The crazy speed of cultivation made even Axiana speechless. Once, she has also seen others practice this Qilin body training technique. Those geniuses either gave up completely halfway through the practice, or maybe even though he persevered. He had to practice just this one technique for more than 10 years. Those geniuses often need a month, or even longer, to refine a meridian. But Yang Mucheng's speed is astonishingly fast. Boom! When the last formula was completed, Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly opened. Laugh! 2 terrifying eyes, like terrifying dragons, twisted in the void, and then disappeared quietly. Boom! It was at this moment that a domineering unicorn appeared behind Yang Macheng, as if he was looking down upon the world. And Yang Macheng also felt that at this moment. His whole body seemed to have become a humanoid weapon that could crush everything. The inner energy roaring in the body is like rivers, lakes and seas. Everywhere is not wonderful. Everywhere is as flawless as glass. And there is no obstacle. Is this the power of the Qilin body training technique? Yang Macheng clenched his fist. He could feel that his whole body was full of power. Is this the power of the Qilin body training technique? It's really too powerful. Now this is just the beginning of practice. But Yang Macheng has already vaguely felt the horror of this bodybuilding technique. Although I have used dragon blood, phoenix blood and other methods to temper my body, and my body has also reached a certain level, the power of these dragon blood, phoenix blood is very mixed, and there is a faint difference between them. Offset. Now, after practicing this Qilin body training technique, it has twisted all the power in my body into one. In the past, I could only reach about 60% of my physical strength. But now, I can reach 100%. If I have to use an analogy, then Yang Mucheng's original body was just a pile of iron ore. This pile of iron ore is certainly valuable, but it is nothing. Now, under the influence of the Qilin body forging technique, all the impurities in Yang Mucheng's body have been completely forged out, and he has been forged into a peerless magic weapon. Although, this magical weapon was transformed from a pile of iron ore. But everyone knows that the value of this magical weapon is many times more than the iron ore. It can be said, this martial art not only tempered Yang Mucheng's physique, but also transformed his inner energy attributes. You can achieve success so quickly. Axiano on the side couldn't help but sigh, facing Yang Muqing's confused gaze. Axiano explained. The level of each of the 5 elements body training techniques, including the Kirin body training technique, is the same, and they are all heaven level. And the level of training is divided into beginner, small success, Deshang, peak, complete. When the 5 skills are cultivated to the level of perfection, they can be transformed into the 5-element spirit body. Once the 5-element spirit body is cultivated, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the 5 elements will live in each other, endlessly, and almost immortal. If this 5-element spirit body can evolve into a more advanced 5 elements holy body, its power will be even more terrifying. When Yang Muqing heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. Perhaps this Jilin body training technique is not as good as the magic weapons, and martial arts in other small worlds. But for him, it is the most suitable technique. Although his cultivation level has not improved much because of this Jilin body training technique, his strength has directly stepped onto a higher level. Enough! In the next time, just continue to practice in this space. After all, for a while, the concentration of spiritual energy in this small world was dozens of times that of the outside world. Axiano also nodded heavily. And in another small world. It was at this moment that Shaoqing stepped onto the last step. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying power crushed him almost without warning. Although, the stairs Shaoqing passed were not like the 999 Yang Muqing altars. But the power on his stairs was also so powerful that it was hard to imagine. There was a dull groan, and Shaoqing felt that all the bones in his body were crackling. However, under such terrifying crushing force, Shaoqing did not show any signs of retreating, but instead opened his eyes angrily. Drink! The tongue shines like a lotus flower, and the body surges. The terrifying power swept across crazily. At this moment, Shaoqing broke through half a step of nirvana and reached the state of nirvana on the spot. And at the same time, with a breakthrough in cultivation, the terrifying momentum that could crush everything suddenly disappeared like a bubble. This is? Shaoqing, who was steady on the last step, looked at the scroll suspended in front of him with shocked eyes. Chapter 1228 The Real Trial. As time passes by, the geniuses in the small world are finally approaching their final days. However, before they came out, when the first ray of sunlight fell on the trial stars, it had already been half a year since many geniuses came here. At this time, everything on the entire trial star has been explored. Many geniuses believe that the remaining half a year will be spent in such boring days. However, not so. When the first ray of sunlight fell on the trial star, Mr. Elegant slowly opened his eyes at the same time. It has been exactly 180 days since the day of trial. There's only half the time left. All the forbidden areas, mechanisms, and opportunities one has set up on the entire star have been thoroughly explored by everyone. Now, these last 180 days are not as easy to pass as you imagined. Ah! Smiled lightly. Mr. Elegant made a seal with his right hand. Boom! 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 A series of terrible sounds suddenly sounded. At this moment, the entire star seemed to be trembling inexplicably at this moment. Countless geniuses trembled in their hearts, and quickly rushed towards the place where the vibration broke out, only to see strange and weird temples constantly rising from the ground. The doors of those temples were closed, but there were waves of terrifying roars, screams, and howls coming from inside, as if there were huge demon kings, heavenly demons, hiding in the space. What's this? Why are there temples? This temple is like a prison. There seems to be something inside. Many geniuses stared at the temples with their eyes wide open. Of course they know. These temples that suddenly popped up from the ground are Mr. Elegance's trick. But I don't know why these temples exist. The first 180 days are just the appetizer for the trial. The next 180 days will be the real trial. Just when everyone was confused, unexpected, Mr. Elegance's voice slowly spread throughout the world and resounded in the ears of all the geniuses. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What? The first 180 days are not considered a trial? Are the last half of the time a trial? Could it be that this temple contains the content of our next trial? All the geniuses who heard these words couldn't help but be stunned. These people guessed almost immediately that the trial they would undergo next would probably be in this temple. But there are also some people who have expected this. After all, This is the trial of joining the Shin sect. How could it be so easy? How could it be so simple to get through the first trial unscathed? Now, the sudden appearance of temples confirmed these people's guesses. Boom! 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 In the temple, the closed doors were being banged crazily. It was as if something was constantly banging on the door, trying to get out of the closed temple. Some geniuses, hearing the shocking noise, already had a premonition of something bad, and kept retreating towards the rear. There are also some geniuses who are still unaware of the matter and want to enter the temple with strong curiosity to see what kind of terrifying existence is hidden in that temple. However, at this time, Mr. Elegant's voice also sounded quietly. The trial begins. Bang! 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 Almost with the sound of his voice. In an instant, above the entire trial star, the closed temple doors suddenly burst open. Along with the exploding wooden door, the terrifying black shadows came out crazily at the same time. At this moment, the warriors surrounding the temple all widened their eyes and fell into complete astonishment. Boom! The countless monsters, at this moment, like a surging tide, emerged quickly and fiercely with almost no gap, and pounced directly towards everyone. Among these monsters, the ones with the lowest strength have reached the realm of the Divine Sea, and among them are a large number of great monster kings who have achieved half-step nirvana. The number of these monsters is 10 times that of Kinju. Some geniuses who had long expected that the situation was not going well ran away quickly, but more geniuses were completely submerged under such a terrifying bombardment. On the trial star, in the previous 180 days, the 100,000 talents had only lost about 10% of their value. However, in just one day today, a full 20% was lost. Everyone understands that this is the terrifying part of the trial. This is only the first day, and the following days will be increasingly difficult. Only the talented ones with real strength can persevere to the end in this round of trials. I wonder how many people will stick with it. Mr. Elegant looked at the geniuses who were eliminated one by one, with a faint smile on his lips. These monsters were collected from various stars when he traveled in the starry sky, and now they are used in the trial. Correct. The time for those geniuses from the TNT Plateau to practice in the small world should also be over. I don't know how they will face the attacks of these monsters. Mr. Elegant's heart moved secretly, and his spiritual thoughts swept over him, landing directly on the Tianrim Plateau. Yang Muchung, who was practicing, could just feel a shocking repulsive force, as if he was pushed out of the small world from the heaven and the earth. When Yang Muchung opened his eyes again, he found that he had left the small world, arrived at the sky plateau, and returned to the trial stars. In addition to him, there are many talented people who have also entered here before. These geniuses, their strength is much higher than when they entered here. Obviously, the small world contains extremely high concentration of spiritual energy, which benefits every genius a lot. The cultivation level has more or less improved to a small level, compared to only Yang Muchung, who is at the peak of the Divine Sea, is not very conspicuous among these geniuses. As for Xian Nu, he also benefited a lot and actually reached the peak of the Divine Sea. These geniuses, like Yang Muchung, were excluded from their own small world, and they all stood on this plateau. In front of them, there is a golden barrier. As long as this barrier disappears, the geniuses present can leave here. Now, these geniuses are all here waiting for the barrier to open. Chapter 1229 The Sky Demon Ape King. The geniuses here may not be the most powerful, but they are definitely the luckiest ones. After all, there are many geniuses with more strength and cultivation than them, but they have not been able to come in. But they got the key fragments and came here, which is equivalent to a whole year more training than other geniuses. How are you? Did you get the opportunity in the small world? While waiting, one genius couldn't help but ask, how could someone get such a difficult opportunity? A genius couldn't help but shake his head and said, my opportunity is on a mountain. As long as I can climb that mountain, I can get the opportunity. However, that mountain is too difficult to climb. Almost every step up is very difficult. No matter how much effort you put in, once you are knocked down from the mountain, all your previous efforts will be lost, and you must start climbing again. The same is true for mine. It's just that it's not a mountain, but a climbing tower with a total of 108 steps. Every time you climb a step, you will face the bombardment from the top of the tower. If you can't bear it, you will be directly removed from the climbing tower. The tower was blown down, and then we had to start over again, another genius said. Everyone was talking about it. Apparently, everyone's trial methods are similar. What needs to be tested is great perseverance. If you don't have great perseverance, you won't even think about getting the last chance. So, many geniuses have chosen to stay in their own small worlds to practice. Although he did not get a big opportunity, the richness of spiritual energy in this small world was beyond ordinary. It seems that you have got a great opportunity. At this time, a loud voice came from behind, and Xiaoqing missed the crowd and came to Yang Mucheng's side. A pair of black and white eyes kept looking at Yang Mucheng, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Sir, you are indeed right. Not only do you have great opportunities, you also have great perseverance. The same as you. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. Roar! At this moment, a shocking roar suddenly came from outside the golden barrier. The terrifying scream seemed to be that of some kind of great demon king, causing waves of wind and sand to fly in all directions. The howling sound penetrated the space and came out crazily. The shocked warriors present only felt that their blood was surging, and they couldn't help but retreat. At this moment, the expressions of everyone who had gathered in Tianji Plateau changed. What is that? The great demon king? And it feels like there's not just one big demon king, but many heads. Under the roar, many geniuses looked at each other in confusion. Apparently, they all had a premonition of something. Is it true? Suddenly, a genius shouted out loud. Suddenly, the voice of this genius attracted everyone's attention. Say, what's going on? And Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes. When I was practicing in the small world, a companion told me what was happening in the outside world through a special method. That day, in many places on the trial stars, very strange stars rose. The temples. There seems to be some terrifying existence being imprisoned in these temples. Later, these temples were knocked open, and countless monsters emerged from the temples. The lowest strength of these monsters has reached the realm of the divine sea, and the higher ones even have half a step of nirvana and nirvana cultivation. Call. Hearing these words, many of the geniuses present could not help but widen their eyes. How many people can handle such a terrifying demon king? Or even a heavenly demon? Then what? And Xiaoqing continued to ask. The genius couldn't help but trembled, and said quickly, Then, after those monsters emerged from the temple, they began to massacre the geniuses. Those geniuses who were killed were all eliminated. I understand. And Xiaoqing suddenly understood, and couldn't help but nodded. The trial has not really begun until today. The previous trials are just some appetizers for us. On this star, the last 180 days are the real trials. Only after passing through the last 180 days can we finally pass through this first round of trials. What? Some geniuses on the Tianji Plateau were suddenly shocked and turned pale. Survive for 180 days on this star full of monsters. This difficulty is really too great. Interesting. After hearing in Xiaoqing's analysis, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In the past 180 days, the entire trial star, whether it was the 9 Forbidden Lands, the Sky Plateau, or other places, had been thoroughly explored by hundreds of thousands of geniuses. If there is nothing next, then it is really called boredom. Now, surviving for 180 days on such a star full of monsters is a real trial, which is quite interesting once you hear it. Even at this moment, Yang Mucheng began to look forward to it. Boom! 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 Terrifying loud sounds resounded wildly. I just saw that the golden barrier surrounding the entire Tianrim Plateau actually erupted with bursts of crazy sounds at this moment, as if some huge existence was shaking in horror. With each burst of smashing, the golden barrier would gradually become transparent in the shocked eyes of the geniuses. Clang! Suddenly, a sudden burst of sound resounded. Then he saw that under the final bombardment, the huge barrier turned into pieces like glass and scattered suddenly. At the same time, the existence that was frantically smashing the barrier was completely revealed in front of everyone. Sky Demon! The moment they felt the opponent's aura, everyone present couldn't help but feel fierce in their hearts. Even some timid geniuses could not help but tremble with fear. It was a celestial demon that was as huge as a hill and looked like an ape. It has black hair, a ferocious face, and is wearing golden armor. There is a huge war hammer on his shoulders. Even a 100-meter-long Titan python seems to be a good baby in front of this demon ape king. After smashing the barrier, the Sky Demon Ape King picked up the Optimus Prime-like war hammer with one hand, picking it up as easily as a bean sprout, and even carried it on his shoulder casually. Just such a simple action caused a small earthquake on the entire Tianrim Plateau. The heavenly demon ape king's gaze swept across the sky, causing countless geniuses' scalps to tingle. At this moment, there was a sudden surge of emotion, and a smile appeared. However, under this smile, there is an unconcealable murderous intention. Chapter 1230 The Body of Kirin. Heavenly Demon. The demon ape king in the realm of Nirvana. Just standing here gives people a very terrifying pressure. In addition to this sky demon ape king, there are thousands of great demon kings following behind it. The cultivation levels of these great demon kings are all above the realm of the divine sea. From a distance, they look like an army composed of a group of great demon kings. Now, these great demon kings, including the sky demon ape king, all stared at the geniuses in front of them with a hunting gaze. It seems that in their eyes, these geniuses have become their prey. Notice, these monsters were all captured by Mr. Elegance. They originally hated humans so much, but now they have encountered so many talented people. How could they let them go so easily? So many monsters. In addition to these great demon kings, there is also a celestial demon. This is a celestial demon in the Nirvana realm. The Titan of Shanghai perfection is Kwangmong, the Grandmaster of Shanghai's ancestral bird. These are all powerful demon kings. Even if they are just one, I can't deal with them. Let alone so many terrifying existences appearing all at once. Looking at these great demon kings in front of him, every heavenly demon present felt their scalp numb. Such a terrifying existence. If they were to surge up directly, no matter how powerful they were, they would be overwhelmed by these monsters. I didn't expect there to be so many geniuses here. Just right. Let me kill you happily. The sky demon ape king opened his mouth wide, and the killing intent in his dark golden eyes roared out like a tidal wave, almost as soon as he finished speaking. But at this moment, the sky demon ape king quickly raised the huge war hammer on his shoulder, roaring towards him like sweeping an army. That's just the huge hammer surface, which is 7 or 8 feet in diameter, like a huge mountain rushing across. Not good! No one expected that this celestial demon would strike immediately without giving anyone the slightest time to react. Bang! 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 This huge war hammer swept across and directly hit the bodies of one genius after another. The terrifying power directly smashed the bodies of these geniuses and completely exploded, and pieces of ferocious blood spattered and out. At the same time, the swing of the war hammer brought up a blast of howling wind. Many talented people were directly swept by this blast of wind. It was as if they were hit hard by the terrifying wave. His skeleton was completely shattered, and he flew dozens of feet on the spot. He was already dead before he even landed. And the next moment, the roar of the demonic ape king also sounded loudly at this moment. Kill! There was a roar. Immediately, the big demon kings behind it couldn't bear it any longer, and let out bursts of crazy roars. And then they appeared in front of them like a tide. These great demon kings were as tall as mountains, and each one of them surged forward like the sky and the earth were shattering. What's more, these thousands of great demon kings are all coming. No matter how strong your cultivation level is, you will probably be swallowed up by it in an instant. Retreat! Yang Mucheng shouted loudly. At this time, you can only avoid the sharp edge temporarily, and then wait for the opportunity to take action. However, although Yang Mucheng was fast, the speed of those great demon kings was not slow either. Yang Mucheng's huge energy and blood immediately attracted the attention of a 3-headed titan python. These 3 titan pythons are the relics of the ancient times, and are several times larger than the ancient alien species that Yang Mucheng encountered in the ancient tomb. While Yang Mucheng retreated, the giant snake demon raised its body, and its 6 green eyes stared directly at Yang Mucheng. Then, in the next moment, it quickly flew towards Yang Mucheng. The terrifying posture is even more unscrupulous and rampant, regardless of whether the people standing in front of it are mountains, the same kind, or warriors. It will crush them all without any scruples. The entire ground was crushed by its huge body, leaving a deep mark. On the spot, he rushed in front of Yang Mucheng like lightning. Roar! At the same time, its 3 huge heads also roared at the same time, biting towards Yang Mucheng. The strength of this titan python has improved many times compared to the original 3-headed python. But now, Yang Mucheng's strength has also increased countless times. Looking at the titanic python that was charging towards him desperately, a stern look flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. I heard! Titanoboa is a snake demon with the toughest scales among all pythons, and it also has the most powerful defense. Okay, I want to see whether your defense is stronger or my attack is stronger. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Yang Muchung grabbed it with his right hand, and the pure inner energy in his body turned into a rolling whirlpool and poured into his palm on the spot. Then, it suddenly slashed downwards. The sword light formed by this internal energy does not seem to be much stronger, but it contains a metallic edge, an edge strong enough to cut through everything. Roar! Seeing that this tiny human dared to compete with him, the three titan pythons roared angrily, and their huge bodies violently retracted and released. Then the huge python suddenly shot out like an angry arrow that had been preparing for a long time. It is confident in its own defense power. No matter how strong this sword is, it can still devour this human warrior with this sword light. Cut! However, at this moment, Yang Muchung opened his eyes angrily. His tongue was like a lotus flower, and he drank with concentration. In an instant, the golden sword light was so sharp that it fell unexpectedly. It struck directly from the head of the three giant pythons and cut it into two halves. Along with Howren's blood, the snake body that was split into two pieces also fell to the ground with a loud and dull sound. What a terrifying sharp power! He looked at the three titan pythons being chopped into two halves with one strike of his sword. No matter how hard the scales were under his sword, they were like cutting tofu with a knife, breaking without any hindrance. Yang Muchung couldn't help being shocked to know this terrifying sharp power is just an additional ability that comes from practicing the Qilin body training technique. The truly terrifying thing about the Qilin body training technique is not the internal sharpness that can crush everything, but the Qilin body that is like steel and becomes more powerful the more it is bombarded. Roar! Just when Yang Muchung was shocked by his own strength, a terrifying lion's roar suddenly sounded, and a lion-shaped demon king flew up. Taking advantage of Yang Muchung's shock, he rushed towards him, trying to tear him apart. Broken! However, Yang Muchung stretched out his hands without hesitation, grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the demon king, and gently applied force. Chapter 1231 The Terrifying Ape King. At this moment, everyone was frantically resisting the attacks of these great demon kings. But the great demon king is so proficient that 7 or 8 great demon kings besieged a genius. As a last resort, the geniuses of Tianji Plateau could only choose to form a temporary team to deal with and resist these big demon kings. Among these people, apart from Yang Muchung, the only one who could withstand the attack of the great demon king alone was in Shaoqing. When many great demon dynasties were rushing toward Yang Muchung, there were also a large number of great demon kings who rushed towards in Shaoqing's position and rushed away crazily. And Shaoqing, on the other hand, didn't panic and suddenly made a move with his hands. Boom! A loud sound like a thunderstorm resounded. And then, he saw countless pieces of soil turning up rapidly under this shocking internal force, transforming into 2 huge palms. His inner strength has also grown significantly in the small world. At this moment, it is already incredibly powerful. It has condensed this piece of less harder than steel, and 7 or 8 big monsters are directly enveloped in it. The king was crushed to pieces by the closed giant palms on the spot. Then, he turned his energy into a sword and faced these great demon kings. With his cultivation in the Nirvana realm, he had almost no difficulty in fighting against the great demon king. No matter how powerful the great demon king was, he could not withstand a single move in front of him. But what shocked in Shaoqing was that the same was true for Yang Muchung. At this moment, Yang Muchung was using nothing but his white jade-like hands and the simplest punches to attack these monsters. Whether it is an armadillo covered in scales or a dragon turtle with strong defense, under Yang Muchung's attack, it is as fragile as paper. Just tear it apart with your hands. No matter how strong your cultivation is, you will still be defeated. Tear it open on the spot. Arsenal also become more courageous as they fight. She controlled the war slave, which was enough to resist the great demon king of divine sea perfection. Almost as soon as the battle started, she was flying into the sky and fighting with several flying demon kings. With one enemy outnumbered, he was still able to counterattack and suppress the opponent, and even killed 2 or 3 big demon kings. Certainly, the souls of these great demon kings were absorbed into the Juzi order and became the nourishment for Ashin Nu. The geniuses present also quickly recovered from their brief shock. They all used their own special skills to resist these terrifying monster kings who were like a tidal wave. Boom! 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 For a while, a burst of bright light burst out across the entire Skyrim plateau. Countless magic weapons, martial arts, and exercises flooded out, covering the sky and the sun. That shocking attack even drove many great demon kings back step by step. Seeing this scene, the geniuses present could not help but cheer excitedly. Maybe it would be possible for them to withstand the terrifying crushing force of these great demon kings. However, everyone had forgotten and seemed to have ignored the existence of the Sky Demon Ape King. The size of this Sky Demon Ape King is not too big among the many great demon kings. Some of the great demon kings are even dozens of times larger than the Sky Demon Ape King. However, it is undeniable that the strength of this Sky Demon Ape King is extremely powerful. Palpitations. Seeing this group of geniuses joining forces and beating many great demon kings back step by step, the Sky Demon Ape King narrowed his eyes on the spot. Snort! With a sneer, the Sky Demon Ape King carried the giant hammer and walked directly out of the group of big demon kings. Kill! At this time, a genius has become red-eyed. When facing many great demon kings, he had already summoned his magic weapon. His magic weapon is a whip made of snake bones, which is usually not used. It transforms into a crystal-clear bracelet and is worn on his wrist. When he used it now, he held it directly in his hand and swept it around fiercely. Every time the whip is struck, it can blast a terrifying deep pit into the ground. The big demon kings who were bombarded had their skins torn open by the whip, and they continued to retreat towards the rear with bursts of roars. Boom! When the genius turned his eyes and landed on the demonic ape king, he almost didn't even think about it before he threw up the bone whip in his hand. Crackling, the bone whip rose up, and with a terrifying wind that cut everything apart, it suddenly swept towards the Sky Demon Ape King. Even the void was filled with a chilling chill, and a sheet of frost erupted on the ground. This was the effect of the sinister energy contained in the snake bones. Boom! In an instant, the bone whip hit the Sky Demon Ape King's chest hard. A burst of extremely harsh sound resounded, but it was seen that the bone whip not only failed to crush the body of the Sky Demon Ape King, as everyone imagined, but even the piece of protective armor it wore was broken. It was not broken, but a light frost was left. This piece of ice was completely shattered when the Ape King slapped it with his hand. What? Tianjia looked at this scene and felt his scalp numb. He knows the power of his bone whip better than anyone else. I whipped with all my strength, but it didn't even hurt the opponent's fur. This is really terrifying. He slowly raised his head, and the figure of the Sky Demon Ape King, with a sinister smile on his face, was reflected in his eyes. Die! The Sky Demon Ape King grinned and spoke human words. The warhammer, which was 100 feet long, was swung by it on the spot, and it crashed down like a hill, hitting Tianjia's body without any space. There was only a crackling sound, and Tianjia was like a dead tree twig crushed by the mountain. There was no resistance at all, and he was smashed into pulp on the spot. After killing this genius, the demonic ape king snorted and walked forward slowly. It carries its back with one hand and holds the war hammer with the other, as comfortable as walking on its own flower and fruit mountain. When he saw the big demon king being beaten back by the geniuses, he walked over with his hands behind his back and smashed it down with a hammer. No matter how strong you are, this hammer can smash you into pieces, all the way through. 7 or 8 of the great demon kings were beaten to death, and Tianjiao, who kept retreating, was easily crushed to death on the spot. For a while, the situation that the geniuses finally managed to control was taken away by the demonic ape king again at this moment. Those big demon kings, also because of the addition of the Sky Demon Ape King, became more and more fierce. At this moment, they desperately rushed towards the Tianji present, as if they were killed. I also want to bite off a piece of meat from the bodies of these geniuses. And this time, the Sky Demon Ape King, who seemed to be doing nothing, began to become bored. No one among the geniuses present could hit it, and it had already taken the initiative to find the most powerful existence among the geniuses. Chapter 1232 Assassination Team. Boom! 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 The powerful Sky Demon Ape King walked slowly on the battlefield carrying his war hammer. Every time he came in front of a prodigy, he would swing the huge war hammer and smash it down. The genius who often fought against the great demon king didn't even have time to react before he was completely smashed into a pulp. For a while, the offensive of the great demon king's legion actually suppressed many geniuses with a shocking attitude, especially when the warhammer hit the ground with a bang like an explosion. Every horrifying sound fell on everyone's mind. Everyone's heart seemed to be like a big drum at this moment, trembling crazily with the horrifying sound. With the attack of the great demon king, the battle lines of the geniuses were continuously compressed step by step and kept retreating. There are also some geniuses who want to take advantage of the chaos and escape. But those cunning demon kings, who don't know when, had already sprang out from other places and directly surrounded the entire Tianji plateau. And at this time, they continue to shrink the encirclement. When the entire encirclement closes, that's when these geniuses will be completely wiped out. No! We have to break out! Some geniuses have already realized the seriousness of the problem. If we don't choose to break out, I'm afraid we will all die here. But how to break out of the encirclement? No matter how fast you are. Can you be faster than that demon ape king? A genius shouted. Suddenly, the geniuses present could not help but fell silent. Previously, there was a small team that wanted to break through the siege and get out. But that day, the demonic ape king burst out with unimaginable terrifying speed. Almost in an instant, he quickly caught up with those geniuses and smashed them to death with his warhammer on the spot. Until now, only then did they realize that the Sky Demon Ape King had already regarded them as the turtles in the urn. It seems like a cat playing with its prey, letting these geniuses know what despair is. It seems that only by killing this Sky Demon Ape King can we escape from here. Many geniuses exchanged their opinions with each other. After all, when it comes to life and death, no one dares to neglect it. The 4 people with the highest cultivation levels have already taken the initiative to fight. I'm coming too. When Yang Macheng learned that everyone was preparing to besiege the Sky Demon Ape King, he immediately stepped forward and asked for a fight. Idiot. You are only at the peak of the Divine Sea. How can you interfere in a battle of this strength? Get as far away from me as you can. If you hadn't been able to play a role, I would have killed you long ago, said a genius named Yin Zheng in the assassination team. He has cultivated to the level of Grand Master of Shihai, and has reached the half-step of Nirvana in the small world. He is the most powerful among the many geniuses on the Tianji Plateau. When he saw Yang Macheng coming forward, he immediately shouted unceremoniously, "Don't cause trouble. With your cultivation, you can hardly deal with those big demon kings. Why do you still want to fight against that demon ape king?" Another genius also shouted coldly, "Get out of the way quickly. Don't hold us back." Everyone present looked at Yang Macheng as if he were looking at an idiot. The demonic ape king that day was so powerful that others could avoid him. With your level of cultivation, you may not be able to cope with the aura unleashed by the heavenly demonic ape king. Don't be scared to death when you face the ape king head-on. However, surprisingly, and Xiaoqing looked at Yang Macheng with deep meaning and immediately asked, "Alright. What?" All the talented people around were shocked. No one expected that, and Xiaoqing would actually agree that only Yang Macheng, who was at the peak of the Divine Sea, would join the team to assassinate the Sky Demon. Especially Yin Zheng, who had scolded Yang Macheng before. His face was full of gloom. In his opinion, Yang Macheng was not even qualified to carry his shoes. So what qualifications did he have to be in the same team as him? Maybe I'm just using him as a shield. A genius secretly guessed. Just when the 5-man team to assassinate the Sky Demon was selected, the Sky Demon Ape King also discovered everyone in this area. Boom! The Sky Demon Ape King grinned. A cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he immediately locked onto the location of Yang Macheng and others. Then, amid a burst of horrifying roars, the Sky Demon Ape King suddenly kicked the ground, and his huge body of several hundred feet shot out directly from the Great Demon King's army. This terrifying momentum was like the weight of a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, it rushed in front of everyone, and even swung the huge warhammer on the spot, and smashed it down crazily. Boom! This crazy shaking caused the location where the 5 people were standing to collapse completely. Take action. Everyone who hit aside roared in unison. Facing this hill-like Sky Demon Ape King, everyone's bodies are as small as ants. But now, they want to use their ant bodies to challenge this behemoth. And they want to kill it completely. Boom! 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 Then, the terrifying inner energy in their bodies completely exploded on the spot. And with this huge force, they violently flew towards the Sky Demon Ape King. Yang Macheng summoned the Xinyuan sword and blasted it directly towards the eyes of the Sky Demon Ape King. Yin Zheng and others were all stunned by this scene. They didn't expect that the inner energy released by Yang Macheng was even comparable to them. Moreover, when facing the Sky Demon Ape King, he showed no fear at all, and actually dared to directly stab the Sky Demon Ape King's eyeballs. Kill! And Xiaoqing roared angrily. At this moment, all the powerful internal energy of the 5 people was invested in magic weapons, and martial arts. On the spot, a shocking flash of swords and sword shot towards the body of the Sky Demon Ape King. Hee hee. It's just a desperate struggle. The Sky Demon Ape King, who was surrounded by 5 people, showed no fear at all. Instead, he looked up to the sky and roared. The shocking roar directly transformed into endless sound waves. The rolling sound waves were filled with terrifying demonic energy, and collided with the attacks of the 5 people on the spot. Boom! 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 The sound-killing attack filled with huge demonic energy actually possessed unimaginable power. Tearing the space apart, the huge sound waves spread, completely blasting the 5 people's attacks into a vacuum, and even blasting the sky plateau with terrifying cracks tens of meters long. And at the same time, this shocking wave of sound hit everyone's bodies hard, blasting out the 5 members of the assassination team on the spot. The geniuses on the Tianji Plateau were completely stunned when they saw this scene. This Sky Demon Ape King is so terrifying. Faced with the joint efforts of the 5 geniuses, not only did they block their attacks, but they were also directly repelled, completely suppressing them. Boom! Yang Mucheng flew back with a burst of fire and landed on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and looked forward. When his eyes fell on the Sky Demon Ape King, his heart suddenly sank. This Sky Demon Ape King in the realm of Nirvana is truly terrifying. Chapter 1233 Life and Death. Just a few of you guys want to join forces to fight against me. The Sky Demon Ape King was carrying the war hammer. His eyes were sweeping, and a hint of ridicule flashed in his dark golden eyes. It turned its gaze and fell on Yang Mucheng, with a hint of humiliation flashing in its eyes. A genius who is at the peak of the divine sea dares to attack me. It seems that you still don't know how terrifying I am. If so, I will let you understand the gap between the Nirvana realm and the peak of the divine sea. With a horrified look on its face, it picked up the war hammer in its hand and smashed it towards Yang Mucheng. Boom! This terrifying and shocking blow. The terrifying momentum of the impact was even more terrifying than before. In an instant, it was already falling crazily and came to the front of Yang Mucheng. The terrifying pressure brought about by this shocking hammer made the surrounding space crackle and crackle, blasting terrifying deep pits into the surrounding earth. It's over! Seeing this scene, the geniuses present felt their hearts tremble. The Sky Demon Ape King is like the king of hell. If it makes you die, you must die. Humph! You are just asking for your own death. At the top of the divine sea, you also want to attack the Sky Demon. Doesn't this force the Sky Demon Ape King to get angry and directly kill you? However, there are also some people who think that Yang Mucheng is solely to blame for all this, who made him unable to recognize his own strength and insist on joining the assassination team. Boom! Facing the attack of the Sky Demon Ape King, Yang Mucheng made a move and used the demon god's sacrifice on the spot. At the same time, the huge demonic energy swept out directly from his body like a flame, causing his whole person to be wrapped in it, and the sword in his hand erupted with a crisp sword sound. And then, the unparalleled domineering momentum that looked down on the world completely exploded, like rapid thunder, roaring towards the huge warhammer, chopping away fiercely. Clang! The terrifying bombardment suddenly resounded across the plateau. These two shocking forces collided fiercely like a world-destroying hurricane, and were released without reservation on the spot, shaking the surrounding space like glass, and quickly burst into pieces. Numerous huge cracks. What? Everyone was completely stunned by the scene in front of them. They never imagined that Yang Mucheng could withstand the full blow of the Sky Demon Ape King. Tang! At this moment, and Shaoqing tiptoed, and the Wanling sword in his hand burst out with a bright sword light on the spot, slashing hard at the Sky Demon Ape King. Boom! This horrifying sword directly cut open the armor on the chest of the Sky Demon Ape King, leaving a wound several feet long on his chest. This wound almost penetrated the chest of the Sky Demon Ape King. The bones were deeply visible, and the beating heart was faintly visible. Ants! How dare you hurt me? I will never forgive you. Not only was the insignificant human being able to resist his own attack, he was also bombarded by the other party and injured his body. The Sky Demon Ape King became furious on the spot. It swung the war hammer on the spot as if sweeping away thousands of troops, and turned out on the spot. Phew! This terrifying wave caused a shocking roar. A wave of air visible to the naked eye rolled rapidly, and hit the two of them like a wave. Wherever the wave passed, no matter whether it was the genius or the great demon king, they were all unable to avoid being torn to pieces on the spot. The earth was blasted with terrible cracks. Shang! Facing the furious Sky Demon Ape King, Yin Zheng and others turned pale with fear. and they couldn't help but shoot towards the back. However, Yang Mucheng and In Shaoqing did not show the slightest fear. At this moment, as if they had agreed, they rolled directly forward and unleashed that shocking sword strike. Boom! Boom! This shocking slash of the sword directly cut into pieces the monstrous air wave. Yang Mucheng and In Shaoqing blocked the attack of the Sky Demon Ape King. The scene that happened in the sky completely shocked everyone. In Shaoqing is a Nirvana strongman. His ability to withstand the attack of the Sky Demon Ape King is not too unexpected. However, Yang Mucheng only has the peak of the Divine Sea. And he also resisted the attack of the Sky Demon Ape King. In one scene. It was simply unbelievable to everyone. Even the crazy combination of these two people actually suppressed the bombardment of the Nirvana Realm Demon King. The terrifying sounds of fighting resounded throughout the entire Tianji Plateau one after another. Each explosion was like a thunderbolt from the blue, violently shaking the sky above the plateau. And that day, the demonic Ape King kept letting out bursts of crazy roars, obviously extremely angry. And it didn't look as elegant as before. Its huge body had been split into huge sword marks by the two of them. Every sword mark was deeply visible to the bone. And blood like a spring was constantly emerging from the wound. A pond completely composed of blood was formed at the feet of the Sky Demon Ape King. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm going to kill you! Go to H.L. The Sky Demon Ape King, who was hit by the bombardment and covered in scars, was already in extreme anger at this moment. The huge body started to squirm crazily at this moment. And the already huge body expanded crazily once again. The billowing demonic energy swept out from the body of the Sky Demon Ape King desperately. Boom! Then, the huge arms of the Sky Demon Ape King suddenly flew towards the surroundings. Boom! In an instant, this churning demonic energy suddenly transformed into a terrifying giant wave, surging crazily in all directions. This is the attack transformed by the purest demonic energy. At this moment, the rolling air waves transformed into a shocking sea tide that surged out desperately, like a demon dancing wildly. And that terrifying Sky Demon Ape King is the arrogant demon emperor. Wherever the breath passed, everything was razed to the ground and completely crushed into dust. And Yang Mucheng and In Shaoqing, who had been fighting with the Sky Demon Ape King, were crushed by this terrible wave of demon energy. Not good. At this moment, a trace of deep shock could not help but flash in the eyes of both parties. We must strike with all our strength. Otherwise, we will all die here. Horrible. After all, this is the most powerful attack of the Sky Demon Ape King. Either you die or I die. At this moment, both Yang Mucheng and In Shaoqing used all their strength. All the inner strength was poured into each other's swords. Zheng! A clear and crisp sound of swords resounded throughout. Yang Mucheng's Shinyuan sword became even darker and gloomier, like an infinite black hole, swallowing up all nothingness. And Shaoqing's 10,000 spirits sword became extremely blue. And at the same time, countless spiritual energies between heaven and earth were attracted and continued to flow towards the sword. When the momentum of the two people reached the highest point, when the huge wave of monster energy bombarded them, the two of them took action almost at the same time. Chapter 1234 Presbyterian Church. Yang Mucheng's churning demonic energy reached its extreme in an instant. Looking from a distance, Yang Mucheng was completely enveloped by a huge black demonic energy. And Shaoqing on the other side was surrounded by a terrifying blue mist. Demonic energy and fog covered the sky in a radius of several thousand meters, where the two of them stood. As Yang Mucheng, who was at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea, the terrifying power he unleashed was not even comparable to that of In Shaoqing, who had reached Nirvana. The two terrifying auras reached their peak at the same time. Then, he slashed hard at the terrifying air wave. Boom! Boom! Two shocking sword lights, at this moment, danced down in the air, and with a shocking power that could destroy everything, they struck hard on the terrifying monster wave. A terrifying tearing sound suddenly resounded. Immediately afterwards, he saw the air wave tearing apart, and two sword lights that surpassed the world were chopped down from the vastness of the sky in an instant. No! Seeing this scene, the Sky Demon Ape King let out a crazy roar, and quickly raised the warhammer in its hand to block the two men's shocking attacks. However, the demonic Ape King is finally slowing down. The two swords swayed suddenly, bursting out with a burst of shocking power. Like two rapid flashes, they penetrated the void on the spot and blasted into the body of the Sky Demon Ape King without any gap. Boom! The black and cyan sword lights blasted into the Sky Demon Ape King's eyebrows and throat respectively. Amidst a burst of banging explosions, they blasted out from the back of his head on the spot. Silently, two sword rays had completely taken away the life of the Sky Demon Ape King. Everyone just felt like their eyes were blurred. When he looked again, there were already two blood holes on the body of the Sky Demon Ape King that could not be concealed. Boom! In the violent rush of blood, the Sky Demon Ape King, who was completely penetrated, crashed to the ground like a felled tree. The Demonic Ape King, an existence whose cultivation strength reached the realm of Nirvana, actually died due to the joint efforts of Yang Macheng and Xiaoqing, and died under the sword of the two of them. This loud banging sound made the geniuses around them suddenly wake up from the shock on their faces, and even caused the big demon kings on the Tianji Plateau to let out waves of exclamations, like bereaved dogs, desperately fleeing in all directions. Yang Macheng and Xiaoqing slowly fell from the air and exhaled sword-like breaths. Died! This Sky Demon Ape King actually died under the combined efforts of the two of them. How could these great demon kings escape? Everyone who came back to their senses looked at the great demon kings, who had completely turned into birds and beasts after the Sky Demon Ape King was killed. They suddenly let out a shocking roar one by one and chased them away at all costs. Even Axianu, controlling the war slave, quickly joined the chasing team. After all, each of these geniuses is extremely arrogant. After being bullied by these big demon kings to this point, they naturally need to vent their anger. Therefore, neither Yang Macheng nor Xiaoqing stopped these geniuses. And they both believed that these geniuses would not make such simple mistakes. Just when everyone was chasing and killing many great demon kings, and Xiaoqing sat cross-legged on the spot and began to recover because his energy, blood and internal energy were depleted due to the previous battle with the Sky Demon Ape King. Yang Macheng also sat down cross-legged. On the one hand, he used the Juzi order to collect the souls of the monsters around him. On the other hand, he used the ancient heaven swallowing technique to absorb the energy and blood on the Tianji Plateau. At the same time, he calculated the gains and losses of the battle with the Sky Demon Ape King. No doubt, with Yang Macheng's strength alone, there is no way he can kill the Sky Demon Ape King alone. After all, the opponent was a heavenly demon in the Nirvana realm, and his strength, physique, and strength were far beyond Yang Macheng's expectations. If I hadn't learned the Qilin body training technique in this small world and squeezed out all the potential in my body, I wouldn't have been able to fight against the Sky Demon Ape King in this battle. Maybe it was just a face-to-face meeting, being bombarded by the opponent. However, this is just a small achievement. If I can practice it to perfection in the future, wouldn't it be even more powerful? If we can cultivate the remaining 4 Qinlong, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanwu to perfection, and cultivate a 5-element spirit body, wouldn't we be able to kill the heavenly demon with just our physical body? Yang Macheng was immersed in it, practicing and thinking at the same time. The last 180 days of the group demon trial may be lish test for others, but it is of great benefit to Yang Macheng. After all, after killing these monsters, he can absorb enough energy and blood to improve his strength. The energy and blood of the demons on the Tianrim Plateau, especially the energy and blood of the Sky Demon Ape King, directly caused Yang Macheng's cultivation to reach the peak of 60%. I don't know how long it took. When all the energy and blood on the entire Tianji Plateau had been absorbed, Yang Macheng slowly opened his eyes. Yang Macheng, your training is over? Yang Macheng just opened his eyes and saw Xiaoqing standing in front of him. Looking up and looking around, Yang Macheng discovered that the warriors who were chasing the great demon king had also returned at this moment. At this moment, they were all sitting there cross-legged, as if waiting for something. Yang Macheng stood up. Have you finished hunting down those big demon kings? Yes. They were all killed half an hour ago, and they have been pursued for more than 300 miles. We are all here waiting for you to wake up from practice. And Xiaoqing smiled softly and nodded to Yang Macheng. Wait for me. Yang Macheng looked surprised and puzzled. He looked ahead. However, he saw that there were 7 or 8 geniuses waiting for him in front of him. The cultivation levels of those geniuses have all reached the half-step of Nirvana. And Xiaoqing's cultivation level has even reached the realm of Nirvana. Now, these people are waiting for Yang Macheng, who is only at the peak of the Divine Sea. Seeing Yang Macheng approaching, these geniuses, including Yin Zheng, all nodded to Yang Macheng respectfully. Obviously, Yang Macheng and Xiaoqing's ability to jointly kill the Sky Demon Ape King was recognized by everyone. These geniuses no longer dare to look down on Yang Macheng just because of their advanced cultivation. While you were practicing, I gathered all the geniuses from TNG Plateau and formed a temporary organization. Those of us are considered the Presbyterian Church in the organization. And you are also a member of the Presbyterian Church? Yang Macheng asked in surprise. Then wait for me. And Xiaoqing smiled and said, Now! We have to discuss the next plan. You are also a member of the Presbyterian Council, so we want to listen to your suggestions. Chapter 1235 Escape from the Plateau. After being introduced by Xiaoqing, only then did Yang Macheng know what happened during this period of time when he was practicing. From the small world, a total of more than 300 geniuses came out, but only the last 127 of these geniuses were left. Although they blocked the attack of the demon group, they also paid the price of more than half of the damage. And this is just one of the waves. No one knows what will happen next. So, everyone gathered together to discuss how to deal with the remaining 179 days. What do you think? Yang Macheng did it cross-legged. Young Master Yang, I think we should just keep it here and not go anywhere. Yin Zheng glanced at Yang Macheng weakly and said cautiously, From the information we have so far, we know that now the entire trial star is filled with great demon kings. We are now greatly weakened. Once we encounter a demon group of the same size as before, we will be completely wiped out. Yang Macheng nodded. This analysis is undoubtedly correct. But, as soon as Yin Zheng finished speaking, a genius said, This sky plateau is flat and has no danger. If we stay here, we will be like a piece of delicious fat in the mouth of the demon king. Once another wave comes, the monsters are attacking us, and we can't even run away, because we will be beaten directly by the other party. Yang Macheng looked around. There were almost no mountains, rivers and rocks on the entire plateau. Once a big demon king came in, he could drive straight in and surround them again. Don't forget, if we leave here, where should we go? Now the entire trial star is occupied by the great demon king. No matter where we go, we will encounter the army of the great demon king. A prodigy in blue said, Now, hiding here is the most correct choice for us. Are we hiding here and waiting for the great demon king to come and attack us again? Another genius retorted. Once the discussion started, the temporary Presbyterian Council suddenly became noisy. Apparently, no one can convince anyone else. Seeing everyone quarreling, and Xiaoqing helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Faced with this situation, he was particularly helpless. Do you have an idea? And Xiaoqing looked towards Yang Macheng for help. Obviously, he knew that Yang Macheng was an emperor in Kyushu. He should have his own means and methods to deal with this situation. And perhaps other methods. Yang Macheng did not speak, but condensed for a moment. We have to get out of here. The more than 100 people we have left now cannot withstand the next wave of monster attacks. Moreover, this TNG plateau is not suitable for a position. There has only been a battle here, and the blood has completely penetrated in the soil. The smell of blood rises into the sky. Soon, more and more monsters will follow this smell of blood and come here. After Yang Macheng's words and reminder, everyone came back to their senses. Turned out to be, the soil under his feet was completely soaked with blood. What should we do? A genius asked. Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes and said, We have the only way now. We need to find all the survivors who were attacked by this demon swarm, and incorporate them into our own team, and continue to expand the number and strength of our team. At the same time, we need to find a suitable place to build a camp. Once the number of people increases, it will be much easier to resist the bombardment of the demon swarm, and then it will not be too difficult to spend the remaining days sadly. Okay, I'm done with my opinions. Yang Macheng looked at the people in front of him and said calmly, I agree with Yang Macheng's proposal. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, and Xiaoqing, who had been listening attentively, immediately raised his hands to vote. I agree. Agree. After looking at each other for a while, everyone almost all agreed. After all, among the entire organization, Yang Macheng and Xiaoqing have the strongest combat capabilities. Now that these two powerful combatants are standing together, even if the rest of them oppose it, it will have no effect. Without further ado, shall we set off now? And Xiaoqing looked at Yang Macheng. Yang Macheng shook his head and said, Don't worry. There are still some things that have not been resolved. Bring me the most talented people in the organization who are best at investigating. After a while, 7 or 8 talented people in the team who were good at investigation and surveillance were summoned in front of Yang Macheng. Show me your investigation methods. Yang Macheng said, Yes. These talented people also know that now is a life and death moment. And only by joining forces can they overcome the crisis. The first genius stood up. Call. He directly sacrificed his magic weapon, which was a floating white cloud, suspended directly in midair. Young Master Yang. This is my method. As long as I release this magic weapon, all the surrounding scenes will appear directly in my mind. Yang Mucheng asked. Can the divine mind perceive its existence? The genius shook his head and said, the divine mind cannot sense its existence. Yang Mucheng spread his spiritual thoughts and penetrated the floating cloud on the spot. Apparently, regardless of whether they are warriors or monsters, they will probably be confused by this magic weapon when they see it. Where's yours? Yang Mucheng looked at the next genius. My magic weapon is some refined flying puppets. The genius slowly took out several objects that looked like flying sparrows. After making a seal, these flying birds immediately circled and flew up. It is extremely fast and has a very wide detection range. The only flaw is that it cannot be hidden and is easily discovered by others. The next few geniuses all have their own investigation methods, but most of them are like the first one, relying on magic weapons to conduct investigations. The last genius gave Yang Mucheng a big surprise. This genius relied on an extremely rare transformation technique to transform into a monster, no matter in appearance or breath. He was no different from the transformed monster. But the only flaw is that it cannot fight and must be de-transformed. This kind of transformation technique was obtained by this genius in a star that had long since collapsed. Even if he blends into the demon group, no one will know about it. This genius, relying on this unique method of transformation, has escaped crisis after crisis. After understanding everyone's investigation methods, the prototype of a plan was slowly constructed in Yang Mucheng's mind. Ambush in Chapter 1236. In a barren grassland, a team advanced slowly. Everyone's footsteps are very slow and gentle. In the sky above this team, there are also some weird flying birds circling in all directions. The leader of the team was Yang Mucheng. Under Yang Mucheng's guidance, the entire team walked down from the plateau. After several days, they came to this grassland again. Several geniuses, who are good at investigation, have released their various methods into this area. Once a monster appears, everyone in the team will sense it immediately. That's all. Everyone came to this grassland without any danger. Along the way, they encountered several groups of monsters. But under the guidance of Yang Mucheng, they all left without any danger. Although, Yang Mucheng's cultivation level is not the highest among the team, but everyone is becoming more and more convinced of him. Young Master Yang! Young Master Yang! At this moment, a genius in charge of investigation came over quickly. Brush! Yang Mucheng immediately raised his right hand. After several days of practice, many geniuses have already understood that this gesture belongs to hide in place. With almost no hesitation, many of the geniuses quickly laid down in the grass, not only restraining their spiritual thoughts, but also condensing their inner energy to the extreme. Even if some monster flies over the team, it may not be able to find the people hiding below. What happened? Yang Mucheng asked. We have discovered something ahead, not a group of monsters, but a gathering place, the genius in charge of the investigation said excitedly. Assembly point. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but his eyes lit up. He listed the 8 geniuses who were responsible for the investigation and the one who had the ability to transform. Let this genius search for the gathering points of other geniuses throughout the stars. 7 days a day. Until today, I finally found the gathering place. Phew. But what he saw was a mysterious bird burning with flames, flapping its wings and slowly flying down. When his claws landed on the ground, they had already transformed back into human form. Zhang Di, where is the gathering place? Yang Mucheng asked quickly. 300 miles away from here, there is a large gathering place. There are at least thousands of people. The genius named Zhang Di said excitedly. I spotted this gathering place in the sky at a glance. There were 2 Nirvana strongmen in this gathering place. When I went there, I happened to see them resisting the attack of the demon group. Thousands of people. Almost they defeated the demon group easily. Even the 2 heavenly demons were defeated by them. Hearing these words, not only Yang Mucheng became excited, but other people present could not hide their excitement. If you can successfully join the gathering place of thousands of people, you will definitely be able to spend the remaining time safely. This unexpected news made everyone present couldn't help but get excited. Immediately, the team is moving forward at full speed. However, just when they were still halfway to the gathering point, everyone encountered an accident. Just when they entered a canyon, There was a sudden surge of internal energy. The leader Yang Mucheng's expression changed even more. He retreated sharply from his forward steps, and a long arrow shot through the air and hit his feet hard. Judging from the terrifying speed of the arrow and the astonishing force of it sinking directly into the soil, the other party must have no intention of keeping anyone alive. After Yang Mucheng dodged the long arrow, a burst of surprise suddenly came from the hiding place above the canyon. "What do you mean, Your Excellency? And why did you suddenly take action?" Yang Mucheng looked towards the canyon with cold eyes and asked in a cold voice. As he spoke, he secretly gestured to other people in the team to leave the canyon quickly. The other party attacked suddenly and decisively, and is definitely not an easy character to deal with. However, just when the team was preparing to exit the canyon via the original route, they were shocked to find that the road behind them was also completely blocked. This was an ambush that suddenly appeared. As if it was planned, it flashed directly on the path of the team. When everyone came to their senses, they realized that they had fallen into the opponent's ambush. "It's other geniuses! It's so dangerous! It's not a monster!" But, when everyone saw this group of guys who seemed to jump out of nowhere, they were not the ferocious-looking monsters they imagined, but human beings who were also the proud ones. Many people in the team couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, as the sole leader of the team, Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. Even in Shaoqing on the side felt a hint of evil intentions. "Why did you take action?" Behind a huge rock, a withered figure slowly walked out. The other person was holding a bow and arrow. It was obvious that he was the one who had taken action before. "There is no reason. Just hand over the things you have on you. Magic weapons, heavenly and earthly treasures, weapons, or other things." As he spoke, he sneered, grabbed his bow and arrow, and pointed 3 sharp arrows at Yang Mucheng's eyebrows. At this moment, many ambushing warriors above the canyon also prepared at the same time. Some clenched their fists, their muscles tense, ready to take action at any time. Some of them sacrificed their magic weapons on the spot, and the magic weapons were, woo-woo, wandering in front of them. Some people poured all their inner energy into their weapons, and the sword energy and sword light burst out uncontrollably. As if, as long as the skinny man gives the order, they will all take action to completely kill Yang Mucheng and others. "What on earth is it? Why?" Everyone in the team widened their eyes, and didn't know why. They don't understand why these people are hiding in the canyon, waiting to attack them. "Why?" Yang Mucheng also raised his head and looked at the withered man. "How stupid!" The wizened man held a bow and arrow in his hand and looked at Yang Mucheng with a sneer on his face. "I really don't know how a rookie like you can survive until now. Nowadays, the entire trial star is covered with monsters. If you want to survive and survive this test, you must gather all your strength. So, I ask you to hand over your weapons. Magic weapons, heavenly and earthly treasures. If we get these things from you, then our strength will be greatly enhanced, and passing this level will become very simple." Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around. From the words of the withered man and the cooperation of these people in the canyon, Yang Mucheng could naturally tell that these guys had obviously not done this kind of thing once or twice. Before them, countless teams were destroyed in their hands. "Why not? Why don't you hand over the magic weapons? Weapons, heavenly spirits and earthly treasures?" Yang Mucheng looked at the withered man, and his voice suddenly became serious. Chapter 1237, The Weak Eats the Strong. "Why not? You hand over the magic weapons. Weapons, heavenly spirits and earthly treasures?" Yang Mucheng's words faintly echoed throughout the canyon. This time, everyone on the canyon was in deathly silence at first, and then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Everyone couldn't help laughing, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke in their lives. Especially the withered man, who exaggeratedly wiped the tears from laughter at the corners of his eyes, and said with contempt in his eyes, "It seems that you are really a complete rookie. The reason is simple. Because we are strong and you are weak. In the fairy world, the strong are respected. Because we are stronger than you, you must do whatever we ask you to do." The wizened man narrowed his eyes, and slowly regained his inner strength. Boom! The dark gray inner energy of his body was poured into the feather arrow, making the arrow body seem to be smeared with a strange light at this moment. On the sharp tip of the arrow, there is a sharp meaning that penetrates everything. "Oh! As long as I'm stronger than you, I can make you do whatever you want." Yang Mucheng sneered. "Is it possible?" The wizened man narrowed his eyes. Naturally, they will not take action easily. After all, The genius who could enter this star has no soft persimmons at all. They had been secretly eyeing Yang Mucheng's team a few days ago. Along the way, this team was extremely cautious and did not release any breath at all. This kind of behavior, in the eyes of the withered man, is undoubtedly a very cowardly move. In addition, Yang Mucheng, who has always been the leader, led the way, commanded, and issued various orders, only has the cultivation level of the Peak of Shanghai, which makes the other party directly look down on this team. Bang! 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 The words just fell. The wizened man suddenly let go of the bowstring in his hand. Hearing the crisp sound, the 3 arrows that were ready to go suddenly shot out with a terrifying explosion. However, these 3 angry arrows, which seemed to be able to penetrate everything, were easily knocked away by Yang Mucheng's sword before they hit the target. Do it! Seeing this scene, the withered man's eyes suddenly flashed with fear and cruelty. At the same time, he quickly strung his bow and aimed towards Yang Mucheng again. Boy! I used a heart-piercing bursting arrow specially for you this time. I'll see how you die. However, just when the bowstring in his hand was about to loosen, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, that solemn whisper also sounded at the same time. Before taking action in the future, it is best to clarify the gap in strength between the 2 sides. But I think it is very likely that you will not have another chance. Chong! A crisp sound of swords resounded throughout the canyon. A sword light that was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye passed by fiercely. In the next moment, everyone who was ambushing in the canyon saw the shriveled man looking forward in shock. His eyes widened. It was as if he couldn't believe that he had just died in the hands of a genius at the pinnacle of the divine sea. Then, his body trembled, and he fell hard from the canyon. Looking indifferently at the shriveled man who fell from the canyon, and glancing at the ambushing enemies around him, Yang Mucheng made a gesture lightly, and at the same time, his cold voice echoed throughout the canyon. Do it! Boom! At this moment, everyone in the team who had suppressed their momentum exploded with all their cultivation at this moment. A strong nirvana, several half-steps of nirvana, and many masters of the divine sea. The divine sea is perfect. More than 100 rays of light rise into the sky and turn into pillars of light. At this moment, the faces of the geniuses who were ambushing in the canyon suddenly became extremely ugly. Only then did they realize that the target they had chosen this time was not a weak white rabbit at all, but a wild lion with its fangs completely hidden. Tongue! 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 In an instant, the fiercely erupting figure shot out from the canyon and rushed towards the location of the opponent's ambush. At this moment, the hunter who was so arrogant before, as if he had everything in his hands, suddenly transformed into a hunter who had no resistance. Whether it was in Shaoqing in the Nirvana realm, Yang Mucheng, or other half-step Nirvana masters, this was almost a one-sided massacre. Within half a stick of incense, all the geniuses who were ambushing had been completely killed. Young Master Yang, there is another guy here who wants to escape. I caught him back. Yin Zheng carried a thin prodigy like a chicken, came directly in front of Yang Mucheng, and smashed him to the ground unceremoniously. Tianji was hit by this terrifying force, and his blood boiled on the spot, and his internal organs were displaced. He still wanted to struggle, but Yin Zheng stepped on him, driving half of his body deeply into the ground. This genius looked horrified. He didn't seem to have recovered from the shock, and he couldn't figure out why this team that seemed ready to be swallowed up at any time had so many terrifying existences. However, they did not know that this was also requested by Yang Mucheng. Concentrating spiritual thoughts, energy, blood, and cultivation is not only to avoid the attacks of the demon group, but also to prevent such a situation. Apparently, along the way, they showed their weakness to the enemy and deceived the team that was preparing to ambush them. You'd better let me go. Otherwise the people behind us will make you miserable. However, when Yang Mucheng was about to extract some words from this genius, the other party spoke first. And this opening was even more of a threat to Qi Guoguo. Oh! Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. It seems that there is a lot of power behind you. That's right. We are coming from the gathering place behind you. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, none of you will leave alive. The genius stared at Yang Mucheng. If his gaze could kill, I am afraid Yang Mucheng has been killed hundreds of times by him. There are 2 Nirvana powerhouses at our gathering place. If they know, after our team is destroyed, they will definitely send people to hunt you down. When the time comes, you will have no way to go to heaven and no door to earth. If other people had heard such a threat, They might have been frightened out of their wits. But Yang Muchung smiled faintly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yang Muchung looked at the menacing genius and sneered. You dare to threaten us when you are about to die. It seems that you still don't know my methods. Chapter 1238 Immortal Phoenix. No regrets. After Yang Muchung took action, the genius soon revealed everything he knew. However, these things revealed by the other party are not good news for the entire team. Because the entire gathering point was formed by Bai Wuhan and Xian Wang. Under their control, a bandit den has formed in the entire gathering point. Among the gathering points, teams are constantly sent out to hunt down monsters and other geniuses on the stars. Moreover, he plundered all the opponent's magic weapons, and everything else. The situation is troublesome. When Yang Muchung learned this information, he couldn't help but smile secretly. Yes! And Xiaoqing couldn't help but shook his head at the same time. They can even predict their next situation. Once their team enters the gathering point, they will be eaten without even any bones left. Not to mention, if you want to gain a foothold on this star and survive the next test safely, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, when Master Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan find out about this matter, you will definitely have no place to die. Seeing the gloomy expressions on everyone's faces, the thin prodigy roared at Yang Muchung with a ferocious look on his face. Humph! How can a lost dog dare to bark? Yang Muchung glanced at the other party coldly, and without any hesitation, he just fell down. Just hearing a bang sound, Tianjiao's head was completely trampled on the spot. At this time, everyone around looked at Yang Muchung in unison. Apparently, along the way, Yang Muchung has been directing everything. They have become accustomed to listening to Yang Muchung's opinions at the most critical moments. Presumably, everyone has heard what the person said before. If we rush directly towards the gathering point now, it is very likely that we will fall into a trap. Everyone has heard that in the other party's gathering point, not only the two Nirvana experts are 10 times more numerous than us. If they really take action, we may not be able to get out of trouble at all. Yang Muchung paused and continued. From now on, I will give up going to the gathering point and instead move towards the ruins 120 miles away. How about that? Others have no objections. As for Xiaoqing, he frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask. Relics and ruins? Yes. Although I discovered the gathering place, I did not give up exploring other locations. Not far from here, there is a ruins. It seems that it was a forbidden area that a certain prodigy once visited, and there are still some remains around it. The restriction circle, coupled with a good location, is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Yang Muchung said. Our next location will be there. However, the ruins have not been carefully cleaned yet. Okay, I agree. And Xiaoqing nodded heavily. Along the way, Yang Muchung not only showed his amazing strength, but also showed equally amazing judgment. So when Xiaoqing didn't have any suspect present, the entire team quickly changed direction and headed towards the location of the ruins of the ancient city. Great Wilderness. Gathering Point. Unlike the geniuses in other places who hide from the attacks of demon groups all day long, the geniuses at the Gathering Point live a happy life that is unimaginable to ordinary people. They drank from large bowls, ate large pieces of meat, enjoyed the treasures of heaven and earth that they had taken from other geniuses, and used various weapons and magic weapons of other geniuses. The strength of the entire Gathering Point is astonishingly powerful. And among the entire Gathering Point, the two most powerful people are Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan. Xian Wang, a red-haired man, comes from Bai Feng's sect. He is not like Xiaoqing, who has a great opportunity to break through the cultivation level in this small world. But he still has the cultivation level of Nirvana. This shows that his strength is considered to be the best among the entire trial stars. Top-notch existence. Bai Wuhan, the genius from the evil emperor sect, had a cold and terrifying aura. He sat there with an unsmiling expression, like a demon god. His aura is similar to that of the immortal phoenix, and he is actually a Nirvana powerhouse. Now, these two Nirvana experts were just sitting in the main hall. The entire hall is magnificent. Even the ground is covered with gold bricks, and there are pillars carved from jade around it. It can be said to be extremely luxurious. Among such stars full of killings, there is such a glorious and unimaginable hall. One can only imagine how terrifying the strength of this Gathering Point is. Report! At this time, a genius quickly rushed into the hall, knelt on one knee, and shouted loudly. Master Xian Wang! Master Bai Wuhan! A plundering team sent out from our Gathering Point has been annihilated. Moreover, all the belongings of that team, including the trophies they obtained before, are also gone. At this time, the two people who had been sitting quietly in the high position raised their eyebrows. Ha. It's interesting. We have always been the ones to plunder other people's things, but we didn't expect that someone would dare to rob us, Immortal Phoenix said with a smile. There was a magical bird in his hand, with feathers all over its body. It was the color of a flame, and there was a flame-like feather on its head. Who is the opponent? Bai Wuhan closed his eyes and slowly turned the black magic beads in his hand. The 13 magic beads were filled with rolling demonic energy. Even if he got closer, he could still hear the surging demonic energy. There were bursts of sharp screams, like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Report to you two adults. Tianji felt this terrifying pressure in front of the two Nirvana powerhouses, Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan. He felt as if he was being pressed by two mountains and couldn't even breathe, holding back the pressure from the two of them. He spoke out. It hasn't been found yet, but the opponent's strength will definitely not be too bad. I checked the injuries of the entire team. Li Jigua, who was in charge of the team, was killed instantly with a sword. He didn't even have a chance to react. Other than that, there are not many traces of battle in the Ambush Valley. At this time, Bai Wuhan, who had always had his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Li Jigua at least has the cultivation level of Grandmaster Shahai. It is not that easy to kill him with a single sword, even if he achieves half-step Nirvana. As for the valley, there are not many traces of battle, which means that our people were killed by the opponent with almost no resistance. Even our people dare to kill. You quickly go after them and find out their location. Yes. Tianju, who was in charge of communications, cupped his fists and shouted. Without making any movement, his body quietly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 1239. Monsters siege the city. The endless plains are all monotonous as far as the eye can see. At the gathering point in the center of the line of sight, there is a fragment of a broken wall that has not been completely destroyed. Young Master Yang, we have checked that there are no warriors in this area. Only a few big demon kings. Zhang Di, who was in charge of the investigation, had already explored the entire ruins from beginning to end. Explore again! Yang Mu became enlightened. Although, it has been half a day since we arrived in front of this ruins, but everyone still has no intention of going in directly. After all, with the emergence of the great demon king, the competition among the geniuses across the stars will become more and more intense. The existences that Yang Macheng was now guarding against were no longer just the unscrupulous demon kings, but he also had to be wary of attacks from other geniuses. Exploring again, after confirming that there was no one else in the ruins except the great demon king, everyone stepped in. How could a few great demon kings from the late stage of Shahai be the opponent of the entire team? Soon, the entire ruins were cleared. The remaining ruins of the previous walls have also been repaired, forming a city wall. Other geniuses are repairing collapsed buildings one after another. After all, they are likely to have to persist in this area for the rest of the time. Viewed from above, the ruins appear circular, like a disc-like city. Once a monster comes, other people in the city will discover it as soon as possible and rush to support. It's a very nice place. And Xiao Qing was full of praise. He looked around and said calmly. However, it seems that something is missing. Yang Macheng nodded and said. Yes, there is a lack of defensive and vigilant formations. Although we have completely controlled this area, if other geniuses or demons come to sneak attack us, we can only be beaten passively. If we can set up a formation in this area, we will not be too passive even if we face an attack. Leave it to me to set up the formation. And Xiao Qing patted his chest. However, there are still one or two elements missing. I will look around to see if there is anything suitable. The next thing will be much simpler. It is nothing more than rebuilding and setting up the defensive array. And Xiao Qing took care of setting up the formation. And it was Yang Muqing's turn to worry about few things. After arranging inspections by several geniuses, Yang Macheng began to practice seriously. After all, no matter when, your own strength is the most important. Although, after reaching the peak of the Divine Sea and practicing the Qilin body training technique, Yang Muqing's strength has reached an unprecedented level. But in this vast starry sky, it still seems a bit inadequate. Whether it's those geniuses from wealthy families or those terrifying monsters, they are all beings with outstanding strength. I didn't expect the strength of the Sky Demon to be so terrifying. Recalling the battle with the Sky Demon Ape King on the Tianji Plateau, Yang Macheng discovered. As the strength of monsters increases, The intelligence of these guys is no worse than that of humans. Armor, weapons, martial arts. It's better to practice the Qilin body training technique. He took out the weapons that he had captured from the enemy's genius during the previous battle in the canyon. What's interesting is that the Qilin body training technique is different from other body training methods. It does not absorb some heavenly and earthly treasures to improve one's cultivation, but uses magical weapons to hone one's body from the inside out. Change the attributes of your inner strength. Only by completely changing the inner energy in your body into the gold attribute, and then using this inner energy with changed characteristics to forge your body bit by bit. I wonder if the other 4 body forging techniques also use corresponding items to forge their bodies. Shaking his head, he cleared away many distracting thoughts from his mind. Here we go! He shouted secretly. Yang Muchung quickly pinched the seal and started to use the formula of Qilin body strengthening technique. As the formula went on, the weapons placed in front of him suddenly buzzed, and a breath of gold and jade turned into invisible golden light and headed towards Yang Muchung's body. Go! The inner energy that was constantly surging in Yang Muchung's body was gradually covered with a metallic luster due to the infusion of this breath. If the original inner energy was like the rushing river, but now, this inner energy seems to have condensed into a metal-like existence. And at the same time, the weapons placed in front of Yang Muchung also seemed to have experienced endless years at this moment, being corroded at an alarming speed. From sharp to dull, from cold to rust. At last, it turned into a pile of useless scrap metal, and quickly turned into a pile of powder under Yang Muchung's gaze. With so many magical weapons, the power of the Qilin body training technique has increased a little bit. If you want to cultivate to perfection, how much will it take? He shook his head helplessly. But it is precisely in this way that the horror of this technique can be supported from the side. How many people can withstand such horrific consumption by tempering their bodies with the sharp edge of divine weapons? If he cultivates to the extreme, wouldn't his body become a magical weapon? What will the other 4 bodybuilding techniques look like? Could it be that the blue dragon bodybuilding technique requires absorbing plants to temper the body, and the white tiger bodybuilding technique requires absorbing water to temper the body? Just when Yang Muchung was condensing, suddenly, a harsh whistling sound suddenly echoed in the sky. Then, there was a loud explosion, and a loud sound like buildings collapsing. This is? In an instant, Yang Muchung's thoughts were pulled back by the loud sounds. Tongue! With almost no hesitation, he quickly ejaculated, after leaving the house and appearing at the ruins, and seeing the scene in front of him clearly. Even Yang Muchung couldn't help but take a breath of air. I just saw that there were endless great demon kings in the sky, sweeping in like dark clouds. And the leader was a golden-winged rock that was half-stepped into nirvana. Although the strength of this group of monsters is not as strong as the group that everyone encountered on the Tianji Plateau. What is troublesome is that there are too many of these big monster kings. These great demon kings are all flying birds, and are extremely fast. When Yang Muchung first saw them, they were still on the horizon. But in just a few breaths, they were already above the ruins. Chapter 1240 Demon Tide. At this moment, the sharp screams resounded in the sky above the ruins. The group of monsters covering the sky and the sun was like a thick layer of clouds, making people feel a terrifying oppression. The half-step Nirvana golden-winged Doping hovered in the center of the ruins. Countless demon kings flapped their wings and rapidly rotated around the golden-winged Doping. From a distance, it looked like a crazily rising tornado, and more big demon kings directly converged their wings, like arrows from the string, flying down quickly, heading towards the geniuses in the ruins to kill. Call! One of the dark fire dragon birds let out a sharp cry and shot towards the hole below. The terrifying speed almost reached the extreme at this moment. A talented person, who was still shocked by the attack of the monster group, before he could even react, was grabbed by the opponent's steel hook-like claws by the shoulder and directly lifted into the air. In full view of everyone, he was killed, torn to pieces. When many geniuses saw this scene, their scalps felt numb, and they ran away with their heads in their hands. What are you hiding from? Why are you panicking? Resist quickly! Yang Muchung shouted immediately. Most of these geniuses are accustomed to fighting on their own. One person is a dragon, and 100 people are insects. That's them. Now faced with the attack of this demon group, he actually forgot to resist. The dark fire dragon bird's sharp gaze suddenly turned and fell on Yang Muchung. With almost no hesitation, its sky-shielding wings suddenly retracted, and its huge body shot directly towards Yang Muchung's cave like a sharp arrow. Snort! Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily. He grabbed it with his right hand, and a 3-foot-long golden lightsaber suddenly appeared in front of him, floating in the air. Die! He grabbed his lightsaber and slashed it in the air. This lightsaber was completely condensed from internal energy. The sword energy suddenly surged and lasted hundreds of feet, leaving a bright sword mark. Een! There was a hint of panic in the dark fire dragon bird's red eyes. It flapped its wings and wanted to soar into the sky to avoid this shocking blow. But it is fast, and Yang Muchung is even faster. Call! The moment the dark fire dragon bird soared into the sky, he slashed downwards with his right hand. Just hearing a crack sound, the huge hellfire dragon bird was split into 2 halves in full view of everyone. Amid blood splattering, the huge body slammed to the ground, making a muffled sound of dong, dong. It wasn't until the shocking loud noise resounded that everyone came back to their senses and began to release magic weapons to resist. Fortunately, during this period, Yang Muchung also trained these geniuses and taught them how to resist and how to fight back when faced with attacks by demons. Almost immediately, those geniuses who were good at defense quickly used their magic weapons. At the moment when the magic weapons were flying up to the sky, they saw layers of light curtains unfolding rapidly, directly like transparent and invisible large bowls, covering the entire ruins in the air. Bang! 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 The big demon kings that kept swooping down hit the light mask on the spot, blasting out dazzling sparks. There were also some big demon kings who were locked inside by this light shield on the spot. Frightened, they flapped their wings quickly, trying to escape from the ruins. But before they could make any move, they were suddenly smashed into pieces by various magic weapons that followed. Resisted for now. Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If these great demon kings were allowed to break into the ruins and run rampant, they might be completely strangled in the same meeting room. But even if he blocked the first round of attacks from the demons, he might not be able to hold on for long. Squinting their eyes, everyone looked at the sky. But see, the many great demon kings, until now, still had no intention of giving up. They were still circling their wings and swooping down with bursts of sharp cries, as if they wanted to tear apart this protective shield. Come in normally. It would be nice if we set up a formation. The eyes of these demon kings are really sharp. Yang Muchung clenched his fists angrily. Groan! At this moment, a particularly sharp cry suddenly sounded. But I saw it. The golden-winged roc made a shrill cry. The next moment, I heard a mighty roar. And then I saw the big demon kings exploding sharp feathers on the spot. These feathers were comparable to arrows, and they hit the protective shield above everyone's heads with a clanging sound. Not good! These beasts are so smart! They actually do this! Seeing this scene, everyone present could not help but change their expressions. Apparently, these big demon kings planned to focus all their attacks on one point and blast through these protective shields. Bang! 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 Only bursts of explosions were heard, and the protective shields above everyone's heads were blown open layer by layer, revealing a huge gap. In just a short moment, the protection was completely destroyed by this group of monsters. Een! The golden-winged roc let out a cry. In an instant, thousands of birds sang in the sky, and countless great demon kings, carrying terrifying demonic energy at this moment, were like sharp arrows, shooting down from the sky. When it flew by, it brought up waves of terrifying strong winds. This wave of wind, and waves visible to the naked eye, knocked down the newly repaired ruins again. Some geniuses with low cultivation levels were severely impacted by this terrifying gust of wind on the spot. Attack! Facing the attack of a group of monsters, the geniuses knew at this moment that this was not the time for them to be negligent. Yin Zheng immediately shouted loudly. The next moment, those geniuses who were already ready to go quickly burst out with tumbling inner energy, and countless beams of light burst out. At this moment, they poured all their inner energy into magic weapons, martial arts, and weapons, and then formed a sky-blocking attack on the spot, rushing towards the many great demon kings desperately. Puff puff! Some big demon kings were completely torn into pieces on the spot, with blood falling crazily. But more demon kings still swooped down. The blood all over the sky not only failed to make these great demon kings fear at all, but actually stimulated their ferocity even more. Een! Waves of cries kept coming from the sky. Apparently, in the eyes of these great demon kings, raising this ruins is a simple matter. At this time, even many talented people began to despair. Get out of my way! However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded quietly. Chapter 1241 One person kills 10,000 monsters. Get out of my way! This sudden cold voice made everyone present feel an indescribable sense of security in their hearts. The crowd staggered, and Yang Muchung took one step forward. In the sky, the golden-winged rock let out a sharp scream, and it discovered at a glance that it was this genius who had blocked their first wave of attacks earlier. Although the strength of this genius is not too high, judging from the attitude of others towards him, he is definitely a leader-level existence. Call. Following this neighing sound, pairs of pupils of the big demon kings that rushed down suddenly locked on Yang Muchung at this moment. Then, there was a crazy rush. Who? 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 The terrifying speed even brought up a sound barrier. Everyone looked around and saw only the roaring afterimage. At this moment, in a manner that blocked the sky and the sun, they desperately headed towards the location of Yang Muchung. Crush away. It's over! At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have such an idea in their minds. No one can resist such a crazy attack. No matter how many tricks you use, you can be completely submerged in an instant. Finally found the gathering place. These big demon kings are coming too fast. If we wait until the formations are set up, it won't be so difficult to deal with them. Seeing the endless demon kings coming at them like an overwhelming force, everyone's face could not help but be filled with despair. Even Ashian Nu, who trusted Yang Muchung immensely, was extremely worried. It's not that they don't believe Yang Muchung, but that there are simply too many of these demon kings. If Yang Muchung and Shaoqing join forces, they may be able to resist the attack of these big demon kings. But now that he is the only one left, he may be completely overwhelmed in this moment. Call. Faced with the strong wind and the bombardment of the infinite demon king, Yang Muchung showed no fear at all. The strong wind blew his clothes and blew his long hair back, revealing Yang Muchung's eyes that had become extremely determined. At this moment, he clenched his fists, and the inner energy in his body swept out without reservation, like a huge billowing wave that enveloped his whole body in an instant. At the same time, a 3-foot-long golden sword formed beside him. Each of these golden long swords were made of condensed gas, but they were extremely real. Each handle was suspended in front of Yang Muchung, exuding pieces of metallic luster. But he saw Yang Muchung pointing forward with his right hand. These golden long swords hanging upside down beside him then roared out desperately like thousands of powerful crossbows, carrying earth-shattering power. Facing these endless demon kings, Yang Muchung directly activated the dividing gold and breaking jade property of his inner strength to the extreme. Each golden sword is filled with characteristics that can crush everything. Can you really withstand the attack of these big demon kings? The geniuses around seemed to be infected by Yang Muchung's calmness. They all opened their eyes wide and looked towards the sky. Puff puff! Under the horrified gazes, they saw that the infinite golden sword exploded with unimaginable piercing power at this moment. The feathers on the bodies of these great demon kings, which had been tempered by countless spiritual energy, were completely crushed in an instant under the attack of Yang Muchung's golden swords. The terrifying explosive power contained in the golden sword can directly penetrate the bodies of these great demon kings. This terrifying bombardment killed dozens of big demon kings on the spot, and even injured more than 100 big demon kings. Originally, the great demon king, who was sweeping in like a strong wind, was driven away by Yang Muchung's move. Even those big demon kings who had escaped from death even flapped their wings and fled toward the sky in fear. Powerful! It's so powerful! No wonder Shaoqing respects young master so much. He is so powerful! He can kill a group of demon kings with just one hand. The already desperate geniuses looked at the dozens of great demon kings who were killed on the spot, and looked at the great demon kings who fled in panic. Each of them couldn't help but let out an incredible exclamation. They didn't expect that Yang Muchung could actually withstand the attacks of so many demon kings by himself. Even more at the same time, it scared countless demon kings and fled frantically. Want to escape? Looking at the big demon kings who fled in panic, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with a cold light. Boom! He pushed hard with his right hand, and saw another burst of golden light burst out in the void. Only a series of shocking sword sounds were heard, and the rapid oscillation resounded, and the infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth poured in quickly, forming a long sword with a shining golden light directly beside Yang Muchung. There are thousands of these long swords, more than the previous ones. Chong! 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 Bursts of fierce sword sounds resounded throughout the world. Laugh! When the last golden sword was formed, Yang Muchung's eyes opened angrily. and his robe suddenly flew up. He pushed forward with his right hand, and in an instant, he saw the infinite golden sword shooting forward quickly, roaring out like dense rain, and immediately wrapped up the retreating demon kings. Got up. Immediately, the retreating demon kings were immediately surrounded by the endless golden swords. Die! Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily, and he clenched his open right hand. Suddenly, a terrifying force struck like an overwhelming force, pouring into a golden sword in an instant. Each golden sword seemed to transform into an angry arrow that exploded with energy. At this moment, thousands of arrows were fired in unison. Puff puff! The terrible tearing sound resounded loudly. Suddenly, the thousands of big demon kings were directly strangled on the spot by this terrifying blow. The great demon kings, who were killed in this way, lost the power to fly and fell directly into the air. They were already dead before they hit the ground. Their bodies were directly penetrated by hundreds of golden swords, and their internal organs were completely minced. How could they still survive? Most of the group of demon kings that originally covered the sky and the sun were wiped out by Yang Muqing's shocking blow. And before, the ferocious and churning monster group also quietly died down at this moment. The fear of Yang Muqing flashed in the eyes of both eyes. And at the same time, the golden-winged roc who had half-stepped into nirvana cultivation also looked at Yang Muqing with great fear. Chapter 1242 Kill It. Scared. These big demon kings actually started to get scared when everyone saw the divine light flashing in the eyes of the golden-winged roc. Everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it. After all, with this move, Yang Muqing killed more than 1,000 demon kings on the spot. It was impossible for the golden-winged Duping not to be afraid of such a terrifying method. Laugh! Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Muqing stood with his hands behind his hands and looked towards the sky. At this moment, the golden-winged roc was frightened away by Yang Muqing's gaze, and suddenly retreated hundreds of feet. In the sky, the eyes of all the great demon kings were flashing with fear. They originally thought that the geniuses in this ruins were easy to bully, but who knew that such a terrifying existence existed? The golden-winged roc came to his senses, flapped its wings rapidly, and let out an angry scream. Amid the screams, the demon kings who were also frightened looked tremblingly towards the ruins and towards Yang Muqing. After a moment, they reluctantly attacked Yang Muqing, looking at the big demon kings with fear in their eyes. Yang Muqing sneered and took a step forward. Suddenly, with just such an understatement, many of the great demon kings present were already like frightened birds, shrieking in fear and retreating back. Next, no matter how the golden-winged roc roared, those big demon kings did not dare to take another step forward. What's going on? Looking at the golden-winged roc in the sky that kept driving away the big demon king, everyone was stunned. They didn't understand at all what happened. The golden-winged roc is driving away the big demon kings, so that the big demon kings can attack us. However, those big demon kings have been completely frightened by young master. No matter how hard the golden-winged roc drives them away, they refuse to take a step forward. Those big demon kings have even started to escape. Seeing this scene happening in the sky, every genius was completely shocked. Yang Muqing protected them, and withstood the attacks of these great demon kings by just relying on his own strength. Groan! Seeing the big demon kings who remained indifferent no matter how he drove them away or ordered them, the golden-winged roc finally became angry. The huge body slowly turned, and a pair of horrifying eagle eyes locked on Yang Muqing. Apparently, next it's ready to do it on its own. Call! With a swift slash of his huge wings, the churning demonic energy exploded out at that moment. The next moment, he saw an extreme roar coming from between the waving wings, and two giant blades transformed from demonic energy slashed out at this moment, bringing with them a piece of air that shattered the air. The air wave in the cloud explosion stage then hit Yang Muqing with overwhelming force. Call! Wherever these two demonic giant blades passed, everything was completely chopped into pieces. Whether it was buildings or houses, they were cut in half on the spot. Not good! Rewind quickly. Feeling the shocking power of these two giant blades, the geniuses all around them turned pale and retreated towards the back. However, Yang Muqing looked at the giant blades that were slashing and crossing, with neither joy nor sadness in his eyes. Just when these two terrifying giant blades were coming crazily, just when they were about to kill him, Yang Muqing stepped forward with one step, came out, and suddenly disappeared in place. The next moment, Yang Muqing appeared directly behind the golden-winged roc. This is exactly the void transit. Void transit cannot be used indefinitely. Its use places high demands on the warrior's inner strength and physique. If you are not strong enough, you will not be able to travel long distances. In the past, every time Yang Muchung used void transit, he could only shuttle within a 3-mile radius to avoid some fatal attacks. Now that he has practiced the Kylan body training technique, his physical strength has been greatly enhanced, and the range of his own travel has reached 20 miles. Groan! Yang Muchung's sudden disappearance caused a flash of shock in the eyes of Golden Winged Doping. Almost instantly, it immediately felt a killing intent of death. This murderous intention of death swept over like a wave and swallowed it up directly. And this killing intent came from behind him. At the same time as he sensed this murderous intention, the Golden Winged Rock turned back sharply. Then, it saw a scene it will never forget. He saw that the young man who suddenly appeared behind him caught him in the air. A long black sword emerged rapidly in the endless darkness. Even in this endless darkness, an extremely bright sword light struck behind it quickly and fiercely. Boom! In this moment of life and death, the Golden Winged Rock didn't hesitate at all, and quickly mobilized all the evil energy in his body. This terrifying demonic energy was billowing, and it quickly swept through the whole body in an instant, and was injected into every feather of it like lightning. At this moment, its originally shining golden feathers burst into a burst of even more dazzling light. The geniuses in the ruins felt as if the golden crow had fallen, and couldn't help but close their eyes. And just when this churning demonic energy erupted, the Golden Winged Rock waved its wings desperately, and soared into the sky quickly, trying to avoid this shocking attack. Only, Yang Muchung's void transit was so fast. Even if the Golden Winged Rock had exploded with all its power, it was still a little slow. For a master, even a single thought in a battle of this level is enough to change the entire battle situation. Puff! The dazzling sword light crashed down with a domineering attitude that could crush everything, accompanied by a terrifying tearing sound. Yang Muchung's direct sword slashed the Golden Winged Rock from head to tail. Under the shocked gazes of countless geniuses, the Golden Winged Rock was split in half by Yang Muchung, along with the blood splashing all over the sky. The Golden Winged Rock that was torn in half crashed to the ground, making a loud and dull sound. But, call! Yang Muchung, who was in the air, turned around gracefully and slowly landed on the ground. Quiet! At this moment, both the geniuses on the ground and the demon kings in the sky had their eyes widened and could not make any sound. They looked at Yang Muchung who fell on the ground, and looked at the Golden Winged Rock that was cut in half. They could hardly believe their eyes. Laugh! After landing, Yang Muchung adjusted his slightly turbulent breath and slowly raised his head to look at the sky. At this moment, the countless demon kings in the sky were boiling like ants exploding in a pot. Chapter 1243, Being Targeted. Just with such a simple look, in an instant, countless big demon kings exploded. Like cats whose tails were stepped on, they let out waves of shuddering roars, and turned into birds and beasts like crazy. Time. At that moment, the endless group of demon kings that were still hanging over everyone's heads had fled, and nothing was left. Chase! It was only then that Yin Zheng came back to his senses and shouted loudly. The astonished geniuses burst out their inner strength and prepared to chase him. Stop chasing! Yang Muchung's voice sounded faintly. Let's clean up the ruins first, and quickly clean up the smell of blood around us, lest the smell here attracts other monsters. Yes! Many of the geniuses looked at the fleeing demon kings. Although they were a little unwilling in their eyes, they could only swallow their breath and obey the orders. Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but nodded. After all, these big demon kings are all flying birds with extremely fast speeds. It is not that simple to annihilate them all, but it will take a lot of time. If other demon groups come to attack at this time, the remaining people in the ruins will not be able to stop them. Therefore, the most important thing now is to defend the camp first. Of course, they had offended another gathering point before. Although the other party may not come to their door so quickly, they must be on guard against others. Naturally, Yang Muchung would not tell them one by one about these things. How is your cultivation? Yang Muchung's eyes turned and fell on Axienu. We will soon reach the perfection of the Divine Sea, Axienu said. Not bad. Yang Muchung nodded with satisfaction. Axienu reached the peak of the Divine Sea later than Yang Muchung. But now, he has reached the perfection of the Divine Sea earlier than Yang Muchung. The main reason for this is because Axienu is the moment spirit in the Juzi order. This place can be improved by swallowing other souls, as an extremely rare magic weapon in Kyushu. The horror of Juzi Ling is here. The more killings there are, the more souls are absorbed, and the stronger the moment spirits in the order are. It took hundreds of years for the little ghost raised by Chunyanggi sect to become a great ghost king in the spiritual realm. But after this Juzi order was in the hands of Yang Maicheng. It didn't take long for Xian Nu to reach the perfection of the divine sea. At this speed, I believe that in the near future, we will reach the state of nirvana at an unprecedented speed. Really. He and Yang Maicheng guessed well. After these big demon kings escaped, 2 or 3 groups of monsters followed the smell of blood and chased them. However, the number of these monsters was not large. And before they even got close, they were discovered by the geniuses in advance and killed dozens of miles away. Of course, Yang Maicheng did not waste any of this energy. Blood and soul. The qi and blood were collected into the body, and the soul was directly absorbed into the Juzi order, allowing Xian Nu to improve his cultivation. 3 days later, and Xiaoqing also came back, and he also found the key to setting up the formation around the ruins, and Xiaoqing directly set up 2 defensive formations, 1 offensive and 1 defensive. At this point, the defense facilities of the entire camp have finally been completely constructed. No matter whether they are attacked by monsters or other geniuses, they will not be as helpless as before. However, just 800 miles away from the camp, something else happened. Gathering point. Main hall. The spies reported the news from the front line one by one. Whether it was the scene where Yang Maicheng killed the golden-winged roc with 1 sword, or in Xiaoqing's arrangement of the formation, everything was explained in detail. Bai Wuhan still had his eyes closed, playing with the 13 beads in his hand, wondering what he was thinking. Xian Wang had an interesting expression on his face. I didn't expect that there would be a Nirvana strongman in a small camp. No wonder they have the courage to compete with us, Bai Wuhan said lightly. What I care about the most is the boy named Yang Maicheng. He is only at the peak of the divine sea, but he can kill the great demon king who is halfway to Nirvana with 1 sword. His methods are ruthless and decisive, which is absolutely extraordinary. This man is the core of the entire camp. Whether it is killing our hunting team or commanding the entire team, he is the one guiding us. Which of the geniuses who could enter this trial star is not favored by Mr. Elegance? Since he can come in, he must have extraordinary means. But no matter how spicy his means are, so what? This is the immortal sect. The world, the whole world, respects martial arts, and the weak will eat the strong. No matter how strong your strategy is, it's useless if you can't show your strength. Immortal Phoenix narrowed his eyes and sneered. As for Xiaoqing, although he has reached the realm of Nirvana, he has just broken through. There are not a few strong people in our camp who have broken through Nirvana. Those who dare to kill us must pay the price, a sufficient price. After saying that, Xian Wang clapped his hands. Just listen, pop. Snapped. Snapped. 3 times. The void in the hall trembled. And immediately 3 figures appeared. What's shocking is that these 3 people are also at the level of Nirvana. However, their auras were not as honest and solid as those of Immortal Phoenix and Bai Wuhan, and seemed a little unsteady. They obviously relied on a large number of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures to force a breakthrough. But this is not a difficult problem for them as a gathering point. After all, they continued to conquer the east and west, killed many talented people, and also captured many heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. With these heavenly and earthly treasures, it is not difficult for some geniuses to forcefully break through the half-step of Nirvana. I've met you 2 adults. As soon as the 3 geniuses appeared, they raised their hands to Xian Huang and Bai Wuhan. Immortal Phoenix said calmly. Hundreds of miles away, there is a ruins camp where another group of survivors are gathered. These talented survivors killed one of our hunting teams and killed everyone in that team. There is only 1 Nirvana strongman in the entire camp. With the strength of the 3 of you, it should be easy to raise the camp to the ground. However, be careful of a genius named Yang Maicheng. Oh! Hearing that Xian Wang specifically brought up Yang Maicheng as a reminder, the 3 Nirvana experts suddenly had a trace of fear in their eyes. Is this genius named Yang Maicheng very powerful? One of them asked cautiously. Immortal Phoenix said. He only has the peak cultivation level of Shahai. The Nirvana Tinju was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Master Xian Wang, a boy with a peak level of cultivation in the Divine Sea. If I want to kill him, it will be easy for me. Finished. The 3 Nirvana geniuses held their hands far away from Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan. Suddenly, the figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 1244 The Horror of the 5-Element Spiritual Body. With the completion of the defensive formation, the geniuses in the camp put their restless hearts back into their bellies. The entire ruins have been transformed into a small city with defensive walls and residential buildings. At every point in time, someone will be patrolling to ensure the absolute safety of the camp. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Occasionally, some monsters came, but they didn't cause any trouble. This day, Yang Muchung got off the patrol from the city wall and returned to his residence. It's too far. After sucking the edge of a weapon into his body, Yang Muchung couldn't help but let out a long sigh. According to this progress, it will take at least thousands of years to practice the Qilin body training technique to the extreme. Moreover, this is only one martial art, let alone the remaining 4. Axianu, how did people in the past practice the Qilin body training technique? Yang Muchung asked. Axiana said with a smile. This is not, as the saying goes, poor literature and rich martial arts. Any bodybuilding exercises. No one dares to practice them easily without a certain family background. At that time, the Dacian dynasty was powerful, and its strength was compared to today's Xuanzong is no less generous. He has hundreds of stars under his control at the same time, and any weapons he needs will be provided as soon as possible. However, even in the Dacian dynasty at that time, no one was able to complete all 5 exercises. Most of them only practiced 1 or 2. Oh! Yang Muchung suddenly became interested. He knows. This technique, 5 parts in 1, is called the 5 elements spiritual body. It is an advanced technique of the 5 elements holy body and was passed down by an ancestor of the Dacian dynasty. But it is a pity that no one can cultivate it except the ancestor. Now that he is also cultivating the 5 elements spiritual body, he naturally wants to learn more about this matter. The 5 exercises are each different. The Qilin bodybuilding technique you practice belongs to gold. It is sharp and indestructible. It is the most difficult one to practice among the 5 techniques. It is not because of the others, but because of the endurance required to practice this technique. The pain is more terrible than the pain of reconstruction, and not many people can persevere. Axiana glanced at Yang Muchung with a wry smile. At first, in the Dacian dynasty, countless people wanted to cultivate this 5 elements spirit body, but they all failed. How many geniuses started practicing Qilin bodybuilding technique directly from the beginning, but they gave up completely after just getting started? Otherwise, it's because this Qilin body training technique is too difficult to practice. Where are the remaining exercises? Yang Muchung asked. The green dragon belongs to wood and is immortal. After practicing it, although it cannot be like the Qilin bodybuilding technique that can cut everything, its internal strength contains the wood attribute, which is useful for healing. At the same time, it can also greatly increase resilience. Suzaku belongs to fire, just like a prairie fire. After practicing, the power increases automatically, and the strength of the fists and feet can suddenly increase several times. Xuanwu belongs to earth, is thick and stretches, can accommodate everything and stabilize everything stably. The white tiger belongs to water, and it is continuous, whether it is internal energy or strength. The 5 exercises combined into one are the true 5 elements spiritual body. However, this 5 elements spiritual body is still far from the real 5 elements holy body, or even less than 1/10,000,000th. Phew! Axiana's words immediately shocked Yang Muchung. It was the terrifying power contained in 1/5 of the 5 elements spirit body that made Yang Muchung tremble in his heart. Not to mention how powerful the 5 elements spirit body would be after it was cultivated. But Axiana said that this 5 elements spiritual body is not as good as 1/10,000,000th of the 5 elements holy body. This is too shocking. If you have the opportunity, you must cultivate into the 5 elements spirit body and see what kind of existence the holy body is. Yang Muchung clenched his fists and thought to himself. However, at this moment, a very mysterious aura appeared outside the camp. Yang Muchung raised his head, as if he sensed something. What's wrong? Axiana was surprised. It seems like someone broke in. Yang Muchung stood up slowly. He glanced at Xiannu and said, I'm going to see which rats dare to break in. Outside the camp, in addition to 2 formations, 1 offensive and 1 defensive, Yang Muchung himself also set up a large formation for vigilance. He is the only one who knows this formation. He would be informed immediately of everyone who entered or left the camp. Of course, others don't know that this formation exists. After all, Yang Muchung's spiritual consciousness has reached a terrifying existence. Although he cannot sweep his consciousness across the entire star like Mr. Elegant, he can at least cover this camp in all directions without any problems. 13 miles outside the camp. On a raised rock cliff. 3 figures slowly descended and stopped here. Standing here and looking forward. You can take in the entire camp into your field of vision. 2 huge light curtains cover the entire camp, like giant transparent bowls. The 2 light curtains, one black and the other white, correspond to one for offense and one for defense. Countless black and white talismans were flying up and down, like butterflies, spinning around the entire camp. Hey, 100 or so people can manage this city like this. Sure enough, they have some tricks up their sleeves. A horse-faced prodigy crossed his arms and looked ahead. Obviously, this must be Yang Muqing's method. If this kind of talent can be used for his own purposes and included in the gathering point, our gathering point will inevitably develop even bigger. Unfortunately, he should not be our enemy, let alone attack our hunting team. Huh? So what if you only have brains but no strength? As soon as the horse-faced genius finished speaking, a scarred-faced genius glanced at him and interjected. It's too difficult for us to try to crush each other. It's easy. Enough. At this time, the short-haired prodigy in the middle of the 3, who had been silent until now, shouted in a deep voice. And the 2 men immediately shut their mouths. Obviously, from the postures of these 2 people, it can be seen that these 2 people are very afraid of the short-haired genius. Li Shanhe, Zhuwen, you 2 team up to deal with Shaoqing. I'll give Yang Muqing a try. Suddenly, the horse-faced genius and the scar-faced genius both had a hint of amusement in their eyes. Is there any suspense for a powerful Nirvana man to deal with a warrior at the pinnacle of the Divine Sea? Maybe. As soon as he takes action, the guy named Yang Muqing will be completely killed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow seemed to step out of the void, appearing directly in front of the 3 people without any gap. At this moment, the void seemed to completely solidify. Chapter 1245. A strong enemy attacks. The sudden appearance of the figure made the 3 people who were about to take action stunned and froze in place. Especially with the appearance of the other party. The surrounding air became silent in an instant, which made the 3 Nirvana experts feel numb. He immediately looked at the other person with vigilant eyes, only to realize that the person who suddenly appeared in front of him almost without warning was a young man in black. The other party was dressed in a big black robe, with a faint smile on his face, and his skin was as white as jade. All the words to praise his appearance seemed to be fair enough. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yang Muqing who suddenly appeared? After practicing the Qilin body forging technique, his body became closer and closer to the gold and jade phase, and his body was as perfect as forged from gold and stone. Certainly. In addition, the other party also has an air of calmness and self-power. Who is your excellency? The short-haired prodigy narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Muqing coldly. You were still discussing me just now. Why don't you recognize me now that I have appeared? Yang Muqing said with a faint smile. Call. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the 3 people suddenly flashed a hint of shock. They stared at Yang Muqing with wide eyes, as if they couldn't believe it. It was only now that I discovered that the other party actually only had the peak of Shanghai. Are you Yang Muqing? The short-haired genius narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Muqing. His cultivation level is higher than that of Yang Muqing, and Yang Muqing can't hide his cultivation level. So the other party can easily see Yang Muqing's cultivation level. Ha ha. A boy who is at the peak of the Divine Sea dares to appear in front of 3 of our 3 peak Divine Sea experts. You really don't know how to write the word death. Clatter. 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 The footsteps of the 3 people moved slightly, and the 3 people's footsteps turned, quietly forming a pin shape, secretly surrounding Yang Muqing in the middle. Looking coldly at the small movements of the 3 people, Yang Muqing raised the corners of his mouth, with a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. No matter how strong the cultivation of these 3 people is, if he relies on void transit, no one can stop him if he wants to leave. Are you the ones at the gathering point? Yang Muqing stood with his hands behind his back and asked calmly. Yes, we are here to kill you. The short-haired genius sneered. Yang Muqing, you are so brave. You dare to attack even the hunting team at our gathering point. Why don't you dare? Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows and responded. Are you allowed to plunder us only? And we can only stand there and let you do it. Do you know the consequences of offending us? The short-haired genius said with a smile. What? Yang Muqing said. That's death. The short-haired prodigy has a fierce look in his eyes. In an instant, he, Li Shanhe, and Zhuwen took action at the same time. The 3 shocking forces exploded to the extreme in an instant. like 3 violent hurricanes that destroyed the world. They suddenly fell quickly and swept towards Yang Mucheng. Boom! The terrifying power exploded instantly, sweeping across the world. The place bombarded by the 3 men was in a mess, turning into a bottomless abyss. The weather waves generated by the explosion surged thousands of meters into the sky like a fountain. Hey! How can you kill a chicken with a knife? If the 3 of us attack together, even in Shaoqing, who is a nirvana cultivator, will be shattered to pieces, let alone Yang Mucheng. Zuowen, who had a scar on his face, came out. He laughed loudly, with disdain on his face. It's really too unbearable. At first, Master Xianwang reminded us to be careful with this kid. I thought he was so capable, but I didn't expect that he was just a useless embroidered pillow. Another person named Li Shanhe's horse-faced genius shook his head. The short-haired prodigy headed by the 3 men was about to speak when suddenly he seemed to sense something. His expression changed drastically, and he looked towards a location hundreds of feet away. But see, Yang Mucheng, who was supposed to be killed by them and turned into a fan, actually stood there without any incident. It was as if the previous 3 people's combined attacks didn't even damage his fur. TSK! 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 Xianwang and Bai Wuhan sit you 3 losers? Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and looked at the 3 of them with a smile. Although your cultivation has reached the nirvana realm, you only relied on external forces to break through. Your strength is only a little stronger than half-step nirvana. How dare you show your arrogance in front of me with this kind of strength? Court death! Zuowen closed his eyes and slashed with his finger like a knife. I saw a green energy roaring out, turning into an ultimate sword light, tearing apart the space on the spot with the sound of breaking wind, and suddenly flew in front of Yang Mucheng. Bah! 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 The ear-piercing sound of tearing resounded loudly, and the blade flew across the ground, cutting a deep ravine into the earth. This ravine spread 365 meters from Zuowen's feet to Yang Mucheng's feet. Snort! Yang Mucheng waved his right hand, without using his inner strength, and shattered the ultimate sword energy with one palm on the spot. His crystal-clear palm shattered the sword energy without any damage at all, and it was completely fine. There was even a sound of metal and stone impacting. As soon as Yang Mucheng shattered the saber energy, Zuowen shot out like an arrow from a string, hitting Yang Mucheng in front of him. Boom! At this moment, Zuowen made a sudden move. With a clang sound, he actually pulled out 2 scimitars that were as curved as antelope horns from the void. And with a dazzling sword light, they suddenly came toward Yang Mucheng. The sharp sword energy roared, and wherever it passed, no matter whether it was rocks or anything, it was cut open like tofu. And even the air was torn apart. Looking from a distance, a wave of clouds and mist flashed in the void. This sword energy, which was enough to separate gold and break jade, enveloped him in an instant like mercury pouring down the ground. Yang Mucheng stood where he was. He stopped all Zuowen's attacks with just his hands without using any weapons. After he practiced the Qilin body training technique, not only was his internal strength as sharp as a divine weapon, but his body was also able to withstand attacks like a divine weapon. Zuowen's sword light, which was enough to split a mountain in half, was unable to cut a white mark on Yang Mucheng's palm. I don't believe it! Seeing that Yang Mucheng didn't move, just holding one hand behind his back and easily blocking all the attacks with the other hand, Zuowen was completely angry. His eyes widened angrily and he hissed. Boom! At this moment, his body trembled, and the terrifying inner energy swept out of his dantian quickly, sweeping through his whole body like a flame on the spot. The 2 swords in his hands became even more brilliant at this moment. Chapter 1246, Kill with One Palm. 36 Strong Wind Styles. Boom! At this moment, all the internal energy in Zuowen's body was still poured into the 2 swords. And suddenly 36 bright sword lights emerged from the 2 swords. These 36 sword rays condensed into substance. Each one was several meters long and glowed with a sharp green color. They suddenly arrived in front of Yang Mucheng. Compared with this sharp sword light, Zuowen's previous sword power became inferior. Wherever the sword light passed, the exploding void could clearly be seen. And in an instant, Yang Mucheng's body was submerged. With such little strength, you still dare to deal with our camp? Yang Mucheng snorted coldly. Facing the roaring sword light, he lightly fired out his right hand. The palm as white as jade suddenly stretched out, ignoring the endless sword light as nothing, and grabbed Zuowen directly. Do you want to die together? Looking at Yang Mucheng's grasped palm, Zuowen's eyes flashed with horror, and he quickly retreated back, Ha ha. Yang Muchung wants to kill Zwolin before the sword light kills him. The short-haired genius sneered, holding his fists. Which one is faster? Zwolin's sword or Yang Muchung's claws? Li Shanhe narrowed his eyes and looked forward. The answer is surprisingly. The sword is faster. But see. The 36 resounding sword lights, with an extreme whistling sound, suddenly came to Yang Muchung's face, and they chopped them off without hesitation. Dang! 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 Bursts of harsh sounds resounded loudly. Then he saw that Yang Muchung blocked Zwolin's bright sword light with his body. Those sword lights that could separate gold, break jade, and chop stars struck his body and erupted into a dazzling fire, which was quickly extinguished quietly. What? At this moment, both the short-haired talent and Li Shanhe stared wide-eyed and lost their voices in shock. Of course, the most shocking thing was Zwolin. He was confident that this 36 strong wind styles could not kill Yang Muchung on the spot, but would still be enough to seriously injure him. But who would have thought that the opponent actually stopped his strong attack with his physical body? I was stunned for a moment, but I didn't come back to my senses. And this brief loss of consciousness is extremely fatal. By the time Zwolin came to his senses, Yang Muchung's palm was already in front of him. Not good! With a tremor in his heart, Zwolin set up his two swords and guarded them in front of him. Yang Muchung's right palm lightly slapped it, and with a click, he directly broke the opponent's swords, and even slapped Zwolin's chest with unabated force. Puff! Zwolin spit out a mouthful of blood, and a deep palm print was immediately dented on his chest, and the corresponding position on his back was a sharp bulge. All the bones in his body made a crackling sound at this moment, and his body began to tremble as if he had been electrocuted. Boom! From the moment Yang Muchung slapped his palm, he was already dead. His body lost its balance on the spot and flew out like a cannonball. It streaked a straight ray and fell like a meteorite, covering the entire earth. The bombardment shook. The geniuses who were in charge of patrolling in the camp felt the earth tremble wildly. They immediately looked towards the source of the earthquake. And then, they suddenly discovered that a mushroom cloud suddenly rose up dozens of miles away, covering the sky and the sun. Is there an earthquake? At this moment, the geniuses in the camp woke up in an instant, and immediately rose into the sky and looked towards the place where the explosion occurred. However, when they saw what was happening in the distance, they couldn't help but be stunned. On the spot that looked like a crater, a young man lay quietly. The opponent has a golden body and jade bones, the appearance of nirvana cultivation, but a terrifying palm print appears on the opponent's chest. Countless broken lines spread crazily along this palm print, and whether it is bones, meridians, or muscles, they are all thoroughly minced. Nirvana strongman? Why is there someone there who slapped the Nirvana strongman to death with one palm? When everyone saw all this clearly, they were completely stunned. Some people even wiped their eyes vigorously, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. Over there! There are two Nirvana strongmen there! After all, the aura of the Nirvana strongman is very terrifying, especially when it is not concealed. It is as eye-catching as a beacon in the dark night. Immediately, everyone's eyes quickly turned away. It doesn't matter if you look at it. However, they saw Yang Muchung standing there quietly in front of the two Nirvana powerhouses. Compared with the two Nirvana powerhouses, he was like a little sheep coveted by two wild lions, as if the other party could tear him into pieces at any time if he wanted. No! Mr. Yang! Go quickly! Seeing this scene, no one was willing to neglect it. During this period of time, Yang Muchung had already become an absolute presence in everyone's hearts. If it weren't for Yang Muchung's leadership, they wouldn't have been able to survive safely in this camp, and they might have been completely torn into pieces by the roaring demon swarm. Now seeing Yang Muchung being surrounded by two Nirvana warriors, although he knew that he was not as strong as the other party, he still wanted to rush forward immediately. No! However, just when everyone was indignant and excited, a cold voice quietly sounded. Everyone looked at the source of the sound and were stunned. The person who spoke was actually in Shaoqing. Young Master Yang is in a bad situation right now, Yanzheng reminded him loudly, showing concern. Yes, once those two Nirvana masters take action, young Master Yang will have no way out. At this time, the other geniuses also quickly spoke up. Ha! Yang Muchung's situation is very good now. On the contrary, the other two Nirvana experts should be more worried about their own situation. And Shaoqing said with a faint smile, although these three people are Nirvana powerhouses, They only rely on the cultivation of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures to forcibly improve their abilities, and their combat effectiveness is only average. The guy named Ma Wen was slapped to death by Yang Macheng. Hiss. As soon as Shao Qing finished speaking, there was a sound of gasping all around, and everyone looked forward in disbelief. Even if the cultivation level is forcibly improved by relying on the treasures of heaven and earth, he is still a Nirvana powerhouse. Was he slapped to death by Yang Macheng? Isn't it too scary? We just have to watch the show, and Shao Qing said with a smile. The geniuses around him were full of doubts and disbelief. However, how did they know that the lion was not the other two Nirvana masters, but Yang Macheng? Under Yang Macheng's power, the two Nirvana masters didn't even dare to move. Chapter 1247 Last Words? Quiet. This area can be said to be completely silent. Whether it was Li Shanhe or another short-haired prodigy, the look he was looking at Yang Macheng had changed from disdain to fear now. When Yang Macheng first appeared here, they only thought that the other party was seeking death. Any one of the three of them could kill Yang Macheng easily. But the result is exactly the opposite. This peak warrior of the Divine Sea whom they looked down upon casually killed Zhuo Wen. In the eyes of others, the auras of these two Nirvana powerhouses were as terrifying as wild lions. But in fact, when the two of them faced Yang Macheng, who did not release any aura, they felt bottomless and trembling. Xian Wang, Bai Wuhan sent you three losers to attack my camp. Yang Macheng clapped his hands. His white jade-like palms were still flawless, without any scratches. With a faint smile, Yang Macheng looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Okay, let's say the last words. You're a big-headed idiot." As the name suggests, the people of Lishan are very passionate about the mountains and rivers. As soon as Yang Macheng said these words, his whole person's aura was already rising crazily, and it exploded in an instant. After Yang Macheng killed Zhuo Wen with one palm, although he remained motionless on the surface, in fact, he had already secretly forcibly transferred all his internal energy and gathered it all at one point. Now, after Yang Macheng said these words, Li Shanhe completely exploded. Chang! A shocking sword roar resounded crazily. He struck out with his sword one after another, erupting with a sword light that was condensed to the essence, and it was already slashing down in the air. Boom! The power of Li Shanhe's sword reached its extreme. Just like Zhuo Wen's previous 36 severe wind slashes, all the power was integrated into this sword. The bright sword light was like the brilliant Milky Way reversed into the sky, and it was already approaching in an instant, arriving in front of Yang Macheng. Don't try to escape. Seeing Yang Macheng taking a step forward and preparing to use Void Transient, the short-haired prodigy shouted in a deep voice and waved his hands forward. For a moment, with Yang Mu as the center, the void with a radius of 100 meters became stagnant, as if it was restricted. A terrifying force of imprisonment also surged down from the sky at this moment. At this moment, Yang Macheng even felt that his own spiritual thoughts had been forcibly suppressed within 100 meters. What? Yang Macheng frowned. Yang Macheng, do you think there is no way we can do anything to you? Let me see how you die this time. The short-haired genius laughed wildly. As early as when Yang Macheng suddenly appeared beside them, they had already realized that Yang Macheng already had the means to travel through time. Therefore, the moment Li Shanhe took action, he had already sealed this space. It's a pity that he doesn't know this kind of immortal martial arts, and can only seal the time of 3 finger snaps. But these 3 fingertips are enough time. Call. As soon as the short-haired prodigy finished speaking, Li Shanhe slashed in front of Yang Macheng with a shocking sword strike. This sudden sword attack that gathered all the energy in his body was enough to seriously injure a Nirvana strongman, let alone Yang Macheng, who is at the peak of the Divine Sea. Do you want to kill me with this method? Yang Macheng closed his eyes. Since there is no way to avoid or hide, there is no need to hide anymore. Facing the shocking sword, there was no fear in his eyes. But he stepped forward. Chang! Xin Yuan's sword rose vastly, and an extreme sword light surged up rapidly, and the black sword energy quickly covered it like the extremely rich dark night. And the extremely sharp golden energy is like the shining stars in the dark night. Yang Macheng, just die. Call. Li Shanhe's eyes opened angrily, and his sword slashed down. He poured all his inner energy into it, confident that this sword would be enough to kill the powerful Nirvana warrior. Ding! Before he finished speaking, the swords of both sides collided with each other. The sword that gathered all the inner strength of Li Shanhe was suddenly cut off by Yang Macheng's sword that cut through the thorns and thorns. Yang Macheng's sword not only cut off Li Shanhe's arrogant sword light, but also bombarded Li Shanhe with unabated force. What? Li Shanhe exclaimed in surprise. However, before he could finish his words, the sword struck down with such mighty force that Li Shanhe couldn't even dodge and was cut in half on the spot. Break it for me! Kill Li Shanhe with one sword. Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily, and the inner energy in his body exploded, and an invisible energy spread rapidly. Suddenly, the confined space around him was completely shattered on the spot. Woo! The body of the short-haired prodigy trembled. At the same time that the space was shattered, he already suffered a shocking backlash. He vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his whole body exploded on the spot. Escape! At this moment, the short-haired genius had only one thought in his mind. Yang Mucheng is simply too powerful. At first, in the main hall, when Xian Wang reminded the three of them to be careful about Yang Mucheng, the three of them didn't take it seriously. After all, in their opinion, no matter how powerful Yang Mucheng is, he only has the peak cultivation level of Shahai. What really makes them fearful is in Shaoqing, who has cultivated nirvana, but who knew that they were intercepted outside the camp by Yang Mucheng before they even entered the camp. Boom! Without even bothering to wipe the blood from the corners of his mouth, the short-haired prodigy suddenly kicked off his feet. In an instant, his whole body flew into the air like an arrow from a string, and flew fiercely towards the camp. Yang Mucheng, you dare to hurt me! I will remember this account. Do you think you are invincible? You are only at the peak of the Divine Sea. There are too many people in our camp who can kill you. When I return to the camp, I will immediately ask Master Xian Wang, and by Wuhan my lord has sent someone to kill you. This will make you proud for a while. The short-haired prodigy's eyes were fierce as he thought fiercely. Ever since his cultivation reached nirvana, he has been filled with pride and looked down upon everyone. But now he fell into the hands of Yang Mucheng. His heart was full of hatred, and he just wanted to return to the gathering point to gather more companions. Not only did he want to completely kill Yang Mucheng, but he also wanted to completely raze the entire camp to the ground. When I bring the army, let me see if you can continue to be so arrogant, he thought in his heart and looked back bitterly. However, it was okay for him not to look. But when he looked, his pupils suddenly closed, and there was Yang Muqing's figure behind him. Just when he was shocked, he suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent, sweeping over crazily with a shocking gesture. And the location where this killing intent crazily emerged was right above him. Chapter 1248 Yang Xiao is mighty. Call! This terrifying killing intent came so suddenly, and suddenly it swept over like a crazy wave, covering it like a tide. This moment, the short-haired prodigy looked up subconsciously. He only saw Yang Mucheng appearing directly above him at some unknown moment, with those cold eyes looking at him quietly. Facing those cold and emotionless eyes, the short-haired genius felt that 3 souls were leaving his body, and 7 souls were ascending to heaven. But see! Yang Mucheng smiled coldly, suddenly raised the sole of his foot, and suddenly collapsed. Boom! This kick was as powerful as thunder. Suddenly, it landed heavily on the back of the short-haired prodigy. Crack! As soon as he stepped down, the terrifying power swept through his body in an instant, and soon spread crazily. The whole body's skeleton was torn apart, and the hard veins protected by layers of inner strength were completely broken. At this moment, he didn't even have time to scream. His whole body was like a meteorite, falling to the ground. Before he hit the ground, his breath was gone. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, fell together with the short-haired genius. Oh! Young Master Yang is mighty! Young Master Yang is mighty! The shocked people quickly came to their senses. They looked at Yang Mucheng, who fell from the air, and looked at the short-haired genius, who was killed by a kick, and they suddenly burst out into cheers. Soon, everyone cleaned up the battlefield, and in Shaoqing also found Yang Mucheng. I decided to attack the gathering point. When he saw in Shaoqing, Yang Mucheng expressed his thoughts. All along, Yang Mucheng was the only one who bullied others. There was no reason for others to bully him again and again. Therefore, Yang Mucheng decided to counterattack the gathering point this time. But, you know that the difference in strength between us and the gathering point is really huge. Even if we all attack, we may not be able to deal with the gathering point. And Shaoqing looked worried. In the gathering point, the most powerful immortal phoenix, and Bai Wuhan are serious nirvana warriors. I don't know how many years have passed since I reached nirvana, but my inner energy and blood are terrifyingly powerful, even compared to the sky demon ape king that the two of them worked together to kill. It doesn't matter. I won't compete with them head-on, Yang Mucheng said with a smile. Okay. And Xiaoqing glanced at Yang Mucheng, and after a moment, nodded. It is better to choose a day than to hit it. Yang Mucheng set off immediately. He knows. The news that short-haired Tianjiao, Zuowen, and Li Shanhe were killed has not yet reached the gathering point. So this is the best time for him to attack. Once the other party learns the news, they will be alert immediately. If they wait until then to take action, they will inevitably become passive. In this attack, Yang Mucheng didn't bring anyone with him. Even Axiana let him stay in the camp. Tying! 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 That night, on the vast plain, Yang Mucheng's figure was like a rushing cheetah. Shuttling rapidly, his figure was extremely strong, slender and silent, and the rugged rocks perfectly avoided his figure. At the same time, the spiritual thoughts are released, constantly avoiding many warnings. Snapped! Not long after, Yang Mucheng had already arrived below the gathering point, and a protective barrier blocked his way. What a great gesture! Feeling the protective barrier, Yang Mucheng secretly sneered in his heart. Notice, this kind of barrier is different from the attack and defense formations arranged in the camp. No control is needed. It just keeps running. Its biggest function is to prevent others from getting into the gathering point. At the beginning, Yang Mucheng also wanted to install such a protective barrier. It's a pity that although there are not many materials required to arrange this kind of barrier, it consumes a lot of money because it is running all the time. So I had to give up in the end. To be able to maintain the continuous operation of the entire defensive barrier, these things must have been snatched from other geniuses. Right. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. This kind of defensive barrier can prevent outsiders from entering. Others can only stop when they get here. Only with a corresponding token can you enter and exit freely. Apparently, this gathering point relies on this method to prevent other people from sneaking in. However, this protective barrier is useful to others. But to Yang Mucheng it is like window paper. He narrowed his eyes and concentrated his thoughts, forming a sharp knife and slashing gently from top to bottom. Just hearing a puff sound, the huge protective barrier slowly opened a channel. Present, it was under this layer of protection that Yang Mucheng managed to sneak into the gathering point without anyone noticing. If he wanted to break through the entire protective barrier so quietly, no one else could do it except him. After all, others don't have such concentrated spiritual thoughts as he does. But see, the entire gathering spot was abuzz with lights, wine shops and tea houses, and it was extremely noisy. Yang Mucheng didn't hide too much. After all, not many people had seen his true face. While wandering around, he released his spiritual thoughts and kept searching. Nature. Yang Mucheng would not stupidly break into the gathering point and directly challenge Xian Wang and Bai Wen. The previous battle with the three short-haired geniuses was a wake-up call for Yang Mucheng. My own void transit is not a flawless technique. After reaching a certain level of strength, anyone can seal the space, even if it is just 3 finger snaps. It is a fatal mistake for the battle between masters, and it is enough to ruin them. Therefore, Yang Mucheng had a complete plan since he had the idea of attacking the gathering point. Find the armory first, and then find the place where the treasures of heaven and earth are stored. Yang Mucheng hid his gaze very well and walked slowly on the street. Whether it is to upgrade the Kailan body training technique to the level of Deshang, or to upgrade my cultivation to divine sea perfection, it will be a great improvement for me. By then, with my current means, even if a Nirvana powerhouse cannot be defeated, he can still escape intact. Suddenly, Yang Mucheng's forward steps quietly stopped. His eyes involuntarily fell on a giant warehouse next to him. This giant warehouse doesn't look special. It seems to be extremely ordinary, and it doesn't even have any guards. However, Yang Mucheng felt that this warehouse contained infinite sharp energy. With a gentle sweep of his spiritual mind, Yang Mucheng's lowered eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of fanatical golden light. Arsenal? With almost no hesitation, he immediately used void transit and stepped directly in. On the busy street, no one noticed that Yang Mucheng suddenly disappeared. Chapter 1249 Crazy Plunder. This is really too much. How many geniuses have been killed by Immortal Phoenix and by Wuhan? Yang Mucheng's pupil shrank, his face full of disbelief. Although, from the outside, this warehouse only looks like 100 acres. But in fact the space inside is several times, even hundreds of times larger. Because, here, the inner universe formation has also been set up. The entire warehouse is neatly filled with countless weapons. So many that it can even make one's scalp numb. Certainly, Some of these were taken by Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan from other Qinjiao. And some of them were obtained from this trial star. Let's not talk about the quality of these weapons. Just the quantity is very huge. With so many weapons, I don't know if they can be enough for my Qilin body training technique to reach perfection directly. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Yang Mucheng took a deep breath and quickly started running the formula. Buzz. This moment, throughout the warehouse, countless weapons could not help but tremble suddenly. Countless sharp energy of metal and stone transformed into a golden torrent visible to the naked eye, transformed into thousands of strands, and continued to flow towards the location of Yang Mucheng. With a crazy devouring, the weapons of unknown levels were rusting crazily at an extreme speed at this moment, and quickly losing their original luster. The weapons that Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan took from other geniuses were not used by themselves, but they gave Yang Mucheng an advantage. Receive! Eyes widened angrily. Suddenly, a shocking suction force erupted from his body. The sharp energy contained in the magic weapons and magic weapons continued to rush towards Yang Mucheng's body. Let his body become more terrifying bit by bit. Certainly, after this sharp energy was poured into his body, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but groan. The feeling of being forcibly torn apart and then restored again is several times stronger than during previous training. Only Yang Mucheng was so determined that he could persevere. Others would have passed out long ago. Why does it hurt so much? How did those people who practice the 5 elements spirit body endure this pain? Yang Mucheng almost broke his teeth. However, Yang Mucheng didn't know that those who had practiced the 5 elements spirit body would dare to be as crazy as Yang Mucheng. Even if you take the sharp energy from the magic weapon, you only dare to absorb it bit by bit. How dare you directly extract the sharp energy from thousands, or even tens of thousands of weapons, like Yang Mucheng? A full half hour. Yang Mucheng's spirit has always maintained a high degree of tension. Not only is he on guard against other geniuses, who may suddenly break in, but he also has to concentrate his will to resist this terrifying pain. Call. Until the last weapon was finally absorbed. Only then did Yang Mucheng let out a long breath. Is this the ultimate achievement of Qilin's body training technique? Yang Mucheng slowly clenched his fists. He found, my body is not like those warriors who have undergone physical training in Kyushu, with muscles all over the body. On the contrary, it looks very slender and well proportioned. Just from the appearance, it does not look like it at all. There are warriors who practice physical training, but such a thin body contains unimaginable explosive power. Even Yang Mucheng felt like he was a magic weapon. It's worth it! Just by raising his body to the Shang. This kind of improvement allowed him to work tirelessly to come here to make back his money. A quick glance. Yang Mucheng looked at this space. Those weapons that had been completely devoured by him had turned into piles of scrap metal. It seems that these people haven't noticed my intrusion yet. In addition to these armories, there should also be places where heavenly and earthly treasures are stored. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. If Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan dare to attack him, they will naturally have to pay a corresponding price. He smiled coldly. Yang Mucheng stepped forward and disappeared. Not long after, he appeared in another warehouse where countless heavenly and earthly treasures were stored. But this warehouse that stores heavenly spirits and earthly treasures actually has a lot of formations set up. Boom! And Yang Mucheng used void transit, and his whole body appeared in the formation on the spot. Almost instantly, a terrifying heat wave swept over at this moment. The spiritual energy in the entire warehouse was directly forcibly extracted by the formation, and transformed into a ferocious fire dragon, which suddenly swooped over quickly. The terrifying flames, if not isolated by the formation, would be enough to level the entire gathering point in an instant. Destroy it! Yang Mucheng pointed his fingers together like a sword and slashed with a bang. The flames, which were enough to flatten everything, were slashed away before they even got close to Yang Mucheng. So close! Looking at the fire dragon that was split open with a bang, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If his reaction had been slower, I'm afraid his whole person would have been wrapped in flames. However, flames of this level may not be able to kill him, but if he is entangled, the result may be very bad. This kind of flame should be arranged by the immortal phoenix. Right. Before coming, Yang Mucheng also once understood the characteristics of Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan. These two people are not easy to mess with. Although Xian Wang has a smiling attitude, he is actually a smiling tiger. He may be smiling at you one moment, but he will suddenly attack you the next moment. And what he is good at is fire. As for Bai Wuhan, he looked cold and practiced the magic sex techniques. The personalities of other warriors who practice the magic sex skills will become extremely extreme and irritable. But Bai Wuhan is different. He is as calm as water. But from the appearance, it is difficult to find that the other person is actually practicing the magic sex skills. But there is no doubt that the strength of these two people is absolutely terrifying. There are so many heavenly and earthly treasures again. Thoughts moved slightly. Yang Mucheng took a deep breath. The next moment, he directly released the ancient heaven swallowing technique. Compared with absorbing magical weapons, absorbing these heavenly and earthly treasures is much easier. After all, absorbing the magic weapon still has to endure endless pain. But when absorbing these heavenly and earthly treasures, there is no such scruple. Buzz! The terrifying suction force exploded on the spot at this moment. Really, the whole space suddenly became stagnant at this moment. Almost at the same time, you can see that among the neatly arranged heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, streams of extremely pure spiritual energy surged up quickly, transforming into a torrent on the spot, and rushed towards Yang Mucheng's body. The body was knocked backwards violently. Chapter 1250 discovered. Throughout the stars, the heavenly and earthly treasures obtained by countless geniuses are gathered in this warehouse. One can imagine how many these heavenly and earthly treasures there are. The total amount of these heavenly and earthly treasures combined is even greater than that of the entire Kyushu. Other geniuses who want to use these heavenly and earthly treasures can only absorb them one by one. How can they be as crazy as Yang Mucheng? Now, Bai Wuhan and Xian Wang, who had tried so hard to plunder the heavenly and earthly treasures from others, still gave Yang Mucheng an advantage. So fast! These heavenly and earthly treasures are enough for my cultivation to reach the perfection of the divine sea. Feeling the ever-increasing cultivation level in his body, Yang Mucheng could not hide the look of ecstasy in his eyes. Main Hall. Xian Wang, Lord Bai Wuhan, fortunately we lived up to our orders and captured a camp. In the main hall, a genius spoke out. Above the stars, many geniuses quickly chose to join forces after recovering from the chaotic dance of the demons at the beginning. Therefore, it can be seen that camps are springing up like mushrooms after a rain. After all, with so many monsters, even the most powerful people cannot be confident that they can pass the final test and survive. Of course, this also gave Xian Huang and Bai Wuhan an advantage. On the one hand, they are constantly resisting the attacks of the demon swarms. And on the other hand, they are also constantly attacking cities and territories, killing the camps of other geniuses, seizing various heavenly and earthly treasures, magical weapons, and constantly growing their own power. We also confiscated a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures. 3 mid-grade heavenly and earthly treasures, 17 low-grade spiritual treasures, and more than 100 top-grade earthly treasures. The leader of the hunting team was slowly reciting what they had robbed. Got it! Xian Wang waved his hand casually and said, Save all these things in the warehouse. These things seem like a lot, but in fact, it's just average. The camp they captured earlier contained several times as many heavenly and earthly treasures as here, so they didn't care about it that much. Yes! The leader of the hunting team nodded. Present, the group of people came to the warehouse with a Tian Lingdi Bao. The leader of the hunting team took the token and made a handprint. Suddenly the token in his hand flipped up and shot out a ray of light. There was a loud boom, and the air outside the warehouse seemed to explode, followed by a shock in the void, like a picture scroll being slowly unfolded. Every time I come here to give away treasures of heaven and earth, I have to go through so much trouble. In the team, a member of the team couldn't help but complain. When the captain heard this, he scolded him unceremoniously. What do you know? These are all treasures of heaven and earth. If someone breaks in and takes them away, the loss will be great. Therefore, Master Xian Wang specially, we have set up a barrier that requires tokens for entry and exit. The team members were so scolded that they shrank their heads. But they still couldn't help but said, Who is so brave and dares to break into our camp? Now! Among the entire trial stars, our gathering point is the most powerful. It's huge. If we don't rob it, those people will have to pray to God. Who dares to come to our place? Isn't it just a tiger scratching its head? Yes. The captain couldn't help but nodded. Nowadays, with a radius of 8,000 miles, their camp is the largest, and even the demon group led by the Sky Demon may not be able to deal with them. As long as Wen and Li Shanhe return, the last camp in this area will be completely eradicated. Squeak. With a sharp sound, the door opened with a bang. However, everyone in the hunting team was completely stunned. I just saw that the warehouse that was originally full of heavenly treasure seemed to have been dug up 3 feet. And nothing was left. Everyone could clearly feel that the spiritual energy contained in various heavenly and earthly treasures turned into an inextricable torrent and poured directly into the body of the young man in the warehouse. Who are you? The hunting team stared at this scene blankly. They looked at Yang Muchung, then at the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures that had all been absorbed, and suddenly came back to their senses. And you are so brave! How dare you come to our gathering point to cause trouble? A trace of determination flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes. He originally planned to absorb the entire warehouse filled with heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, and then find a place to destroy it. But who would have thought that the other party would have been discovered by accident so early? Looking at the roaring leader of the hunting team and the team members, who came to their senses in shock, Yang Muchung waved his right hand. Roll! Boom! The terrifying energy exploded to the extreme in an instant. Sweeping out desperately, the rolling air waves turned into a shocking wave, directly blasting this huge warehouse into pieces. This shocking energy, like a wild dragon, not only smashed the members of the hunting team in front of him into pieces, but also surged forward unabated. Like an explosion, the power even tore the entire city in half. Bang! 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 For a while, the shocking explosion resounded crazily and spread rapidly throughout the place in an instant. What happened? Why was there an explosion? Did a big demon king come in? Go and have a look. Countless noises suddenly sounded. Hearing the loud explosion, countless geniuses in the gathering point quickly sprang out from inside, and then quickly rushed towards the place where the explosion came from. Even Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan rushed over quickly. I saw. The original warehouse had been completely razed to the ground, and there was only the churning dust there. What's going on? Why did it explode all of a sudden? Everyone stared at the warehouse with wide eyes. However, the dust was so thick that no one could see what was going on inside. Da-da-da. Gently, the sound of footsteps sounded quietly. At this moment, everyone had a bad premonition. What? Immortal Phoenix was even more furious. He opened his eyes angrily and waved his right hand suddenly. Suddenly, the dust hanging over the warehouse was completely swept away on the spot. And among the dust, the figure of a young man wearing a big black robe slowly became clear. He walked slowly with his hands behind his back. That leisurely posture seemed like a spring outing. I saw. He turned his eyes and looked at Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan. Grin. And his voice slowly resounded. Immortal Phoenix. Bai Wuhan. Thank you for the heavenly and earthly treasures and magical weapons you prepared for me. Chapter 1251. Stirring up a big mess. What? Yang Muchung's words made both Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan stunned. Uh-huh. At this moment, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the warehouse. However, there are no traces of heavenly spirits or earthly treasures in the warehouse. All the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures have become a pile of fly ash. Go check out the other warehouse. At this time, Bai Wuhan seemed to have remembered something and said quickly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone quickly ran over and shouted. It's not good. It's not good. The warehouse where the weapons are kept has been stolen. There is nothing left in it except a pair of scrap metal. Whoops. Hearing these words, the atmosphere in the entire gathering point suddenly became depressing. Everyone could feel that an irrepressible chill spread rapidly and swept through the whole city in a terrifying manner. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. Who are you? How brave you are to come to our gathering place to cause trouble. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Xian Wang narrowed his eyes and stared directly at Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung smiled lightly and said, The consequences? It's nothing more than a complete rift and fighting to the death. Moreover, haven't you already sent Zuowen and Li Shanhe to attack our camp? Call. As soon as these words came out, even Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan, no matter how idiotic they were, immediately realized that the young man in front of them was none other than Yang Muchung. Can't blame them for being slow to react. But they never dreamed that Yang Muchung would be so bold as to not only sneak into the gathering point directly, but also wipe out all the weapons and heavenly and earthly treasures they had acquired during this period. No matter who this kind of thing happens to, everyone will feel extremely angry. Yang Muchung, you are looking for death, Bai Wuhan shouted in a low voice. He stepped forward, and a terrifying aura suddenly burst out. However, Xian Wang directly stopped Bai Wuhan. Let me! This kid dares to destroy the spiritual treasure house I have established. If I don't kill him, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart. 2 warehouses. A weapon. A treasure of heaven and earth. Only the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures were set up by the magic circle by Xian Huang. From this, we can see the importance he attaches to these heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. Now, these heavenly and earthly treasures have been devoured by Yang Maicheng. How can he swallow this breath? The words just fell. On the immortal phoenix's shoulder, the bird that was burning with flames all over its body erupted into a burst of shrill cries. Then, in the rolling flames that erupted, he completely stretched out his huge wings. Each of its feathers is completely burning like a flame. From a distance, it looks like a huge flying flame. At the same time, a terrifying high temperature swept out of the big bird. Under this flame, under this high temperature, the geniuses around them all retreated back with frightened expressions. Yang Maicheng, you took away the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure I prepared for the dark fire ancestral bird. I'll let my hellfire ancestral bird eat you. Oh! After hearing Xian Huang's words, Yang Maicheng looked at the bird in the sky in surprise. This mysterious netherfire ancestral bird, which is exuding flames all over its body, is actually a celestial demon in the realm of nirvana. Groan! As if it was when he learned that it was the young man in front of him who had eaten his own heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. The dark fire ancestral bird suddenly let out a sharp roar, and the flames that had been burning to the extreme burst out again, reaching the extreme level at this moment. Masterin, are you worried about Master Yang? Camp. He looked at Xiaoqing seriously. Since Yang Maicheng left, and Xiaoqing has stood quietly on the top of the city, watching the movements at the gathering point. Yes. After all, Xian Huang and Bai Wuhan are both Nirvana strongmen. They are not like Zhuo Wen and Li Shanhe who were killed before. If Yang Maicheng is hit by these two people, he will definitely die. And Xiaoqing clicked. He nodded, not hiding the worry in his heart at all. Although Yang Maicheng's strength is not considered top-notch, but there is no doubt that the reason why their camp can be maintained is precisely because Yang Mu became the commander-in-chief and supported the operation of everything. If something happened to Yang Maicheng, their camp would completely collapse overnight. Boom! However, at this moment, a burst of shocking fire suddenly erupted from the gathering point of Immortal Phoenix and Bai Wuhan in the distance. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread rapidly at this time. This breath even reached in Xiaoqing's location without any hindrance. Even standing here, he could faintly feel a sense of heat constantly attacking his body. That is, Yin Zheng's eyes widened, and he looked forward in disbelief. What kind of existence is it? To know, the distance between the two sides is hundreds of miles away. Now that the terrifying aura has passed through such a far distance, it still makes people feel extremely palpitating. Immortal Phoenix's dark fire ancestral bird. And Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes. With his nirvana cultivation, although his eyes could not ignore the space and clearly see what was happening at the gathering point, he could still clearly see the huge floating fireball above the entire gathering point, as if it appeared out of thin air. The second sun is as dazzling as the second sun. Under the dark fire ancestral bird, in front of Yang Maicheng were Xian Huang and Bai Wuhan. Not good. This moment, and Xiaoqing's heart sank. He knew that what he was most worried about finally happened. Yang Maicheng was caught by Xian Huang and Bai Wuhan. Young Master Yang has been discovered. What should we do? At this moment, Yin Zheng's complexion also turned extremely pale. No matter how idiotic he is, he can still see that Yang Maicheng is already in danger. And this time, Yang Maicheng took the initiative and attacked the gathering point secretly. Once Xian Huang and Bai Wuhan kill Yang Maicheng, their next step will definitely be to level their camp. Whether it's Immortal Phoenix or Bai Wuhan, these two people are not easy to deal with. The two of them will definitely kill us without mercy. Yin Zheng was trembling in his heart. He rolled his eyes and said immediately, Young Masterin, it's no longer safe here. Let's leave quickly. But, as soon as he finished speaking, he was shocked to find that Xiaoqing was already rising up. And at this moment, he was rushing directly towards the gathering point. And looking at his posture, there was no concealment at all. He was obviously planning to rush to the gathering point and fight side by side with Yang Maicheng. This moment, Yin Zheng felt as if the whole sky was about to collapse completely. Looking at Xiaoqing's leaving figure, Yin Zheng couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and could only keep muttering, This time, I've made a big mistake. Chapter 1252, Tear apart the demon with your hands. Boom! The terrifying dark fire ancestral bird flapped its wings. sending out waves of scorching heat crazily. As the temperature increased, the buildings in the entire gathering point spontaneously ignited without fire, and they all burst into flames. Looking from a distance, every huge building seemed to have become a giant building at this moment. A burning torch. As the clusters of flames rolled crazily, the dark fire ancestral bird responded, and the flames on its body became more and more fierce. Dare you steal the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures from my dark fire ancestral bird? This time, let me see how you die. Boom! Immortal Phoenix squinted his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the anger of the dark fire ancestral bird completely exploded. The beast let out a sharp cry and suddenly flapped its wings. As the heat wave invaded, a strange force quickly passed through the field. Then he saw countless pillars of fire rising into the sky, under the huge demonic aura of the dark fire ancestral bird. They quickly transformed into a shocking giant claw, and directly attacked Yang Muqing's position crazily. Go! Crack! The terrifying fire claws struck down in the air, exploding the entire space. Call! A steaming heat wave swept over like a tidal wave, feeling the high temperature that was enough to melt steel. The geniuses around them all retreated back with horrified expressions. For a moment, Yang Muqing was the only one left under the fire claw attack. Are you going to kill Yang Muqing with one blow? Seeing the terrifying giant claws swinging down, the geniuses present all looked over with wide eyes. However, Yang Muqing, who faced the fire claw alone, had an indifferent expression on his face. If he encountered this dark fire ancestral bird before he entered the gathering point, he would definitely not be able to resist at all, and would have no choice but to escape. But now, he has absorbed countless magical weapons, and practiced the Qilin body training technique to a great level. After being tempered by endless heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, his cultivation has reached the perfection of the divine sea. How could he be afraid of this beast? Immortal Phoenix, why don't you come and fight in person? Do you look down on me too much by sending a beast to fight me? Seeing the fire claw chop down in the air, Yang Muqing shook his head in disdain. Do I need to do it myself to kill you? Yang Muqing, you are too confident. Even if you stole all my heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, now you only have the perfection of the divine sea. The dark fire ancestral bird. What to it's so easy to kill you? Xian Wang sneered. And this time, the dark fire ancestral bird also seemed to sense Yang Muqing's disdain for him, and immediately neighed, and the already surging inner energy burst out again. Immediately, the originally huge fire claws began to churn under the injection of this demonic energy, growing to hundreds of feet in an instant. The huge giant claws almost enveloped the entire gathering point, not to mention killing Yang Muqing. Even raising the entire gathering point to the ground would be more than enough. Snort! Yang Muqing shook his head disdainfully, looked at the fire claws that struck in the air, and reached out to grab them lightly. Call! This casual grab was as casual as picking something out of a bag. But in the eyes of the dark fire ancestral bird, it was not that simple. At this moment, the infinite spiritual energy in the void was pulled at this moment. Amidst the turbulent wind, a huge palm poked out directly from the void. Those arrogant fire claws were as small as a child's hand in front of this palm. Boom! In an instant, the fire claw was easily shattered, and the giant palm holding up the sky, with its remaining power unabated, soared into the sky and grabbed the ancestral bird of dark fire. In front of this giant palm, the terrifying celestial demon with its wings spread to a full height of 360 feet was as small as a canary in a cage. It seemed that as long as the giant palm holding the sky was lightly held, it would fly. You can crush it to pieces? At this moment, the dark fire ancestral bird still had the same arrogant and domineering attitude as before. Its red eyes were filled with fear towards Yang Muqing. Without any hesitation, it quickly flapped its wings and soared into the sky desperately, as if trying to escape. Want to escape? Yang Muqing smiled coldly, looking at the dark fire ancestral bird that fled quickly under his attack. He quietly stretched out his left hand. Call! The hurricane roared. Just saw that in the terrifying hurricane that swept the world, a huge palm stretched out again. Originally, under the attack of a palm, the dark fire ancestral bird was already in danger. Now faced with the attack of two giant palms holding up the sky, where can it escape? Almost instantly, the living space of the dark fire ancestral bird was completely compressed to the extreme. Yang Muqing! How dare you! Immortal Phoenix suddenly turned pale and became extremely angry. From the fact that he collected so many heavenly and earthly treasures for the dark fire ancestral bird. We can see how much he cares about this heavenly demon. If he were to die in Yang Mucheng's hands now, wouldn't it be equivalent to cutting off the lifeblood of the immortal phoenix? Son? He kicked his feet, and his whole body exploded to the extreme. Two flame-like wings spread out from behind him, rising into the sky with a horrifying attitude, and shooting forward like a shooting star. Boom! After charging into the midair, Immortal Phoenix took action boldly. He grabbed it with his right hand, and endless flame surged out crazily from the entire gathering point. In an instant, they transformed into thousands of flames, poured into his hand, and quickly formed a long sword with condensed flames, then quickly slashed forward. Apparently, he planned to take action before Yang Mucheng killed the dark fire ancestral bird and save his fire bird. Why don't I dare? Looking at the furious Immortal Phoenix, Yang Mucheng smiled coldly. This Immortal Phoenix asked his dark fire ancestral bird to kill him. Could he just stand there obediently and let the dark fire ancestral bird kill him? Die to me! He drank with a cold voice. Yang Mucheng suddenly grabbed forward with both hands. Call. At this moment, the two giant palms holding up the sky, carrying the extremely frightened Haofeng, quickly blasted forward in the rolling waves, catching the rapidly retreating dark fire ancestral bird. Then, under the eyes of Immortal Phoenix that could kill someone, he suddenly tore it apart. The sound of brocade and silk being torn apart resounded loudly. Then he saw that in the blood all over the sky, the huge dark fire ancestral bird was torn in half by Yang Mucheng. Countless blood turned into scalding rain of fire, crackling to the ground, and even burning the ground into terrifying fire pits. Looking at the spilled blood, looking at the torn ancestral bird corpse, Immortal Phoenix's eyes that almost wanted to kill fell on Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng! You are so brave! Chapter 1253 The Battle of Nirvana. Yang Mucheng. You are so brave. Immortal Phoenix's shouts resounded through the gathering point, and the terrifying murderous intent was released without reservation. In this vast murderous intention, everyone only felt their scalps numb for a while. Under the invasion of this murderous intention, they had to retreat step by step towards the rear. Boom! As this burst of sound resounded, the pure, flame-like inner energy swept out from the body of the Immortal Phoenix rapidly. The surging flames rolled thousands of meters into the sky. A tidal wave of air continued to attack one after another, washing the entire city. Even the geniuses around him were being pushed back by this wave of air. This boy is not simple. At this time, Bai Wuhan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. His dark golden eyes were staring at Yang Mucheng. I can use the divine sea to perfect myself and kill the heavenly demon who has reached nirvana. Moreover, it is so easy. Immortal Phoenix, let me join forces with you to kill him. Good. Xian Wang wanted to refuse, but he condensed for a moment and nodded. He naturally knew that Bai Wuhan was telling the truth. If Yang Mucheng dared to come to the gathering point alone, he must have an unknown trump card. Although Xian Wang wanted to kill Yang Mucheng alone, he knew that this was not the time to act with loyalty. If he was not careful, the boat would capsize in the gutter. What? At this moment, the eyes of the geniuses in the entire gathering point suddenly widened. They didn't expect that Bai Wuhan would join forces with Xian Wang. Apparently, they don't plan to give Yang Mucheng any chance anymore. Is this Yang Mucheng really so terrifying? A genius asked in awe. It actually takes 2 Nirvana experts to join forces to deal with him. You can't use your full strength when a lion fights a rabbit. Bai Wuhan doesn't want any accidents to happen, so he plans to join forces with the Immortal Phoenix. Another genius said. However, in my opinion, even Immortal Phoenix alone is enough to kill him. What's more, if the two of them join forces? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but nodded. In this case, Yang Mucheng could not fly even if he had wings. The storm is moving. The war begins. Heaven and earth. Immortal Phoenix and Bai Wuhan looked at Yang Mucheng from afar. There was already a murderous intent between the two sides. In the next moment, when Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan were about to join forces to kill Yang Mucheng, a cold sound of disdain suddenly came from the sky. 2 Nirvana experts. Don't you even want to face them? You actually joined forces to deal with a genius who has perfected the divine sea in full view of the public. You have really lost the face of a powerful Nirvana man. Boom! As the voice of these cold words spread, and Shaoqing was already in a burst of fire and came to the top of the entire gathering point. At this moment, everyone looked over. Originally, some people wanted to angrily accuse Shaoqing of not knowing whether to live or die, and how dared to make trouble at this juncture. However, when they felt that the surging aura from Xiaoqing's body also belonged to the realm of nirvana, they all closed their eyes immediately. His mouth was closed, and everyone's heart was beating wildly. And Xiaoqing, one of the top 10 geniuses that Mr. Elegance is optimistic about. He's actually here too. There was almost no hesitation, and Xiaoqing suddenly stood beside Yang Mucheng. Apparently, he planned to fight side by side with Yang Mucheng. At this time, Xian Huang and Bai Wuhan also frowned slightly. That's what Yi Chang Mingduo said. What they were most worried about was that someone would come and interfere. Now, what we were worried about finally happened. I'll kill Yang Mucheng. You deal with this in Xiaoqing. Xian Huang turned his head and said to Bai Wuhan, Yang Mucheng killed my dark fire ancestral bird. If I don't crush his bones and raise his ashes with my own hands, or tear him into pieces with my own hands, I can't let go of the anger in my heart. Good. Bai Wuhan's words were still brief and powerful. He nodded, moved his steps slightly, and looked directly at Xiaoqing. And Xiaoqing, I'll give you a chance. If you are willing to join us, I can let you go. Sorry. And Xiaoqing smiled faintly, and these two short words already showed his choice. If that's the case, then die. Bai Wuhan's expression was neither happy nor sad, but in the depths of his eyes, a flash of extreme murderous intent suddenly flashed. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, his whole body erupted, and a surging demonic energy burst out quickly and shot straight into the sky. The clear sky was completely turned into darkness at this moment, and the surging demonic energy swept out, corroding the surrounding space. And Bai Wuhan, carrying this terrifying aura, was like an unparalleled demon. At this moment, it was already rolling in, and with monstrous power, it rushed to an end. In front of Xiaoqing, call, and in the midst of the billowing demonic energy, Bai Wuhan waved his right hand. Only a sharp roar of evil spirits was heard, which resounded crazily. And then 13 black rosary beads surged out from the demonic energy and shot fiercely towards Xiaoqing's cave. And at the same time, Bai Wuhan, who was in the demonic aura, suddenly formed a sealed Ju with his right hand, and then saw that the 13 rosary beads directly transformed into heads under the gaze of one after another. The ferocious evil spirit pounced on Xiaoqing. Chang! And Xiaoqing, on the other hand, did not panic at all. He waved his right hand, and a sharp long sword appeared in his hand. As soon as the sword light danced, the ultimate cold light surged out, and it exploded into an airtight sword network and directly slashed at the 13 beads. Ding! 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 13 terrifying beads collided with each other, making a series of terrifying sounds of metal and stone impacting. Twist! And Xiaoqing's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the huge sword net gathered up like a bag, as if it was going to completely tear the 13 beads into pieces at this moment. But Bai Wuhan had been alert for a long time. At the moment when the sword net closed, he had already retracted his fingers, and the rosary returned to him with a whistling sound, forming a strange formation. The formation hovered in front of him, crushing them crazily like a mountain falling. Chang! And at the same time, and Xiaoqing also pointed his sword at Bai Wuhan, and the huge internal energy in his body emerged in Howren without any hindrance. This huge internal energy was not inferior to Bai Wuhan at all, and it was already very fast on the spot. It swept through the whole body, rolling like a huge wave. Then, he saw that Xiaoqing kicked off his legs at that moment, soared into the sky, and flew towards Bai Wuhan fiercely. The two Nirvana warriors, with no extravagant inner energy, started fighting each other crazily. Chapter 1254 13 Demons. The monstrous black demonic energy and the shocking silver sword energy were like two hurricanes that destroyed the world, blasting towards each other's positions fiercely. In the shocked eyes of countless people, they collided with each other. Boom! 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 The terrifying power escaped in all directions. The power of the explosion swept in all directions, ruthlessly tearing the earth apart. The surrounding space was also distorted by this frightening attack. In this shocking collision, both sides were evenly matched. Both Bai Wuhan and Xiaoqing were thrown backwards by the shocking impact. And at the same time, the monstrous weather wave generated during the impact also transformed into a violent wind visible to the naked eye, sweeping fiercely towards all directions. Boom! The power of this storm is no less than the force generated when the two sides collide. Wherever the gun rolled past, no matter what building it was shattered in an instant. Even the entire luxurious gathering point was completely razed to the ground in this shocking impact. Feeling the huge power of this storm, countless geniuses around him retreated back with horrified expressions. While retreating, he looked forward again. But see, in that instant collision, the two of them, as if they had agreed to do so, began to attack each other fiercely again. Boom! 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 Every time they collide, bursts of shocking spiritual light erupt, and even the world changes color at this moment. But it took Bai Wuhan longer to reach nirvana, and the quality and quantity of his internal energy were higher than in Xiaoqing's. In such a shocking collision, he gradually gained the upper hand, and in the last collision, Bai Wuhan directly knocked Xiaoqing from midair to the ground. And even this terrifying, the bombardment blasted out a deep crater in the entire earth, like a meteorite falling. Even if you are the genius favored by Mr. Elegance, so what? Bai Wuhan looked at Xiaoqing, who was slammed from the sky to the ground, with an endless fierce light in his eyes. Just see. He squeezed hard with his right hand, only to hear a continuous whistling sound, which erupted crazily. Then he saw that the 13 beats surrounding him like satellites turned around crazily at this moment. The moment he rushed out crazily, he transformed into ferocious heads again. Condensation! 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 Bai Wuhan's tongue shines like a lotus flower, and he violently pinches out the seal. Every time he drank a word, he saw that the rosary beads suspended in midair turned into endless black holes. Surging spiritual energy quickly poured into it, and under the head, the torso, hands, feet, each of them were formed into ferocious demons. Then, the moment the 13-headed demons were formed, they inhaled fiercely. Their chests expanded to the limit, and then opened dramatically. Boom! 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 This moment, 13 black beams of black light suddenly shot towards Xiaoqing. These terrifying black lights made the space crackle. There was almost no gap, as if he suddenly came to Xiaoqing from the moment he appeared. What? Xiaoqing's eyes narrowed. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and turned over quickly. The surging inner energy that was originally dim during the impact burst out with a more ferocious attitude at this moment. Clang! Amidst the ringing sound of the sword, the wandling sword in his hand became increasingly blue. Even when the cold light surges, it is dazzling. When the light on the sword reached its peak, Xiaoqing fiercely threw out the long sword in his hand. Then, the roaring sword light hit the 13 black lights hard. Boom! This terrifying sword even resisted 13 black lights. Resisted? This Xiaoqing is too powerful. He is worthy of being one of Mr. Elegance's favorite geniuses. He has only been in nirvana for a long time, but he can actually compete with Bai Wuhan for such a long time. Seeing this scene, the geniuses around were shocked. Haha. You want to compete with me? These 13 rosary beads are the demonic relics made by my senior sect with the bones of 13 nirvana strong men, and they contain the 13 nirvana strong ones. I'll see how you can resist the grievances of others. Watching Xiaoqing resist his attack, Bai Wuhan suddenly laughed wildly with pride. With a pinch of his right hand, the demon transformed from the 13 demon relics suddenly let out a terrifying roar. And then he saw that the 13 terrifying black lights suddenly condensed into a line, and then suddenly became powerful. Surge. Boom. Just like the monstrous flood directly washed away the dead wood and twigs, the shocking sword light was directly torn apart. The black light continued unabated and shot towards Xiaoqing's hole. If this terrifying power is bombarded on the body, even a strong nirvana person can be killed. There was almost no hesitation. Xiaoqing tiptoed, and there was a boom sound, and a deep depression was made on the ground under his feet. The depression was a huge footprint. With the help of this terrifying burst of power, Xiaoqing stretched out his arms and shot wildly backwards. Boom! The shocking black light unceremoniously penetrated the ground where he was before. In a shocking explosion, with the black light as the center, hundreds of feet in radius were completely razed to the ground, and the center of the black light revealed a bottomless abyss. Let's see how long you can hide! Bai Wuhan looked at Xiaoqing, who had managed to avoid life and death at the last moment. With a hint of awe in his eyes, he formed a sealed Ju with his right hand, and suddenly the shocking black light once again shot down crazily with the shocking power to penetrate everything, as if it was going to kill Xiaoqing directly and turn him into a powder at this moment. However, Xiaoqing was faster. He turned over and kept running away into the distance. Boom! 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 This moment, The loud explosions came one after another, and they suddenly spread. Not good! Seeing this scene, Yang Muqing's heart sank. He knew that Shaoqing was already suppressed by Bai Wuhan. If he doesn't help, I'm afraid Shaoqing will be killed by Bai Wuhan at any time. However, just when Yang Mucheng moved slightly and was about to help, Xian Wang, who had been watching Yang Mucheng, noticed him. He smiled coldly and stepped forward, blocking Yang Muqing's path. Yang Mucheng, it's not that easy to help, because I want to kill you. Chapter 1255 Immortal Phoenix vs. Yang Mucheng. Because I want to kill you. After saying this impressive sentence, Immortal Phoenix also took action suddenly. At this moment, his whole body exploded, and the terrifying inner energy wave swept thousands of meters. At this moment, looking from a distance, it was like the sun suddenly descended on the world, and the dazzling light was almost blinding. Look directly. The flying Immortal Phoenix pointed forward with his right hand. Who? 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 In an instant. Just saw hundreds of flames bursting out in an instant. Because the flames were condensed to the extreme. These hundreds of flames were almost white, and the air wherever they passed was burned into a vacuum. Like bolts of lightning, they struck wildly in all directions around Yang Mucheng, and almost in a flash, they surrounded Yang Mucheng. Die! Even more so while the infinite flames were blasting. Immortal Phoenix clenched her right hand. In an instant, the hundreds of flames suddenly transformed under the surging spiritual energy, forming long swords that seemed to be completely condensed from fire jade, and they seemed to be ready to attack. A gathering of shocking and angry arrows, and the right hand clenched violently by the Immortal Phoenix was used to give orders when attacking. Boom! 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 In an instant, thousands of flames burst out. For a while, two battles suddenly broke out in the sky above the gathering point. Immortal Phoenix's gesture of attacking with hatred attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was stunned when they saw the terrifying flames that could burn everything, bursting out and completely covering Yang Mucheng. As expected of a strong man in Nirvana. Yes, no matter how strong Yang Mu is, the gap between him and Immortal Phoenix is still too big. The Immortal Phoenix almost killed him with one move. Seeing the frightening scene of the flames colliding crazily and bombarding each other, every genius let out a burst of exclamation. However, when they looked, they found that the Immortal Phoenix was not full of surprise about killing Yang Mucheng as they had imagined, but instead looked to one side with an angry look on his face. At this moment, everyone's eyes were directed towards that position. Only then was he shocked to discover that Yang Mucheng had already escaped from the scope of the explosion at some point. Yang Mucheng, no wonder you have the guts to come to my gathering place to cause trouble. So it turns out that you relied on this single-handed escape method? Xian Wang looked gloomy and stared at Yang Mucheng. Based on his knowledge, he could almost immediately tell that Yang Mucheng was using some kind of technique that could travel in an instant. But do you think that with this method, you can challenge me? Today, I will let you wake up. Immortal Phoenix gave a cold shout and squeezed his right hand suddenly. In an instant, a terrifying force suddenly appeared. This force came extremely suddenly, falling from the sky in an instant, and suddenly filled all directions like invisible air. And this moment, Yang Muqing's expression also suddenly froze. He could feel that the space around him seemed to be blocked. Even his spiritual thoughts seemed to be contained. How? You must have felt it. This space has been completely blocked by me. This time, your skills can no longer be used. Xian Wang squinted his eyes, with pride written all over his face. As if the plan succeeded, he looked at Yang Mucheng, his expression gradually turning cold. You killed my Netherfire ancestral bird, and I won't give up until I burn you to ashes today. Boom! After saying that, Xian Wang clasped his hands together and pulled hard. Thousands of flames gathered between his palms, forming a straight flame gun. At the same time, the shocking wrathful flames quickly formed two huge cloud wings behind him. Yang Mucheng, suffer death! Boom! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Xian Wang was already riding a thunderous flame, and quickly charged in front of Yang Mucheng. The war gun in his hand was raised angrily at this moment and crashed down with a shocking gesture. The flame-condensed war gun seemed to be filled with thousands of powers in the hands of the Immortal Phoenix. When it was smashed down suddenly, it carried a terrifying monstrous flame. Looking from a distance, it looked like the sea of fire surging down from the sky. In an instant, it fiercely attacked Yang Mucheng with a shocking attitude. Drink! Facing the shocking blow, Yang Mucheng let out a loud roar and drew his sword. The Xinyuan sword. As dark as night. Soared into the sky, turning everything in the world into darkness wherever it passed. Defending was worse than attacking. Yang Mucheng had no intention of defending at all. The sword light brought up a monstrous wave and slammed into the sea of fire falling from the sky on the spot. However, the sword energy that had always been indestructible was finally completely defeated by the attack of the immortal phoenix. Boom! The terrifying sea of fire, with a violent gesture that burned everything, poured down desperately, directly smashing the monstrous sword light, carrying a force that was enough to burn the void, and slammed down, heavily shaking the world, on Xinyuan's sword. Clang! A crisp sound spread through the void. However, in this crisp voice, the power of the immortal phoenix poured down quickly like a roaring flame, pouring into Yang Mucheng's body on the spot. This surging force made his whole body tremble uncontrollably, making a crackling sound. At the same time, under this terrifying power, Yang Mucheng lost his balance directly, and his whole body was suddenly chopped from midair to the ground. Boom! The terrifying fall, with almost no gap, suddenly hit the ground from midair on the spot. The terrifying force even smashed the entire ground into a deep pit with a radius of several thousand feet. Dense cracks spread crazily along the deep pit, covering thousands of feet. The dust erupted from the explosion was like a dark cloud covering the sky. However, just as Yang Mucheng hit the ground, Immortal Phoenix's second blow had already arrived. I saw him offering his hands, and the flame gun in his hand was released at this moment, and it burst out at the same time. At that moment, the flame gun that was released from his hand transformed into a ferocious roaring flame dragon, swinging its body in midair and shooting towards it like an arrow from a string. This crazy rapidity even burned the void into a vacuum. Roar! At this moment, the mad dragon attacked and rushed in front of Yang Mucheng. Chapter 1256 Yang Mucheng. Your death has come. Powerful. It was too strong. As soon as Xian Wang and Bai Wuan took action, almost everyone present had the same thought. They are serious Nirvana masters. Even in the same realm, there are huge differences. Both in Shaoqing and Yang Mucheng were suppressed by both parties at this moment. The geniuses who were watching the battle were secretly thankful that Mr. Elegance chose such a not-so-small star as the place for the trial. If the star were smaller, the entire star might be destroyed if 2 or 3 Nirvana experts took action. This Yang Mu is really powerful. A genius looked at the battlefield and said in a deep voice. In order to kill him, Immortal Phoenix used almost all its tricks, and even completely sealed off this space. You know, even if it meant killing other Nirvana experts, Immortal Phoenix might not be able to do this. So troublesome. Humph. No matter how powerful he is not going to die in the hands of the Immortal Phoenix. He killed the dark fire ancestral bird raised by the Immortal Phoenix. How could the Immortal Phoenix keep him? Even if he has to fight for his life, he will be desperate. Cut him into pieces, said another genius. Everyone was speechless. Immortal Phoenix comes from the 100-bird sect, and the dark fire ancestral bird is also the companion of Immortal Phoenix. It is a coming-of-age gift given to him by the elders of the sect. From the fact that the Immortal Phoenix fought in the east and west and plundered all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures to feed the dark fire ancestral bird, we can see how much the Immortal Phoenix valued the dark fire ancestral bird. Yang Mucheng killed it, just like killing his father and seizing his wife. Some geniuses looked at the battlefield with endless fascination, wishing they could transform into Nirvana warriors and go forward to fight. Terrible! Yang Mucheng sighed secretly. After all, he is a strong man in Nirvana. He can tear apart the dark fire ancestral bird with his hands, and can kill the 3 Nirvana powerhouses Li Shanhe and Zhuowen, because they all rely on the treasures of heaven and earth to improve their cultivation, whether it is body, inner strength, or other aspects. Distance, there are still many gaps between the real Nirvana powerhouses. But Immortal Phoenix is different. He has already reached the Nirvana realm, and has been nourished in the Nirvana realm for many years. If Zhuowen and Li Shanhe's internal energy is as strong as water, then Xian Wang's internal energy is already as solid as a rock. In addition, he was ahead of Yang Mucheng in terms of cultivation, and only Yang Mucheng could stand in front of him for so long. If it had been anyone else, he would have been easily killed by him. Your strength is certainly terrifying, but it's not that easy to kill me. I have reached great success in the Qilin body training technique, and my cultivation has reached divine sea perfection. If you want to eat me, you will have to break at least a few teeth. Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily. facing the flaming dragon charging downwards. He stepped forward, injecting both fighting spirit and internal energy into it, and slashed forward in the air. Boom! This half-moon-shaped sword blade flew through the air, shattering the space into pieces, revealing the black hole behind it. There was a clang sound as it struck the flame-crazy dragon, and only a harsh friction sound was heard. The flame-crazy dragon was actually struck from head to tail by this terrifying sword light. Crush it for me! Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with cold light. He stretched out a crystal-clear palm and shook it fiercely. Boom! In an instant, the sword light that swept out slowly bloomed like a flower. It's just that the delicate flowers are for appreciation. Yang Muqing's sword flower was used to kill people. In an instant, the sword flower sparkled, and the powerful sword energy surged out like a tide, slashing at the immortal phoenix crazily. Each of the bright sword energy is 12 feet long, a total of 7,200. As the sword flower bloomed, it suddenly burst out, behind Yang Muqing. It was like thousands of swords gathered into one, condensing into a stunning sword light of 84,000 feet. This sword light is the best in the world, and it is enough to penetrate the void. After it formed a line, it exploded and shot out towards the immortal phoenix. Seeing this scene, the geniuses around felt trembling all over. How could they not feel the terror of this sword energy? If he were there, he would probably be torn in half by the sword light in an instant. Chang! Yang Muqing pointed with his right hand. The sword energy roared out, cutting the air into a wave that looked like billowing waves. Wherever the sword energy passed, even the earth was cut open. Shouldn't he be killed? Could it be? Countless geniuses were trembling in their hearts. They all looked at Xian Huang with great worry. This was something they could not even dream of. Could it be that the immortal phoenix would be killed by Yang Muqing with this blow? But see, facing this terrifying attack, the immortal phoenix spread its cloud wings behind its back and retreated with a rapid burst of fire. He danced his hands rapidly in front of him. Every time he danced, he heard a rumbling sound, and he used his inner strength to summon a wall on the ground. This wall is only 100 feet high and 2 meters thick, but it is filled with internal energy and is extremely hard. He waved his sleeve 16 times in total, and 160 walls rose up on the gathering point that had been raised to the ground, appearing directly in front of him. However, Yang Muqing had no intention of stopping at all, and his right hand was facing forward. Just listen to the popping sounds of bang, 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 and then I see that the 160 walls are like paper, torn apart easily. Come! These 160 walls only block the time of this shocking sword energy, but the time of this thought is enough for Xian Huang. Boom! He was originally falling back, but suddenly he collapsed, his feet rooted to the spot as if they had taken root. He shouted in a deep voice, and the energy in his body surged crazily. In an instant, the two huge wings on his back grew violently in the rolling flames, each wing reaching a terrifying 256 feet. Compared with his astonishing wings, the entire body of Immortal Phoenix is really insignificant. When his wings were spread to the extreme, his inner energy surged to its peak. Then facing the shocking burst of sword energy, he slowly stretched out his right hand and pointed forward. Boom! At this moment, the endless flames converged on a thread. A line of fire as thin as a hair was formed and shot forward. And under the shocked eyes of a pair of people, it hit the sky-shattering sword energy with a ding sound. Then, a scene that countless people will never forget happened. That line of fire, which was weaker than a hair, actually burned Yang Muqing's shocking sword energy to ashes. Immortal Phoenix stood there without using any inner strength, and his whole body seemed to be integrated with the heaven and earth. He looked at Yang Muqing and smiled disdainfully. The sword you blasted with all your strength is no match for my finger. Yang Muqing, it's time for you to die. Chapter 1257 Shattered Void. It's over. It's finally over. Seeing this scene, the geniuses present could not help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. Many spectators even let out a low cry from their throats, almost like moaning. Compared to Immortal Phoenix, they were more afraid of Yang Muqing. After all, the opponent's strength was only that of Shanghai consummation, and he could fight like this with the Immortal Phoenix, even forcing the Immortal Phoenix to retreat step by step several times. Such terrifying strength was already beyond everyone's imagination. If Yang Muqing's cultivation reaches the level of a Shanghai Grandmaster, or a half-step Grandmaster, wouldn't it be possible to kill the Immortal Phoenix easily? I'm so impatient! A pair of eyes fell on Yang Muqing. Although the two sides were in a hostile relationship, but at this time, Everyone couldn't help but feel a pity for Yang Mucheng. Horrible. Someone secretly thought. I've heard about Yang Mucheng a long time ago. I only know that he entered this trial star with his early stage cultivation in Shanghai and offended Ning Wudao, one of the top 10 geniuses. On the spot. Many people think that Yang Mucheng is brave and has no idea how high the sky is. But who knows? It won't take him long to kill Ning Wudao. How can people who could enter the trial star be idiots? Some people who knew the details of Yang Mucheng even began to look forward to whether Yang Mucheng could make a comeback. But, looking at this situation, it may be very difficult. After all, Immortal Phoenix has gained the absolute upper hand. And if he wants to kill Yang Mucheng, it is only a matter of one finger. Yang Mucheng! The Immortal Phoenix flapped its wings slowly. Every time the huge wings flapped, it caused a shocking roar. And the terrifying heat waves swept over one after another like a tide. You are already proud enough to be able to push me to this extent. But it is a pity that there is still a big gap between the perfection of Shanghai and the power of Nirvana. Your journey ends here. Laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Wang's eyes widened to the limit of anger. And he stretched out his 10 fingers and danced forward. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the void seemed to turn into strings. As he moved his hands, the awe-inspiring spiritual energy surged up and gathered together desperately. Every time he moved his hands, a long line of flames formed. His fingers flew. And every time he flew, a line of fire shot out. When he fiddled with it, it was like picking up the strings of a piano. And hundreds, or even thousands of them were shot out in an instant. Root or extension cord. Then, these long lines of flames quickly headed towards Yang Mucheng's position, shooting out like crazy. Hoo! 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 These hair-thin threads of fire burned the air to ashes, and burned terrifying holes in the void. Then, they came in quickly, like silk, wrapping around quickly. It's over! Seeing this scene, even those talented people who had hoped for Yang Mucheng couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. Under such circumstances, even if the Emperor came, he would not be able to help him. I saw. The Immortal Phoenix's 10 fingers danced, tumbling rapidly, and the lines of fire shot out quickly and wrapped around him. Yang Mucheng's body was already enveloped by the endless lines of fire. Xian Wang couldn't hide his pride in his eyes. He is confident that as long as he grasps it with 5 fingers, the countless lines of fire will be quickly retracted. And no matter who you are, you will be completely burned to ashes. However, at this moment, Yang Mucheng's aura was frantically restrained. It was like a water balloon that had been popped, pouring out crazily in an incredible manner. In just a short moment, his aura had already dropped to a level that was inferior to that of even ordinary people. Have you given up? Immortal Phoenix was stunned. However, he knew, if he himself were in this situation, he would have to give up. Whether you give up or pretend to be a ghost, just die. Boom. As soon as he retracted his 5 fingers, in an instant, the endless line of fire suddenly tightened and contracted crazily. And just when these lines of fire swept forward and were about to burn Yang Mucheng into a vacuum, Yang Mucheng quietly drew his sword. Shang! The crisp sound of the sword sounded softly. The dark Xinyuan sword was actually attached with a piece of sharp energy that could cut through everything. Only then did Xian Wang realize that Yang Mucheng did not give up, but concentrated all his inner strength on this sword. Yang Mucheng, do you think my secret skill is so easy to crack? Xian Wang looked disdainful. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, had a dull expression, and there were only endless lines of fire in his eyes. I saw him slashing lightly with his sword. The flames that were enough to burn everything and the lines of fire that were enough to cut everything were as fragile as dead branches and thin wood under Xinyuan's sword. And they were chopped down easily. Disconnected. Boom. 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 The broken fire wires turned into nothingness and disappeared into the void. The killing situation that was about to close was directly cut in half by Yang Mucheng with a sword. At the same time, a sound of space being torn apart also sounded at the same time. What? At this moment, Xian Wang's expression changed drastically. Yang Mucheng's sword continuously cut off his thousands of lines of fire, and even cut open the blockade of this void. This band was broken, which meant that he no longer had the means to contain Yang Mucheng. Really, just saw that this piece of void trembled violently. The flat space was like a ripple. Endless ripples spread rapidly in all directions. Continuous crackling sounds also began to resound at the same time. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with ecstasy. He felt that when he slashed out with his sword, The surrounding void, and the seal that suppressed his spiritual thoughts, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the mountain that had been pressing on him seemed to be moved away at this moment. Yang Machung! The immortal phoenix let out a roar, and the huge wings behind it danced impressively. The whole person transformed into an endless streak of light on the spot, and blasted forward in an instant. The dancing wings, and the shocking heat wave made his whole body seem to transform into a terrifying fireball at this moment. Facing the crazy attack of Xin Wang, Yang Machung just took one step forward, and his whole body suddenly disappeared on the spot. Boom! The attack that didn't hit him hit the ground hard, and a burst of shocking flames suddenly broke out. The rolling heat waves and rolling roaring waves are like a volcano erupting at this moment. However, Yang Machung appeared on the other side unscathed. Without the ban, Xian Wang no longer has the means to control Yang Machung, and can no longer contain his void transience. Chapter 1258 Beheading. Boom! As Yang Machung used void transient again. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in the entire gathering point changed. Even people who don't know the situation realize that the situation is quite unfavorable for Immortal Phoenix. We're in big trouble! The ban has actually been broken. Does this mean? No! Immortal Phoenix is in big trouble! Waves of low shouts kept ringing out, coming from all directions. Everyone looked at Yang Machung, with a trace of hidden sadness flashing in their eyes. The dragon swims in the deep sea. The tiger returns to the mountains. In the sky, Yang Machung and Xian Wang faced each other from a distance. The former raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his expression extremely relaxed. His posture didn't look like he was facing a powerful man from Nirvana, but like he was beating the kid next door. As for Xian Wang, his face was filled with shock and anger. Obviously, he also realized that what happened next was going to be quite tricky. Xian Wang, you've been attacking me for so long. It's my turn now. Right. On the sky, Yang Muqing's voice sounded faintly. What? At this moment, Immortal Phoenix was stunned. I just saw that Yang Machung took a quick step forward, and his whole person suddenly disappeared on the spot. At the same time, Xian Wang felt a rush of murderous intent, rushing in crazily. This murderous intention came from behind him. With almost no hesitation, he shouted fiercely, and the two huge wings behind him flapped rapidly, like a bird folding its wings, blocking him in front of him. Immediately, the infinite sword power also struck forward with a bang. Ding! 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 Terrifying explosions kept coming, and every sword strike brought out a dazzling spark. Don't underestimate the Nirvana powerhouse! Feeling Yang Muqing's terrifying attack that was like mercury pouring down the ground and sweeping like wild waves, Xian Wang was furious to the extreme. He let out a roar, and his huge wings fiercely crossed in front of him. The churning internal energy quickly gathered together, forming two terrifying giant blades made entirely of flames. These two giant blades passed quickly and slashed towards Yang Machung. But, just when the giant blade that was powerful enough to smash everything was about to kill Yang Machung, Yang Machung suddenly disappeared on the spot. Clang! 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 Almost at the same time as Yang Machung appeared, a terrifying sword light that was even more fierce than before swept over at this moment, heading towards the Immortal Phoenix shroud with a horrifying attitude. At this time, Immortal Phoenix was not as calm and composed as before. With a pale complexion, he flapped his wings and shot towards the rear with great speed. Hey! However, Yang Muqing's sword is faster. The terrible tearing sound resounded loudly. The huge flame wings behind the Immortal Phoenix, each of which was 256 feet long, were cut off completely by Yang Machung. After the huge fire wings were cut off, they crashed to the ground, then lost the support of their internal energy, transformed into countless flames, and quietly disappeared on the spot. The Immortal Phoenix is defeated. Yang Machung is too strong. At this time, even the most idiotic person could see that Yang Machung, who had broken the ban, was already pressing down on Immortal Phoenix to fight. And Immortal Phoenix has no chance of making a comeback. Yang Machung, you are the first person to push me to this point, but you will definitely be the last one. Immortal Phoenix's hair was disheveled and her eyes were unfocused. She still had the posture of the powerful Nirvana man before. But he quickly came to his senses, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Looking at Yang Machung, he spoke slowly, and the energy in his body exploded crazily in a banging manner. It was like a volcano that had been accumulated for a long time, and suddenly emerged. At this moment, he squeezed his meridians crazily, and even squeezed out the last trace of internal energy in his body. In his hand, a sharp spear gradually formed. Yang Muchung, I bet the dignity of a Nirvana strongman on this blow. Let me see how you hide. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shot out the spear in his hand. This moment, the sharp sound of gunshots resounded loudly between heaven and earth. Countless streams of light also burst out at this moment, and the originally black and white world seemed to be turned into a layer of flaming red at this moment. At the same time, a more terrifying band than before swept over quickly and violently with a horrifying attitude. In an instant, it had already descended on this void. Facing this shot, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly. He only felt that his spiritual thoughts were suppressed again. Obviously, Immortal Phoenix's attack was not simple. When it was launched, it had already sealed the void around the sky. Facing the Immortal Phoenix's attack, his mind instantly thought of more than 100 ways to escape. But he understood that this skillful and clumsy shot would always be pointed at the center of his eyebrows no matter where he escaped. Good! Boom! Standing still on the spot, Yang Muchung also released all his inner energy at the same time. The sharp aura of the unicorn body was clearly revealed at this moment. Yang Muchung's whole body suddenly turned into a terrifying humanoid weapon. The terrifying inner energy burst out desperately, and then quickly condensed and transformed into a shocking sword energy. Then, Yang Muchung also blasted forward at the same time. Call. The attacks from both sides were like a world-destroying hurricane, and they collided fiercely under the horrified eyes of countless people. Boom! 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 The terrifying power spread out desperately, even tearing the entire earth apart completely. Clang! Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly, and the shocking sword light suddenly shot out. Clang! Amidst a burst of fire, the battle spear that had gathered infinite internal energy was split into two halves in this shocking sword blow. This shocking sword force struck down mercilessly in a sudden burst. No! Immortal Phoenix's eyes flashed with fear, and he let out a horrifying roar from his throat. However, the sword slashed down, directly cutting him from head to feet, splitting him in half on the spot. Blood spurted out, and the body that was split in half hit the ground heavily. The terrifying sound of falling to the ground resounded loudly, causing the minds of the geniuses watching the battle to go blank, and their eyes to be filled with horrified and unbelievable looks. Yang Muchung slowly fell from the air and exhaled a breath of turbid air like an arrow. But his eyes were still sharp. Laugh. Immediately, he looked into the air again, looking directly at Xiaoqing, who was fighting with Bai Wuhan. Chapter 1259, Spread in All Directions. What? The sword that killed the Immortal Phoenix was also seen by Bai Wuhan. There was also a look of disbelief in his eyes. Before taking action with Yang Muchung, none of them thought that such a result would occur. No matter how powerful Yang Mu is, there is still a big gap between them and the real Nirvana experts. However, now Immortal Phoenix was actually killed by Yang Muchung. Died by Yang Muchung's sword? Damn it! He cursed secretly. Bai Wuhan suddenly formed a seal with both hands. And at that moment, 13 beads rose into the air, forming a strange 13-pointed star formation, and crazily crushed towards Xiaoqing. And Xiaoqing! The game is over! I'll kill you first! Then Yang Muchung! He secretly hated it in his heart. And Xiaoqing, who was clearly just a man who had just reached Nirvana, actually dragged himself away for so long. However, what Xian Huang hated more in his heart was Yang Muchung. He actually killed Immortal Phoenix. That's right. It's over. However, facing Bai Wuhan's terrifying blow, and Xiaoqing also stopped at the same time and no longer ran away. He slapped his waist fiercely, and a ray of light shot into the sky. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by the light, and they couldn't help but look over. Yang Muchung also raised his eyebrows. What was wrapped in that light was actually a scroll. Phew! I just saw this scroll rising into the sky and floating directly in midair, as if it was integrated with the heaven and earth. At the same time, it seemed as if a pair of invisible hands were slowly opening the scroll. And as the scroll opens, a terrifying force suddenly emerged from the scroll. This terrifying power seemed to come from between heaven and earth. It appeared crazily without the slightest gap, and struck out heavily. Bang! 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 Under the sound of this terrifying force, the 13 beads were crushed and completely exploded. And at the same time, this shocking force continued unabated, pressing down with a crash, hitting Bai Wuhan's body heavily. Crack! With the terrifying power, the crushing void twisted crazily, completely compressing the space until it exploded. It swept out with a horrified attitude. At this moment, Bai Wuhen's entire body exploded with explosions. And then his entire body was crushed to pieces by this torrent of power. And Xiaoqing retracted his right hand. And the scroll slowly gathered up and returned to the palm of his hand. At this time, a gust of desolate wind blew. And the geniuses gathered at the gathering point came back to their senses. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. And in just a short moment, cold sweat had soaked their whole bodies. Both Immortal Phoenix and Bai Wuhen were actually dead. One died in the hands of Yang Mucheng, and the other died in the hands of Xiaoqing. Oh my god! The gathering point was actually destroyed. How is this possible? No! Run away quickly! Looking at the two people standing in the center, the geniuses in the gathering point felt their scalps numb and fried. What happened today was simply beyond all of their imaginations, and even beyond common sense. Especially when Xiaoqing looked over. These geniuses felt that 3 souls had left their bodies, and 7 souls had ascended to heaven. How dare they stay where they were? Almost in an instant, they dispersed like birds and beasts and fled around. Want to leave? And Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with coldness, and he was ready to kill them all. However, Yang Mucheng shook his head and stopped him. There's no need to chase anymore. Xian Wang and Bai Wuhen are dead. These people are just a piece of loose sand and cannot make a difference. Besides, they have offended too many people, and people from other camps will not let them go. And Xiaoqing raised his eyebrows and nodded. Really? Just as Yang Mucheng guessed. The news of the destruction of the gathering point spread like a hurricane due to the spread of these fleeing geniuses. Whether it was Yang Mucheng killing the Immortal Phoenix with one sword, or Xiaoqing crushing Bai Wuhen into powder, they were all shocking. And this news was spread by the geniuses who escaped from the gathering point. And they couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. To know. This gathering point was previously very arrogant under the management of Xian Wang and Bai Wuhen, almost sweeping everything. No matter how powerful you are, can you still be stronger than the 2 Nirvana warriors joining forces? So, most of the talented people around them wisely chose to stay away from these 2 evil stars. However, now they actually saw that in the gathering point, those who had chased them and bullied them escaped in embarrassment. Naturally, their faces were full of shock, and they didn't know what happened. They immediately arrested those who escaped. With almost no torture, these people revealed everything that happened in the gathering point. Both Xian Wang and Bai Wuhen have been killed. The genius who escaped had shock in his eyes. It was obvious that what happened that day left him with an unforgettable memory. The Immortal Phoenix was killed with a sword on the spot, and Bai Wuhen was completely crushed into powder. Oh! After hearing the news, almost no one dared to believe it. Are you kidding? Both Immortal Phoenix and Bai Wuhen are both Nirvana strongmen. Their strength is simply not something that ordinary Nirvana strongmen can withstand. Moreover, if they work together to manage a gathering point, they will no matter how powerful a person is. He can only choose to surrender in front of their gathering point. The speaker was a bald genius. His name is He Wishwang. He is also a powerful man in Nirvana. It was precisely because he was suppressed by Xian Wang and Bai Wuhen in that area that he could no longer survive. So he escaped with his people and re-established a gathering point in another area. And He Wishwang has also fought against Xian Wang. And he clearly knows how terrifying the opponent's strength is. I swear, I definitely didn't tell a lie. It was Yang Mucheng and Xiaoqing who killed him. Except for me. Everyone else present saw it. Yang Mucheng used an extremely terrifying movement technique to press down on the Immortal Phoenix and hit him. In the end, he cut the Immortal Phoenix in half with one sword strike. Bai Wuhen died under Xiaoqing's magic weapon. The magic weapon was a seemingly ordinary scroll. But under that scroll, no matter how strong you were, you would be completely crushed. If you don't believe it, you can go and take a look. The gathering point has been completely razed to the ground. Just take a look and you will know that I am not lying. For a while, this news spread throughout the trial star. Chapter 1260 The Demon Appears. At first, many people didn't believe it. But, as more and more people mentioned this matter, and some people even went to the gathering point to take a look, they had to believe that the rumors were true. But, among the rumors, the most incredible part is about Yang Mucheng. And Xiaoqing's ability to kill Bai Wuhen is still common sense to everyone. But Yang Mucheng's killing of the Immortal Phoenix was beyond common sense and beyond everyone's imagination. Some people who have never heard of this name are constantly looking at the owner of this name, trying to find out where the other person comes from. However, when they knew that when Yang Mucheng beheaded the Immortal Phoenix, Only the divine sea reached perfection. They were completely shocked. How is this possible? As long as the divine sea is perfect, it is enough to kill the immortal phoenix. Where did this genius appear from? Xian Wang is not the kind of nirvana strongman who uses heavenly spirits and earthly treasures to forcibly improve his cultivation. He is a serious nirvana strongman. People with the same cultivation level may not be his opponent. Let alone Yang Macheng. Let alone such a boy who only has the perfection of Shahai. But, as the matter was unearthed, everyone learned more and more about Yang Macheng, and more of his details were revealed. However, the more they knew, the more shocked these people were. What? When this kid entered the trial star, he only had the early stage of the divine sea? Did he kill Ning Wudao? Now I have killed the immortal phoenix again. Is he a genius who stepped out of an unknown star? When many geniuses learned the details of Yang Macheng, they were all completely shocked. But, on this trial star, more and more geniuses learned about the strength of Yang Macheng and in Shaoqing, and kept rushing towards their camp. With more and more family heads, the strength of the camp gradually increased, from the previous 100 people to 400 to 500 people. Certainly, after killing Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan, the remaining days seemed to become peaceful. Every Tianju camp is trying its best to resist the demon group. The same is naturally true for Yang Muqing's camp. In addition, every once in a while, they also take the initiative to go out and look for traces of the demon group. According to Yang Muqing's speculation, their trials will become more and more difficult as time goes by. Therefore, only at this time, take the opportunity to eliminate more big demon kings, and it will become much easier to resist the demon group in the future. As for Xian Nu, it is just as Yang Macheng imagined. Under the nourishment of the infinite soul, her cultivation has reached half step of nirvana first, and she may break through at any time. However, Yang Muqing's progress is still slow, and he is always stuck in the divine sea. Obviously, if he wants to improve his cultivation level, it is not that simple. Thousands of miles away from the camp, there is a huge abyss canyon. This canyon spans 30% of the entire star. When you stand on it and look down, it is even more bottomless, as if it extends from the surface to the ground. Inside and outside the canyon, there are roaring hurricanes all year round. What makes Tianju even more strange is that once those monsters saw this canyon, they no longer dared to move forward, as if there was something extremely terrifying hidden in this canyon. Some geniuses discovered this canyon. A camp was established relying on this canyon. Now, the number of people in this camp reached more than 3,000, which was 10 times the size of Yang Macheng and in Shaoqing's camp. Right here in this camp, on the city wall, there were a dozen or so geniuses patrolling. One of them couldn't help but yawned, leaned against the wall, rubbed Monson's sleepy eyes, and complained to his companion. I really don't know what patrol warning is. No big demon king, not even a sky demon, dares to come here. As long as we rely on this canyon, we can safely spend the last time. His companion smiled bitterly and shook his head, then looked around with great mystery, and then asked cautiously, Do you know why the monsters above the stars dare not approach this canyon? These words immediately made the genius react fiercely. Meng Song suddenly woke up from his sleep at this moment. He opened his eyes in shock and looked at his companion with great curiosity. In fact, except for him, all the geniuses in this camp are wondering about this question. After all, above this star, other camps are under attack from monsters all the time. However, their camp was the only one that never suffered any attack. It is precisely this weird situation that makes more and more geniuses come here after learning the news, hiding here and staying contentedly. I also heard what others said. My companion lowered his voice mysteriously. On this star, there is a celestial demon in the middle stage of nirvana, and the great demon in the middle stage of nirvana is hiding in this cave. It is precisely for this reason that this star is still uninhabited. Call. Hearing these words, the genius was completely shocked. Notice, even in the immortal sect, after reaching the nirvana realm, it is extremely difficult to improve. Every nirvana powerhouse must have a star to look for resources to supply himself. It can be said that the difficulty of advancing from the early stage of nirvana to the middle stage of nirvana is 100 times that of all previous cultivation levels combined. Generally speaking, warriors' own sects occupy more stars and have easier access to training resources. But monsters are particularly difficult. But after the monsters reach the nirvana realm, every time they advance to a small realm, Their increased strength will definitely be several times, or even dozens of times, that of the warriors. If there really is a heavenly demon in the middle stage of Nirvana hidden in this star, then I am afraid that all of them will be killed by this heavenly demon. Are you kidding me? The genius was startled by his companion's words. How can there be a heavenly demon in the middle stage of Nirvana on this star? He smiled coquettishly, and subconsciously looked into the canyon. Infinite abyss. Bottomless. At this moment, the hurricane that had been permeating the abyss suddenly disappeared. As for the genius who looked at the canyon, his heart suddenly trembled. He felt an overwhelming heartbeat suddenly coming from the depths of the canyon. At this moment, it was as if something had awakened. Boom! Two shocking beams of light suddenly erupted from the bottom of the abyss. Immediately afterwards, a shockingly huge black shadow quickly rose into the sky from the bottom of the abyss. In an instant, he swallowed this genius, who was in the Shanghai Grandmaster realm, on the spot. Bang dang! The geniuses patrolling around were completely shocked when they saw the huge black shadow rushing out of the abyss. Chapter 1261 Swallow. Roar! The huge sky demon suddenly rushed out from the abyss crazily. The terrifying body was so big that half of its body stretched out from the abyss, exceeding 300 feet. At the same time, the shocking roar shook the void crazily. Under the terrifying sound waves, you can see ripples spreading out rapidly. That is? What on earth is it? A monster is coming to attack? In the camp, everyone rushed out of their residences and looked towards the source of the roaring sound. Suddenly, these geniuses saw a scene they would never forget. In the huge, bottomless canyon abyss, there stood a bowed dragon snake. Half of the snake's body was hidden under the canyon, and it was probably more than 1,000 feet long. Its body is very huge, and its dark green scales are bigger than a human being. On the head of the inverted triangle snake is a pair of dark golden diamond-shaped pupils, which are eerie and terrifying, staring at the people in the entire camp. The genius from before had already been swallowed into its belly, and even the gap between his teeth felt that there was a little bit of meat missing. Run away! This moment, the geniuses in the camp quickly came to their senses. I don't know who shouted such a voice. And the more than 3,000 geniuses in the entire camp suddenly shot out in all directions, like oil in a pot. At the moment when the camp was in turmoil, the terrifying snake raised its giant tail and struck down like a giant stick. Boom! This tail smashed the entire camp in half, and countless talented people who could not escape were smashed into meat patties on the spot. Is this sky demon really hiding here? Why did it wake up? A heavenly demon in the middle stage of Nirvana. Feeling the aura emanating from the big snake, everyone's hearts could not stop trembling. Evil beast! Stop being so arrogant and see how I kill you! At this time, a genius quickly rushed out of the camp. This genius, holding a long sword and wearing a child's robe, appeared majestic and extraordinary. Since he appeared, he had stepped forward step by step. He rose directly out of thin air without using any strength. He walked towards the sky step by step. Each step spanned dozens of feet. As if he was ascending a stage, he stepped on the air one after another. In 9 steps, he arrived in front of the big snake in an instant. It's Shai Dingshan! He took action. Sure, Dingtian is a powerful man in Nirvana. He will definitely be able to kill this demon. Waves of calls kept ringing. Everyone looked at this genius with great excitement. You evil beasts dare to act arrogantly in front of me. I will definitely kill you today. Hisses. The big snake roared. And then he noticed the genius in front of him. Its pair of huge snake eyes reflected the appearance of Sherdingtian holding a sword in the air. However, instead of showing any fear in its eyes, there was actually a trace of disdain in its eyes. Die! Sherdingtian held a sword in his right hand and slashed downwards. Nothing can describe the sharpness of this sword. Under the infinite sword light, even the heaven and earth were dimmed by it. Under this sword, everyone felt as if their inner energy had stopped functioning. Then, they just saw that this sword, which could destroy the world, slashed at the big snake in the air in an instant, slashing 7 inches into the opponent's body. However, just when everyone's eyes were watching all this, just when this sword was about to strike the big snake moved. Call! The big snake swooped wildly, bringing up a violent shadow. Then, everyone gasped in unison. This big snake not only opened its big mouth and swallowed the terrifying sword light in one mouthful, but also completely swallowed Sherdingtian's entire body into its belly. Just like before, this genius who has reached the realm of Nirvana is still not big enough for a big snake to squeeze between his teeth. Even the geniuses present did not see the big snake swallowing. But they directly saw Sherdinction being swallowed alive by the big snake. Quiet. The whole camp was in dead silence. When Sherdinction appeared, everyone thought that the opponent could resist the big snake and even be able to kill the opponent with one sword. But this sudden scene shocked everyone. How could there be such a terrifying existence on the trial star? Oh my god! Hurry up and run away! Looking at the big snake's guillotine-like teeth, all the geniuses felt their scalps go numb. Although, there have long been rumors that there is a terrifying sky demon hiding under this canyon. But no one took it seriously. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, everyone was scared to death. If they were given a choice again, even if they were killed, they would definitely not build a camp on the edge of this canyon. Tongue! 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 How dare everyone who has come back to their senses still stay where they are? Sherdinction is a Nirvana powerhouse. And he exists in the same realm as Xian Huang and Bai Wuhan. Even a being with his level of cultivation had no ability to resist in front of this celestial demon, and was swallowed up in one bite. What ability do they have to resist? With almost no hesitation, every genius exploded with all their strength at this moment, and fled in all directions desperately. At this moment, everyone wanted to use all their strength to escape like crazy. However, the big snake stayed there quietly, looking like it didn't care at all, as if it had completely swallowed Sherdinction. The big snake slowly lowered its head and looked around, looking at the geniuses who were running away crazily. Hisses. The big snake grinned, and its huge eyes were clearly filled with a proud sneer. I saw its huge body twisting slightly, opening its big mouth, and sucking in fiercely. At this moment, its body seemed to transform into a terrifying black hole, and a shocking suction force suddenly erupted. And those geniuses who were running away like crazy felt that their bodies were being swept away by strong winds. They could not help but be swept up by the hurricane, and they were involuntarily sucked by the big snake. In an instant, where are the geniuses who are running away like crazy? What is left? He was almost swallowed by the big snake on the spot. After eating these geniuses, the big snake seemed to be still unfinished. He slowly moved his huge body, swam out of the abyss, and disappeared into the distant horizon. It was as if it had never appeared, and the entire camp still has ruins left, which proves the previous tragic situation. It wasn't until the figure of the big snake completely disappeared that a figure secretly appeared from the position hiding in the abyss. Chapter 1262 Agreement. Almost overnight, the news of this big snake spread throughout the trial stars. The terror of this big snake has exceeded everyone's expectations. Wherever it passed, it was rampant and domineering. Whether it was a group of monsters or the camps of the geniuses, they were completely razed to the ground at the first opportunity. As if the entire star has become like a dining table for this big snake, as long as it is willing. No matter whether it is a great demon in the Nirvana realm or a genius in the Nirvana realm, it can't help but swallow it up with horror. For a moment, everyone began to feel uneasy. Original. According to their imagination, as long as they stayed at the gathering point, they could get through this level safely and survive the final time. But who would have thought that the awakening of this big snake would completely collapse the situation that countless geniuses had managed to maintain? The number of 100,000 geniuses has once again been decreasing crazily. As long as the genius is targeted by this big snake, there will be no precedent for escaping alive. Almost all camps visited by this big snake were completely razed to the ground in an instant. And, following the movement trajectory of this big snake, everyone was horrified to find that every time it moved forward, it was along the location of those camps. And its goal seemed to be to devour those talented people. Almost in just a few days, hundreds of camps were destroyed by this big snake on the entire trial star. 30%, 20%, 1%. Since the big snake appeared, more and more geniuses were directly killed and eliminated on the spot. It was only then that the geniuses on the trial star realized that the awakening of this big snake was not an accident, but an inevitable thing, because the awakening of this big snake is part of the entire trial. At the same time, it is also the last link of the entire first round of trials. And it is also the most difficult link. It seems that only by fighting off this big snake can we get through this stage. Some geniuses think so. Are you kidding me? That's a heavenly demon in the middle stage of Nirvana. It can swallow a powerful Nirvana man in one bite. Who can defeat such a terrifying existence? As long as he can survive. There are also some people who are looking for ways to avoid the big snake. Certainly, this matter also troubled those surviving camps. At this time, in the main hall of the camp, a DV crystal used to record scenes kept repeating the terrifying scene of a big snake emerging from the abyss. whether it was swallowing Shidingshan in one gulp or smashing the entire camp with one tail. The scene was deeply disturbing. It shocked everyone. If this big snake comes to our camp, the magic circle I set up may not be able to withstand it even for a moment. Looking at the DD crystal, and Xiaoqing's face turned extremely ugly. Looking at Xiaoqing with a worried face, Yang Mucheng nodded helplessly. The celestial demon in the middle stage of nirvana is too powerful. It is hundreds of times more powerful than the great demon in the early stage. The strength of Shi Dingtian, even stronger than Xian Wang and Bai Wuhan. When facing the big snake demon, he used all his strength, but he was still swallowed by the big snake. The same is true for those geniuses who want to escape. They don't even have the courage to face the demonic serpent. However, even if they attack the demonic serpent, I'm afraid it will only be a good meal for it. This big demon snake passes by with impunity, and almost no one can stop it. Yang Mucheng, who had never given up, felt extremely headache when facing this celestial demon. There was deathly silence in the main hall, because even Yang Mucheng and Xiaoqing, the most powerful people in the entire camp, would find it extremely difficult when facing this big monster, and they had no choice. No, we can't just stay where we are, doing nothing, waiting for the demon snake to find us. And Xiaoqing stood up suddenly, and said suddenly, and his words also made Yang Mucheng's eyes light up. It has not always been Yang Mucheng's style to just surrender. No matter what the heavenly monster snake is, if it dares to come, just kill it completely. After all, this celestial demon snake is only in the middle stage of nirvana, not a higher realm. They still have the possibility of a battle and the hope of victory. I'll be out for a few days, and Xiaoqing said, to deal with this celestial demon snake. The inherent formations in our camp are not enough to stop the opponent's footsteps. We must strengthen them. I need more materials. So, I have gone out to search for these days to try till the formation has been strengthened again, making it impossible for the celestial demon serpent to break through our formation. I am coming too. Yang Mucheng stood up suddenly. My cultivation has reached Shanghai perfection, and I have made great breakthroughs in this period of time. So I want to take this opportunity to find an opportunity and strive to become a Shanghai Grandmaster. Are you about to reach Grandmaster Shanghai? And Xiaoqing looked at Yang Mucheng in surprise. And Xiaoqing did not have the slightest doubt about Yang Mucheng's strength. After all, when he has perfected the Divine Sea, he can kill the geniuses and demons in the early stages of nirvana. If Yang Mucheng can reach Grandmaster Shanghai, then the strength of their camp will be further enhanced. It might even be possible to withstand the attack of the sky demon Orochi. That's right. Yang Mucheng nodded. Since the establishment of the camp, they have resisted many attacks by monsters. Although the energy and blood of the great demon king is very insignificant, the energy and blood of those heavenly demons in the nirvana realm are very huge, allowing Yang Mucheng to progress very quickly in his cultivation realm. Now he is not far away from the master of Shanghai. Okay, then we will go out together and act separately. Whoever completes his goal first will come back first. And Xiaoqing said excitedly, this time, we must resist the attack of this big snake, and it is best to defeat it completely. The two of them left the camp directly as agreed. Certainly, it was also because the camp's strength had increased a lot during this period that Yang Mucheng and Xiaoqing dared to leave with such confidence. Even if they leave, there are still 7 or 8 Nirvana warriors in the camp who can withstand all attacks except the sky demon Orochi. And these geniuses also promised Yang Mucheng and Xiaoqing, when they come back, they will return the entire camp to them intact. They looked at each other, and Xiaoqing and Yang Mucheng flew directly in their respective directions without saying too much. They knew that if they failed to complete their respective tasks this time, they would have no resistance at all when facing this demonic snake. Chapter 1263 Guard? This time Yang Mucheng, like Xiaoqing, came out alone. Yang Mucheng didn't even bring Axiana with him. After leaving the camp for a full day, Yang Mucheng directly let go of his spiritual thoughts. There are only 2 ways to break through the current cultivation level. Either by absorbing heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, or by killing. But now, the entire star has almost been turned upside down by many geniuses. Where are the treasures of heaven and earth? So there is only the last way left. Kill. It will be some time before the sky demon Orochi comes here, so I have enough time to hunt the monster. Ordinary great demon king, for me, can no longer provide too much energy and blood. So it is best to find those heavenly demons. Yang Mucheng knew. At first, the monsters emerged from those temples. In every temple, There was a celestial monster. And this sky demon is the leader of the group of demons. Buzz. Divine thoughts spread. Although Yang Muchung could not achieve the terrifying level of Mr. Elegant, who could expand his spiritual thoughts to encompass the entire star in an instant, he could easily grasp the wind and grasp hundreds of miles away without any problem. At this moment, a ripple invisible to the naked eye spread rapidly at a shocking speed. And along with the spread of this ripple, he has already mastered all the situations within hundreds of miles, including the slightest disturbance. However, after such an inspection, Yang Muchung couldn't help but be stunned. Huh? How could this happen? Is there something wrong with my spiritual thoughts? Since this was the first time he used his spiritual mind to conduct an investigation, Yang Muchung couldn't even believe the situation in front of him. His body turned suddenly and quickly rose into the sky, using his naked eyes to investigate step by step. However, after this investigation, Yang Muchung couldn't help but be completely stunned. Because, within a radius of hundreds of miles, there is really no trace of a monster, as if all the monsters have disappeared and have completely disappeared. How so? How come all these good-looking monsters suddenly disappeared? There was almost no monster in a radius of hundreds of miles. Yang Muchung was immediately surprised by this situation. This situation was something he didn't expect at all. After all, he appeared this time just to hunt these monsters. But now he can't find the monsters. What's going on? Cursing secretly in his heart, Yang Muchung immediately let go of his spiritual thoughts, covering thousands of feet in radius on the spot. However, what shocked Yang Muchung was that in this area, which was thousands of feet in radius, there was still no trace of the monster, as if all the monsters had completely evaporated from this star. This strange situation made Yang Muchung unable to believe it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In this way, Yang Muchung flew at full speed. He didn't know how far he had flown. He only knew that he had explored everything in the area where he was. But he still couldn't find the shadow of half a monster. However, just when Yang Muchung was about to go back, a trace of a big demon king suddenly appeared on the edge of his spiritual thoughts. Finally showed up. Tongue! 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 Without any hesitation, Yang Muchung tiptoed and quickly moved towards the location where the big demon king appeared. In just a few seconds, Yang Muchung saw the big demon king. The opponent is a tiger-shaped demon king. Huh? What orders does it seem to have received? Resisting not to kill it, Yang Muchung quietly followed the big demon king. After a moment, he was shocked to find that this big demon king seemed to have received some kind of order, constantly rushing towards a certain position quickly. As the great demon king advances, more and more monsters gather together quickly like a river. From the original 2 ends, the team gradually becomes extremely large, and then forms an extremely huge torrent, rushing forward. Go! Could it be? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. He knew that he must have made an astonishing discovery. Of course, it is also because these great demon kings will not gather together for no reason, let alone move towards a certain location for no reason. Either there is something in this area that attracts them, or there is some kind of order they received. Resisting the curiosity in his heart, Yang Muchung maintained an absolutely subtle distance from this increasingly larger group of monsters. On the one hand, it was enough to avoid the other party's perception. And on the other hand, he could clearly know these monsters. What on earth should we do? The 5th day. Finally, the mystery is solved. He just saw that more and more monsters joined the same team and walked into a huge canyon under Yang Muchung's shocked eyes. Looking down from above, this canyon looks like it leads to the depths of the earth, with no bottom at a glance. Throughout the canyon, there are countless big demon kings constantly patrolling. These big demon kings are like soldiers, constantly checking back and forth. Even more, in the sky, there are countless flying demon kings, constantly circling back and forth, as if checking something. Could it be? Is this the lair of the sky demon Orochi? When Yang Muchung saw this canyon, he immediately thought of the huge crack where the sky demon serpent came out. That crack spreads for tens of thousands of miles, and is also bottomless. But now, the crack in the canyon in front of him seemed to be where the big demon snake emerged from. I remembered. This must be the lair of the sky demon serpent. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. At first, when the heavenly demon serpent didn't wake up, the entire canyon was swept by the strong wind. No one can step into it. Even Yang Muchung himself wanted to enter the canyon several times to find out. But it was a pity that the strong wind was so weird that it blocked him from the outside. Therefore, In the end, I had no choice but to give up. Now, this Grand Canyon appeared in front of me again. Moreover, it is also occupied by so many demon kings. Looking at this area quietly, looking at the big demon kings who were constantly patrolling in the sky and underground, Yang Muchung suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. He found that these great demon kings seemed to be guarding something. That's right. Inevitably, I am guarding something. Almost as soon as this idea appeared, it uncontrollably occupied Yang Muchung's mind. If not, the situation of these great demon kings cannot be explained at all. Chapter 1264 Snake Egg. Tongue! After just a little hesitation, Yang Muchung chose to go in and explore. Anyway, he knew that the big demon snake was wreaking havoc outside, and would not come back at least in a short time. No matter how powerful the monsters in this canyon are, at least they will not be my opponents. Like an antelope treading, like a flying swallow circling, Yang Muchung quickly flew towards the depths of the canyon. Good thing. When he set out from the camp this time, he also brought many things with him that could disguise his appearance. From the outside, he looked like a rock. Moreover, with his aura restrained, he moved in the shadows, perfectly avoiding the inspections of the big demon kings with every pass. But Yang Muchung soon discovered that he had ignored the things that existed in these canyons. The existence in this canyon is definitely not an ordinary thing. Because, as he went deeper into the canyon, Yang Muchung could feel that the defense inside became more and more serious. Even several times. Even dozens of times. More serious than what he saw from the outside. What are these monsters waiting for? Hiding on a mottled rock wall, Yang Muchung looked at these terrifying monsters flying past him with a wry smile. Certainly, these existences are no longer ordinary demon kings, but celestial demons. Terrifying existences like the dark fire ancestral bird and the sky demon ape king. But now, these demon kings have become the most loyal guards. Or slave is more appropriate. Could it be that the big sky demon snake forced these sky demons to work for it, and let these sky demons guard this position? Yang Muchung guessed in his mind. However, apart from this speculation, he could not think of any other answer. No! It's here again! Just when Yang Muchung was thinking wildly, a huge creature flew over slowly. What flew over was a celestial demon, who was also in the early stages of nirvana. It was 300 to 400 feet tall, and looked like a snake. But it had wings on both sides of its body, which looked very strange. There is no sound at all when flying. It seemed to have sensed something. So it flew over. But when he flew to this area, he found that the existence that had previously attracted its attention was gone. There was a hint of doubt in its eyes. It looked around, and after finding nothing else, it flew away leisurely. Phew! It's so dangerous! I couldn't help but let out a long breath. Certainly, Yang Muchung is not afraid of this sky demon. With his current strength, it is easy to kill this sky demon. However, there are hundreds of sky monsters in this canyon. Once his body is exposed, he will face the attack of hundreds of heavenly demons. Although Yang Muchung was confident that even if he could escape alive from so many indiscriminate pursuits, it would definitely be the result of alerting the enemy. It would not be that easy to enter the canyon to find out. Obviously, my guess is correct. It must be the big demon snake that summons all these monsters to protect this canyon. There must be some treasure in this canyon. Thinking secretly in his heart, Yang Muchung became more and more determined to enter the depths of the canyon. Boom! 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 As we move forward, terrifying vibrations also came from the scene at the same time. Another huge demon king appeared in front of Yang Muchung. It was a big demon king like a pangolin, covered in armor. It was like a hill, stepping loudly, and every time it walked, there was a burst of energy, a loud tremor. Got here, Yang Muchung discovered that there was no longer any big demon king in this area, and every existence that appeared was a sky demon. Certainly, there is no doubt that these demons are guarding the positions behind them. What a powerful power! What is that? At this time, Yang Muchung suddenly felt that a powerful aura swept across quickly. And those existences are at the very center where these heavenly demons are guarding. His spiritual thoughts quickly moved forward. Unfortunately, before Yang Muchung's spiritual thoughts could get close, they were blocked by a powerful force, as if they were some kind of protective shield. It seems that it is very difficult to rely on spiritual thoughts to know what kind of thing it is. I can only go there in person to see what happens. Move forward slowly. The number of heavenly demons appearing in front of Yang Muchung is also increasing. There is an ape king who is not much bigger than an ordinary person. But every step he takes can trigger waves of terrifying small earthquakes. There are also celestial demons that look similar to ordinary flying eagles, but they can make sharp roars like thunder. Among these many groups of heavenly demons, soon, he had already seen the target he wanted to find this time. That is, how can it be? Could it be that it belongs to the heavenly demon Orochi? I saw, in the location surrounded by many heavenly demons, there is this flat area. Under that spot, lying quietly, was a snake egg as tall as a person. This snake egg is crystal clear, like jade, and it exudes a powerful force, like a tide, which is constantly spreading out. And the many heavenly demons are obviously guarding this snake egg. I didn't expect it to be something like this. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, the big demon snake is not in this canyon. These demons are all summoned by the big snake as slaves. They are here to protect the snake egg. If I can get this snake egg, whether it's absorbed or used to threaten the sky demon Orochi, it will be enough to give me one more trump card. Looking at this snake egg, Yang Mucheng's heart moved secretly. Unexpected, Yang Mucheng suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. Tongue! Without any hesitation, Yang Mucheng directly used Void Transit to leave this area. Just as he left, a dragon-like thunder suddenly landed, hitting the spot where he was before and completely destroying the area. In the canyon where dust surged and gravel flew, sky demons gathered around with unkind expressions. It seems that I have been discovered after all. Smiled lightly, looking at the evil-looking heavenly demons who were surrounding them from all directions. Yang Mucheng knew that his stealth this time was completely exposed. He shook his head with a wry smile, no longer hiding anything, and slowly revealed his figure. Chapter 1265 The Origin of the Heavenly Demon Serpent. Looking at Yang Mucheng who slowly appeared, the heavenly demons around were completely shocked. They didn't expect that a talented person with only divine sea perfection would dare to enter the canyon. How can this not shock these guys? The sky monsters, which looked like hills, surrounded Yang Mucheng tightly. Behind the demon group, there was a soft sound of crutches hitting the ground, as if something was coming. Human, you underestimate our demon clan. Between the cracks, a white-haired old ape about half a meter tall walked slowly with a walking stick. Although it was also a celestial demon, its lifespan had obviously been exhausted. Both its energy, blood and internal energy had been weakened to the extreme. With a narrow smile on its face, it looked at Yang Mucheng quietly and said, "We won't let you get close to the descendants of Lord Snake King so easily." Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Although it was a bit unexpected to be discovered by the other party, it was not too shocking to him. After all, the stars are vast, and the wisdom of some monsters is not weaker than that of humans, or even higher than humans. Is this snake egg the egg of the heavenly demon serpent? Are you sky monsters just staying here to take care of the snake eggs? Now that it has been exposed, then there was nothing to hide. So Yang Mucheng simply asked openly, throwing out all the doubts in his heart. What are you talking about with him? Let me eat him! A lion-shaped demon shouted angrily. But the white-haired old ape just glanced at it, and the demon subconsciously stopped talking. Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng was not surprised. Although, in the entire immortal sect world, strength is the most respected thing. But there is something different among the monster clan. Often those monsters with absolute intelligence are more respected. Of course, on the one hand, it is also because monsters generally have low intelligence. Yes, these are the descendants of Lord Snake King. The white-haired old ape seemed very shocked. Faced with this situation, Yang Mucheng was not afraid at all, and was actually able to talk to them calmly. The Snake King has been living in this canyon for a long time, and it was not until recently that he woke up. After listening to the words of the white-haired old ape, Yang Mucheng suddenly realized. Turn out to be, the sky demon serpent has not lived in this star for long, and this is just a temporary nest for it to lay eggs. Whether it is a human race or a demon race, when they give birth to offspring, their strength will be greatly reduced, and it will take a long time to recover. It is precisely for this reason that the sky demon Orochi has never appeared. Instead, it is sleeping in this canyon, guarding its eggs while slowly recovering its strength. According to the original situation, it will take at least several years for the sky demon Orochi to fully wake up. But because of this star, Mr. Elegance chose it as the trial star. The energy and blood of countless geniuses stimulated the heavenly demon Orochi one after another. So the heavenly demon Orochi woke up in advance. And this heavenly demon Orochi seemed to have some bad memories of humans. So after waking up, he began to attack the geniuses across the stars. It seems that among the demon clan, the hierarchy is extremely strict. Yang Muchung looked at the many sky demons guarding the snake eggs unswervingly, and slowly shook his head. But, I'm sorry. I'm going to settle on this snake egg. Human, you are so stupid. Do you think you can win the descendants of Lord Snake King under such circumstances? The white-haired old ape was wearing a child's robe, holding a crutch in one hand and carrying his back with the other. Full of ridicule looked at Yang Muchung. This is your burial place. Yang Muchung grinned and said, Many people have said this to me before, but they have never done it. Today, it is the same. Boom. The words just fell. In the midst of a pair of shocking demon eyes, Yang Muchung's figure suddenly swayed, and his whole person suddenly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the big snake's lair in shock. Outside the nest, there is also a faint protective shield. The entire protective shield is dark green, with pieces flying up and down like butterflies, looking at different demon patterns. Obviously, this is the protective cover arranged by the big snake. Regardless of looking at it or being shocked, Yang Muchung pointed his fingers like a sword and slashed with his right hand. At this moment, the sharp characteristics of Jin's inner energy were displayed to the extreme. There was only a sound of ba la la and a crazy splash of sparks. At this moment, the large protective shield was torn apart like window paper, leaving a huge gap. It's an unknown distance from the canyon. The heavenly demon serpent opened its big mouth and swallowed the last genius into its belly. And then it couldn't help but burp. For the demon clan, every production is an extremely fatal choice, because after giving birth, their strength will remain low for a long time, because all the essence of their bodies has been passed on to the next generation. Often some powerful beings will choose this time to hunt down these monsters in their weak stage. At first, another male celestial demon serpent was killed just to resist the powerful existence. And this celestial demon snake has been hidden in the canyon for 97 years. During this period, it did not dare to show its face for fear of being discovered by those powerful beings. Until today, this can be considered a good hunt. It plans to eat up all the geniuses on the entire trial star. After its strength is completely restored and its little snake breaks out of the egg, it will leave the trial star with it. However, just when Yang Muchung smashed the protective shield it had set up, the sky demon snake seemed to suddenly feel something, and its pair of originally huge snake eyes widened even more. It immediately looked in one direction, and that direction was exactly where the canyon was, where it placed the snake eggs. Roar! A crazy roar came out from the throat of the demonic serpent. At this moment, it seemed to be violent and rushed towards the canyon desperately. Boom! 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 This moment, the heavenly demon serpent seemed to be going crazy, rushing towards the location of the canyon desperately. Wherever it passed, anything that stood in front of it was completely mercilessly blasted to pieces on the spot. The violent posture of the sky demon serpent was like a shocking torrent, rushing madly towards the canyon and towards its lair in an extremely violent posture. In fact, where this violent demon passed by, it triggered waves of terrifying changes in the world. Chapter 1266, The Rampaging Demon Snake. Boom! 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 How huge is the terrifying sky demon serpent that is thousands of feet long? Even if it lies there, it looks like a mountain range, now running wildly. This star, which was not too big in the first place, suddenly began to tremble crazily. Landslides, ground cracks, tsunamis, wave after wave stirred up. Oh my god! What the hell is going on? Are the stars about to explode? Look! This shocking power, following the attack of the sky demon serpent, spread crazily in all directions and spread crazily. Everyone's scalp was uncontrollably numb. However, when they saw that the existence that caused this terrifying change in the world was actually the celestial demon snake, everyone was completely shocked. Run away! This celestial demon snake is here! Waves of exclamations continued to resound. All the geniuses in the camp had blank faces, looking at the running snake in horror, almost from the moment when the heavenly demon snake was discovered from between heaven and earth. It didn't even take a few breaths before the sky demon snake arrived. Such a huge city, even with the protective shield turned on, could not even withstand the big snake's 3 fingers, and was completely razed to the ground in an instant. Boom! This crazy fragmentation resounded loudly. Countless people were wailing. Countless people were heartbroken. And countless people were trembling. They did not expect that their city would be blown to pieces in an instant. Now, once the city is destroyed, their fate will become particularly tragic. But, just when everyone thought they would be eaten, they were shocked to find that this crazy demon snake had no intention of stopping. Instead, it ran away desperately, with the appearance of leaving. It's like a desperate situation. What on earth is it? What happened to this big demon snake? What everyone didn't expect was that the big demon snake didn't eat them directly as they imagined, but instead left without looking back. If the city hadn't been completely razed to the ground, if it hadn't been for the terrible marks on the ground that were crushed, many of the geniuses would have thought that what they saw was all an illusion. Since this heavenly monster snake appeared, hasn't it been killing all the geniuses crazily? Why would it let us go? The geniuses who had survived the disaster couldn't even believe their eyes when they saw the demonic serpent leaving at such a speed. But there were also some people who quickly came to their senses. These people were very alert and discovered that the location where the celestial demon snake was flying seemed to be the canyon. Look! The location of this heavenly demonic serpent seems to be the canyon. And that canyon is the nest of the heavenly demonic serpent. Now, it is running so crazily towards its lair. Is it afraid that something will happen in its lair? After what this genius said, immediately, all the geniuses present reacted. Since this big demon snake appeared, it seems that it has not stopped for any other existence at all. And it has not even had half a finger to snap. It is so anxious that something is not going on in the lair. What else could it be? For a moment, all the geniuses were stunned. Each one of them wanted to know what happened in the lair of the heavenly demonic serpent to make the heavenly demonic serpent be so panicked and rush towards the rear desperately. It didn't even have time to eat the food placed near its mouth. Go and have a look. Although, the geniuses are afraid of the strength of this demon snake, but they are still extremely curious in their hearts, wondering what happened in its lair. Tongue! 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 A very strange scene appeared in the entire trial star. The terrifying sky demon serpent was running rapidly in front, and everything it passed was like a terrifying torrent, rushing forward. And behind it is a torrent of countless geniuses gathered together. Each of these geniuses wants to see what is going on. Everyone wants to see what happened in the lair of the heavenly demon Orochi. What? 10 miles. Hundreds of miles. Thousands of miles. However, the speed of this heavenly demon snake was so fast that it quickly left these geniuses behind. But how could the many geniuses keep up with the speed of the crazy demon serpent? They were soon thrown away by the demon serpent. And even those geniuses could no longer see the demon snake. Even if those heavenly demons used all their strength. Even if they exploded with all their strength. They couldn't keep up. One can imagine how terrifying the speed of this celestial demon snake is. To be able to make this celestial demon snake so crazy, something terrible must have happened in its lair. I really don't know what happened in his lair. It must be something terrible. Looking at the big demon snake that disappeared far away from everyone's end, countless geniuses were wondering what happened in that canyon. Canyon. The deepest part of the abyss. Bah! Under a terrifying tearing sound. The protective shield surrounding the entire snake egg was torn apart in an instant. At the same time, the huge snake egg, which was as tall as a person, was clearly exposed in front of Yang Mucheng's eyes. And this time, Yang Mucheng could also feel very clearly how huge the power contained in this snake egg was. This snake egg is the essence of the entire body of the heavenly demon serpent. The power contained in it is comparable to that of a high-grade heavenly spirit and earth treasure. If I absorb it, I will definitely be able to reach the level of Grandmaster Shahai. But Yang Mucheng's eyes changed. I saw those heavenly demons with infinite shock written all over their faces. Apparently, in this situation, it is not appropriate to absorb the power of this snake egg. With a twitch between his eyebrows, the dragon pattern immediately erupted with a huge suction force and put the snake egg into the dragon pattern space on the spot. Seeing that Yang Mucheng actually took away the snake eggs and took them away under their noses, the countless sky demons suddenly turned pale, and their eyes widened. Even the white-haired old ape, who had always been confident in everything, felt like mourning his heir at this moment. Looking at the empty nest, looking at Yang Mucheng, those turbid pupils were suddenly filled with bloodshot eyes. Staring at Yang Mucheng, the white-haired old ape hissed, "Kill him for me!" Chapter 1267, The White-Haired Old Ape Takes Action? Kill him for me! The white-haired old ape's shocking words immediately brought the completely stunned heavenly demons back to their senses. Although it is said that these sky demons are the guards guarding the lair of the demon snake. But in fact, they are slaves. Once the sky demon serpent comes back and finds that its eggs are missing, it will definitely go crazy. When the time comes, No matter how many of these sky monsters there are, they will be swallowed up by the big snake, and their corpses will be completely gone. Boom! Immediately, the words of the white-haired old ape were like the sound of gunshots giving orders. Countless sky demons rushed toward Yang Muchung with a majestic attitude and desperate measures. But the fastest one is still the Heavenly Snake King. From the appearance point of view, this huge celestial snake king is somewhat similar to the celestial demon serpent. But its bloodline is not pure. So it has two wings on both sides of its body. As soon as the white-haired old ape finished speaking, it suddenly rushed towards Yang Muchung's position like a piece of gray lightning. How fast is Yang Muchung? The void flashed and disappeared instantly. This Heavenly Snake King was huge, but not very flexible. Seeing Yang Muchung disappear suddenly, he couldn't stop his crazy speed at all. With an extreme roar, he hit the huge cliff with his head. The entire cliff was blasted with a terrifying gap. The huge abyss canyon shuddered suddenly at this moment, and a huge crack spread along the cliff, growing to a length of thousands of feet in an instant. When their strength reaches their level, a slight movement can cause landslides and tsunamis. This level is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Roar! But the Snake King's reaction speed was quite fast today. Although its head hit the rock wall, its body curled up violently, and its huge tail swept directly towards Yang Muchung. Snort! Yang Muchung snorted coldly, drew out the Xinyuan sword on the spot, and slashed downwards. A dazzling golden light suddenly burst out. The rock-hard scales of the Heavenly Snake King were easily chopped apart by this sword, just like cutting tofu with a knife. In addition to this, the huge and unsightly body of the Heavenly Snake King was also cut off from the middle with this sword, and the incision was as smooth as a mirror. Boom! The two-part snake body hit the ground heavily, making a shocking sound and making the whole earth tremble suddenly. Hisses! A fountain of blood kept spraying out. When many great demons saw the scene, their eyes almost bulged out. They felt numb all over and couldn't believe it. In their view, Yang Muchung was just a perfect warrior of the Divine Sea. With their strength, it was extremely easy to kill him. But what is unfolding in front of everyone now is completely the opposite. A sky demon, in front of Yang Muchung, couldn't even resist a sword. However, they didn't know that before Yang Muchung came here, he had killed countless beings in the Nirvana realm in his hands. Now that his cultivation has reached this level, it is extremely easy to kill the great demon king in the early stage of Nirvana. Court death! Roar! Among the many astonished sky monsters, a great ape king quickly came to his senses. It let out a roar, and stamped its huge feet on the ground. The terrifying power was immediately revealed. Even the earth was trampled by it to create a terrifying depression dozens of feet deep. With the help of this terrifying explosive force, the great ape king rose up, bullied himself, and suddenly flew to Yang Muchung's side. In front of you. Click! It clenched its fist, and the steel-like fist made a sound like fried beans. Then, in full view of everyone, this Howren's fist violently crushed towards the position where Yang Muchung was. No matter how strong your swordsmanship is, one punch from me is enough to break you to pieces. However, faced with this punch, Yang Muchung smiled coldly and punched it violently. You are simply looking for death. You don't even use a sword. And you want to fight me head-on? Seeing Yang Muchung's actions, a coldness flashed in the eyes of the great ape king. The great ape king is as big as a mountain, and Yang Muchung is like an ant. Under countless pairs of shocked eyes, Yang Muchung's small fist suddenly collided with the terrifying fist of the great ape king. Boom! The terrifying explosion sounded loudly, and then the power contained in the fists of both sides suddenly exploded without reservation. Boom! Where the fists collided, a piercing shrieking sound erupted. It can even be seen that along the two fists, a circle of air waves visible to the naked eye spread rapidly with an awe-inspiring gesture. The trace of smile hidden deep in the eyes of the great ape king turned into unbelievable terror in an instant. Only a click was heard, and all the bones in its body made a terrifying sound. Hey hey! Yang Muchung smiled faintly. The next moment, his power suddenly emerged and poured into the body of the great ape king. This shocking power poured into the opponent's body without any reservation. In the midst of this electric light and flint, the blood all over the great ape king's body was reversed by this force. It even gathered to a point, and turned into a blood arrow and burst out on the spot. Then, under the eyes of a pair of incredible eyes, the big demon king didn't even have time to scream, and then crashed to the ground. Quiet! There was dead silence. Hundreds of heavenly demons present were dumbfounded at this moment. looking at Yang Muchung in front of them in disbelief. Facing these countless heavenly demons, Yang Muchung grinned, showing his teeth as white as LS. Who said you wanted to kill me just now? Boom! As soon as these words came out, many of the heavenly demons trembled in fright, and couldn't help but retreat a few steps back. Fan, who was looking at Yang Muchung, could not help but get hairy at this moment. Among the monsters, Yang Muchung was the one with one sword, which scared everyone so much that they did not dare to act rashly. Every time Yang Muchung took a step forward, the demons couldn't help but take a step back. Wherever he went, even the sky monsters were so frightened that they involuntarily retreated towards the rear. It seems that if I don't take action, no one can control you. At this time, an extremely old voice slowly resounded. However, they saw that among the group of heavenly demons, whose heads were filled with fear, the white-haired old ape slowly walked out. You? At this moment, Yang Muchung couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Chapter 1268 Lighting Flint. The white-haired old ape was willing to take action, which naturally made Yang Muchung look a little surprised. After all, an old guy like this who is almost at the end of his life will basically not take action easily. This is because every time they take action, their limited lifespan will be greatly reduced. If he encountered a difficult enemy, he might have exhausted his lifespan before he could kill them. Anyway, this white-haired old ape had seen Yang Muchung's strength and dared to take action. He was obviously quite confident. Crack! As the white-haired old ape stood up, its thin, rickety body suddenly erupted with a crackling sound, and the previous waning posture was swept away at this moment, replaced by an unimaginable calm and resolute attitude. This moment, it seemed that the person standing in front of Yang Muchung was no longer the old ape with half his foot in the coffin, but a peerless celestial demon. Yang Muchung's expression changed slightly. The calmness on his face was gone, replaced by solemnity. Boom! The white-haired old ape stepped forward, and two frightening golden lights shot out from his turbid eye holes. Then, it saw its hands forming a mark in front of its body. In an instant, a terrifying black hole seemed to appear in its hands, and the infinite spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured in rapidly. A series of ferocious thunder and lightning gathered in front of its hands. Amidst the roars, it was turned into a ball by a pair of fleshy palms, and then it was slowly pushed. Call! The electric ball roared, and the space bombarded out of thin air with a crackling sound, as if it was going to tear all obstacles into pieces. Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed. He grabbed the Xinyuan sword and slashed forward. Chang! The vast sword roared, and a sword beam of hundreds of feet shot out quickly, causing a terrifying huge wave that swept across the world, and then hit the electric ball fiercely. Not good! This sword! Seeing the turbulent waves and feeling the power of this sword, the expressions of the heavenly demons all changed greatly. Then he saw that the attacks from both sides were violently hitting each other. But see! The electric ball was struck by the sword light, although it was like a dead tree twig under the huge wave. But it was extremely powerful. The terrifying wave sweeping the world was torn apart in an instant, and even more so under the horrified eyes of pairs of people. Down, crashed into the sword light. Boom! The sword light, that was hundreds of feet long, only lasted for 3 fingers before it was smashed into countless pieces. What? Yang Muchung looked stunned. The strength of this white-haired old ape was beyond his imagination. Hand over the descendants of Lord Snake King, and I will spare your life. The white-haired old ape shouted in a deep voice. Sorry, I don't have the habit of taking out the things I get. Yang Muchung shook his head and smiled lightly. Then you die. The white-haired old ape's eyes widened angrily. I saw its claws flipping violently, and its fingers were flying up and down like fluttering butterflies. It seemed like a wind was passing through the field. The electric ball that was slowly shot out suddenly roared and cracked violently. A ferocious electric dragon broke free from the electric ball with its shocking roar and blasted towards Yang Muchung in an extremely majestic manner. Wow! This terrifying impact shattered the void and rushed in front of Yang Muchung in an instant, as if it had completely swallowed Yang Muchung. Get out of my way! At the moment when the electric dragon showed its power, Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily, and the internal energy in his body swept across his body. In an instant, it was like a raging flame all over his body. The terrifying sharp energy fiercely met the electric dragon that swallowed the sky and the earth. Puff! In an instant, the electric dragon was completely torn into pieces. However, the electric dragon was torn apart, and the white-haired old ape's eyes not only did not show the loss of having his moves smashed to pieces, but instead showed a smile of a successful strategy. Die to me! The white-haired old ape smiled coldly, but saw his right hand suddenly shot forward. In an instant, the electric dragon, that was completely chopped to pieces, was disintegrated as if it was being stripped from its cocoon, and suddenly transformed into thousands of ferocious and raging electric snakes. These electric snakes let out ferocious howling sounds, and when they were chopped into pieces by Yang Muchung, they surrounded Yang Muchung like a whirlpool storm. Boom! At this moment, the white-haired old ape suddenly tightened his grip. Suddenly, terrifying power quickly poured into the tens of millions of electric snakes. Suddenly, these electric snakes were like thousands of powerful crossbows, blasting out, and the center of this blast was Yang Muchung. Boom! 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 The terrifying power suddenly exploded. The Ape Master is mighty! The Ape Master is mighty! Seeing this scene, the surrounding demons began to transform, as if, in the next moment, they could see Yang Muchung being completely torn apart. This old ape! Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. Just relying on these two hands has already demonstrated the shocking strength of this old ape. Ordinary warriors in the early stages of nirvana may not be its opponents. When this old ape was young, he was probably only as strong as the demonic Orochi. It's a pity that the endless years have depleted its vitality and caused its power to plummet. This is even more true today. Every time the white-haired old ape uses this power, his face becomes even older. Even Yang Muchung could clearly sense that the other party was trying his best to squeeze out the limited vitality. You are a respectable opponent! Yang Muchung looked at the electric snake shooting out of the hole and shouted loudly. In an instant, his internal energy, which had surged to the limit, surged again at this moment, reaching a shocking extreme in an instant. Then, he grabbed it with his right hand, and suddenly the shocking inner energy suddenly transformed into golden swords, and then shot towards the hole in front of him desperately. Boom! 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 The terrifying power exploded suddenly, and the infinite golden light could be seen in the void. The terrifying sword rain and sword light, in the crashing collision, desperately scattered around. Every drop of sword rain falling on the ground will create a deep pit of tens of feet in the earth, and every sword light falling on the ground will explode the space around the sky. Amidst this terrifying explosion, the sky demons watching the battle were forced to retreat back step by step. Even, the exploding void hit the heavenly demons, injuring them. This shows how ferocious and terrifying the offensives from both sides are. The place where the pair were defending was even more wrapped in a surging golden light, and the roaring hurricane swept through everything in the world in an instant. However, just when all the heavenly demons thought that the two sides would continue to be in a stalemate, the white-haired old ape suddenly interrupted the stalemate. Chapter 1269, Sacrificing One's Life for One Blow. Have to say, the strength of this white-haired old ape is terrifying. At its peak, its cultivation might even reach the level of a great heavenly demon. Even if his lifespan has aged to this extent, he can still explode with power far beyond that of a normal nirvana powerhouse. Just then, the infinite electric dragon and sword light exploded with a bang, and they clashed fiercely together, exaggerating a terrifying situation like the end of the world. Even when the pair defended, the explosion of the air wave cloud ring completely obscured the entire canyon lair. This white-haired old ape still hasn't given up. Boom! It stepped forward with the sole of its foot, and a 120-foot depression was created in the entire earth on the spot. This shocking depression was exactly its footprint. With the help of this rebounding force, the white-haired old ape suddenly shot out like a white light, hitting Yang Muchung in front of him. What? Ape Master! How dare you! Seeing that the white-haired old ape rushed in front of Yang Muchung at this moment, and chose to fight Yang Muchung with force. This scene made all the heavenly demons look stunned and couldn't believe it. Even though, as monsters, their physiques are unparalleled. However, Yang Muchung's physique exceeded everyone's imagination. With such terrifying power, even the great ape king couldn't resist Yang Muchung's punch. And a celestial demon, like the white-haired old ape, who is in his dying years, has no capital to fight against Yang Muchung. Unexpectedly, faced with the bombardment of the white-haired old ape, Yang Muchung's expression became more and more solemn. Obviously, the physique of this white-haired old ape is more terrifying than its martial arts. Boom! With almost no hesitation, Yang Muchung suddenly rose into the sky at the next moment, bursting out all his power and shooting towards the white-haired old ape. Boom! In an instant, the two bodies collided fiercely, and then the experience contained in the two bodies completely exploded. A shocking storm suddenly arose, spreading out like a wave that destroyed the world and destroyed the world. Feeling this terrifying power, all the sky demons quickly rushed towards the rear. Those slightly slower heavenly demons were heavily bombarded by this terrifying force on the spot, spitting out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and were violently blasted away. However, in this shocking confrontation, neither the white-haired old ape nor Yang Muchung restrained the slightest fear. Instead, they shot towards each other fiercely with an even more horrifying attitude. The ape master's strength is actually so terrifying. What kind of existence is it at the peak of its strength? Such a waning old ape can possess terrifying power that shakes the monsters. Is it even more powerful when it is at its peak? Maybe it will be more terrifying than the sky demon Orochi. One of the sky demons couldn't help but swallowed. However, the ape master's strength is certainly astonishing. But the strength of that human boy is even more shocking. Many heavenly demons' eyes widened when they looked at Yang Muchung. After all, the strength that the white-haired old ape exploded at this moment has reached a power that surpasses ordinary nirvana. With such terrifying strength, among the hundreds of heavenly demons present, no one would be able to catch the white-haired old ape's blow. But the scary thing is that Yang Muchung actually withstood it. And the power he unleashed was no less than that of a white-haired old ape. Obviously, the strength he exploded at this moment also exceeded that of ordinary nirvana powerhouses. How on earth does this human boy practice? He only has the perfection of Shahai. Seeing that Yang Muchung was fighting against the white-haired old ape, not only was he not as expected by everyone, he quickly fell into a disadvantage, and even suppressed the white-haired old ape. This terrifying posture, obviously it has exceeded the imagination of all the geniuses present. Boom! 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 Two heaven-destroying powers collided with each other. And this time, Yang Muchung completely had the upper hand. The white-haired old ape was smashed into the ground, creating a terrifying deep pit in the entire earth. Human boy! Taste my last life-saving blow! The white-haired old ape opened his eyes angrily, and let out a scalp-numbing roar. Boom! At this moment, the billowing demonic energy emerged from its body desperately. Even its eyes, ears, mouth and nose erupted with shocking white light at this moment. And the hundreds of thousands of pores on its body also gushed out with streams of shocking white light. Obviously, this is not pure white light, but the pure demonic energy condensed to the limit to sustain the white-haired old ape's last breath. Seeing this scene, the demons present were all shocked and speechless. They know this was a life-saving blow from the white-haired old ape. Regardless of whether it can kill Yang Muchung with this move, it will die because it has exhausted its last bit of life. Boom! The terrifying white light transformed by the demonic energy completely enveloped the white-haired old ape in an instant. It was like a ball of whirling white light, shooting toward Yang Muchung cave crazily with a sky-high attitude. At this moment, even the space exploded, and the white-haired old ape rushed in front of Yang Muchung like whizzing white lightning. Boom! The terrifying impact erupted like a comet hitting the earth. However, the white-haired old ape finally stopped 1 foot and 3 inches in front of Yang Muchung. It's faster. But Yang Muchung's sword is faster. Shin Yuan's sword had already penetrated its head. This moment, the white-haired old ape was filled with a shocking demonic aura, which surged directly out of his head like a dam bursting. And its body, under the frightened eyes of pairs of eyes, turned into endless dust and disappeared like a cocoon. And where the white-haired old ape disappeared, there was only one person wearing a black robe. The young man holding a black sword is there. The young man stood proudly between heaven and earth, without using any strength, as if he was integrated with heaven and earth. Boom! Yang Muchung turned his gaze, and those heavenly demons with frightened eyes suddenly trembled in fright, and suddenly turned into birds and beasts and fled away. Yang Muchung did not chase, but immediately left the canyon. The top priority is that he should find a suitable position to absorb this snake egg. It wasn't until they watched Yang Muchung leave that the heavenly demons present dared to come back, looking at the canyon that was almost flattened, and then looking at the empty snake cave. All the sky demons suddenly looked ugly. They had already guessed how furious the heavenly demon serpent would be when he returned here. Chapter 1270 The Big Snake Returns. Tying! 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 Just when many sky demons were worried, when Yang Muchung left the canyon, he had already used void transit and continued to fly towards the distance. He knew that his time was limited. Once the heavenly demon Orochi came back and found that his egg was missing, he would definitely pursue him crazily. With his strength, he would not be able to cope with it at all. It's right here! Yang Muchung's eyes changed. We chose a more secluded cave. Even if he is running away, Even if he chooses a place where no one can find him, it is useless. A terrifying existence, like the sky demon Orochi, must have some kind of means. No matter how far apart they are, it can clearly know the location of its offspring. In front of the cave is a dense vine. If you don't look for it deliberately, it is difficult to find traces here. In the cave, Yang Muching took out the snake eggs. Zhang! The moment the snake egg was taken out, a soft light suddenly appeared in the originally dark cave. The flickering light appears very magically, and the whole body is like crystal jade. But as soon as Yang Mucheng came closer, a terrifying murderous intention came from the snake egg. Although this snake egg has not hatched yet, but the descendants of the celestial snake in it are still as hostile to humans as its mother. At the same time, the power contained in this snake egg is also very terrifying. I originally wanted to keep you. Now it seems that I'd better absorb you. Looking at the snake egg, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Without any hesitation, he quickly made a seal with both hands. And in a moment, the ancient heaven swallowing technique was used. The terrifying and endless suction force burst out quickly. At this moment, the pure power contained in the snake egg was quickly extracted from it, turning into torrents visible to the naked eye. Constantly moving towards Yang Mucheng's body, rushed away quickly. So powerful! Such pure power! The moment this pure power poured into his body, Yang Mucheng's face was filled with shock. But after thinking about it, he quickly reacted. After all, this snake egg inherits the powerful power of the two heavenly demons. The essence of the power is even more powerful than its many heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. The power in this snake egg will definitely enable me to reach the level of Grand Master of Shanghai. When the time comes, I will be able to fight against that demonic serpent. Feeling the power in the snake egg, Yang Mucheng's eyes were full of surprise. Boom! Without any hesitation, he quickly squeezed his hands in front of him. And at this moment, the ancient heaven swallowing technique was activated to the extreme on the spot. Yang Mucheng's whole body seemed to have transformed into a black hole. And the most essential power in the snake egg transformed into a shocking torrent, rushing crazily towards his Qihai Dantian. Just when Yang Mucheng was frantically absorbing the power in this snake egg, the sky demon snake seemed to feel something, and suddenly let out a crazy roar. This terrifying roar spread through the void, shook the mountains and forests, and even triggered a landslide and tsunami with a terrifying range. At the same time, all the geniuses who heard this roar were so shocked that their eardrums ached and their blood boiled. What is this sound? How can it have such power? Boom! The heavenly demon Orochi was extremely anxious. Under the rolling roar, its huge tail slapped the ground, and its terrifying body suddenly tumbled, and it violently rushed into the sky. What happened? Look! All the geniuses couldn't help but raise their heads and look towards the sky, when they saw the heavenly demon serpent rising into the sky quickly, transforming into a terrifying speed, and swiftly crossing the void. Each of these geniuses' eyes became extremely horrified, and they were so scared that they didn't even dare to raise their eyebrows. Out! The demonic snake is flying! What's it going to do? Could it be? Boom! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the terrifying sky demon serpent was like an extreme black lightning. It fell from the sky quickly and flew back to the canyon and its lair. Immediately, the terrifying aura of this celestial demon snake was released on the spot, and even just under its pressure, the surrounding rocks burst open inch by inch under the pressure. Lord Snake King, you are back! Your lair was... Seeing the sky demon serpent falling down, all the sky demons in the canyon were so frightened that they all trembled and fell to the ground on the spot. These sky monsters are the same ones who guarded the nest before. As for the sky demon Orochi, he didn't care about the sky demon at all. Instead, he looked directly towards his lair with his pair of dark golden snake eyes. When it saw that the protective cover on the nest was torn, and when it saw that its snake eggs were no longer in the nest, a killing intent suddenly emanated from its body, and then it seemed as if time had completely stopped at this moment. Come down. Although the big snake did nothing, all the heavenly demons knew that the tranquility now was like before the storm. Roar! Really? The next moment, a shocking howl burst out from the snake's throat crazily. The shocking roar turned into a terrifying sound wave. The rolling sound wave swept in all directions, and the surrounding rocks were completely bombarded into powder by this shocking force. What's more, the sky demons closest to him were directly swept away by this terrifying sound wave, and were shocked to death on the spot. Lord Snake King, please spare my life! Lord Snake King, please spare my life! Seeing the angry big snake, all the heavenly demons fell to their knees in fear, their whole bodies trembling uncontrollably. Looking at the heavenly demons kneeling in front of them, the big snake roared, "I have always been the only one who can kill others, but I didn't expect that someone would dare to attack my descendants. Tell me who stole my offspring. I will eat him. Chew him alive." The big snake's furious roar made the entire canyon tremble, and countless rocks crashed down along the steep rock walls. These heavenly demons, who had been frightened out of their wits, immediately came back to their senses and quickly replied, "Lord Snake King, the one who entered the canyon was a human race. This human race was really powerful. He killed the great ape king and the sky demon mountain armor with just one move. The ape master spent all his lifespan and failed to stop him. Instead, he was killed by him. The thing that shocked us the most was that human race. He only had the perfect cultivation level of Shahai." Chapter 1271, Sweeping the World. The divine sea is complete. This moment, the atmosphere in the entire canyon solidified again. The sky demon snake narrowed its eyes and looked at the sky demons kneeling in front of it. It said in disbelief, "Impossible! You are all Nirvana heavenly demons, especially the white-haired old ape. It has exhausted its lifespan and surpassed ordinary Nirvana heavenly demons. How could a human boy with only the perfect cultivation level of Shahai tear my protective shield apart and steal my descendants in front of so many of you? You are lying!" Call. Boom. 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 The snake's pupils opened angrily, and the heavenly demon snake opened its mouth in a rage, and swallowed the 7 or 8 heavenly demons in front of it directly into its belly. It crushed them to pieces on the spot, and swallowed them directly into its belly. Seeing this scene, many heavenly demons were covered in hair and trembling. "Lord Snake King, everything we said is true. That kid really only had Shanghai consummation. He sneaked in." The heavenly demons present were so frightened that they screamed out in a hurry. Seeing the expressions of these sky demons, the sky demon serpent was shocked for a moment. It did not expect that all of this was actually true. Looking at the mess all around, the heavenly demon Orochi narrowed his eyes and said in a solemn tone, "Gather all the heavenly demons and all the great demon kings here. I must find the human genius who robbed my children, and I will give him to him, completely torn into pieces. Yes, yes, yes." The heavenly demons present, who dared not even stop for a moment, kowtowed one after another. Time. The sky demon immediately ordered the great demon kings present. Roar! Amidst a thunderous roar, the huge canyon was like a levee bursting, and the countless great demon kings and heavenly demons were like a torrential flood pouring out of the levee. In an instant, they were the madness swept out, and from a distance, it looked like a terrifying wave that covered the sky and the sun, charging crazily with a horrifying attitude. "Oh my God! What on earth is going on? Are the great demon kings who cover the sky crazy? What on earth are they going to do?" Those geniuses who followed were dumbfounded as they stared at the heavenly demons and great demon kings who were frantically emerging from the deepest part of the canyon. They were completely stunned at this moment. Among this mighty group of monsters, the largest and most terrifying one, the heavenly demon serpent, also had its spiraling body, tumbling into the air quickly and violently. All the heavenly demons and all the great demon kings are surrounding the big snake, as if this big snake is the king who orders everything. What is going on with these heavenly demons and these great demons? Do they want to completely destroy this entire star? The geniuses present all widened their eyes and couldn't believe it. But see, the sky demon, seeing the big snake that looked like a king, let out a long roar in the sky. Amidst this terrifying roar, its voice also spread rapidly throughout the entire void at this moment. "Kill me! Kill all the geniuses on this planet, leaving no one behind!" Boom! Then, in this violent power, the countless demon kings suddenly burst out. It swept the entire world with reckless abandon, and blasted towards all the geniuses wildly. What? The voice of the heavenly demon Orochi made everyone completely stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. This heavenly demon snake actually wants to kill all the talented warriors on the entire star. Moreover, looking at the sweeping gestures of those heavenly demons, it was obvious that this was not a joke on them. Boom! 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 In an instant, the geniuses present were completely killed. Although these geniuses have been killed, the anger of the heavenly demon serpent is obviously not so easy to calm down. Then, all the heavenly demons and great demon kings swept out like an army on the spot. Just when all the heavenly demons and all the great demon kings gathered into an army and swept madly towards the gathering point of all the geniuses, In that hidden place, Yang Mucheng was cultivating wholeheartedly. As early as when using the Taiku Heaven swallowing technique, Yang Mucheng has completely severed the connection between the snake egg and the big snake. Although, the furious snake would still find Yang Mucheng after a while. But at least, this period of time was enough for him to practice with peace of mind. As the power of the ancient heaven swallowing technique continued to be extracted, the originally crystal clear snake egg gradually became dim after the power disappeared. And even the surface of the snake egg seemed to have turned into stone. The texture, certainly, the rate of absorption is getting faster and faster. Boom! With the sudden explosion of the ancient heaven swallowing technique, the infinite suction force suddenly increased several times. The power in the snake egg suddenly gathered and turned into a torrent, pouring into Yang Mucheng's body. It seemed like a moment. It seemed like a long time. Until the power contained in the entire snake egg was completely absorbed. After the entire snake egg turned into a rock, Yang Mucheng slowly opened his eyes. Laugh. At this moment, his gaze almost condensed into substance, and the void was struck out of thin air, with a burst of crackling explosions. Call! Finally a breakthrough. Feeling the power within his body, Yang Mucheng clenched his fists. It took Yang Mucheng 12 days to swallow the snake egg. One can imagine how huge the power contained in this snake egg is. Fortunately, he finally transformed all the power in the snake egg into the most powerful inner energy in his body. He perfected his cultivation directly from the Divine Sea and reached the realm of the Divine Sea Grandmaster. Grandmaster Shanhai's strength is so powerful and terrifying. If I can also reach the Nirvana realm, what will my strength be like? It is said that when one reaches the state of Nirvana, one can transcend the stars and travel between them at will. Nirvana state. This is the heavenly stream between humans and immortals. After the breakthrough, you will no longer be shackled by the stars, and can soar among the stars and the universe. If you can't break through, you can only be human forever, and cannot transcend the stars. In Kyushu, so many half-step Nirvana beings are stuck in this step, unable to transcend the last step. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, the existence of Kyushu has been unable to leave, and can only feel the continuous weakening and decay of spiritual energy. Correct. I have been practicing for 12 whole days. I don't know how the gathering point is. I have to go back quickly. With a thought in his mind, Yang Mucheng quickly rushed towards the location of the gathering point. Chapter 1272 Zhu Feng Tianlong Formation. Return to the gathering place. Yang Mucheng couldn't believe it. Original. His camp is not too big, with only about 400 to 500 people. But in this short period of 12 days, the number actually increased several times. And there were also many geniuses rushing towards the camp. This shocked Xiaoqing, who also came back at the same time, and didn't even know what happened. However, after getting to know each other, Yang Mucheng and Xiaoqing finally understood why there were so many geniuses in their camp. That big sky demon snake suddenly went crazy for some reason. It rushed out from the canyon, carrying all the sky demons and big demon kings with it, sweeping through the world and attacking the camps of all the geniuses at all costs. I even heard the big demon snake say that he wants to kill all the geniuses on this entire star. There are so many. There are just too many. These monsters are sweeping in overwhelmingly. No camp can withstand the attack of these demonic serpents in almost an instant. They are completely crushed. In a camp, there are only a few geniuses who can escape. Under the supervision of the demon snake, all the monsters are going crazy. Those geniuses who witnessed the heavenly demon sweeping across the world talked about everything they saw. And Xiaoqing's face was full of astonishment. Apparently, he didn't know why this big demon snake became so crazy in just over 10 days, and even erupted into a terrifying situation of the demon annihilating the world. Only Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. He already understood why this demon snake became so crazy. This celestial demon snake must have become so crazy because I took away its eggs. Unexpectedly, it would gather all the heavenly demons and all the great demon kings and form a huge army of demon kings. Under this kind of attack, I'm afraid the entire camp won't be able to withstand the attack of these monsters. But what surprised Yang Mucheng was that Xiaoqing didn't seem too surprised. Fortunately, I was prepared. And Xiaoqing smiled. Since the sky demon has destroyed the world, I can't hide it secretly. Let's use the Zhu Feng Tian Dragon formation to deal with this demon army. And Xiaoqing began to set up a large formation and took out a bunch of spiritual stones directly from the space. Yang Mucheng was also full of surprise. The entire star had been turned upside down by the geniuses. He didn't expect Xiaoqing to be able to find these things. I saw in Shaoqing carefully cutting each piece of spiritual stone into a hexagonal shape. A total of 12 pieces. And each piece was engraved with some strange patterns and writings. I saw in Shaoqing squeezing his hands. And the seals were vast. Each seal quickly condensed into substance in the void, and was driven into the spirit stone one by one. Buzz, 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 buzz. Waves of sounds that seemed to correspond to the heaven and earth resounded quietly. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth also poured in crazily at this moment, pouring into the 12 spiritual stones. And the 12 spiritual stones, supported by the power of heaven and earth, floated up out of thin air and suspended in the sky. Disperse. When this power reached its extreme, and Shaoqing squeezed his right hand, I saw that the 12 spiritual stones turned into 12 escaping lights, suspended in 12 corners of the camp, and quickly erupted into a curtain of light, covering the entire camp. Is this the Zhufeng Tianlong formation? Yang Mucheng looked puzzled. The formation arranged by An Shaoqing only defends, but does not attack. Although the protective power is many times stronger than the previous formation, how can it withstand the attacks of many heavenly demons? If the celestial demon serpent takes action in person, this formation and the entire camp may be razed to the ground in a matter of seconds. It's not over yet. We still have the final battle left. And Shaoqing smiled lightly, and took out a bright red gem from his arms. The blood of the gem flows, containing a terrifying power of fire. Phoenix Blood Gem. Yang Mucheng recognized it at a glance. Do you know it? And Shaoqing didn't expect that Yang Mucheng also knew this thing. Notice. The real dragons and phoenixes are existences that transcend time, and are not in this fairy sect. Therefore, whether it is dragon blood or phoenix blood, it is extremely rare. Even if they settle down and get this phoenix blood gem, it will take a lot of effort. This phoenix blood gem is the core of the entire formation. Without it, this Zhufeng Tianlong formation would not be constructed at all. And Shaoqing pinched a seal, and suddenly saw the phoenix blood gem with a gesture that contained the mystery of heaven and earth slowly landed somewhere in the entire camp. This drop, like the finishing touch, landed in the center of heaven and earth. Buzz. In the entire camp, traces of white mist quickly condensed in the void at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. This white mist quickly piled up like a mountain, and in this vast cloud and smoke, the terrifying power of phoenix blood quickly emerged. A burst of phoenix cry, the most powerful sound in the world, resounded loudly. Also at the same time, you can even see a huge fire phoenix spreading its wings, suddenly rising into the sky at this moment. And the terrifying power sweeps across the world. Facing this awe-inspiring phoenix shadow, everyone present could not help but want to surrender and kneel down. I saw this huge fire phoenix hovering fiercely in midair, and then plunged into the camp, disappearing quietly. Of course, Yang Mucheng knew that this phoenix did not really disappear, but was hidden in the void. Once a monster approaches, it will appear again and completely kill the opponent. Compared to my Scarlet Flame Crazy Pearl and this Zhufeng Tianlong formation, there is a huge difference. However, this Zhufeng Tianlong formation can only be used once, but it is not as good as my Red Flame Crazy Pearl. Yang Mucheng felt the power of the entire formation and compared it with his own Red Flame Crazy Pearl. Anyway, there are differences between the two sides. However, whether it can withstand the Sky Demon Orochi and its army is still unknown. Only when the real war comes can we truly know. While the geniuses waited anxiously, the Sky Demon Orochi and its army appeared from the end of the ground line. Almost as soon as it appeared, there was that terrifying scene that covered the sky and the sun. Here we go! This is the last battle on the Trial Stars. Yang Mucheng clenched the Xinyuan sword tightly and thought to himself. Chapter 1273 The Demon Destroys the World. Roar. The shocking roar of the heavenly demonic serpent spread through the void, causing some of the geniuses with lower cultivation levels to feel their energy and blood tremble, and their eardrums to ache. Coming! This moment, everyone thought about it and looked forward. I saw. The endless demon swarms hundreds of miles away were rolling in like yellow sand all over the sky. Even though they were far apart, everyone could still see the terrifying face of the demonic snake. Many people who saw the true face of this heavenly demon for the first time were trembling with fear. In addition, there are many heavenly demons and great demon kings in the sky and on the ground, forming a terrifying scene of the demons annihilating the world, which makes people feel terrified. What surprised Yang Mucheng was that An Shaoqing stood there with confidence, as if he had experienced it many times. Inheng Yu. Some powerful demon clans and human clans are hostile existences. They often drive the sky demons, and even some big sky demons, to attack some stars. Such scenes are relatively small. If you see them once, you have experienced that terrifying scene that can sweep hundreds of stars. You will never forget it in your life. And Xiaoqing seemed to notice Yang Muqing's surprise, and explained with a smile. I see. Yang Muqing nodded secretly. He had long known that the depths of the starry sky were extremely dangerous, but he did not expect it to be so terrifying. In this way, the forbidden areas in Kyushu are nothing compared to them. Now that you have experience, how do you think we should resist these monsters? Yang Muqing asked. There are two main monsters. It is not a wise choice to activate the formation in advance at this time. Otherwise, before the demon snake comes, the formation will be consumed by the low-level demon king. And Xiaoqing said deeply, Ningdao, first lure these monsters over. Kill some of them, and then activate the formation after the number is appropriate. I think so too. Yang Muqing nodded. Roar! The sky demon Orochi also discovered the camp at the same time. The shocking roar was like giving an order. In an instant, endless monsters rushed in quickly, whether in the sky or on the ground. Take action! When the demon group approached the city wall, Yang Muqing also gave a low drink. In an instant, thousands of geniuses all took action. The magic weapons, martial arts, and attacks that filled the sky swept across the sky and earth, and exploded towards the sky and the earth. It is difficult for warriors in the Nirvana realm to be effective. Only strong men in the Nirvana realm can stop the demons. But there are too few Nirvana strong men. After such a long time, there are only about 10 Nirvana strong men in the camp. Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes, and released 3 crimson flame beads. Each bead blasted out could create a vacuum, and completely kill the monsters in an area. Whether it is the Great Demon King or the Heavenly Demon, they will all be burned to ashes. What a terrifying strength! Some of the geniuses nearby looked at him sideways. When they found out that it was Yang Muqing who took action, they were even more horrified. I've heard about Yang Muqing's strength a long time ago. I thought it was just a rumor. But I didn't expect it to be true. Yes, he only has the cultivation level of the Shanghai Grandmaster. And he can explode with terrifying strength that surpasses ordinary Nirvana powerhouses. Maybe we can really resist this attack from the demons. Many talented people are looking forward to it in their hearts. However, Yang Muqing's action quickly aroused the vigilance of several heavenly demons. Lord Snake King, the genius who rushed into the canyon, killed the ape master, and snatched the snake eggs, has appeared. He is in this city. Several sky demons reported quickly. Kill! Knowing that the enemy who wanted to steal his son was right in front of him. How could he endure it? He immediately let out a roar. The rolling sound wave spread crazily, and when the monsters around them heard the sound wave, they rushed towards the camp desperately, as if they had been beaten to death. This moment, the attack of the monsters increased dozens of times in an instant. Many heavenly demons let out bursts of roars, and rushed towards Yang Muqing crazily. Careful! The geniuses around him exclaimed. More than a dozen flying celestial demons that were as big as mountains, and hundreds of large demon kings, rushed down from the sky quickly. Each of these big demon kings was hundreds of feet tall, covering the sky and the sun, with bursts of sharp roars. They were already over the camp in an instant, and Xiaoqing frowned and prepared to take action. These demons are looking for me. Yang Muqing smiled faintly and stopped the other party. Looking for you? And Xiaoqing looked confused, with confusion written all over his face. I saw these sky demons flying in the sky. The largest sky demon in the sky let out a roar, and the thunderous roar resounded throughout the sky. Yang Muqing, hand over the descendants of Lord Snake King, and we will spare your life. Hand it over. Hand it over. The hundreds of big demon kings behind it all roared angrily. The shocking sound made people scalp numb, and their bodies trembled. Many geniuses are already pale in appearance. Hand it over? Yang Muqing showed no fear, and said with a smile. Impossible. All the snake eggs have already entered my belly. Court death. When the leading sky demon heard these words, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately converged his wings and rushed away, like an arrow from a string. Yang Muqing snorted coldly, and waved his right hand suddenly. Call. A breeze surged through the void. In the eyes of many geniuses, this sleeve can only bring a breeze to their faces. But in the eyes of many heavenly demons, it is like a shocking wave. In an instant, the vast wind was boundless, and dozens of sky demons were immediately enveloped in this strong wind. Their bodies, which had been tempered for thousands of times, were immediately torn into pieces in the strong wind. After the strong wind passed, no matter it was the Sky Demon, it was still the great Demon King, but only his bones were left. Yang Wuqing's move immediately boosted the morale of the geniuses in the camp, and at the same time, the morale of the demons was also suppressed to the limit at this moment. He is indeed a born king. And Xiaoqing looked at Yang Wuqing with a hint of shock in his eyes. With just one move, the situation is reversed. This kind of control over morale is definitely not something ordinary people can master. However, it must be at this time that the big demon snake takes action. Right? Thinking in his mind, and Xiaoqing looked forward. When he looked, I saw a sky demon saying something in front of the big snake, and the look of the big snake became particularly ferocious at the same time. Really? At the next moment, the heavenly demon snake looked fiercely, its huge snake eyes staring directly at Yang Wuqing. If you dare to eat my child, I will kill you. Boom! With a crazy roar, the sky demon serpent at the end of the demon group rushed out, and it was finally about to take action. Chapter 1274. The sky demon breaks the formation. Roar! The shocking roar resounded loudly. The demonic serpent rushed over suddenly, almost carrying a terrifying wave. Anyone who stood in front of it, whether it was the great demon king or the sky demon, was blown to pieces by this rolling wave, and a shocking blood mist surged in the air. Boom! 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 Feeling this shocking hurricane and this terrifying attack, many demon clans already avoided it with horrified expressions. They know it too. Next, this celestial demon snake will completely level the city with its own power. Call. When they first met, the demonic serpent was still outside the world. But in just 3 snaps of his fingers, the serpent had already arrived in front of everyone. The monster snake, which was as terrifying and huge as a mountain range, danced its terrifying giant tail on the spot and smashed it down from the air. Open the array! And Xiaoqing's eyes widened angrily, and his tongue was like a lotus flower. Buzz! At this moment, 12 beams of light quickly rose into the sky, quickly forming a huge light curtain, and then withstood the terrifying attack of the sky demon Orochi. Boom! The terrifying bombardment shook the world. Under this terrifying bombardment, the Zhu Feng Tianlong formation arranged by An Xiaoqing with 12 spiritual stones actually made a click sound. Along the giant tail of the big snake, it was clearly visible that the pieces were like lightning. Cracks spread like crazy. Not good! And Xiaoqing exclaimed. The strength of this celestial demon serpent was beyond his imagination. I don't believe how strong you are! Looking at the demonic snake, and Xiaoqing gritted his teeth and fiercely picked up a seal with both hands. Groan! Amidst the vast phoenix cry, a huge fire phoenix suddenly flew out of the billowing clouds. Phoenix is originally the natural enemy of snakes. When he saw the fire phoenix demon snake rising from the sky, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Immediately, the fear in its eyes was replaced by a hint of ferocity. The next moment, the celestial demon snake suddenly jumped up, and its huge snake body was like an arrow from the string, fiercely heading towards the fire phoenix. Call! In an instant, he rushed in front of Huafeng, and his sharp fangs, like daggers and swords, penetrated Huafeng's body in an instant. Why is this celestial demon snake so powerful? Seeing this scene, and Xiaoqing couldn't help but was speechless. But, although shocked, and Xiaoqing had no intention of giving up, I saw him quickly squeezing the seal Ju with both hands. As the seal Ju was raised, I saw that the fire phoenix that was bitten on the body also became more ferocious at the same time. 2 huge fire phoenixes quickly emerged from the rolling flames. The claws clawed fiercely. The fire claws touched the scales of the sky demon serpent and passed fiercely, causing a sound that penetrated into the bone marrow. Each of those scales, which were larger than a human being, was actually chopped into pieces. The blood rolling in the cracked scales also gushes out like a flood at this moment. Call! However, although the demonic snake was in pain, it had no intention of giving up. The huge body quickly retracted at this moment and tightly wrapped the body of the fire phoenix. The body of the heavenly demonic serpent is so big. With this violent contraction, it is almost like a ball of flesh, directly wrapping the body of the fire phoenix inside. At the same time, the muscles all over its body tightened rapidly. Even the geniuses standing outside watching the battle could feel how terrifying the power of the heavenly demon Orochi was at this moment. Open! And Xiaoqing's body trembled. He endured the backlash from the formation, and used all his strength to shout loudly. Boom! Almost at the same time, the body of the fire phoenix exploded suddenly, turning into countless flames on the spot. From the gaps in the snake's body, it quickly rushed towards the sky. After escaping from the strangulation of the demon snake, it quickly gathered in midair, got up, and Xiaoqing bit the tip of his tongue, squirted out a mouthful of blood, and poured all the energy and blood in his body into the formation. Groan. The shark phoenix cry sounded again. I will bet you this move with all my strength. And Xiaoqing opened his eyes angrily and stared at the demonic snake. The sky demon Orochi responded immediately. However, there was a hint of contempt that could not be concealed in its eyes. Are you worthy of making this bet with me? Good. Since you dare to stop me from killing someone, I will kill you first. The demonic snake let out a low roar. Tongue! Immediately, a huge wave of shocking demonic energy surged rapidly in its terrifying body. Under this terrifying monster wave, the heavenly demon serpent rushed toward the fire phoenix rapidly. This terrifying attack shattered the void to pieces. And even where the heavenly demonic serpent passed, the traces of it being penetrated were faintly visible in the surrounding space. This terrifying trace was not restored until the sky demon Orochi left, facing the impact of the sky demon serpent. And Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with determination. At the same time, he poured all his power into the formation. Boom! In an instant, the fire phoenix also burst out with a burst of shocking flames, and with a sharp and terrifying cry, it also charged towards the sky demon serpent. This moment, whether it was the genius or the demons, all the attention was attracted by these two beings. They wanted to see whether in this final battle, the celestial demon snake that ruled all the demons would win, or whether this human race's last camp would win. Puff! A tearing sound resounded loudly. The sharp claws of the fire phoenix directly penetrated the right eye of the demon snake. From the exploded eyeball, terrifying blood spurted out like a fountain. Success! Young master and his mighty. Perch up your strength and kill it! Seeing this scene, countless talented people cheered. However, only Yang Muqing's expression changed at this moment, and he exclaimed, Oh no! Sure enough, as soon as Yang Muqing finished speaking, he saw the fierce light in the twinkling eyes of the demon snake. It endured the pain of the broken eye, and its huge body twisted rapidly, avoiding the second round of the fire phoenix bombardment. At the same time, its giant tail swung violently. Its already violent speed increased hundreds of times, and it was like a bolt of lightning that struck in front of the fire phoenix. At this moment, he suddenly opened his big mouth and bit the fire phoenix into his mouth on the spot, and the terrifying tearing power also exploded at the same time. Then, under the shocked eyes of countless people, the fire phoenix was repeatedly torn into pieces, and was also swallowed into the belly of the demon snake at the same time. Bang! 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 Suddenly, 12 explosions resounded loudly in a row, and then the 12 spiritual stones that blocked the camp also exploded at the same time. Wow! And Xiaoqing spit out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. In the sky demon serpent slowly fell down and bowed up. Although one of its eyes was crushed by the fire phoenix, its pupils were still fierce. Now it only had one eye left, but it looked even more ferocious. Seeing this scene, the faces of the geniuses in the camp changed drastically, as if they were mourning for their heirs. Chapter 1275, Are You Not Afraid of Death? Too Strong. Watching the battle between the heavenly demon Orochi and the fire phoenix, such an idea rose in the minds of all the geniuses. In particular, the heavenly demon serpent had one of its eyeballs torn off, but it still tore the fire phoenix into pieces and swallowed it with undiminished ferocity. This horrifying scene was deeply engraved in the minds of every genius. Now, the entire formation has been destroyed. The last line of defense they used to resist the monster army has been shattered by the sky demon Orochi. As long as these sky demons are willing, they will be completely buried in the belly of the snake in the next moment. Now, let me see what other methods you have. The demonic Orochi narrowed his one eye and stared at the camp. Its sound was like rolling thunder, shocking countless geniuses as they retreated back step by step. After a brief moment of surprise, however, the demon army erupted into a shocking roar. Lord Snake King is mighty. Kill these humans and let them know how powerful we are. Kill him directly, and there won't be a blade of grass growing. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of terrifying explosions resounded throughout the air. The roars of countless monsters turned into terrifying sound waves, and the ripples could be clearly seen in the space. Escape! This moment, Such an idea also arises in every Tianjia's mind. Tongue! Under the coercion of many monsters, one genius finally couldn't bear it any longer. He roared in fear and shot towards the rear desperately. Want to leave? Seeing this scene, the heavenly demon Orochi grinned, and a bright light flashed in his remaining one eye. Boom! Immediately, a black light condensed with demonic energy suddenly exploded, directly blasting the genius into powder. Hiss hiss. After a brief silence, the geniuses present couldn't help but burst into gasps. They only felt that their scalps were numb and their whole bodies were shaking. Many people couldn't hide their despair in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't think they could escape or survive in this situation. No one can escape! Narrow your eyes. The heavenly demon Orochi was filled with pride. It found that watching the desperate struggles of these geniuses was a very good choice. But, the next moment, the eyes of the heavenly demon Orochi closed, and he discovered that among these geniuses, only Yang Mucheng was still standing there peacefully, with a look of neither sadness nor joy on his face. Aren't you afraid of death? The demon Orochi asked aloud. How can you not be afraid? Yang Mucheng said with a smile. All things in the world will be afraid of death as long as they are born with spiritual wisdom. No matter how high your cultivation level is, it will always be like this. The eyes of the demonic snake closed, and it was about to scold, when it heard Yang Mucheng continue. It's just that I'm not afraid of you, because you don't have the strength to kill me yet. What? Upon hearing these words, both the geniuses present and the demons besieging the camp were completely stunned. Young Master Yang, stop irritating this big snake! Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, the geniuses present could not help but tremble with fear, and even reminded Yang Mucheng in a low voice. This celestial demon snake was originally coming for you. If you continue to stimulate it like this, wouldn't it be like adding fuel to the fire? And the other side. After hearing these words, many monsters became completely furious, and bursts of shouts resounded. Boy! You are so arrogant! You only have the cultivation level of Grandmaster Shahai. What can you resist? Any sky demon can kill you, let alone Lord Snake King. In the face of many scoldings, Yang Mucheng just stood there quietly. The sky demon snake also narrowed his eyes at the same time and looked at Yang Mucheng. Its one eye flashed with a hint of uncontrollable shock, and more of a disbelief. Obviously, if it hadn't been told by other sky demons, it would never have believed that such a kid in front of it broke into the canyon and took away its own child while being protected by countless sky demons. This moment, the surrounding area also fell silent, and everyone looked at the confrontation between one person and one snake. The heavenly demon serpent is thousands of feet tall, like a stretching mountain range, and can't even be seen to the side at a glance. Under the eyes of the big snake, Yang Mucheng was like a speck of dust, as if the heavenly demon snake could kill him with just one yawn. But when Yang Mucheng faced this demonic snake, he showed no sign of fear. You can still be so calm and indifferent when facing me. It's really beyond my expectation. No wonder you dared to break into my lair alone and take away my child. Very good. You have successfully ignited my anger. I swear, I will cut you into pieces. Today, I can achieve that. Boom. The demonic serpent opened its one eye angrily, and the terrifying power burst out crazily, sweeping across it in an instant. Tongue. The dark green demonic energy exploded to the extreme at this moment, like strange flames that covered and swept through its whole body in an instant. At this moment, the heavenly demon Orochi exploded with all its power, causing the entire world to shake. The earth was torn apart with horrific cracks, and every building was crushed and exploded. This shocking force surged up and enveloped a space thousands of feet in radius. Yang Mucheng on the other side shook his head. At this moment, he unleashed all his power without any hesitation. Under the demon god's sacrifice, the monstrous aura that could tear everything apart also rolled out at the same time, and also spread to a terrifying range of thousands of feet. Look from afar. The heavenly demon serpent was enveloped in a dark green flame, while Yang Mucheng on the other side was spread by a surging black demonic energy. What? This scene. The monsters and geniuses present were completely stunned. The aura erupted by Yang Mucheng, the Grandmaster of Shahai, was even comparable to that of the heavenly demon Orochi in the middle stage of Nirvana. The strange firelight and overwhelming demonic energy split the entire sky into two halves. A person and a snake stand in the air. Although it was a joke in everyone's eyes that Yang Mucheng used the cultivation of Grandmaster Shahai to fight against the heavenly demon in the middle stage of Nirvana. However, The strength Yang Mucheng showed at this moment made everyone start to fear from the bottom of their hearts. They even began to believe that Yang Mucheng had the strength to fight against the sky demon Orochi. Regardless of whether they were the demons or the geniuses, they couldn't help but tighten their breathing when they looked at the two sides facing each other from afar. A trace of ferocity flashed in the single eye of the sky demon Orochi. You will definitely be the first one who dares to fight me with the cultivation level of Grandmaster Shihai. Of course, you will definitely be the last one. Boom! A hint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the sky demon Orochi. And at this time, its aura reached its peak at the same time. Chapter 1276, Desperate. Boom! After the demonic snake's momentum reached its peak, it suddenly charged towards Yang Mucheng. Although Yang Mucheng only had Shihai Grandmaster, the sky demon Orochi had no intention of holding back. The world of the demon clan is even more cruel than that of the human race. It is precisely because of this that there is a saying that a lion fights a rabbit, and it is necessary to use all your strength. Its huge body was already shooting out like an arrow from a string, bringing out an overwhelming cloud of dust on the ground, tearing the entire earth into two halves. The distance of several thousand feet was almost instantaneous under the sky demon serpent, even comparable to Yang Mucheng's instantaneous transformation of the void. Boom! In an instant, it rushed in front of Yang Mucheng, swung its tail, and slammed it down like a giant stick. This violent blow from the heavenly demon Orochi was several times more powerful than when it bombarded the Zhu Feng Tianlong formation previously. Not good! Seeing the bombardment of the demonic serpent, countless geniuses turned pale and screamed in surprise. If this tail comes down, not to mention that the entire camp will be razed to the ground, I am afraid that there will not be a few geniuses left in this area. Orochi, haven't you eaten enough? You only have so little strength? Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and waved his right hand forward. Call. An invisible force turned into billowing air waves on the spot and rushed away fiercely, hitting the tail of the sky demon serpent. Boom! Loud explosion. The big snake that had been swooping in with a destructive attitude actually trembled after being hit and stumbled backwards. No wonder you have the courage to fight against me. The heavenly demon Orochi smiled coldly, his eyes getting colder. However, the stronger you are, the more hatred I feel. If you take away my child, I will not cut you into pieces. I will not be able to quench my anger. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly demon Orochi took a deep breath. His chest swelled high, and then he opened his mouth and spit it out. A fishy wind immediately surged out, erupting on the spot like a dark green wave, roaring towards Yang Mucheng's position. Wherever this fishy wind passed, it left a deep mark on the ground, as if the entire earth was torn in half. Even a mountain here will be blown to pieces by the fishy wind. Break! Yang Mucheng pointed his fingers like swords and slashed in the air. The terrifying fishy wind separated several feet in front of him. Without the fishy wind mixed with evil spirits, it would not be able to make any big waves, and it would turn into nothingness. At this time, the heavenly demon serpent was already rushing towards them by riding the wind and waves. It swung its big tail violently, as if sweeping across thousands of armies. The uneven ground was smoothed out by its tail, and the traces of scales were more clearly visible on the ground. When the giant tail passed by, it created a monstrous hurricane, flying the geniuses in the camp hundreds of feet away on the spot. Boom! Yang Mucheng didn't dare to neglect. He shook hands and made a fist, striking out with great force. His punch was invisible and formless, but because of the strong wind that covered the sky and the sun, you could clearly see that the strong wind was blasted with a terrible mark, as if it had been penetrated. In this wind wall, you can clearly see the traces of the deep depression. There was just a bang sound, and the huge force of wind was exploded on the spot, and it hit the big snake's tail directly. But this time, the result was completely different. The big tail slashed down crazily, directly blasting Yang Mucheng's fist seal with a bang, and then crashed down with unabated force. The giant tail that missed Yang Mucheng was about to explode, and countless cracks spread out rapidly. Space martial arts? The heavenly demon snake was not too shocked when it saw Yang Mucheng dodge its attack, as if everything was as expected. It's really terrifying that Grandmaster Shihai can possess your level of strength. Unfortunately, you are really as strong as you are, and you shouldn't be able to compete with me, let alone take away my heirs. You and I can only end up fighting to the death. I traveled across the starry sky and devoured many Nirvana strong men. Even though my current strength is not as good as my peak state, it would be easy to kill you. As he spoke, The heavenly demon snake let out a low voice and uttered strange animal language. In an instant, the infinite spiritual energy in the world gathered together. And at this moment, it gathered in front of the heavenly demon serpent. And every terrifying spiritual energy condensed into giant pythons. Each of these pythons is 7 or 8 feet long, with a dark green body and must have scales and fangs, just like real ones. At this moment, it was already overwhelming and suspended in the sky. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. In fact, regardless of whether it is spiritual consciousness or martial arts, after reaching a certain level, they all reached the same goal through different paths. The old white-haired ape gave Yang Mucheng the feeling that what he was dealing with was not a stupid beast with no clues, but a difficult, peerless warrior. Nowadays, the feeling given to Yang Mucheng by this demonic snake is getting stronger and stronger. Even more, some monsters are born to be raised. And in terms of strength, they are even far stronger than warriors. Many of the geniuses present felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene in front of them. With the strength of this heavenly demon serpent, there is no need to organize an army of demon kings. With its own power, it can kill all the geniuses on the entire star. One genius almost groaned, cried, "How come it's not like this?" And Xiaoqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Deep in the starry sky, there are some powerful great demons with cultivation beyond the realm of Tai. They are even bigger than the entire stars and can swallow the sun and moon. Wherever it passed, the stars suffered disaster and no living thing was left. This celestial demon snake is still relatively small, and Xiaoqing has even seen a big snake that can wrap its body around the entire star. Even some sects deep in the starry sky would not dare to provoke such a powerful demon. Once these beings are angered, they will really face a disaster of annihilation. I have already depleted a lot of power from this celestial demon snake. I wonder if Yang Mucheng can kill it. And Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Boom! The sky demon serpent neighed, and its giant tail suddenly swung downwards. At this moment, it seemed to be giving an order. The next moment, all the snakes screamed together, and their crazy neighing sound echoed through the void, surpassing the heaven and earth. The poisonous python that swept through the world shot out like thousands of sharp swords. Well done! Yang Mucheng shouted loudly and grabbed it with his right hand. In an instant, his sharp energy surged to the limit, turning the entire sky into gold. Yang Mucheng swung fiercely, and 108,000 sharp golden swords formed above his head. Although these sharp golden swords are made of condensed gas, they are no worse than the 36,000 famous swords in the hidden sword gourd. In an instant, they can tear the endless snakes in the void into pieces. This moment, the million demon kings were shocked on the spot and could not recover. The demonic Orochi seems to be cornered. Chapter 1277, Devouring Heaven and Earth. In this battle, the sky demon Orochi met his opponent first, and Xiaoqing's Ju Feng Tianlong formation came forward and tore one of the snake's eyeballs, greatly reducing its combat power. What's more, Yang Mucheng's heavenly skills are not inferior to Xiaoqing's. From the moment he takes action, he suppresses the heavenly demon and the serpent, regardless of its thousands of changes. Yang Mucheng still calmly responds to all changes by remaining unchanged. Oh! Young Master Yang is mighty! Young Master Yang is mighty! Waves of whistling sounds continued to sound. Overwhelming cheers came one after another. At first, not many people had confidence in Yang Mucheng to fight against the heavenly demon Orochi. But now this battle made the geniuses present look at him with admiration. And the opposite. Those big demon kings and those heavenly demons began to feel secretly anxious in their hearts. The eyes that looked at Yang Mucheng were filled with fear. I don't believe it. A heavenly demon in the middle stage of nirvana, can't kill a boy like you. A master of Shanghai. The demonic snake narrowed its one eye, and the ferocious snake's face was full of embarrassment and anger. A being with such a level of cultivation can be killed with just one yawn. But now, this guy has allowed himself to use various methods. But he can't kill him. On the contrary, he was suppressed by the other party, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the heavenly demon Orochi. It roared, and the scales on its body stood up like a cat with exploding fur. In the eyes of a pair of shocked eyes, the heavenly demonic serpent opened his mouth and sucked. No! Get away quickly! At this moment, Yang Mucheng's expression changed, and he shouted hurriedly. Before the geniuses in the camp came to their senses, they saw the heavenly demon serpent opening its mouth and spitting out a wave of dark green juice. As soon as this juice came out, there was a fishy smell in the air, and the earth was corroded into deep pits. Several heavenly demons, who had no time to escape, were swept away by the juice, and no bones were left after being poisoned on the spot. Human boy, let me show you the poisonous water I condensed. The sky demon Orochi swung its giant tail, and a strange force quickly crossed the field. The poisonous water that swept in like a wave violently rolled on the ground, turning into a tiger and rushing towards Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng cut it off with a sword, and the poisonous water immediately turned into a mad dragon and swallowed it violently. This terrifying scene is a warrior who is also in the middle stage of nirvana. He is probably also in a hurry. But Yang Mucheng was extremely calm and dealt with it calmly. He simply slashed 365 swords in a row, completely tearing the entire poisonous dragon into pieces. However, the demonic aura of the heavenly demon and the serpent did not diminish. After the poisonous dragon's body was chopped into pieces, it turned into thousands of dragon snakes and bitten towards Yang Mucheng. Let's see how you hide. This poisonous water is the venom inherent in our heavenly snake clan. No matter how high your cultivation level is, if you get a drop of it, your skin and flesh will be torn apart, and you will see your bones and flesh. The one-eyed demon snake erupted with a cold light, and its body twisted violently, and the terrifying venom suddenly turned into a monstrous wave and enveloped Yang Mucheng. Wow! This surging poisonous tide is surging. At the same time, it turned into a large net with thousands of threads gathered, and Yang Mucheng was suddenly wrapped in it. This poisonous net is extremely weird. It breaks with one slash, but then recovers in an instant, leaving you with no possibility of escaping. And this area was completely blocked by the celestial demon serpent in some way, and the void instant became unusable. It's over. Now! The big net was like a prison, and Yang Mucheng was the canary in the prison, with no way to survive. Go quickly. Go and take action. Seeing this scene, the geniuses present suddenly changed their colors. They knew that Yang Mucheng was the last hope. If Yang Mucheng was killed, then all of them's last hope of survival would be completely cut off. Tongue! At this moment, many heavenly demons rose up and wanted to help. But the sky demon Orochi saw that the enemy he hated to steal his son was right in front of him. So how could he allow others to cause trouble? It roared low, flicked its giant tail in the air, and exploded with painful demonic energy that immediately blasted a huge deep pit into the ground. The terrifying pit, like a bottomless abyss, became a sky stream. The genius who was hit by this demonic energy was immediately killed, and his bones were not deep. Don't be impatient. After I kill this kid, I will kill you again. The demonic Orochi narrowed his one eye and glanced at the geniuses present. The power contained in his one eye immediately made many geniuses feel their bodies trembling. In just a short moment, their whole bodies were soaked in cold sweat. Countless geniuses only feel their scalps are burning. They knew how terrifying the heavenly demonic Orochi was, but they didn't know that the heavenly demonic Orochi was so terrifying. Just one look at them will make them feel like falling into an ice cellar and unable to breathe. And Yang Mucheng actually fought with such a terrifying existence for such a long time, and even suppressed it, forcing the opponent to release the venom that was born with him and could only be used once in his life. Unfortunately, the strength gap is still too big. Everyone felt even more regretful. If Yang Mucheng could obtain the half-step of nirvana, he would not be so passive when facing the demonic serpent. At least he could tear apart the space and not be trapped in this venom prison by the demonic serpent. In prison! Orochi, is this your last resort? Yang Mucheng looked at the terrifying venom that enveloped him and even corroded the air, and said calmly, These words immediately made the confident heavenly demon Orochi freeze on the spot. Its one eye also looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. But see! Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique, opened his mouth and sucked in. Immediately, the terrifying venom that was enough to corrode the corpses of the sky demons was actually swallowed into Yang Mucheng's belly like a long whale sucking water. Not even a drop was left. It seems that it is not some monstrous venom, but some great tonic. Under the ghostly gaze of the demonic snake, Yang Mucheng swallowed all the venom. But the boy whose intestines should have been corroded by the venom in an instant grinned under the shocked gazes of countless monsters. I've told you before that you can't kill me with this method. Yang Mucheng smiled proudly. Under the ancient heaven swallowing technique, even monstrous poisons can be turned into nourishing substances, let alone the venom brewed by a demon snake. To others, a drop of these poisonous water could be fatal. But to him, It was no less than a mid-level heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. I don't believe it. Even if I die, I will die with you. The demonic snake opened its single eye angrily, and the cold light in its pupils reached its peak. At this moment, it rushed towards Yang Muchung desperately. Chapter 1278. The first round of trials ended prematurely. The demon Orochi is very strong, regardless of whether it is the physical body, demonic energy, or spiritual thoughts. It is far more powerful than the warriors in the middle stage of Nirvana. Even if it does not require many demonic armies, it is enough to sweep away the geniuses on the entire star with its own power. Pity. It met Yang Muchung. The ancient heaven swallowing technique can swallow everything in the world. Although this poisonous water is deadly, it is actually condensed with the purest evil spirit. Now that Yang Muchung swallowed it in public, it actually enhanced his cultivation. But even so, Yang Muchung did not show his trump card. The same is true. The sky demon Orochi finally became furious, and even chose to die together, as a last resort. Boom! Letting out a crazy roar, the sky demon serpent burst out all the demonic energy in its body, and suddenly shot towards Yang Muchung. Its bloody mouth opened to the limit, as if it wanted to devour Yang Muchung. This moment, the heavenly demon serpent was completely filled with anger, shock, fear. All these things took over its mind. There was only one thought in its mind, and that was to devour Yang Muchung completely without any hesitation. Let's end this 12-month training of the stars with one final blow. Yang Muchung stood there and looked at the sky demon Orochi. Boom! As if the earth was shattering. The flat space was torn apart at this moment. The dragon pattern between Yang Muchung's eyebrows shone with light. A terrifying dragon that was thousands of times bigger than the demon serpent was unexpected at this moment. It jumped out and flew in front of the big snake with almost no gap. No! The big snake opened its single eye angrily, its pupils filled with incredible shock. However, the speed of the Shurlong mountain range was so fast that the big snake couldn't react at all, and was swallowed directly into its belly. Then, the Shurlong mountain range turned around and flew towards Yang Muchung again. It became smaller in an instant and disappeared into the dragon pattern between Yang Muchung's eyebrows. And the arrogant sky demon serpent, which swept across the entire trial star with a violent and invincible appearance, couldn't even catch a blow from the stone dragon mountain range. Such a change was unimaginable not only by the geniuses present, but also by the many monsters. The sky demon Orochi is dead? That big dragon is actually hiding between young Master Yang's eyebrows? He actually swallowed up the heavenly demon serpent in one bite. Everyone noticed the stone dragon mountains that swept across the world. This Yang Muchung actually has a hidden method that he has not used yet. This is a hidden method that is beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone felt miserable. A year ago, Yang Muchung entered the trial star with his initial cultivation level in the Divine Sea. Countless geniuses questioned his strength, and even Ning Wudao and others wanted to kill him. But today, Yang Muchung used the life of the heavenly demon Orochi to prove his absolute strength to the world's geniuses. Even if he is only the Grandmaster of Shahai, it doesn't matter. Even if the Nirvana powerhouse is among them, you have to be in awe and show courtesy. Lord Snake King! This human warrior! Countless monsters were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Some of the demons who still had their ferocious nature were staring at Yang Muchung, their muscles tense, as if they were ready to take action at any time. However, Yang Muchung quietly turned his eyes and looked towards the demon group. At this moment, the heavenly demons present felt chills all over their bodies. At this moment, they could not restrain their bodies from trembling, and they were all frightened back. It is simply unimaginable that an army of tens of thousands of monsters was so frightened by Yang Muchung that they retreated unconsciously. Should we kill these warriors? Yes. They killed Lord Snake King. We must not let them leave alive. The demons who had come back to their senses looked towards Yang Muchung as if they were trying to regain their face. These words immediately made the faces of the geniuses present look ugly again. The number of these monsters is really too much. And the previous attack of the heavenly demon serpent caused some injuries to the geniuses. How can they resist these monsters that look like wolves and tigers now? However, Yang Muchung seemed not to hear, and just stood there quietly. The energy and blood of so many monsters present, as well as the energy and blood of the heavenly demon Orochi, is a very huge power. It would be a pity if it was wasted. The ancient heaven swallowing technique. A violent aura suddenly surged from Yang Muchung's body. In an instant, on the trial star, the energy and blood of the infinite monsters gathered at this moment, forming a terrifying torrent invisible to the naked eye. pouring crazily into Yang Muqing's body. In the eyes of countless geniuses and monsters, Yang Muqing's aura at this moment was actually rising higher and higher with a horrified attitude. This, oh my god! How powerful he is! The group of demons, who were already stern in tone, were frightened when they felt Yang Muqing's aura. What is even more incredible is that this breath actually broke through the shackles without any hindrance under the trembling eyes of a pair of people, and reached half-step of nirvana. Grandmaster Shanhai was able to kill the Snake King. Now he has reached half-step of nirvana. As Yang Muqing's cultivation level improved again, the monsters present finally came to their senses, and at the same time, their inner defenses completely collapsed. Countless big demon kings, even the sky demons, could not help but scream at this time. They no longer had the courage to stay here. They immediately turned into birds and beasts and scattered. But they had already escaped in an instant. This scene, even many geniuses were shocked. It's incredible to scare away so many geniuses just by looking at him without doing anything. However, just when everyone was shocked, there was a violent shock in the void. And soon, they saw Mr. Elegance walking out of the void in one step. Mr. Elegant came out and looked at Yang Muqing with a wry smile. Yang Muqing, you killed the heavenly demon serpent. How can the first trial continue? In this case, it can only end 1 month early. Buzz. Mr. Elegance's words suddenly shocked the geniuses present. Apparently, in Mr. Elegance's opinion, they, the geniuses, are simply unable to kill the demonic serpent. Under the attack of the demonic serpent, they can only survive by relying on great wisdom and great opportunities. But now, because Yang Muqing killed the big snake, the entire trial ended a month early. How could this not shock everyone? As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Elegant waved his right hand. Whirring. White lights burst out suddenly. Every ray of white light is a genius. Obviously, these geniuses still survived through their own means under the attack of the demonic serpent. Now, all the geniuses on the entire trial star have gathered here, looking at Mr. Elegance expectantly. Chapter 1279 Return. There are still 13,000 geniuses, but there are so many left. Mr. Elegant looked at the geniuses standing in front of him on the trial stars, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He remembers, when he passed the first round of trials, there were less than 1,000 people left in the entire star. The first round of trials has ended. Next is the second round. Mr. Elegant restrained his helplessness, and continued to look at the talented people in front of him. Practice. I was going against the will of nature. Without great opportunity, great perseverance, and great wisdom, I would never have been able to reach the final step. This is especially true for their Shinzong. On Shinzong's back, he carried a fate that no one could imagine. Take out your tokens! Mr. Elegant's voice slowly resounded. Hearing this, the confused geniuses took out their trial tokens one after another. As soon as the token was held in his hand, it was suddenly shrouded in a golden light, and then transformed into a very ordinary ring in the eyes of shocked eyes, including Yang Muqing. They all injected their spiritual thoughts into this ring, but no one could discover the strangeness of this ring. But inevitably, this ring is definitely related to the second round of trials. I have distributed 100 items to the depths of the starry sky. Next, you have to find these 100 items. The rings in your hands will give you hints, so that you won't be able to find any clues in the stars. The limited time is only 3 years in total. If you can't find your own exclusive items within 3 years, you will be completely eliminated. Call. Mr. Elegance's words immediately made all the geniuses completely stunned. Looking for an item in the endless starry sky, even though there is a ring as a reminder, it is still like looking for a needle in a haystack. Sir, may I ask, what exactly is the item we are looking for? A genius asked. Yes. The geniuses present all looked towards Mr. Elegance. The other party only said they were looking for items, but didn't say what they were looking for. Moreover, no one can tell how many stars there are in the starry sky. How do you ask them to find it? Mr. Elegance smiled and said, I don't know either. These 100 items have completely changed their appearance since I distributed them to the depths of the starry sky. Perhaps they became weapons. Perhaps they became a statue. Maybe they turned into a palace. Maybe they turned into something I don't know. If you want to find these items, you must be a person of great opportunity. But don't worry, the ring you are wearing will give you a certain reminder. When you are close to a certain star, if there is an exclusive item on that star, it will shine. The closer you are to the exclusive item, the light will become stronger. Hearing these words, many of the geniuses breathed a sigh of relief. If they were really asked to search for an item that no one knew about in the entire starry sky, it would probably be 100 times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. But even so, it is not easy to find exclusive items among the stars. The 3-year agreement has begun. 3 years later, I will be waiting for you on this star. All geniuses can cooperate with each other or plunder each other. There are no rules. Mr. Elegant raised his voice. He waved his right hand. Suddenly, the void in front of each genius slowly opened into a rotating black vortex. I give all of you 3 months to prepare. 3 months later, everyone will gather on this star and set off again. At Mr. Elegant's words, all the geniuses strode back without any hesitation. Following the vortex, one after another flashed, and the figures of the geniuses on the trial stars also disappeared one after another at the same time. Yang Muchung looked at the black whirlpool in front of him, took a deep breath, and jumped into the black whirlpool. The world is turning. Just now, he was still in the desolate trial star, but after opening his eyes again, Yang Muchung found that he had appeared in Jiuzhou. Knew it. The concentration of spiritual energy in Kyushu is still too low. Yang Muchung frowned slightly. From the moment trial star arrived in Kyushu, Yang Muchung felt various discomforts. The spiritual energy in Kyushu is extremely depleted, like a desert. As for warriors, they are like fish. In the desert, even survival is very difficult. How to reach a higher level? No wonder. Since the spiritual energy of Kyushu began to dry up, no higher level experts have come here. For higher level warriors, in this case, although there will be no harm, it will make them uncomfortable. The higher the strength, the higher the requirements for the living environment. No one wants to go to that barren environment. It is precisely because there are no warriors to visit us that Kyushu has become a forgotten star over time. I have asked in Shaoqing how to restore the spiritual energy concentration of a star. Although this method is difficult, it is not impossible. But before that, I still have some things to do. Yang Muchung's heart moved. Right. Things to do. Kyushu's strength is really too weak. It has been silent for so long that even a third-tier Xuanzong dared to bully it, and even planned to bloodbath the entire star. For Yang Muchung, Jiuzhou is his hometown. How could he tolerate someone making trouble under his nose? So, when Mr. Yaya told him that Xuanzong was preparing to attack Jiuzhou, Yang Muchung had already had such an idea in his mind. Although there are many forces in Kyushu, they are not working in concert with each other. Not only is it divided into 2 paths, good and evil, there are countless sects of good and evil. On the contrary, they began to have internal conflicts with each other. What will happen if the entire Kyushu is brought together? This idea filled Yang Muchung's mind almost as soon as it arose, and could no longer be erased. After all, Kyushu used to be a superpower. It just completely fell apart for some reason. If all the forces are combined, it will be of great benefit to Yang Muchung, and it will also be of unimaginable benefit to Jiuzhou. Snapped. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the Wandao sword sect. We haven't seen each other for a year. I wonder how you guys are doing. Yang Muchung's thoughts moved secretly. But what surprised him was that countless people gathered in the ancient town under the Wandao sword sect. What's going on? Yang Muchung secretly raised his eyebrows and walked towards the town. Chapter 1280, welcoming our uncle back to the clan. When coming to town, Yang Muchung quickly realized why so many boys and girls gathered here. Every once in a while, Wandao sword sect will select suitable geniuses from its jurisdiction to enter the sect to practice. These boys and girls are all geniuses in every domain. It feels so far away. Look at these teenagers in front of you. Yang Muchung felt that he had experienced too much in just a few years. When he first entered the Wandao sword sect, like these young men, he only had the cultivation level of Jindan. Now 2 years have passed, and he has reached half-step of nirvana, almost becoming a transcendent existence. Where did you get your genius from? I seem to have never seen you before. At this time, a playful girl with a ponytail quickly came to Yang Muchung. I am Yi Bei from Qingye Town. Yang Muchung smiled and did not speak, but looked around, looking for familiar faces. After all, he returned to Kyushu and only had 3 short months. Although the girl named Yi Bei was rejected, she was not angry. Instead, she backed away with regret on her face. This boy is so handsome. Yes, it's rare to see someone of his age with such aura as him. Even the elders of Wandao sword sect seem to be inferior to this young man. Yang Muchung's appearance attracted the attention of many girls. Most of the girls gathered here were at the age when they were just starting to fall in love. And they were easily attracted by Yang Muqing's posture. Certainly. His gesture also caused some discordant voices. Huh? What's the use of having an empty skin? I've seen too many pretty boys. What can I do in the end? Jealousy flashed in the eyes of a young man wearing a golden robe. The two companions following the young man in golden robe glanced at Yang Muqing, and then immediately ignored him, trying to please him extremely diligently. Hee. Mr. Zhang is right. What qualifications does this pretty boy have compared to Mr. Zhang? You can step on him at any time if you want. Here are compliments from your peers. The face of the young man in golden robe was full of pride. He patted the two of them on the shoulders and said confidently, My eldest brother has become an official disciple of the Wandao sword sect. As long as you listen to me, I will definitely take care of you after you enter the sword sect. Call. At this moment, several rays of golden light suddenly flew down from above the Wandao sword sect. The leader is a graceful girl. She is dressed in military armor, has a slim figure, and looks extremely dashing and heroic. Behind her were several sword sect disciples whom Yang Muqing didn't know. Meet the master. Seeing this girl appear, countless teenagers in the town quickly knelt down and worshipped. Even the proud young man in golden robe knelt down respectfully. On the other hand, Yang Muqing couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he looked at the graceful girl at the head. The other party was Qing, who was the one who introduced her when she first entered the Wandao sword sect. Now, when we meet these ordinary disciples, we meet again. It has to be said that it is a kind of fate. You don't need to be polite, let alone call me master. After you enter the Wandao sword sect, we will be the same sect. Compared to a few years ago, Qing is a little less immature and a little more mature. She spoke calmly, and when her eyes swept across the crowd, she happened to fall on Yang Muqing in the crowd. At this moment, her voice stopped and even her body started to tremble. He actually doesn't kneel? You are actually rude when facing the sword sect disciples. If during the test, the other party gives you small shoes, it will be enough for you. This boy is so brave. The boys and girls present all looked at Yang Muqing in astonishment. In a scene where tens of thousands of people were kneeling together, he was the only one standing upright like this. It was really eye-catching. At this time, even the disciples of the Wandao sword sect behind Qing frowned. Who is this guy? He is so rude. He dares to look directly at senior sister Qing. Just as these people were talking, Qing jumped directly from the high platform and walked towards Yang Muqing under the shocked eyes of countless people. This scene, everyone present was extremely stunned. This idiot boy. He has been playing tricks on himself. Now, he wants to use this method to attract Master Sword Sect's attention. Later, he will feel what it means to shoot himself in the foot. The young man in gold robe said with jealousy. Although this young man is handsome, he is unfortunately an idiot. Previously, the girls who tried to strike up a conversation with Yang Muqing were also stunned when they saw the scene, and they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If you get involved with such an idiot, you might get into some unnecessary trouble. In the town of tens of thousands of people, only the complex footsteps of Qing were left. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, Qing slowly came to Yang Muqing. However, just in the eyes that were ready to see a joke, a shocking scene happened. Qing, who came to Yang Muqing, hardly hesitated at all. When facing Yang Muqing, she knelt down on one knee, bowed heavily, and asked in disbelief. You are back? What on earth is it? Everyone in the entire town stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw. In front of Qing, Yang Muqing nodded lightly. Yes, I just came back, but the time was very short. Only 3 months. When I come back this time, I want to do a big thing. Qing was shocked. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and she seemed to feel a hidden murderous intention from Yang Muqing's words. Shall I accompany you back to the sect? Qing said quickly and cautiously. No need, you stay here to recruit new disciples. After all, any sect needs to constantly inject new blood. I can go back myself. Yang Muqing said lightly. He didn't make any movement, and just disappeared suddenly, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Small town. There was deathly silence, and everyone was stunned. Whether it is the thousands of young men or the disciples of the 10,000 Dao sword sect, no one knew what was going on. However, after a brief silence, a burst of shouts that resounded across the sky suddenly erupted from the tens of thousands of feet of sword sect. Congratulations to our great uncle! Even more so at the same time. Countless rays of light erupted in the sword sect. These rays of light flew straight towards the location of the 36 sections. Every ray of light represents a powerful person in the Divine Sea realm. There was even some light flying towards the location of the evil path. Saw this scene. No matter how idiot you are, you still understand the identity of this young man. The other party turned out to be the great uncle of the sword master who had left Kyushu for a year to train in the stars. Chapter 1281 Guests. Almost within a day, all the frontline forces in Kyushu received a letter from the Wandao sword sect. This letter was written by Yang Mucheng, and it made his meaning clear. The great unification of Kyushu. Uncle Master, will other sects agree? Jean Lion looked at Yang Mucheng and couldn't help but ask doubtfully. In the main hall, the young man sat there quietly, holding a teacup in his hand. Hearing Jean Liang's words, he slowly opened his eyes and smiled lightly. There's no reason why they don't agree. Hearing this, Jean Liang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Aside, Hua Yuano had a complicated face. He knew that the young man in front of him was no longer the young man who had rescued them from the ancient tomb and had to think about it for a long time. During this period of time, he has grown to an astonishing level. Even, there is an existence that even oneself must look up to. And this time back, the entire Kyushu will undergo a major blood change that no one expected. After saying this, Yang Mucheng closed his eyes again. This time, he returned to Kyushu with only 3 months. Time is limited, and he has no choice but to slowly integrate these sects one by one. If they are unwilling, he can only take some tough measures. Although Kyushu's strength may become weaker during this period, there is no doubt that Kyushu's strength will grow crazily before long. Even, become that huge country again. However, just that letter written by Yang Mucheng himself reached the sects on the front line of good and evil in Jiuzhou. And it immediately stirred up 1,000 waves. What a courage! This old demon Yang only went to the outside world to practice for a year. But he doesn't care about us. He actually wants to merge the good and evil. It's a joke. In the evil sect, a sect leader, after reading the letter in his hand, slammed the letter to the ground and couldn't help but curse. Any sect that can become a frontline sect has been passed down for at least nearly 10,000 years. Now, Yang Mucheng wanted to integrate these sects just by relying on this letter. In the eyes of some people, this is simply incredible. Certainly, there are also some sects who, after receiving the letter, remained silent, did nothing, and maintained a wait-and-see attitude. We don't do anything. Old Demon Yang has always been extremely arrogant. When he returns this time, his strength must have greatly increased compared to before. Otherwise, he would never dare to have such a big appetite and want to swallow both good and evil at once. Road. We don't do anything, and we remain unchanged in response to all changes. After all, no matter how powerful old Demon Yang is, he cannot withstand the wrath of both good and evil, and all the sects. Just when the news spread throughout Kyushu, some second-tier sects also got the news. What exactly does this old Demon Yang want to do? He wants to merge the two paths of good and evil, and combine all the first-line sects into one super sect. Is this possible? If he really wanted to do this, why didn't he give us the information about the second-tier sects? After all, Yang Mucheng's identity is here. Whether it is his identity as the 36th Master's uncle, or his attitude of going to the immortal sect to practice for a year and returning strongly, his every move has attracted the attention of countless people. However, the reason why the second-tier sects were not invited has left many people speculating. But they didn't know that the reason why the second-tier sects were not invited was entirely because these sects were too weak for Yang Mucheng. After all, before reaching the Divine Sea realm, Yang Mucheng was able to kill the second-tier sects with one person. But now his cultivation has reached half-step to nirvana. If Yang Mucheng is willing, he can destroy countless second-tier sects in a single thought while sitting still in the position of the 10,000 Dao Sword sect. So, no matter how the sect leaders of those second-tier sects guessed, they would never have thought that they were worthless in Yang Mucheng's eyes. But, there are also some sects who are not only unwilling to give in, but are even prepared to give Yang Mucheng a blow. Although this boy is the uncle of the 36th Master, even though this boy went to experience outside the immortal sect for a year. But so what? Can he still mobilize the entire righteous path with his own strength? To know, the foundation of everything is strength. Without strength, everything is just clouds and smoke, no matter how high your status is. So what? But it's just a joke. After the letter was sent from Wandao Sword Sect, Wandao Sword Sect fell into silence. Those elders, who kept returning, reported the situations they encountered to Yang Muchung. After reading the contents of the letter, some sect leaders became furious on the spot, tore the envelope into pieces, and smashed the elder who delivered the letter in the face. Some sect leaders even closed the door tightly, not even letting the elders who delivered the message in. Anyway, this time, whether they were from the righteous path or the evil path, they all turned their eyes towards Yang Muchung at this moment, wanting to see the defeated posture of the Wandao Sword Sect. "Uncle Master, our Wandao Sword Sect has been humiliated this time." Jin Liang couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing these reports. Although, the letter said that after 7 days, all the sect leaders of the first-line sects must come to Wandao Sword Sect. However, according to the current situation, I am afraid that no leader of the first-line sect will be present in person. At that time, once the 7 days are over, Wandao Sword Sect will become the laughingstock of everyone. "It doesn't matter. All this has been expected." Yang Muchung smiled lightly. "Was this what you expected?" Jin Liang couldn't help but was dumbfounded. "Why not? If you want to unify the 9 states with just a letter, even the Nirvana Master here may not be able to do it that easily." "Yes. These sects have been free and easy for too long, each ruling a large region and acting as their own local emperor. If you ask him to suddenly abandon his identity and status, they will naturally not be willing," Yang Muchung said expressionlessly. You all know that Jin Liang was dumbfounded. Why do you still want to do this and unify the entire Kyushu? But Jin Liang held back and did not say the words in his heart. At this moment, a burst of shouting suddenly sounded. "Old Demon Yang! Get out of here quickly!" The terrifying sound resounded through the void, and even shocked the entire Wandao Sword Sect to tremble at this moment. The shocking sound obviously announced that the person coming was a strong man who had half-stepped into Nirvana. Hearing this voice, Yang Muchung finally had a smile on his plain face. I saw him slowly getting up and saying, "A guest is coming. Come with me and go out to greet him." "Is that a guest? He's obviously here to cause trouble." Jin Liang sighed helplessly and hurriedly followed Yang Muchung out of the hall. Chapter 1282. It's me. "So what? Old Mo Yang, get out of here." The shocking sound was like rolling thunder in the sky, and even in space, the surging ripples were faintly visible. Within the Sword Sect, countless disciples stood ready, looking at the 3 beings suspended outside the Sword Sect. The auras of these 3 people were exactly the same, and the overwhelming power was emitted, causing the air around them to be crazily crushed. The arrival of the 3 half-step Nirvana Masters caused the Wandao Sword Sect to raise its alertness to the top level in an instant. Even the 10,000 Dao Sword formations of the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect have all been activated. You know, under the eyes of a strong man of this level, disciples with low strength are not even qualified to intervene. It's like a fight between gods and gods. No matter how many mortals there are, they can only watch and cannot intervene. And at this time, the faces of the people in Wandao Sword Sect were not very good looking. After all, the number of strong people who have achieved half-step to Nirvana determines everything. There are 3 opponents, but there are only 2 from Wandao Sword Sect. "Oh, you are?" However, Yang Muchung didn't seem to notice at all. He walked out slowly, looked at the 3 half-step Nirvana experts, who were isolated from the formation, and asked, "They are the number 1 evil sect, the 10,000 Zhong Prison. The one among them is the sect leader of the 10,000 Zhong Prison, and the other 2 are ancestors," Jin Liang introduced in a low voice. His face was also a little ugly, and he did not expect that there were actually 3 half-step Nirvana experts in one Zhong Prison. But now, these 3 Nirvana powerhouses have arrived. Although they didn't dare to take action rashly, they still had to humiliate the Wandao Sword Sect. "Old Demon Yang, you are really bullying me too much." Call. The leading man lost his escaping light, revealing a skeleton-like body, and his cold eyes stared at Yang Muchung. With a flick of his right hand, the envelope filled with surging inner energy shot out like a sharp arrow, and exploded at Yang Muchung's feet with a bang, blasting out the entire earth. Deep pit. The power contained in the envelope made every Sword Sect disciple present change their color. "You want to annex our one Zhong Prison? Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, it's impossible to merge good and evil. If you want to have your own way, our one Zhong Prison wouldn't mind starting a battle between good and evil." This terrifying sound resounded through the void, and it was even more powerful at this moment. And at this time, although the other 2 half-step Nirvana ancestors did not speak, their firm gazes already showed their attitude towards this trip. It may not be that easy to merge the two paths of good and evil. However, what is surprising is that Yang Mucheng is still standing there with a smile on his face, as if the words of the master of Wanzhong prison are just a breeze blowing on his face. The news that Wanzhong prison came to the door, even openly provoking and threatening to start a war between good and evil, had already spread in the shortest time. Both the first and second line sects are aware of what is happening here. Wanzhong prison came to the door in person. 3 half-step Nirvana experts came directly. After hearing this, a second-tier sect leader suddenly turned pale, and his voice trembled. Oh no! I'm afraid it's really true this time. The battle between good and evil is about to begin. In the last war between good and evil, the strong men who achieved half-step to Nirvana had a tacit understanding not to interfere, or even appear. Now they have all come forward. I am afraid that this war will sweep across Jiuzhou. This war is caused by Yang Mucheng. Even the 10,000 Dao sword sect cannot bear the wrath of the entire evil path if it is provoked by one person. The person who said this was the leader of a righteous first-line sect. But he had no intention of helping. Certainly, this is pretty good, and some sects are secretly watching the joke. This old demon Yang is really too arrogant. He claims that he is the uncle of the 36th master. So he is lawless. Does he even want to take the entire Jiuzhou in his hands? Well, this time he finally provoked those terrible beings. Let's see how he withstands the anger of those beings this time. After hearing the news, an evil sect leader lay leisurely on a recliner, with a cup of tea in his hand, with a faint smile on his lips. Even some righteous people had no intention of intervening, but quietly watched all this. Even if the Wandao sword sect is destroyed, no one is allowed to interfere. All of this is the fault of the Wandao sword sect. They just allowed old Mo Yan to do whatever they want. This is their retribution. This day, although Kyushu seems extremely peaceful, however, it caused a terrifying shock. Because, today, a battle between good and evil might break out. Today, maybe the Wandao sword sect, a sect that has existed for tens of thousands of years, will be completely destroyed today. Everyone's attention was attracted by Wandao sword sect. However, the young man who was leading all of this and causing all these disturbances was still standing there quietly, as if he didn't hear the scoldings of the 3 half-step Nirvana masters from Wanzhong prison, and didn't seem to see the ceiling hole shooting at his feet, covering the earth. The letter that blasted out of the deep pit seemed not to see the extremely nervous faces of Jin Liang, Hua Yuanel, and countless sword sect disciples. He just raised his head lightly, looked at the 3 half-step Nirvana in the 10,000 Zhang Hell, and asked aloud, before discussing the issue of the unification of Kyushu, I have a question. Who clamored for me to get out before? Yang Mucheng's words immediately stunned the 3 half-step Nirvana, and also made countless disciples and elders of Wandao sword sect present dumbfounded. At this time, the question that should obviously be asked is about this letter. After all, if this issue is not handled well, it may trigger a huge war. But why did Yang Mucheng choose such a trivial thing? It's me. So what? The old man with thinning hair on the left side of the Wanzhong prison sect master had a ferocious face. Hearing Yang Mucheng's question, he took a step forward in midair and responded angrily. I told you to get out. So what? I practiced Taoism when I was 12 years old. 36,000 years ago. You have reached the half-step state of Nirvana. When I traveled across the 9 states, your ancestors were not born. I asked you to get out. Do you have any objections? Seeing this old man, even Hua Yuanel, a veteran half-step Nirvana expert, couldn't help but raise his brows, with a bit of fear flashing in his eyes. However, just when Hua Yuanel was about to speak, Yang Mucheng's voice sounded faintly. So, is it you? If that's the case, then go die. Yang Mucheng slowly took out his right hand behind his back and flicked it at the old man. Chapter 1283 Kill. 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 If that's the case, then go die. Yang Mucheng's faint voice echoed through the void at this moment. His words shocked everyone, whether it is the disciples, elders of Wandao sword sect, or the 3 existences of Wanzhong prison. They looked at Yang Mucheng with shock on their faces, and their eyes were full of surprise, anger, and shock. Notice, so far, there are only these 78 half-step Nirvana strong men left in the entire Jiuzhou. In the past 10,000 years, even Jin Liang, who is known as the strongest existence, has been stuck in the Shanghai Grandmaster, unable to go any further, let alone reach the half-step state of Nirvana. It can be said that these 78 Nirvana experts belong to the strongest group of people in the entire Kyushu. It's okay if they don't show up. Once they show up, it won't end so easily. Everyone has the strength to defeat a first-line sect. Not to mention, now that 3 half-step Nirvana masters are gathered here, no matter how strong you are, you still have to keep your head down. Now, Yang Muchung said these words to a strong man who was half-stepped into Nirvana on the spot, which naturally made everyone shocked and angry. Yang Lamo, I have known for a long time that you are arrogant and don't know how high the sky is. I didn't expect that you would still be so arrogant when facing me. In this case, I defeated the entire Wandao sword sect today. Tear your head off and play it like a ball. This strongman who achieved half-step to Nirvana is named Wangin. Although he is the oldest among the current half-step Nirvana experts, the techniques he practices are the most powerful and powerful. So to this day, he still has a fiery temper. Especially when he heard Yang Muchung talking like this. He became extremely angry on the spot and started shouting and swearing. At the same time, his muscles tightened and his inner energy was released without reservation. Is this the strength of a half-step Nirvana strongman? Not good. The disciples of Wandao sword sect felt this terrifying aura. Their faces turned pale, and they almost couldn't breathe. Start the formation quickly! Jin Liang shouted quickly. Hua Yuanao also released his momentum at the same time, resisting Wang and shocking power. However, just when this was about to happen, Yang Muchung's finger flicked lightly, just hearing a bang sound. Wangin, whose momentum reached its peak, trembled, and his head exploded with a bang sound, turning into a ball of blood-red mist. Suddenly, the terrifying aura that erupted from Wangin's body was like a tide, coming in and retreating just as quickly. Under the circumstances that many people didn't know, Wangin's headless corpse fell from midair under the gaze of countless people who couldn't believe it. Okay, I've solved the get-me-out issue. Yang Muchung clasped his hands behind his back and looked leisurely at the other 2 half-step Nirvana experts. Who is the sect leader? Who doesn't agree with my desire to unify Kyushu? Yang Muchung's words immediately made the remaining 2 people look pale. They looked at Wangin falling from midair and couldn't believe their eyes. You know, they are half-step Nirvana experts, the most powerful existences on the entire star. He was killed like this, and even until he died, he didn't know what happened. I don't know how Yang Muchung took action, and I don't know how Wangin died, especially what Yang Muchung said next. Who is the patriarch? Who disagrees with my desire to unify Kyushu? This is a clear plan to attack the sect leader of Wanjiang prison. Yang Zhu! Suddenly, the leader of Wanjiang prison felt like he was mourning his heir, and his whole body was shaking like chaff. How dare he scold Yang Muchung in person again like before? In terms of age, he was almost the same as Hua Yuanao. He was tens of thousands of years older than Yang Muchung. But at this time, when facing Yang Muchung, he could only change his name to Yang Zhu. However, is it useful? After Yang Muchung had the intention to kill, it would not be that easy to get him to calm down again. Pity the leader of the Wanjiang prison, a strong man who was half-stepped into Nirvana. He didn't even finish a complete sentence in front of Yang Muchung, and saw Yang Muchung flicking his finger again. Boom! There was a muffled sound. In the sky, another ball of blood mist burst out. Then, another headless corpse fell from the sky. Yang Zhu! Spare your life! The last Nirvana strongman finally understood what happened. Without any hesitation, he knelt down and cried. Yang Zhu! I agree with you to unify Jiuzhou. It is my idea to unify Kyushu. I don't need your consent, and you are not qualified to agree or reject it. Yang Muchung said, and flicked his fingers again. Boom! The third mass of blood mist exploded. The third headless corpse was smashed down. Quiet! The entire Wandao sword sect fell into deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at the blood mist slowly dispersing in the sky in disbelief. Obviously before, it was still going to stir up the entire Kyushu, and cause a critical scene of chaos between good and evil. But now, with 3 snaps of Yang Muchung's fingers, all threats were completely eliminated. This sudden change makes people suspect that everything happening in front of them is just a dream. However, they didn't know that during this year of experience, countless people had died in the Nirvana state at the hands of Yang Muchung. These are just half steps to Nirvana. So how can we compete with him? Under the shocked eyes of countless people, Yang Muchung slowly took 3 steps forward. He opened his mouth and said, Starting today, the HL will be destroyed. Brother, Wanjiang prison is a first-line sect, Its background. Hua Yuan'o heard Yang Muqing's words, and wanted to persuade him. The background of Wanzhong Prison is quite terrifying. It can be seen from the fact that 3 strong men who have achieved half-step nirvana came to him this time. Moreover, the location of Wanzhong Prison was a warehouse in the Dacian dynasty in ancient times, which was easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is precisely because of this that Wanzhong Prison has become the #1 evil sect. However, as soon as Hua Yuan'o finished speaking, he saw Yang Mucheng pointing forward with his right hand. Boom! In an instant, 36,000 sword lights exploded to the extreme, rushing into the sky tens of thousands of feet in a shocking manner. The sudden sword light is like a reverse meteor flying into the void. Each famous sword is imbued with powerful and sharp power. Each sword can kill a nirvana strongman. When Yang Mucheng used this technique to kill Demon Luo Tianxiang Temple, the area could only cover a large area, and it would take more than 10 hours to kill a sect member. But now that he has reached half-step of nirvana, how can he be like before? Shang! At this moment, the terrifying sword light erupted into the void of the sky, and then shot wildly towards the location of Wanzhong Prison. Chapter 1284, Shocking the 9 Provinces. Starting today, the HL will be destroyed. Yang Muqing's voice sounded faintly. This moment, not only the people of the Wandao Sword Sect heard his voice, but also the people of the 36 righteous sects, and even the people of the evil sect heard his voice. Almost everyone in Kyushu heard his voice. Everyone raised their heads in surprise and looked in the direction of Wandao Sword Sect. A prison of 10,000 feet. Time! Yang Muqing's voice sounded like it was ringing in his ears, startling countless disciples up and down the Wanzhong Prison. At this moment, everyone stood up and looked in all directions with horror on their faces. Who is it? Who was talking just now? He said that he wants to destroy our Wanzhong Prison. In the 10,000 Zhong Prison, both the sect elders and the disciples were all shocked and dumbfounded. Snort! Deep in the hall. This is simply outrageous. I want to see who is so bold and dares to destroy my 10,000 Zhong hell. An old man with white beard and hair turned over and quickly rose up, his violent aura sweeping the world. This voice sounds a bit like old Demon Yang. Another elder looked suspicious. Sect masters and ancestors, haven't you already gone to Wandao Sword Sect? How could you let old Demon Yang be so arrogant and wanton, and dare to say such rebellious words? Dare to threaten to destroy my 10,000 Zhong prison? You are simply eating the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Many sect disciples secretly resented it and only felt that they had been humiliated. At this time, clang! A sharp sword sound burst out from afar. 36,000 sword rays, at this moment, have reached their peak, like meteors surging across the void, attracting the attention of countless people. What is that? It looks like a sword. The people in Wanzhong Prison widened their eyes and looked upward. However, it's okay not to look at it. When I look at it, I can't help but gasp. 36,000 sword rays and 36,000 famous swords flew over the Wanzhong Prison before falling with a crash. Boom! 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 The roar was like rain, and the sword fell rapidly. Ding! 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 Every famous sword fell from the sky with the power to penetrate everything. Whether they were elders, disciples, or servants, they were all pierced by the famous sword in an instant. It's just 3 finger snaps. 36,000 famous swords suddenly fell, and the huge prison was already dead silent. Silent, and not a single person alive. Wandao Sword Sect. Yang Mucheng slowly opened his eyes, and made a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, this famous sword tens of thousands of miles away, with a burst of extreme whistling sound, crazily tumbling up, heading back towards his location. That famous sword was stained with blood stains that had not yet solidified. Could it be? Seeing this scene, even Hua Yuan'o couldn't help but raise his brows, showing a look of shock. But see, after the 36,000 long swords were swallowed by the hidden sword gourd like a whale sucking water, Yang Muqing's voice continued to ring throughout Kyushu. The HL has been destroyed. 7 days later, I hope to see all the frontline sect leaders come. Otherwise, the end will be like AHL. Finished, Yang Mucheng waved his sleeves, turned around and returned to the main hall. Is this the end? Hua Yuan'o froze on the spot, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Yang Mucheng summoned the flying sword without even moving, and wiped out a frontline sect so easily. This is too terrible. And what does that last sentence mean? I hope the sect leaders of the first-line sects will come. Otherwise the end will be like AHL of a prison. If they don't come, will their sect be completely razed to the ground? At this time, there has been an uproar throughout the entire 9 provinces. Everyone was shocked by what happened today, and even more shocked by the voice that kept ringing in their minds. What? The 10,000 Zhang prison has been destroyed? If we don't go to the 10,000 Dao sword sect, our end will be like the 10,000 Zhang prison. Who is speaking here? Is it Mr. Yang? Impossible. Wanzhong prison is a frontline sect. How can it be destroyed at the drop of a hat? For a while, everyone in Kyushu was shocked. No matter what, they have to verify the authenticity of this matter. Almost immediately, countless sects quickly dispatched their elders. And some sects and even their sect leaders rushed to the Wanzhong prison in person, wanting to see what was going on in the Wanzhong prison. But, when these people arrived at Wanzhong prison, they were completely stunned. The entire Wanzhong prison has been completely destroyed, with almost no one alive. From the elders to the handyman, almost no one could survive. Everyone seemed to be killed in an instant, and they were killed with one blow. Is this all done by Mr. Yang? Seeing the appearance of Wanzhong prison, everyone was completely shocked. Notice, Wanzhong prison is a first-line sect, and it is the sect with the longest history among the evil sections. There are countless traps in the sect, which are easy to defend but difficult to attack. In addition, the overall strength of Wanzhong prison is also very strong. But now, it was completely wiped out in an instant. What's going on? Let me find out what method old Demon Yang used to kill Wanzhong prison. This moment, a similar order was issued from almost all sects. They wanted to see what method Yang Mucheng used to destroy the Wanzhong prison. However, it doesn't matter if you don't check it. After checking it, you will be completely shocked. What? Demon Yang killed the entire Wanzhong prison thousands of miles away without taking a single step in the Wandao sword sect? The 36,000 rays of light sweeping across the world are old Demon Yang's sword? After learning about the matter, everyone's eyes were widened and they couldn't believe it. To know, although warriors have the ability to take the heads of generals from thousands of miles away, that is only for ordinary people. But now, what kind of role was the person Yang Mucheng killed? That's AHL of a prison. Not to mention the traps that were enough to keep the 10,000 Zhang prison in existence for more than 10,000 years. Just the strength of the elders and disciples in that sect was enough to make countless people's scalps tingle. But now, in front of Yang Mucheng, he was killing chickens and dogs. Where are the 3 half-step Nirvana experts from the 10,000 Zhang prison? Could it be that they just let Yang Mucheng kill? Everyone immediately thought of a question. However, when someone told them that 3 half-step Nirvana masters were killed by Yang Mucheng with 3 snaps of his fingers, these people were shocked again. Chapter 1285 Boiling Kyushu. If there was some hope for these sects before. But now after learning that Yang Mucheng killed 3 strong men who had achieved half-step Nirvana with just 3 snaps of his fingers, these people no longer dared to disobey in the slightest. Heartbroken. Defy? Are you kidding me? Yang Mucheng killed 3 people and achieved Nirvana with 3 snaps of his fingers. The half-step Nirvana expert was the most powerful fighting force in the entire Kyushu. But he was like an ant in front of him. He was killed with just a flick of his finger. What else could he be if he wasn't an ant? Use the strength of the entire sect to fight to the death with the Wandao sword sect? Impossible. Yang Mucheng stood in the Wandao sword sect without moving. And in 3 snaps, he completely wiped out the most powerful Wanzhong prison in the evil sect. You may have just made a plan to attack the 10,000 Dao sword sect. But someone over there will swipe their fingers and shoot out 36,000 famous swords, completely wiping out your sect. It can be said, Yang Mucheng's gesture of killing Wanzhong prison was so violent that he didn't give anyone any time to think. He didn't use tricks or strategies. He just relied on his absolute strength. This gave many sects a headache. Not only am I stronger than you, I'm even stronger than your entire sect. What other tricks do I need to play with you? If you don't listen, I will kill you directly. If you dare to play tricks with me, I will still destroy you so that you have no chance to play tricks. 7 days. These first-line sects thought and thought. And no matter how many methods were exhausted, they could not find a way to deal with Yang Mucheng. Until then. Only then did those second-tier sects understand why they were not invited. Although these second-tier sects are considered a very large force in Jiuzhou, they are not worth mentioning in front of Yang Mucheng. Originally, every sect in Jiuzhou was waiting to see Yang Mucheng's joke. But this scene now makes them unable to laugh anymore. What exactly will happen? For a while, numerous turmoils suddenly arose in Kyushu, and everyone began to speculate on the next actions of the good and the evil. After all, Yang Muchung wanted to merge the two paths of good and evil. This time he was tantamount to committing public outrage, and he was preparing to fight against the entire Kyushu with his own strength. Everyone is ready to watch the reaction of these frontline sects. I would rather die than surrender, someone speculated. After all, it is a first-line sect. They are all local emperors in their respective regions. Who is willing to hand over his power? No matter how powerful Mr. Yang is, he is only one person. Now his actions have touched both good and evil. The interests of Tao, the good and the evil will not surrender so easily. But old Demon Yang is the great uncle of the 36th Grandmaster of the Righteous Path, someone said. Ha. If your ancestors asked you to hand over all your family property, would you be willing? This move by old Demon Yang is tantamount to completely wiping out both good and evil. I'm afraid no one will compromise easily. Some people are beginning to speculate on the ultimate power of good and evil. Although, the inheritance of Kyushu has been broken, and the spiritual energy is insufficient. But to be able to become a frontline force, there must be trump cards that no one can expect. If these sect forces show all their trump cards, maybe. It's not that I don't have the strength to compete with old Demon Yang. The leader of a certain frontline sect slapped the table angrily. We, together with the righteous path and the evil path, are all taking action. There are more than 70 half-step nirvana in the entire Jojo. No matter how powerful old Demon Yang is, he is no match for so many people. However, just when all the sects were in dispute, a more violent aura spread from the 10,000 Dao Sword sect. This is an unimaginably powerful force. In almost 12 clicks, it swept across Kyushu and made everyone feel it. This breath is Nirvana strong man? Could it be that old Demon Yang broke through to Nirvana? No. Old Demon Yang's aura is not like this. This is the aura of Huayuan Ao. Some people reacted quickly. Everyone's breath has their own characteristics. For example, Yang Muchung's aura was obviously self-centered. And this momentum, although domineering, seemed slightly softer. Many people instantly identified the owner of this aura. What happened? Isn't it because the spiritual energy concentration in Kyushu is not high that there has been no Nirvana strongman for many years? Could it be? For a moment, a name can't help but pop up in many people's minds. Because, apart from him, I'm afraid no one can do it. Oh my god! If old Demon Yang really allows Huayuan Ao to break through to the realm of Nirvana, then I'm afraid the unification of Kyushu will be inevitable. After all, the temptation to reach Nirvana is too great. What is Nirvana? It is immortality. I want to go to Wandao Sword Sect. A certain sect. An ancestor who was halfway to Nirvana felt this aura, and a horrified light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Ancestor, do you want to join old Demon Yang? In the sect, countless disciples screamed in agony. If even the ancestors took refuge in Yang Muchung, then they would have nothing left. Take refuge in old Demon Yang? The ancestor who had achieved half-step to Nirvana sneered and said, no matter how powerful old Demon Yang is, he only has half-step of Nirvana cultivation. If I reach Nirvana, wouldn't Yang can the old devil still control me? Yes. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel moved in their hearts. No matter how powerful Yang Mu is, he is only half a step closer to Nirvana. If they reach Nirvana cultivation, they can counter Yang Muchung. Congratulations to my ancestor for breaking through to Nirvana. Many disciples cheered. The ancestor waved his hand and said with a smile, I haven't even finished my horoscope yet. It won't be too late to congratulate me after I truly reach Nirvana. I will go to the Wandao Sword Sect. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestor turned around quickly and soared into the sky, heading towards the Wandao Sword Sect. Huayuan Ao's aura spread throughout the entire Jojo almost instantly. Not only this sect, but almost all the half-step Nirvana experts sensed this aura. Immediately, these half-step experts soared into the sky with great excitement and rushed towards Wandao Sword Sect desperately. For them, the temptation to break through to Nirvana is too great. After all, if one's cultivation is stuck at the half-step of Nirvana, not only will his longevity be limited, but his strength will also be limited. He will even be imprisoned in Kyushu, unable to leave. Now that they have seen the hope of transcendence, how can they not be excited? The 7 days have not yet come, and the ancestors of Jojo are already rushing towards Wandao Sword Sect with great excitement. And at this time, among the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect, Huayuan Ao, who had broken through to Nirvana, looked at Yang Mucheng with a complicated face. Chapter 1286 Meeting. Breakthrough? Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes, and looked at Hua Yuanao expressionlessly. Yes. Hua Yuanao nodded. Original. Hua Yuanao's thoughts were the same as everyone else's. After his cultivation reached the state of nirvana, he might be able to control Yang Mucheng. After all, Yang Mucheng was making so much noise now that he almost dragged the entire Kyushu into the flames of war. Therefore, he planned to wait until his cultivation level reached a breakthrough to restrain Yang Mucheng and make him stop such ridiculous behavior. But, when Hua Yuanao really made a breakthrough and reached nirvana, he found that Yang Mucheng, who was only half a step into nirvana, still gave him an unfathomable feeling. Standing in front of Yang Mucheng, he even felt as if he was facing the infinite starry sky, and he felt even more insignificant in front of him. Yang Mucheng! Yang Mucheng! You are no longer the ordinary boy who rescued us from the ancient tomb. Today, you have grown into a terrifying being who can shake the entire Kyushu with just one stamp of his feet. Hua Yuanao smiled bitterly in his heart. Especially, the moment he broke through to nirvana. The look that Yang Mucheng cast towards him made him feel as if he had been poured a bucket of ice water from head to toe. It immediately made him break through. The ecstasy disappeared without a trace. Only then did he understand that no wonder the other party dared to let him break through first and reach nirvana. Master Yang, I have a question. Hua Yuanao stood up slowly. At this time, he no longer dared to call Yang Mu brother. In the world of martial arts, those who master come first. And Yang Mucheng's strength also made him sincerely admire him. Say it! Yang Mucheng held a teacup and said without raising his head. Why do you want to unify Kyushu? Hua Yuanao asked. Kuzu belonged to the Dakian dynasty before the Immortal Gate was closed, and I am the emperor of the Dakian dynasty. Naturally, I belong to the unified world. Besides, the strength of Jiuzhou is too weak now. There are many sects and aristocratic families. There are so many of them. They are like a pile of loose sand. Not only are Wu Fa twisted into one, but they are also constantly fighting internally, causing their strength to continue to decline. So, I plan to unify Kyushu. After taking a sip of tea, Yang Mucheng glanced at Hua Yuanao and continued. I have been experimenting for a year, and have found a way to restore the concentration of Jiuzhou's spiritual energy. Although it is a bit tricky, it is not impossible. In addition, I don't hope. Do you understand that Jiuzhou, which has restored its spiritual energy concentration, will be destroyed by Xianin sects like Xuanzong? Hua Yuanao smiled bitterly and asked. What should we do if some sects are unwilling to unify? Win out! A cold light flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes, and he shouted loudly. These two simple words broke through the last psychological defense in Hua Yuanao's heart. You must know that although Yang Mucheng is the master uncle of Wandao Sword Sect, so far, the real power has been in the hands of Hua Yuanao. If Hua Yuanao doesn't agree, even if all the disciples of Wandao Sword Sect agree to unify, there will be no result in the end. But now, Hua Yuanao understood that if he didn't agree, the only way would be destruction. I see. Taking a deep breath, Hua Yuanao nodded. Snapped. At this time, Yang Mucheng slowly put down the teacup in his hand and said softly, We have a guest. Go and greet him. Hua Yuanao was stunned for a moment and did not react until a moment later when he felt a breath approaching quickly. Obviously, this aura is the ancestor of the Qingquan Immortal Sect. Hua Yuanao smiled bitterly and shook his head. The awe for Yang Mucheng in my heart became deeper and deeper. After all, what a Nirvana strongman like him couldn't sense. Yang Mucheng was the first to sense it. You really broke through. Nirvana. After the ancestor of the Immortal Sect arrived at the Wandao Sword Sect, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes when he saw Hua Yuanao. Before, when he was in the Qingquan Immortal Sect, he was in retreat. When I felt this Nirvana cultivation, I still couldn't believe it. But now after meeting Hua Yuanao, I have no choice but to believe it. Who helped you achieve Nirvana? Asked the ancestor of the Immortal Sect. Master Yang. Hua Yuanao said respectfully. The Immortal Sect ancestor's eyes flashed, and he immediately caught Hua Yuanao's name for Yang Mucheng. From this title, he also felt a somewhat unpleasant atmosphere. Subconsciously, he looked towards Yang Mucheng, but they saw Yang Mucheng sitting there quietly, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Wait a moment. Wait until everything is here. The ancestor of the Immortal Sect was about to ask, but Yang Mucheng's voice sounded faintly. Suddenly, he could only close his mouth and stand quietly. However, he was not kept waiting for too long. Soon, the remaining half-step Nirvana experts in Jojo arrived. Ancestor Yi Bei of the Ice Blood Prison sect comes to pay homage. Yu Tianquang, the ancestor of Qi Feng Mingyu Tower, came to pay his respects. The ancestor of Zuihan Tower, Duan Tianyu comes to pay homage. The ancestor of the original Tiangong, Shan Wenfeng, came to pay homage. Ancestor of the Jade Chan Sword Sect, ancestor of the Demon Sword Sect. Normally, the ancestors of these first-line sects would not appear once in hundreds of years. But now they all appeared. And they even came to the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect. Dozens of strong men who have achieved half-step to Nirvana. If they take action, the entire Wandao Sword Sect will be razed to the ground in an instant. However, these ancestors came to Jianzhong with doubts. When they saw Hua Yuanao, their eyes suddenly flashed with unimaginable shock. Really reached Nirvana. It seems that old Demon Yang gained a lot of good things from his experience in the Immortal Sect this time. I wonder if we can take advantage of this opportunity to reach Nirvana. These half-step Nirvanas who came forward cast their eyes towards Yang Macheng with great expectation. And at this time, seeing that everyone had arrived, Yang Macheng stood up, facing dozens of half-step Nirvana masters. He seemed like a teacher reviewing the students. I already know what you mean by coming to Wandao Sword Sect. When I was training in the Immortal Sect, I got some heavenly and earthly treasures. These heavenly and earthly treasures can help you break through the shackles and reach Nirvana. However, if you want to use these heavenly and earthly treasures, you must surrender to me. Yang Macheng waved his right hand. Suddenly, the heavenly and earthly treasures he obtained from the trial stars fell down and piled up into a hill. When the half-step Nirvana experts present saw this scene, their eyes almost bulged out. Chapter 1287 Hack Your Mother's Spring and Autumn Dream. So many heavenly and earthly treasures? Seeing this mountain of spiritual treasures, many ancestors widened their eyes and couldn't believe it. This is not a first-class spiritual treasure of Shen level or Earth level, but a serious heaven level, and many of them have even reached the middle level of heaven level. Notice, there are very few heaven level spiritual treasures in Kyushu. Any one item will make these ancestors fight over it. Nowadays, every piece of this mountain of spiritual treasures is extremely rare. Now that Yang Macheng has shown it like this, as long as he declares his allegiance to him, he can get whatever he asks for. Yi Bei, surrender to Master Yang. The ancestor of the Ice Blood Prison sect rolled his eyes and walked forward. Without any hesitation, he knelt down in front of Yang Macheng and bowed 3 times firmly. Choose the heavenly spirit and earthly treasure you want. Yang Macheng said calmly. Yes, Master Yang. Yi Bei raised his head in surprise. With surprise in his eyes, he quickly picked 3 spiritual treasures, sat down cross-legged in the main hall of Wandao Sword Sect, and started practicing. So simple. Seeing this scene, the ancestors present were shocked. Notice, there are many ways to make people loyal and surrender, such as elixirs, talisman of life and death, Iku Dan. There are also some methods that directly attack the soul, mind, and body. As the saying goes, there are so many kinds of things. At that time, once betrayed, as long as the other party has a thought or does not give you the antidote, your life will be worse than death. And Yang Macheng asked the ancestors present to surrender to him. Many ancestors were thinking about what methods Yang Macheng was going to use to restrict them. But who knew that the ancestor of the Ice Blood Prison sect got Yang Macheng's permission after just kowtowing 3 times? Yi Bei. Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows slightly, looked towards the other party, and said calmly, since you use my heavenly spirit and earthly treasure, from now on, you must obey my orders. If you don't obey, I will kill you even if you are in poverty and fall into H.L. Yes, Master Yang. Yi Bei bowed respectfully to Yang Macheng and said with a low eyebrow. Although he was extremely respectful, he hid his thoughts very well. He made up his mind and pretended to surrender to Yang Macheng first. No matter how powerful Yang Macheng is, he is only a young man after all, and he is not as good as a veteran like him in a battle of wits and courage. When he reaches the Nirvana state, wouldn't it be easy to kill Yang Macheng? Old Demon Yang. Old Demon Yang, although your strength is terrifying, you don't know that people's hearts are sinister. Yi Bei sneered in his heart. To know if they, the ancestors of evil ways, want to control someone, they must at least feed them the 3 corpse pills and completely control the other person in their hands. Only when the other person can no longer resist will they give him the spiritual treasure. Yu Tianquan. Surrender to Master Yang. Original. The ancestors who came here were somewhat worried, thinking that Yang Mucheng would use some method to control him. But they didn't expect it to be so simple. For a while, they all rushed to surrender. I, Shan Wenfeng, surrender to Master Yang. I, Duan Tianyu, surrender to Master Yang. Regarding these surrendered ancestors, Yang Mucheng still closed his eyes and didn't know what to think about. Without even looking, he let them choose their spiritual treasures. The ancestors who had taken the spiritual treasure sat down cross-legged in the main hall and began to devour the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures. Brother Hua. At this time, the ancestor of the immortal sect also took the heaven and earth spiritual treasure. However, he did not impatiently devour it on the spot like others. Instead, he quietly stepped aside and came to Hua Yuanao and whispered, Brother Hua, don't you advise Brother Yang? He brought out the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures with such great fanfare. Isn't he afraid that these people will take the heavenly spirits and earthly treasures and improve their cultivation to the realm of nirvana? Is it bad for him? Hua Yuan said proudly. If these people take the treasures of heaven and earth and surrender to Master Yang, nothing will happen. If they still have the heart to rebel, it will be difficult for gods to save them. When the ancestor of the immortal sect heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and sighed secretly. He didn't know where Hua Yuanao's confidence came from. After all, no matter how powerful Yang Mucheng is, when these half-step nirvana ancestors break through the shackles and reach the state of nirvana, they will definitely not be willing to be restricted by Yang Mucheng. Maybe these people will not only disobey Yang Mucheng's orders, but even kill people and take possession of him. Precious. Time passed by minute. These ancestors, who are able to achieve half-step nirvana, have already reached their peak after countless years of cultivation. All that is left is the last introduction. Yang Mucheng's heavenly spirit and earthly treasure served as a good introduction, allowing them to achieve a natural breakthrough. Boom! Yi Bei, who was the first to choose to surrender to Yang Mucheng, was the first to break through the shackles and reach the state of nirvana. So powerful! Yi Bei, this ancestor, who was 27,000 years old and whose longevity had reached the ultimate level of existence, slowly stood up. His withered body was inflating crazily like a balloon, and all the muscles and bones in his body made a crackling sound. This was the sound of spiritual energy pouring back and internal energy surging wildly. At the same time, his gray hair quickly recovered at this time, and his fallen teeth also grew back. Almost instantly, the whole person changed from the posture of a dying old man to a middle-aged man. Is this the cultivation of nirvana? Too strong. These powers are what I have always dreamed of possessing. Snapped, with a squeeze of his right hand. Even under this force, even the space was squeezed and exploded. If, before, Yi Bei's meridians were as empty as a river that had dried up for hundreds of years, so now, his meridians have been completely filled, and the surging inner energy is like a raging tide. Boom, boom, boom. With Yi Bei's breakthrough, it was like a chain reaction. After being imprisoned for who knows how long, the cultivation realms of the ancestors present suddenly broke through. Like an angry dragon emerging from the abyss, and a ferocious beast emerging from its cage. These ancestors were all constantly sighing at the huge power they had gained, and could not hide their shock. However, just when they were in ecstasy, Yang Mucheng's voice sounded quietly. Now that I have achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, then, should we have a serious discussion about the unification of Kyushu? Until then, the ancestors who were in ecstasy finally came back to their senses, and realized that Yang Mucheng and this old demon Yang were still sitting in front of them. Yi Bei, who was the first to break through the nirvana cultivation level, sneered, looked at Yang Mucheng, and said with a sarcastic smile, Old demon Yang, go to H.L. with your mother's spring and autumn dreams. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng's face was filled with frost. Chapter 1288 Betrayal? Old demon Yang, hack your mother's spring and autumn dreams. In the empty hall, Yi Bei's ridicule echoed over and over again. Seeing Yang Mucheng's eyes gradually becoming colder, many of the ancestors present laughed. What's the meaning? But, surprisingly, Yang Mucheng did not fly into a rage as they all imagined. Instead, he raised his eyebrows. A hint of sarcasm flashed across his face, looked at Yi Bei lightly, and said, What? You want to rebel? That's right. Yi Bei turned his face and refused to recognize anyone. With almost no cover at all, his face was ferocious, staring at Yang Mucheng. and sneered. Old demon Yang, you really don't think that I will surrender so easily? With you. Previously, you were half-stepping into nirvana, but now, my cultivation has reached the state of nirvana, and I can be said to be reborn from the ashes, Yi Bei said, lifting his right hand lightly. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged forward, sweeping through the void in an instant. It was like a huge claw that lifted the sky of the hall above everyone's heads on the spot, originating from the powerful inner energy of nirvana in Yi Bei's body. It stirred the void, and a hurricane that could destroy the world was set off between heaven and earth. Now, with my nirvana state, it would be easy for me to kill you. Boom, Yi Bei said, and squeezed his right palm. The world-destroying hurricane that swept across the world actually exploded. What about you? Yang Mucheng turned his eyes and looked at the other ancestors present. Some people were silent. Some were sneering. And some, like Yi Bei, couldn't wait to jump out. That's right. Old demon Yang, do you really think of yourself as an invincible being? Do you think that with just 2 or 3 words, you can make us willingly surrender to you? Old demon Yang, I kowtowed to you 3 times today, and I will ask you to pay it back 1,000 times or 100 times later. Some ancestors shouted coldly. Notice, they are usually aloof beings in the sect. But now, for the sake of a few heavenly and earthly treasures, they not only pretended to surrender to Yang Mucheng, but even knelt down and kowtowed in public. This was simply a humiliation for them. Many people were shouting angrily, already wanting to take action and teach Yang Mucheng a lesson to regain the previous situation. Look, I have said it a long time ago. These people may not choose to surrender so easily, the immortal sect ancestor whispered, when they did not break through in cultivation. They were certainly afraid of Yang Mucheng's strength. But now, he has achieved a breakthrough in cultivation and reached the nirvana state. Moreover, he is numerically superior. I am afraid that he will not be able to escape unscathed today. Hua Yue now stood there, motionless, and mocked. It's not Master Yang who can't escape unscathed, but the others. Really. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Yang Mucheng was neither annoyed nor angry. Instead, he gently put down the teacup in his hand with a smile and stood up slowly. I thought you were smart people, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Yi Bei frowned and shouted. Old Emo Yang, what do you mean? At this time, everyone looked at Yang Mucheng in surprise, wondering why the other party said that. But Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, I have been practicing since I was 15 years old, and I took back the Dacian Palace in 7 days. In less than a year, I fought in the south and north, and developed a small Dacian into the largest country in the mortal world. Then I entered the martial arts world. If you think that I only rely on luck and chance to reach the stage of nirvana from the humblest warrior, then you are totally wrong. Of course I dare to take out these heavenly and earthly treasures and let you use them. If you still break through to nirvana, don't I have a way to control you? I am born as an emperor. Do you think that I am so stupid that I don't know what it means to leave a way out for myself? Do you think that I will just let you people make breakthroughs in cultivation and surpass me? Will you betray me again? Betrayal is not precedent. Whether it is a royal palace in the mortal world or a sect where strong men gather, maybe one moment they are brothers and sisters, and the next moment they are secretly drawing swords against each other. Especially for people like Yi Bei and others, this situation is naturally more normal. Some people think that they have broken through the nirvana cultivation level and have power that they have never had before. Therefore, they have the capital to compete with me, and they can even ignore me. But as everyone knows, everything is in my hands. It's within your grasp. If I want to kill you, I can still do it with a snap of my fingers. Yang Mucheng's voice echoed quietly in the hall. This moment, the dozens of ancestors present, dozens of ancestors who had reached nirvana, all felt their scalps numb. Under Yang Mucheng's gaze, his whole body was completely soaked in cold sweat. Yi Bei, you dared to insult me. You should have been killed immediately. But I remember that you are the first person to surrender to me. I will give you a chance. If you can get within 10 feet of me, I will spare your life. If you can't do it, not only will you die, but your sect will also be razed to the ground by me. Yang Mucheng turned his eyes and looked at Yi Bei leisurely. Yi Bei met Yang Mucheng's gaze. At this moment, he only felt that he was in a small boat, and even more, as if he was in a terrifying huge wave sweeping the world. As long as this big wave crashed down, it would be enough to completely submerge him. Not good! Yi Bei's heart trembled. He knows. At this time, Yang Muqing's momentum was too strong. If he continued like this, he might not even have the courage to take action when facing Yang Muqing. Old demon Yang, don't pretend to be a ghost. I don't believe I can't kill you even if I reach Nirvana. Yi Bei was furious. Especially Yang Muqing's words made him furious. Yi Bei let out a roar and rushed out immediately. At this moment, the cultivation of the Nirvana realm was released without any reservation, and the whole person looked like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Wherever it passed, the magnificent hall of Wandao Sword Sect was torn apart in an instant like a strong wind passing by. The dense cracks swept across crazily, and even turned into endless powder under the hurricane. At this moment, all the attention of countless ancestors was on Yang Muqing, and at this moment, their muscles were tense, their fists were clenched, and they were ready to take action at any time. But what happened next made all the ancestors tremble, as if they were poured from head to toe by a bucket of ice water. Chapter 1289. Kill them all, and leave no one behind. Explode all your strength in the face. Facing Yi Bei, who has cultivated Nirvana to the extreme, Yang Muqing stood there. No matter how strong the wind was, it couldn't shake him at all, and it couldn't even blow up his hair and clothes. Just when Yi Bei was about to rush in front of him, Yang Muqing raised his eyes slightly, and under the eyes of countless people, he raised his right hand and flicked it towards Yi Bei. This is a random flick. It's like dusting off objects. But in Yi Bei's eyes, it was like a stormy sea. The invisible energy shot out like an arrow from a string, piercing through the entire space in an instant. And like a bolt of lightning, it came to Yi Bei with almost no gap. No! Infinite shock flashed across Yi Bei's eyes, and a frightened roar came from his throat. However, before he finished speaking, the terrifying energy exploded into Yi Bei's head with a bang. At the same time, it whizzed away into the distance without losing its momentum, leaving a trace in the void like a wild dragon passing by, completely tearing the space apart and completely disappearing among many ancestors. In the pupils of his eyes, snapped. In the shock of everyone, Yi Bei's headless body was hit hard on the ground, making a sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Until then, only then did the ancestors come to their senses. Looking at Yang Muqing, who slowly put away his right hand, and looking at Yi Bei, who fell to the ground and twitched. In just a short moment, dozens of Nirvana experts felt that they could not help but break out in a cold sweat. How can this be? Yi Bei is a powerful man in Nirvana. Old demon Yang still only needs one finger to kill him. Shock, horror, disbelief, countless exclamations and discussions resounded one after another. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. After all, in the original opinion of the ancestors, no matter how powerful Yang Muqing was, after they reached the Nirvana state, they should be able to compete with Yang Muqing. Therefore, most of these ancestors were preparing to pretend to surrender to Yang Muqing, and then rebel against Yang Muqing after their own cultivation breakthrough. But now, Yang Muqing quietly killed Yi Bei with one finger. This shocking scene made everyone who had their own wishful thinking dumbfounded. The ancestor of the immortal sect widened his eyes. He originally thought that Yang Muqing would be suppressed by Yi Bei. But who would have thought that Yi Bei would be killed by Yang Muqing with a finger hole? That is the real Nirvana powerhouse. Only then did he understand why Hua Yuan'o said, "It's not Master Yang who can't escape unscathed, but other people." These words came from. Why is it so scary? Even if he has reached Nirvana, he is still no match for him. It's really terrifying. This moment, almost everyone only had the word terrible in their minds. Yang Muqing killed Yi Bei with one finger, and the shock left to them was so terrifying that everyone's minds went blank and they were unable to think. It was not until Yang Muqing's eyes slowly fell that these people suddenly came back to their senses. Bang! 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 In an instant, the ancestors who had previously clamored to kill Yang Muqing all knelt down and hit their heads heavily on the ground, making a dull sound. Master Yang! Spare my life! Master Yang! Forgive me! We were bewitched by Yi Bei before, so we did this. Master Yang! Spare your life! Please give us a chance to make meritorious service. For a moment, these ancestors cowed out heavily, without any trace of their previous arrogant and domineering attitude. Anyway, Yi Bei was dead, so they simply put all the blame on Yi Bei. As for the other ancestors, they glanced at each other and saw the fear and shock in each other's eyes. Some of them didn't want to attack Yang Muqing, but they just felt that it wasn't time yet. There are also some people who have no intention of surrendering at all, and just want to wait until their cultivation level improves before leaving in a big way. But, with this posture now, These ancestors couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. You took my things and you still dare to be rebellious against me. I have long said that if you dare to betray me, I will kill you no matter how poor you are. Do you think you can survive today? Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes and looked at the dozen ancestors begging for mercy. Since you want to kill, he was about to go on a killing spree, completely planting a seed of fear in the hearts of these people, so that they would never dare to backstab him in the future. Boom! Yang Mucheng's words immediately stunned the ancestors, who begged for mercy. Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng, who looked calm at this moment, and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. In Yang Mucheng's faint voice, there was a domineering and awe-inspiring meaning that everyone could feel. The ancestors on the field had no doubt that Yang Mucheng would kill those ancestors who chose to betray him on the spot. Old Imo Yang, if you don't let us live, we won't make it easy for you. Under such persecution, the ancestor finally couldn't bear it anymore. That's right. This old demon Yang wants to kill us. We won't just catch him. Fight him desperately. In an instant, those ancestors no longer begged for mercy, but jumped to the ground one by one like crazy. The inner energy of the Nirvana realm was already surging throughout their bodies in an instant, and everyone's breath was surging crazily at this moment. The auras of more than a dozen Nirvana masters were churning. How terrifying this was. Even the surrounding space was completely turbulent. The huge internal energy caused the floating islands outside the Wandao sword sect to rise one after another at this moment. It burst open. As an ancestor, they have always been the only ones to kill others. Now, even if he begs for mercy, this young man who is halfway to Nirvana wants to kill them. How can they endure this? How can one endure such humiliation? They unleashed all their strength to completely kill Yang Mucheng and avenge their previous shame. In the violent momentum, more than 10 Nirvana experts suddenly came towards Yang Mucheng cave to kill. More than a dozen Nirvana warriors launched an offensive at the same time. How terrifying this was. The expressions of the ancestors who were watching the battle all around changed drastically, and they continued to retreat towards the rear, retreating to a safe distance to watch the battle. At the same time, they looked towards Yang Mucheng, wanting to see whether Yang Mucheng, who was facing more than a dozen Nirvana experts at the same time, could withstand such a terrifying attack. But amid such a terrifying momentum attack and the surging wind, Yang Mucheng still looked calm, as if he didn't take these people to heart at all. Just when the offensive of these ancestors has been formed, Yang Mucheng just slowly stretched out his right hand and pressed it lightly downwards. Chapter 1290, Keep Your Word. This is a gentle pressure. Countless people present felt that the air was stagnant at this moment. However, the ones who felt the most horrified were the dozen or so ancestors who rushed towards Yang Mucheng. At this moment, they only felt a surging and terrifying force, suddenly falling from the void quickly, like a shocking mountain peak. It struck their bodies heavily. This force came so suddenly, and so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. Boom! This terrifying force crushed the void to pieces. What a terrifying power! Feeling this power, the ancestors present felt frightened. There were even a few ancestors who had not been able to break through the Nirvana cultivation level. They were directly swept away by the hurricane of this palm and flew out on the spot, hitting the ground heavily. Everyone immediately looked towards Yang Mucheng and the others. They wanted to see who could gain the upper hand in this terrifying confrontation. However, at this sight, everyone was shocked, and everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Just seeing Yang Mucheng's terrifying power, he directly slapped more than a dozen ancestors flying in midair to the ground, and even smashed their bodies into pieces. Into the ground, and where the power falls, a terrifying palm print appeared. Everyone looked towards the position of the palm print, and everyone couldn't help but tremble, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. There are still more than 10 ancestors here. They have been beaten into nothingness under this slap. Powerful! Too strong! More than a dozen Nirvana masters couldn't resist his palm. What on earth did he go through during this year in the Immortal Sect to end up with such terrifying power? Many ancestors have already screamed out in disbelief. The hearts of those ancestors, who also had a rebellious heart before, but did not show it in time, started to beat wildly. Only now did they understand how terrifying Yang Mucheng was. They remembered Yang Mucheng's previous words. Earlier, Yang Mucheng said, "Whoever dares to betray him will be killed even if he ends up in poverty." They didn't take this sentence seriously before, but now, they really feel that Yang Mucheng can really do it. If they really betrayed them, no one in heaven or on earth could save them. His eyes turned. Suddenly, many of the ancestors, who were still standing there, fell to their knees with horrified expressions. If they had some hope before, now they no longer dare to have any luck. Master Yang! Master Yang! Immediately, these ancestors came to their senses and knelt down one after another. Yang Muchung got ahead of them and said, "Don't worry. Yang Muchung, always keep my word. I said, if Yubei can get even 10 feet closer to me, I will spare him. Now, he has not been able to do it. I will kill him, and at the same time, I will spare him." His sect was razed to the ground. Said, Yang Muchung flicked his finger, and 3 crimson flame beads were directly blasted out by him. With an extremely sharp roar, they turned into 3 red lightnings and suddenly shot towards the distance. That location is exactly where the Ice Blood Prison sect of Yubei's sect is located. At this moment, everyone looked at him in confusion. I saw. The 3 rays of fire almost disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and then suddenly fell on that spot. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion sound suddenly spread throughout the void. The hurricane generated during the explosion completely tore apart the space. Even the 10,000 Dao Sword sects tens of thousands of miles away were shaken by the blow. The terrifying flames and the rising mushroom cloud shook the look of shock on the faces of every ancestor. The reflection is clear. Blank. The minds of many ancestors present were so confused that they could hardly move anymore. They once thought that Yang Muchung's method of killing the entire Wanzhong prison with sword control was already a method of heaven and man. But now, Yang Muchung showed his hand again and directly destroyed the Ice Blood Prison sect with 3 snaps of his fingers. At this time, the Ice Blood Prison sect was not only razed to the ground, but even traces of its existence were wiped away from the world. Yang Muchung slowly retracted his right hand and then focused his gaze on the ancestors in front of him again. Hua Yuanao let out a long sigh. He knows. Now, for them, there is no choice at all. Taking a step forward, Hua Yuanao cupped his hands and fists at Yang Muchung. Master Yang, you help us break through our shackles and reach nirvana. You will be a blessing to us. Starting from today, the Wandao Sword sect will be dominated by you and is willing to unify. As soon as Hua Yuanao finished speaking, the other ancestors present looked at each other, sighed, and stood up one after another. From today on, our Qianquan Immortal sect is also willing to unify. Master Yang. Me too. One by one, the ancestors quickly expressed their opinions. Yang Muchung's display of strength had completely cut off their thoughts. If they had surrendered to Yang Muchung before, they might still be a little unwilling. But at this moment, whether Yang Muchung killed Yubei with a snap of his fingers, or killed more than a dozen Nirvana warriors with a wave of his hand, he showed everyone how powerful he was. In the martial arts world, martial arts are respected, and there is no shame in surrendering to Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung nodded with satisfaction. Certainly, if you want to make people completely surrender, you have to use both power and grace. The previous power has been shown, and now it is time to show favor. He waved his right hand. Suddenly a crescent-shaped magic weapon flew in front of everyone. This is the Xianming Crescent Knife. It can be used offensively or defensively. It can cover 100 miles in radius with a single thought. It only takes a single thought to kill people within 100 miles. It's a low-grade magic weapon at the heaven level. Another wave. Another weapon appeared. This is the Qiantian War Halberd. It is made entirely of Wanling stone. It is indestructible and invincible. It is a low-grade weapon at the heaven level. This is the Heavenly Dao Sword, a low-grade heavenly sword. This is the Day and Darkness Sword, a low-grade heavenly sword. One by one, Yang Muchung took out heaven-level weapons that were extremely rare in Kyushu like cabbage. Besides, there are many more techniques. When these techniques appeared, the ancestors present were shocked again. This is not the castrated version of the martial arts and martial arts they have practiced, but the real immortal martial arts. Every martial art has absolute power. As long as you follow me and be loyal to me, the benefits will definitely not stop there. Yang Muchung's voice pulled the ancestors back from the shock. Suddenly, these ancestors looked at each other for a while, and a thought came to their mind. It seems that being loyal to Yang Muchung is not such a bad thing.